This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Name? Song Tianjiao. Gender? The interrogator paused, looking at the silent person before him, and silently checked the gender box for female. Age? ID number? Home address? Registered residence? Across the table, the girl in the tracksuit remained silent, quietly staring at the interrogator before her, her gaze gradually losing focus, dazed. The interrogator in military uniform took a deep breath, flipped the form over, and handed it to the girl. Press your fingerprints, every finger, and your palm. You trespassed into the military base without cause. Your identity is unknown, according to regulations. Seeing the girl's unfocused gaze, the interrogator took another deep breath, barely suppressing his anger, and said, "You really don't remember anything? I've seen plenty of students like you. You betray your country for a pittance, leaking military intelligence. Have you all had your brains squeezed by a door? Without the skin, where will the hair attach?" Song Tianjiao's gaze focused, looking at the interrogator in surprise. A square face, thick eyebrows, wearing a brand new, even impeccably tailored, uniform that looked somewhat ill-fitting. She picked up a cone-shaped paper cup and took a sip of the now-cold tea. Yes, she came to drink tea. The reason was that she was discovered during a military patrol. At the time, there was undisclosed equipment covered by a three-color tarpaulin behind her. It was impossible to explain, truly impossible to explain. The surveillance footage showed that she appeared out of thin air. How could that be? The surveillance footage must have been tampered with. Imperialism, their desire to destroy us will never die. The interrogator's face darkened further, his supposedly sharp eyes fixed on Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu finished her tea, placing the cup upside down on the table, like a cone-shaped pyramid. She leaned forward, resting her chin on the pyramid's tip, and sighed deeply. "My name is Song Tianjiu. I have amnesia. Female, approximately 18? 21. As she spoke, Song Tianjiu touched her finger bones, inch by inch, then suddenly changed the subject. "What age is the epiphyseal plate closure?" "My cartilage feels hard, it should be closed." The interrogator replied, "Generally between 18 and 21. He then slapped himself hard across the face. This wasn't casual conversation. How could he interrupt so casually? "That's not good, that's not a good habit. Stop talking nonsense. I'm interrogating you now." Song Tianjiu nodded, picked up a pen, and wrote a 1 in the age section of the form, then drew two O's side by side. "Let's just say 18. 18 is fine. Let's just say 18. 18 is fine." Behind the one-way mirror, a woman in a white lab coat with sharp features was ticking boxes on the form. She was watching Song Tianjiu's every move, especially when the interrogator handed her the form. She clearly saw that Song Tianjiu's left shoulder and upper arm were slightly raised, a defensive posture. Judging from Song Tianjiu's posture, she seemed very relaxed. Was she comfortable in her environment, but wary of people, even aggressive? The woman in the white lab coat noticed Song Tianjiao's gesture as she finished writing and added another mark to the form. That was the standard way to hold a tactical dagger. This near-fist grip is more common in daily training, in everyday life. Unless someone has been fighting for a long time and developed a habit, few people would use a knife like that. Ordinary people use knives generally for cutting vegetables, chopping, and peeling. They rarely stab, so naturally they wouldn't develop this grip habit. Song Tianjiu's abrupt, almost cryptic, placement of the pen as she finished writing was too jarring. Clearly, Song Tianjiao intended to attack, but for some reason, she abandoned the idea. Human behavior has many interpretable aspects. At this moment, Song Tianjiu was like a book to the woman in the white coat. She tried to deduce Song Tianjiao's origins and motives from her words and actions. Of course, this was just her personal habit. Her main profession wasn't psychologist. The doctor in the white coat judged, like a madman with his own logic, and somewhat aggressive. "Major Ling, the DNA database comparison results are in. Song Tianjiu isn't among the registered DNA samples. The technical department has checked. The surveillance footage hasn't been tampered with. Those guys in the technical department say they staked their lives on it." The doctor in the white coat took off the one he'd taken from the infirmary, revealing his military uniform, crumpled the form he just carelessly filled out, and threw it in the trash. What use are their heads? Their heads can't offset the losses caused by the leak of new equipment data. I just want to know where this person came from. I only believe in science. Ling Yun was in a bad mood. She'd finally gotten a break, only to be faced with this mess, forcing her to rush back. A mysterious girl suddenly appearing in the armory? A paranormal event? No, she was a staunch materialist, not believing in such fantastical things. Then, is this a new technology from across the ocean? Spatial teleportation? Has someone really developed this technology? This isn't fiction. She didn't believe technology could advance to such a level overnight. Ling Yun's face darkened inch by inch. She didn't want to consider anything beyond modern technology. She was a true conservative, a staunch traditionalist. Have someone do an evaluation of her. I suspect this Song Tianjiu has mental problems. Yes. I don't think I'm crazy. Song Tianjiu was taken for an X-ray. After confirming there were no metal objects on her body or inside her, 2 female soldiers stripped her naked and dressed her in a mental hospital gown. The gown had a line of text on it. Qishan Mental Hospital. The blue and white striped gown, with gold embroidered lettering, looked utterly incongruous. I'm not mentally unstable, Song Tianjiu said, shoving her hands into the front pockets of her hospital gown. I believe I should be a normal person. Song Tianjiu firmly believed she was normal. She remained silent about why she had suddenly appeared, and refused to utter a word about her identity, yet she stubbornly insisted that she was normal. She argued forcefully for her freedom of dress. Just give me a hospital gown without any writing. Clothes make the man. Wearing this, everyone will think I'm mentally unstable. That's not good. I think I'm perfectly fine. It's a bit old, but it works perfectly. Please change it. Should I wear it inside out? Why is the writing embroidered? It's obvious I'm mentally unstable from both sides. It feels impolite. Soon, the cafeteria's regular meal captivated Song Tianjiu. Hand-torn cabbage, steamed egg custard, stir-fried green peppers and pork, hot and sour soup, white rice, and a meatball with more starch than meat. So what if she's crazy? As long as she has food to eat. Song Tianjiu felt good about herself. Nothing is more important than food. The tableware was the kind of smooth, rounded silicone spoons you find in prisons. The plates were also rounded. Even the table was smooth. Song Tianjiu tried to use the rounded spoon to cut out relatively square pieces of steamed egg custard and then put them in her mouth. Her eating behavior was almost pious, like that of a pilgrim, with an extraordinary sense of ritual. Outside the room, a middle-aged male psychiatrist was reporting the examination results to Ling Yun. Her brain is somewhat abnormal. Currently, she seems to have a certain degree of aggression, but she has good self-control and has restrained herself. She hasn't shown any initiative to attack anyone. She just talks a lot of nonsense. She rather talk nonsense than actually hit anyone. She's not very strong, but her aim is excellent. The doctor rubbed the tip of his nose as he spoke. The doctor's nose was slightly red. Those were marks from rubber bullets. Song Tianjiu hit him. Chapter 2. Let's rewind half an hour. To test Song Tianjiu's military skills, the doctor asked her to shoot at a target using his son's toy gun. Song Tianjiu's appearance was too strange, making it hard not to be suspicious, wary, and defensive. The doctor needed a comprehensive evaluation. After all, training marks and subconscious tendencies aren't easily overcome. The doctor believed this would be a good breakthrough. Upon hearing his request, Song Tianjiu immediately said, I don't shoot inanimate objects. The doctor pointed to his own nose and volunteered, shoot me. I don't shoot people who pose no threat. You treat me like a villain, the #1 villain who has done all the evil in the world. Come on, attack me. The doctor stepped 10 paces away, spread his arms, and struck a pose of heroic sacrifice. The doctor wore thick-rimmed glasses, confident they wouldn't hurt his eyes, and also confident his son's toy gun had little offensive power. So Song Tianjiu stood 5 meters away and shot him in the nose, swelling it. The doctor shrugged. So that's it. She's still aggressive, but she never attacks first, which is good. Ling Yun, gazing at the thick darkness over the square, rubbed his temples hard, annoyed. Can't we use some methods to get her to say something useful? Like hypnosis? Truth serum? The doctor's reply was methodical. Major Ling, stop reading those gossip accounts. Not everyone is suited for hypnosis. Song Tianjiu has a brain injury, but her will is strong. I tried, she can't be hypnotized. While the two were talking, Song Tianjiu had finished her meal. She stood at the serving counter, her eyes fixed on the remaining steamed egg custard, and said to the chubby chef, Can I have another serving? It was almost time to clear the table, so the chef simply poured the remaining custard into her plate. Song Tianjiu's eyes lit up. Thank you. Back at her seat, Song Tianjiu held an apple in one hand and a round silicone spoon in the other. She ate with great relish, a bite of apple, a bite of custard. The chef remembered the piglets raised back home when he was a child. They ate just as much. A good appetite is good, A good appetite means faster growth. As a chef, the happiest thing is meeting someone who enjoys eating. The chef went over and placed a banana in front of Song Tianju. Eat more, eat more. This child. Seeing Song Tianju swallow the apple core, the chef paused, then continued, you can really eat, child. Eat slowly, don't choke. How long have you been hungry? Heaven have mercy, I get you some hawthorn juice, it helps with digestion. Song Tianju quickly finished her food, put a banana in her pocket, and, carrying the plate in both hands, followed the chef eagerly. She wasn't allowed in the kitchen, so she clung to the food delivery area, hoping to see the chef's back as he rummaged through the refrigerator. In her eyes, that figure was exceptionally tall and imposing. The hawthorn juice wasn't in Tetra Pak packaging. Tetra Pak has sharp corners, which isn't safe for patients who need to use silicone spoons. The hawthorn juice the chef gave her was specially supplied, in a regular soft bag, which was safer. Song Tianju received the icy-cold hawthorn juice, thanked them sincerely, and, clutching a corner of the packaging, swung her hand and walked briskly out the door, heading straight for her room. Her room was specially arranged. It had no windows, and was monitored by surveillance cameras. The walls had been reinforced with soundproofing, making it very quiet. Song Tianju sat on the bed, carefully finishing her hawthorn juice and eating a banana. She rubbed her bulging stomach, then decided against eating the banana peel. There was no trash can in the room, so she had to put the trash on a plastic stool. The plastic stool was also rounded, made of durable, high-quality plastic. What will I eat tomorrow morning? Song Tianju was filled with anticipation for the sunrise the next day. She lay sprawled on the bed, tossing the blanket into the air. The blanket spun in midair, then slowly fell, crookedly covering her. Song Tianju didn't have OCD, so she wasn't bothered by the blanket not being properly positioned. Song Tianju fell asleep instantly. There was no light switch in the room, and the only light was beyond her control. Fortunately, a corner of the blanket covered her face, shielding her from the light. While Song Tianju was immersed in a deep, dark dream, the outside world was already in chaos. What's that in the sky? People looked outside. The night was dark and starless, a dense, oppressive darkness. However, a beam of light appeared in the sky. The pure white beam, like a giant crescent moon, bathed everything in a soft glow. A drone? Such high power? Who approved it? Ling Yun cursed under her breath as she stood in the corridor, immediately making phone calls. Soon, she learned that this beam of light had appeared all over the world. Even in the northern hemisphere during daylight, the sunlight couldn't obscure the beam. The beam of light hanging on the horizon was like adding a satellite to Earth. No, a star. It didn't reflect the sun's light, it emitted its own. But given today's air quality and cloud density, it was impossible for the base to see any stars. Ling Yun's materialistic worldview was crumbling. Countries around the world immediately dispatched spacecraft to attempt to approach the arc of light, but to no avail. Even attacks from across the ocean had no effect. The arc of light had no physical form, as if it existed in a different space. Yet its light shone brightly upon the earth. Fear of the unknown spread through countless hearts. Discussions about the end of the world exploded online. Various speculations abounded. At this moment, major social media platforms in the Western Hemisphere were paralyzed due to the explosive growth in data volume. A cyberstorm was brewing in the Eastern Hemisphere as well. Ling Yun's heart pounded faster and faster as she stared at the arc of light, her gaze almost frantic. She was a conservative, a traditionalist. She often thought radicals were too conservative, and reformers too old-fashioned, incompatible with her personality, with mainstream ideas, and with the opinions of the higher-ups. The young major cried out in a guttural voice, "This is unscientific." Suddenly, the arc of light cracked, shifting its shape. It was an eye, like a child's simple sketch, its lines extremely basic. The eye's outline was rounded, and within the halo symbolizing the pupil was a horizontal line, or rather, a long strip. This was not a human eye. The doctor suddenly said, "Pan?" Ling Yun looked at him blankly. The doctor touched his slightly swollen nose, gathering his thoughts, and said, "These are the eyes of a goat, the eyes of a demon in ancient Greek mythology. Pan, the god of shepherds in ancient Greek legend. He had the eyes of a goat. My intuition tells me this is not a good omen." Despite saying this, the doctor remained remarkably calm. He continued, "What does this mean? The descent of an ancient god? Pan represents fear. Perhaps we should calm down. Some indescribable things feed on emotions." Ling Yun stared at the eye and suddenly said, "Dr. Chen, I think you're more like someone suffering from mental illness than Song Tianju." Fear was festering. The demons I was creating fear. The world was gradually plunging into darkness. The sun's rays were blocked by an unknown force, no longer shining upon the earth. The entire planet was in a state of polar night, and humanity was gripped by panic. Clearly, this defied all scientific logic. But all of this happened. Blue Star is an eternal night. No one sleeps tonight. Death is ever present. A voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached everyone's ears precisely. This voice could be captured by recording equipment. It sounded like the polite greeting of a stranger asking for directions, but the words were extremely ominous. Song Tianjiao, under surveillance, was fast asleep thanks to the excellent soundproofing. She didn't hear those words. In his sleep, Song Tianjiao, in a state of rapid eye movement, scratched his ear, rolled over, and lay face down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Hello, intelligent life forms residing on Earth. You can call me Panshin, although that's not my real name, but I allow you to use that name so you can understand my identity. Welcome to the Death Game. Game Zone in progress. In 24 Earth hours, lucky winners will be randomly selected to join this game extravaganza. Fear freely, lambs. Chapter 3. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Song Tianjiao had a dream. In her dream, she was counting sheep. She kicked off the covers, staring blankly at the ceiling light. So hungry. Staring for too long, everything else was blurry. She shook her head, scrambled out of bed, and kicked the door. This room was a solitary confinement cell, with no windows, only an air conditioner vent in the corner for ventilation. Even opening the door required someone to open it from the outside. After 3 seconds, the door didn't open. Song Tianjiao rubbed her stomach, tilted her head, stared at the camera, and sighed. Really, even prisoners of war should have food. She picked up yesterday's banana peel, and covered the spot where the lock should have been. The banana peel changed shape in her hand, slipped into the crack in the door, and clicked. The door opened. What's served today? Is there lamb? Grilled lamb chops, lamb and radish soup, lamb skewers, cumin lamb, braised lamb, lamb buns, stewed lamb. She recited the menu as she retraced yesterday's steps, returning to the cafeteria without missing a single detail. The cafeteria doors were tightly shut. No food? It's not even dawn yet? The girl in the striped hospital gown scratched her head, her voice full of confusion, then suddenly slapped her forehead. How long did I sleep? 3 hours? 4.5 hours? She strode outside. It was dark outside, except for a sliver of light hanging on the horizon. Why is the moon so strangely shaped? 1 little lamb, 2 little lambs, 3 little lambs. She turned and hummed a tune as she walked back, casually tossing the oxidized, blackened banana peel into the trash can, returning to her room, tiptoeing back to bed, trying to pretend nothing had happened. But hunger still defeated her. Hungry. Song Tianjiao jumped up, a piece of clothing hardening in her hand, and pried open the door that should have been locked up. The door opened, and the piece of clothing turned to ashes. Going to the cafeteria to get something to eat, how can that be considered stealing? Food is the priority. Meanwhile, Ling Yuan, sitting in his office, was about to explode. Looking at the newly sent notification, he slammed his fist on the table. This doesn't make sense. As a materialist, I think this is extremely illogical. Selecting people in advance? How? We still don't know how the divisions will be. If they can recommend themselves, I can go directly. Dr. Chen handed over a stack of printed papers. There are countless fictional works throughout history about celestial phenomena and the end of the world. As far as I know, our think tank is currently exploring this area for inspiration. The excessively long list of works made Ling Yun's scalp tingle. She turned her head away. You know, I'm a materialist. I think this is all a global dream, and we wake up soon. Or perhaps some little girl opened Pandora's box, releasing calamity and sealing off hope. That's how it's written in myths. Dr. Chen rubbed his still swollen nose and said seriously, Major Ling, your delusions are getting worse. 12 hours left. Ling Yun leaned back. Perhaps this is just a dream. The cafeteria was empty. The kitchen was empty. Only the sterilizing lamps were on, casting a strange blue-purple glow over everything. Song Tianjiao stared at the braised meat in the thermos, sat on a small stool, a large chicken leg in each hand, taking a bite from the left and a bite from the right. The light from the sterilizing lamp stung her eyes. She quickly finished the chicken leg in her right hand and snapped her fingers. Click, the sterilizing lamp went out, and the wall lights came on. The wall clock ticked away, the short hand pointing to 12, the long hand to 5. 12:05. It's midnight. Time to eat and sleep. No one noticed the theft in the cafeteria. After all, Everyone had more important things to do. The watchful eye overhead hung like the sword of Damocles. No one knew what the future held. Song Tianju packed a pork knuckle in a stainless steel bowl, stuffed a handful of mints into her pocket, a long green onion dangling from her mouth, 2 bottles of cola around her neck, and hurried towards her room. Eat, eat. If you're hungry, you eat. How can that be considered stealing? Song Tianju had already prepared her response. If she got caught, she'd just have to wash dishes in the cafeteria. Unbeknownst to her, the clock showed noon, not midnight. It was now 12 noon. Song Tianjiao, having eaten and drunk her fill, fell asleep instantly, clutching the remaining bottle and a half of cola. For some, this room would be imprisonment, but for her, it was a rare moment of peace. Time passed slowly. Song Tianju slept soundly, while everyone else was in a state of heightened excitement. Eternal night on Blue Star. No one sleeps tonight. Death is ever present. This was the 23rd hour, 59 minutes, and 1 second since the unknown invasion. Darkness enveloped the entire planet. The curtain rose, and a moon-like eye slowly opened. All intelligent life on Blue Star became offerings on an altar, for human amusement. This eye looked down upon Blue Star like a superior, as if observing an anthill. No weapon in existence could withstand the heavenly eye. After a struggle of 23 hours and 59 minutes, everyone realized that money, fame, weapons were utterly useless against the heavenly eye. This was an unprecedented, dimensional reducing attack. People lying in the street cheered, welcoming their potential death with a newfound sense of purpose. The world entered a countdown. 59. An alcoholic stomped on a beer can, raising his middle finger to the sky. A thin, bony girl in a white dress, a needle stuck in the back of her hand, put down her rare, steaming hot hamburger, her eyes reflecting the countdown in the sky. The fried chicken shop owner silently tightened the gas and turned off the fryer. The high school principal, who hadn't slept for 24 hours, tore up the district's academic ranking list. An old security guard in a one-legged neighborhood silently wrote a line with a blue-inked hero fountain pen. A reader in front of a bookshelf turned a page of Greek mythology, trying to gain some insight. An old woman tapped her pipe, pointed at the sky, and cursed. The soldiers guarding the border reloaded their guns. No one knew if this meant the real apocalypse was about to arrive. Perhaps it was just a harmless joke. 30 seconds. Death knells tolled around the world. Radio signals continued to transmit. Now is the time of life and death. All citizens, all people of the world, should unite. Song Tianju woke up naturally, still unaware of the time. Old wolf, what time is it? 12 o'clock. The chase begins. Hee, caught you. Bored, she completed the nursery rhyme game alone. Feels like I slept for a long time, a little hungry, back to eating. Congratulations on your successful selection. Welcome to the first batch of lucky survivors of the death game. Fear it all, lambs. A voice echoed in her mind. Song Tianjiao, with a mouthful of cola, remained silent. An invitation appeared out of thin air in front of Song Tianjiao, the handwriting slowly emerging. To the lamb, lucky one, welcome to the death game. The universe is boundless. Will you be the next one to die? To be or not to be, that is the question. This game is streamed live, so please prepare your last words carefully. Your group is Area 51. Have fun, Shepherd Pan. Please select whether to join the game. Yes or yes. Song Tianju raised his hand and decisively pressed for. I promise to retire. Don't force yourself to act like this. Chapter 4. Welcome to the death game. Teleportation successful. Enjoy death to the fullest. Song Tianju only had time to grab the half-eaten pork knuckle, cola, and scallions before she found herself in a pure white room. There were 4 people in the room, all looking at her with surprised expressions. The stainless steel basin, the pork knuckle, and the scallion Song Tianju was holding all seemed out of place. The most incongruous thing was her hospital gown. The gold embroidery of Qinshan Mental Hospital was particularly eye-catching. The 4 observed Song Tianjiao, and Song Tianju observed them in return. The room was about 20 square meters, with white floors, ceilings, and walls. But in Song Tianju's eyes, it was a vibrant, multicolored white. As someone with some mental issues, her world was different. The room had no doors or windows, but it was very bright. The light came from the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. The light source came from above, below, and in front, somewhat like the shadowless lamps in an operating room, a stark, blinding white. Shadowless lamps don't actually cast no shadows, but this room truly had none. In Song Tianju's eyes, everyone was on a flat plane, without shadows, everything lacked depth. She wished she could bite her finger to add shadows to everything around her. A scene without shadows is imperfect, artificial. Song Tianjia squatted on the floor, put down the stainless steel basin, and scratched at the floor, its material indiscernible, her eyes scanning the people in the four corners of the room with keen suspicion. Four people, a collection of the elderly, the infirm, and the disabled. The oldest was a sprightly, short woman who looked to be in her 70s or 80s, with light brown skin, wearing a blue floral blouse, loose black trousers, old-fashioned black cloth shoes, and flesh-colored crystal stockings. Her attire was quite unique, unlike the middle-aged women dancing in the park. Colorful, haphazardly folded banknotes were stuffed into her crystal stockings, and a brass coin was stuck in her ankle. The coin was cleverly positioned, neither too high nor too low. Song Tianjiao, as if sensing something, scratched her ankle, feeling uncomfortable all over. The old woman's almost entirely white hair was neatly combed and secured at the back of her head with an old-looking double-pointed silver hairpin. She wore a pair of worn gold earrings, and her dim, yellowish eyes silently surveyed her surroundings, her hands behind her back. Song Tianjiao saw something familiar in those dim, yellowish eyes. Someone who hadn't taken several lives couldn't possibly have such eyes. The weaker one was a pale-skinned young man who seemed to have difficulty breathing. He had slightly long, black hair, black-rimmed glasses, beige Crocs, gray jogger pants, and a pure white short-sleeved shirt. The young man leaned slumped against the wall, looking like he was about to give up, relentlessly battered by life. He held a book in his hand, Greek mythology. The sick one was an even paler young girl, thin and bony, wearing a white dress and a red bracelet on her wrist, looking small and frail. Her lips were dark, her hair was past her ears and somewhat thin, and she was sipping a glass of cola. The disabled one was a man who looked to be around 30 years old, his right leg amputated from the mid-thigh and replaced with a prosthesis. He had short hair, slightly dark skin, wore a green short-sleeved shirt, black shorts, and black sneakers. Even his prosthetic leg was wearing a shoe. As for Song Tianjiao, he had long, straight black hair, wore a striped hospital gown, and started out carrying a stainless steel basin. 2 men and 2 women, a full complement of the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. Add Song Tianjiao, and the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and insane are complete. Current room number 51, 5 lucky winners. The ceiling opens from the center, and a white ball floats down, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Now it's time for introductions. Note: your performance in this live game is under the watchful eyes of the audience. Please accept death honestly and refrain from cheating. The first stage is a team elimination round. All players are encouraged to get to know each other quickly and cooperate sincerely. The game will begin in 30 minutes. Song Tianjia squats in the center of the room, her hands on the ground, her fingers still digging into the earth, looking up at the ball. She really wants to take it apart. She looks around at the people standing in the 4 corners and speaks first. My name is Song Tianjia. My specialty is eating. Everyone says I have something wrong with my head, but I don't think I do. I believe I'm a genius. Silence falls upon her. The audience in room 51 also falls silent. Starting with the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled is bad enough, but now there's even a madman. Is this a total wipeout? In the conference room, Ling Yun downed 500 milliliters of strong tea in one gulp, shrugging. I didn't expect Song Tianjia to be so lucky. She is still in custody. To put it another way, we're classified as Area 51, and Song Tianjia being chosen as the lucky one means she's just a simple lunatic, not a spy. The meeting moderator, sitting at the head of the table, had veins bulging on his forehead. Ling Yun, if we really had to choose a madman, it should be you. Ling Yun nodded. I think so too. Shut up. Everyone, gather information immediately. I need to see all the information on those 5 within 20 minutes. The plump, middle-aged man's usual nonchalant, smiling demeanor vanished, replaced by an unprecedentedly serious expression. He didn't believe this election was random. If it was random, why were they, the ones assigned to Area 51, chosen to be 5 people who looked incredibly weak? Could there be some behind-the-scenes manipulation? They were diligently tending their vegetables and flowers. Who was targeting them? Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream had begun discussing the feasibility of relocating to the neighboring areas 49 or 50. Their kingdom had been forcibly divided into 12 areas. Fortunately, the border areas hadn't been forcibly separated, so moving within any of the 12 areas would still be their own territory. If heaven hadn't given me, little Zhuge Liang, 12 areas, a 3x4 layout, a total of 60 people participating in this death game. That means we have 12 chances. My plan is to move. As long as we move quickly enough, We can preserve a spark of hope. Seema, your whole family. Hey, do you know how many people are in Area 51? I just calculated it. The permanent population is about 130 million. How do I move? Momo, can I exploit a bug? Which area is the gap between areas? I go there and wait, then jump left and right if things look bad. Neurotic. I have a plan to dig through the earth. Can anyone tell if I'm in Area 51 or Area 15? The Area 51 think tank is collecting ideas from the live stream. Although many seem nonsensical, quantity leads to quality, and a flash of inspiration might happen anytime. There are some geniuses among the netizens. A girl with thick-rimmed glasses slammed her mouse down. Do they think this is a game? In a game, if a few people die, chaos ensues. This isn't a novel or comic book. Random death isn't scary. Live streaming of random death is terrifying. This game is practically creating panic. The girl's hands trembled, her lips drained of color, her eyes fixed on the rapidly scrolling chatter on the screen, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints with tension. Don't get agitated. Dr. Chen approached and injected her with a sedative. This is manipulating people's hearts, using death as a pretext. Soon, very soon, many troubles will arise. In the live stream, Song Tianju was gnawing on a pork knuckle. She moved aside, and only an elderly woman came over and sat down on the floor to eat with her. Child, don't be afraid. Chapter 5. A heated discussion raged in the meeting and the live stream. Song Tianju's eyes darted around as she diligently gnawed on her pork knuckle. She chose the longest bone, cleaned it, and stuffed it into her pocket. While the outside world debated, the icebreaker among the five was underway. The little girl in the white dress raised her hand and whispered, I can tell from your clothes that you're seriously ill, just like me. My name is Tian. I'm 9 years old, and I live in the City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. I have leukemia and I'm dying. A hint of embarrassment and barely perceptible humility crossed the little girl's face. I don't have any special skills. My dad says I just need to live. I don't need to learn anything. Song Tianju pulled out a mint from her pocket and tossed it to her. Tian frantically caught the mint, trying to tear open the wrapper, but failed. Song Tianju took out a candy, tore open the wrapper, and gestured with her chin. Open your mouth. Tian opened her mouth, confused. The next moment, a whistle-shaped mint landed steadily in her mouth. Tian was startled, then her face lit up with a smile. This smile made her look even paler and thinner. I'm Lu Huixiang. The old woman took a bite of a scallion, and then a large bite of meat. Seeing no one speak, she rolled her eyes. I'm 88 this year, with a monthly pension of 18,000 yuan and medical insurance. I cook well, everyone who's tried my food loves it. I can also put my grandson to sleep, I'm really good at it. This left everyone speechless. Song Tianjiao handed her a mint and asked, want some? Is it sugar-free? You're just giving it to me. I have diabetes, and Xiao doesn't allow me to eat sweets. In the live stream, the viewers all found it strange. Momo, why does Song Tianju always give candy to others? This candy looks very ordinary. Isn't it the kind you see at hotel counters? Is there some secret behind it? A bright moon hangs on a branch. What kind of good person has a pension of 18,000? Isn't that excessive? Blazing sun shines in the sky. Upstairs, can you change your name? Seeing the moon gives me a headache, and there's this weird-looking thing hanging on my head too. I am a farmer. One is 9 years old, the other is 88, that's really something. At that age, they can't even go to the battlefield. Song Tianju carefully examined Lu Huixiang and poked the copper bracelet on her wrist. The copper bracelet on Lu Huixiang's wrist gleamed with a similar luster to gold. Under the flat bracelet was a round scar resembling a hibiscus flower, a penetrating wound. Song Tianjiao muttered, why can't she go? This isn't something she can do. This statement seemed incoherent, and everyone's attention turned to her. After all, Song Tianju was a recognized mental patient. From the moment she entered, her words and actions differed from those of a normal person. You? The pale young man began cautiously, how is your condition? Will you hurt people? Do you have bipolar disorder? My name is Zhao Yubai. If you want to hurt someone, you can hurt me. Anyway, I'm useless. I'm just a second-time graduate school applicant. According to my ID card, I'm 25 years old. According to the lunar calendar, it's my birth year. He raised his hand, a red string with 5 copper coins hanging from his left wrist dangling. Song Tianju tossed him a piece of candy in return. Once you eat my candy, you're mine. I never hurt my own people. Zhao Yubai's face flushed red and then paled, clutching the candy and stammering, unable to speak. Whether out of shame or anger, it was hard to tell. Finally, the man with the missing leg spoke. Xie Qingshan, 35 years old, retired soldier, works in the monitoring room of the Hope Community Security Department. Special skill. Does 3 bowls of rice with toppings count? Of course it counts. Song Tianju rummaged around for a while, then pulled out a mint and tossed it over, saying enthusiastically, "Let's fight sometime." Xie Qingshan looked Song Tianju up and down, hesitating, then finally said, "Girl, with your skinny arms and legs, I'm afraid I beat you to death." Song Tianju didn't like hearing that. She jumped up, rushed in front of Xie Qingshan, and kicked his prosthetic leg. "Tsk, you should modify this thing sometime. You're really not up to par right now. I don't like taking advantage of people in their weakened state. Such arrogance." Xie Qingshan was too lazy to argue with someone so dim-witted. Besides, his prosthetic leg was expensive. It was arguably the best prosthetic leg currently available on the market. Can it be changed? How? In Xie Qingshan's eyes, Song Tianju was a boastful lunatic with a significant misunderstanding of his own identity. Meanwhile, the information on the 60 lucky individuals in Group 12 of Yin Country had been compiled and sent to the command centers in each district. Each district established a dedicated Tianmu action team to handle this crisis. The information collected in just over 10 minutes was still too superficial. More detailed information about the lucky individuals required dedicated personnel to collect it from their residences. The current data was sufficient for analysis. The entire Tianmu action team was on high alert, with experts selected from various industries working online to analyze and study the data as quickly as possible. The command center in Beijing was compiling data from all the districts. Report: there are 12 groups in Yin State. 11 of these groups have personnel whose intelligence, physical condition, emotional capacity, social status, and moral standards are generally balanced, and their members are mostly young and in their prime. Only the 51st group has inconsistent moral standards, limited mobility, and a wide age range. Sir, this group is in great danger. Should we try to bring them back? Freshly printed analysis charts, still warm, were being held aloft by hands. Everyone in the conference room looked at the commander. As early as nightfall, Yin State had activated its emergency plan. Led by this veteran commander, a task force was formed, analyzing each problem individually. Within 24 hours, Yin State had mobilized over 200,000 people to deal with this catastrophe. It's too late. An elderly man with graying temples turned around, looking at the image of the 51st group on the screen, his eyes filled with tears. I will be withdrawing from the final decision-making group. Ms. Lu Huixiang is my adoptive mother, and due to personal emotional factors, all my judgments will be affected. I will be applying to work in the Stability Maintenance Group. My colleagues, I'd be working hard from now on. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the old man slowly walked out of the meeting room. Meanwhile, information about those selected for the death game was being collected and released online in various forms. Group 51 attracted a lot of attention. Many people with unknown IP addresses flooded into Group 51's live stream, launching a barrage of mockery. The old are old, the young are young, the disabled are disabled, the crazy are crazy, and there's even a good-for-nothing who can't pass the exam. Squad 51 is finished. Look at our country's squad, they're all frontline combat personnel, they can definitely beat the game. Will there be a completion reward? Increased physique? Expanded territory? Yin Country can only write stories. To complete the game, you have to watch My Japan. Open the door to a new world. A bunch of trash, not even as good as My World Origin Great Universe Country. The moon never sets, empire shines eternally, our team will surely win. Luckily I ran away early, Great Ugly Country is paradise on earth. Those chosen are all special forces. Someone on Yin Country's side wanted to refute, but had nothing to say. The personnel configuration of Squad 51 was indeed too weak. After the official release of the lucky winners' information, no one expected Squad 51 to win. They were hailed as the weakest squad on Earth. Chapter 6. Is it live right now? Zhao Yubai surveyed his surroundings, pulled a cigarette case from his pocket, glanced at Tian, and then put it back. Should we analyze the situation? Our side doesn't seem to be in a good position. The young man's pale face wore a forced smile. As if everything could break him, he looked utterly dejected. Xie Qingshan kicked the wall with his prosthetic leg and sighed, "It's not good." Tian, holding a Coke cup with a candy in her mouth, carefully observed the two men's expressions, and silently moved closer to Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu glanced down and noticed her Coke was almost finished, so he immediately picked up the 2-liter bottle and refilled it for her. "Drink, There's still plenty. Tian, sister, aren't you scared? Song Tianju asked, puzzled. Scared of what? Scared of dying. Song Tianju scratched her head. Even though we look weak, the weakest of all the groups, we shouldn't be scared, right? Tian, are you scared? You look half dead. You must have been prepared for this, right? Everyone dies. What's there to be afraid of? Tian's face turned even paler. Dad said Tian will live, even if it hurts. But Tian is afraid of pain. Dying means she won't feel pain anymore. Dying is fine too. Song Tianju shrugged. You're not even afraid of death. What else is there to be afraid of? Have you eaten? Want some braised pork knuckle? Tian, eh. The viewers in the 51st District's live stream were amused and exasperated. A person who only eats is obsessed with eating, right? When things get tough, eating is the most important thing, right? Then, remembering the publicly available information that Song Tianju had mental health issues, she felt relieved. Well, it's good to eat and drink well before I die. This group of old, weak, sick, and insane people is probably going to be the first to be wiped out. What's wrong with being old, weak, sick, and insane? Song Tianjiao muttered. Discrimination, blatant discrimination. The personnel of Group 51 weren't elite enough. In the eyes of the viewers in the live stream, the only capable fighter in this group was a retired soldier who was injured or disabled. A complete disaster from the start. The Tianmu Action Group of District 51 had a different opinion. Ling Yun leaned over the speaker, listening intently. Louder. Rewind. Rewind. What did Song Tianju say? Discrimination? Who discriminated against her? What? Isn't she capable? Where did that come from? Capture where? Dr. Chen came over from outside, listened closely, and said it might be delusions. The live stream is recorded, and the recording equipment is top of the line. What Song Tianju is saying doesn't sound like she's communicating with the other 4 people. It might be people she's imagining, and it looks like there's some conflict or disagreement. They're arguing. Ling Yun's eyes widened. How many more illnesses does she have that we don't know about? Dr. Chen took out a tablet and handed it over. There's one more thing. We were all busy during those 24 hours and didn't have time to monitor Song Tianju. She woke up twice in those 24 hours, once to go to the cafeteria, and once less than a minute before entering the live broadcast room. Ling Yun was surprised. Is she a pig? She slept for more than 24 hours? Major Ling, the problem isn't with her sleep duration, although that's a bit abnormal. But the suspicious points are elsewhere. Please watch the recording. The tablet screen showed that Song Tianju simply pushed open the door when she left. Whether it was the room where she was being held or the cafeteria door, she always pushed it open directly. Ling Yun repeatedly watched the footage slowly, and upon realizing what he had seen, his palms sweated, and he became incredibly excited. Superpowers. Is this a superpower? She pried open the door with a banana peel and a piece of her clothing? The live stream showed a missing piece of Song Tianjia's clothing, ironclad evidence. The scene of the cafeteria's disinfection lights automatically turning off, and the streetlights coming on further excited Ling Yun. I have a bold idea. I report this immediately. So what if she's crazy? Song Tianju is a capable madwoman. Ling Yun took out his phone to make a call, but suddenly stopped. Song Tianjia's identity is still unknown, and there's no record of her in the gene database. We can't report it like this, at least not in this way. I go directly to Beijing to report. The arrival of the Heavenly Eye had no impact on radio and satellite communications. However, no one knows whether the Heavenly Eye monitors the information people exchange. Ling Yun's hands trembled as he turned off the tablet's Wi-Fi and removed his SIM card. After thinking for a moment, he simply turned off the phone. Old Chun, I'm leaving now. You attend the meeting in my place. I have a very important meeting in 15 minutes. Can't I handle it? There are more important things to do now. I don't know if this is hope or despair. But once Pandora's box is opened, calamities will scatter, and only hope will remain. Ever since that voice claiming to be Pan appeared, the world has been frantically studying Greek mythology. That Greek god, symbolizing calamity and fear, has become a shadow looming over countless hearts. The 5 people in the room fell into a deathly silence. Song Tianjia mentioned the word death, something no one present wanted to see. Even though Tian said she was dying and not afraid of death, the instinct to survive is a fundamental human instinct. Fear began to fester within her. Song Tianjiao looked up at the ball on the ceiling and said, 10 more minutes, a bit boring. Hey ball, say something useful. Xiao Yubai glanced at his watch. Indeed, 10 minutes remained. He looked at Song Tianjia's empty wrist, lost in thought. How did she know the exact time? The live stream had exploded. Everyone thought Song Tianjio was a complete madwoman. Wouldn't living 10 more minutes be better? Looks like she's courting death, provoking the unknown. Isn't she afraid? Is she already desperate? Are all you young people like this? You have an old saying, to bring about one's own destruction. Song is bringing about her own destruction. I can't wait to see her die. The ball remained silent. Feeling awkward, Song Tianjia squatted down, bit her finger, and drew lines. 2 horizontal lines and 3 vertical lines, creating 12 intervals. She just stared blankly at the lines. The live stream was still active. She really is a mad woman. She's gone completely insane. Just give up. Can you guys shut up? A bunch of unknown IPs, aren't you annoying? If you want to jump to someone's site, go jump there. Didn't you notice that Song Tianjia doesn't seem like a fool? She was the last one to appear in the room, and she was sitting at first. I think she was trying to lower everyone's guard. After assessing the situation, she's been crouching, left foot forward, right foot back, her weight always on her right foot, a very advantageous posture for attacking. When she rushed at Xie Qingshan earlier, she was so fast that Xie Qingshan didn't even have time to react. And she's hiding a palm-sized bone, and now she's drawn 12 squares. Don't you think she's preparing something? Upstairs, are you trying to kill yourself typing all that? I seen it in her eyes. Whether Song Tianjia is crazy or not is debatable, but the person above is definitely crazy. Chapter 7. My second aunt's neighbor's cousin said that Song Tianjia cannot be found in the system. All information about Song Tianjia is blank. She seems to have appeared out of thin air. You people are really something, making wild analyses of a madman. Think about the consequences of losing. Lord Pan hasn't mentioned any punishment yet. I really hope that after Team 51 is destroyed, he can take the entire Area 51 with him. Is this what you call a lord? The person upstairs should say they're here for tourism in Area 51. Area 51 doesn't have such spineless cowards. I suggest the relevant departments investigate thoroughly. Lord Pan is a god descended to Earth, bringing hope to humanity. I hope the territory of Area 51 will be allocated to our Japan. Do you expect a madman to carry you? Anyone in Area 51 should just die. The old, weak, and sick are just wasting food. The live stream's opinion immediately turned one-sided. Viewers in the live stream room assigned to Area 51 lacked even the confidence to refute the claims. The 51 team's capabilities were simply too weak, making all their analyses seem like forced attempts to save face. As for Song Tianjia, a non-existent mad woman, no one truly relied on her. From the moment they entered the death game, in less than half an hour, the entire world knew that Area 51 had a lucky individual who was insane. Attacks against the old, weak, sick, disabled, and insane poured in from all directions. The 51 team was undoubtedly the weakest human group, and other areas worried that if they made a mistake, it would implicate all of humanity. The uncertainty and fear about the future transformed into a barrage of verbal attacks, surging towards the vulnerable Area 51. Attacking the weakest is an instinct for those escaping reality. In the Tianmu livestream room, there were no language barriers. All languages were translated in real time, making it sound like everyone's native language. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of people flooded into the Area 51 livestream room, all of them hurling insults and slander. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the Area 51 Tianmu action team attempted to use technical means to disable the livestream's chat function, but failed. So noisy. Song Tianjia rubbed her ears, looked up at the sphere on the ceiling, tore 2 pieces from her clothes, rolled them into balls, and stuffed them into her ears. She popped a mint into her mouth and began whistling. It was some unfamiliar country tune. Lu Huaixiang glanced at Song Tianjia, took out her pipe from her waist, tapped Song Tianjia's head, pulled out the cotton ball from her ear, and asked, "Little one, where did you learn this tune?" "I forgot." Lu Huaixiang looked at Song Tianjia, this old woman who seemed out of place with the others, her dim old eyes filled with expectation, and stammered, think carefully, think, and think again. Song Tianjia looked blank. "I can't remember much." Welcome to the Dwefu Town instance. Mission requirement: escape Dwefu Town. This is a team mission. The mission requires 5 people to survive. If one person dies, the mission fails. Successful mission reward: 1 extra card draw chance. Failure mission: all members die, and a lucky winner will be drawn again in the respective region. Newbie mission currently has no other additional penalties. Please draw a character card. 5 cards floated in midair, gold on the back with white eye patterns on them. Tian tried to change her position to see the card content, but found that no matter what angle she looked from, she could only see the white eye patterns. What a pity, I can't see the front. The little girl's tone was innocent. Perhaps because of the pain she was suffering from, her fear of death was much weaker than that of most people. Song Tianju casually flipped open the rightmost card. The eyes on the card faded, revealing a red silk ribbon. Tian tiptoed and randomly picked up a card. It was an apple. Zhao Yubai drew a horsewhip. Xie Qingshan drew a steelyard balance. Lu Huixiang flipped open the last card. It was a red flower. Escape from Duofu Town? Xie Qingshan looked at the steelyard balance on the card, somewhat bewildered. What's this for? To lift the veil. Lu Huixiang, older and clearly more experienced, set the tone with a single sentence. You're getting married, huh? Xie Qingshan was completely confused. Before he could ask further, the room gradually disappeared, revealing an ancient town. The 5 people were enveloped in white mist and vanished without a trace. The viewers in the live stream were still reviewing the events. I'm back from the other live streams. All 12 live streams in Yen Kingdom are about Duofu Town. All 51 live streams are about newbie quests and team quests. If one person dies, the whole team fails. It's not looking good. Damn it, this wave is going to be a total wipeout. Song Tianju opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a canopy bed. On the bright red pillow was a piece of Xin paper with several lines of text written in deep red ink. Duofu Town Dungeon Game Rules. Rule 1. Please do not eat the bride's food. Rule 2. This is a happy day. Please do not get injured or bleed, or you will die. Rule 3. The roosters of Duofu Town do not crow. Rule 4. The steward will not ask for rewards. Rule 5. Please stay away from the embroidered shoes, you don't want to know why. Rule 6. Only 3 of the above rules are correct. Rule 7. There is one and only one rule that is wrong. Hint: the beginner's quest contains some incorrect rules. Please unlock them at your own discretion. The quest lasts 6 hours. Exceeding the time limit will result in the team's annihilation. Song Tianju pressed her still bleeding finger onto the second rule. She was injured and bleeding, but not dead. Knowing the second rule is wrong, then the 7th rule must also be wrong. Song Tianjiao smeared the excess blood onto the 7th rule. At the same time, the rule slips of her other 4 teammates changed. The 2nd and 7th rules were erased by blood. Only 5 rules remained, and these 5 rules still contained incorrect ones waiting to be discovered. Song Tianjiao muttered to herself 1, 2. The viewers in the live stream were shocked by this scene. This Song Tianjiao is way too reckless. She only got it right this time by sheer luck. If she had been wrong, who knows what would have happened. This is a team mission. If Song Tianju dies, wouldn't we have to reselect the lucky winner from Area 51? The chosen one is basically doomed. Is she really okay with such carelessness? Is this person truly insane, or just pretending? Could she be a spy sent by another country or force? She dared to cross out 2 rules as soon as she entered the game. Aren't your expectations for the patient a bit too high? Maybe she doesn't even know what she's doing. We don't have spies as stupid as Song Tianju among us. Another unknown IP, get out. Unknown IP, get out. The Area 51 livestream room was in chaos. A viewer with the ID Bright Moon Shines in the Sky was a rare breath of fresh air, starting to analyze. Didn't you all notice that Song Tianjia's reaction was quick and without error? How could someone with this kind of performance be insane? I dare say her reaction speed is definitely better than most of the people here. Song Tianjia clicked her tongue and began to observe her surroundings. Chapter 8. Song Tianju was in an antique-style room, decorated with red silk ribbons everywhere. Red double happiness characters adorned the window paper, and even the bronze mirror was covered in red paper, creating a festive atmosphere. She herself was dressed in wedding attire, and wore a floral crown. The red silk ribbon she had drawn represented her status as a bride. Song Tianju walked to the bronze mirror, gazing at the person in the mirror wearing a phoenix crown and powdered face. She slowly raised her hand, and gave a middle finger. The person in the mirror also raised a finger, but this time it was the index finger. The person inside and outside the bronze mirror looked exactly the same, yet the person in the mirror appeared exceptionally sinister. This scene frightened the viewers in the live stream. Is there something strange in the mirror? Chinese horror is the scariest. Song Tianju pressed her finger against the bronze mirror, staring at the ligature mark on the neck of the person in the mirror, and murmured, "Suicide?" She withdrew her hand, revealing a red silk ribbon in her open palm, the very one she had drawn from the character card selection earlier. She removed all the headdresses and floral crowns from her head, untied her hair bun, and tied it into a high ponytail with the red silk ribbon. Song Tianju shook her head, finally feeling a bit more relief in her neck. A chilling wind swept around her. The white silk ribbons hanging from the rafters were reflected in the mirror, and the red double happiness characters on the windows faded inch by inch, turning into white crying characters. The red paper on the mirror turned into yellow talisman paper, with cinnabar patterns drawn on it like ghostly scribblings. The once festive room became eerie and terrifying. Only Song Tianjia's red clothes and the red silk ribbon binding her hair remained unchanged, as red as blood. Song Tianjia turned around. The rafters were empty, but when she looked in the mirror, she saw the white silk ribbon and a hanging, illusory figure. Only one person with the ID Gong Zhang remained in the live stream, spamming the chat. The talisman is wrong. I never seen anything like it. I asked my master, he's never seen one before. My martial aunt said she's never seen one either. My granduncle has never seen one either. This damn thing, could it be AI generated? What good is this weird hybrid? Is that Pan some kind of idiot? Don't try to mess with Yin country by pretending to be a Greek god. Too bad I'm not the lucky one this time, otherwise I would have been cleaved in two. Song Tianju retreated step by step in front of the bronze mirror, staring at her gradually solidifying figure in the reflection. She pulled out a bone knife from somewhere and threw it. The bone knife spun in midair, striking the white silk and cutting it in two. The viewers in the live stream were shocked. Where did Song Tianjiao get a bone knife? Ling Yuan, who was driving, slammed on the brakes, staring intently at the bone knife. She was almost certain it was that pig bone. Their canteen buys live pigs, which are butchered by the chefs. The cook at the company is very particular. The butchering is beautiful. A pig shank has two bones, just like a human shin bone, with the longest bones being the tibia and fibula. The fibula is long and slender, while the tibia is thick and large. The one Song Tianju had been carrying in his pocket was the tibia. That tibia was now a bone knife. Ling Yun's scalp tingled. She didn't know how Song Tianju had done it, nor how many people had discovered it. She only knew that Song Tianju wasn't normal, not a madman in the traditional sense. She restarted the car and slammed on the gas. Faster, faster. Song Tianjia's abnormality could definitely influence the decisions of the entire Yin kingdom. She dared not make a phone call, fearing eavesdropping, and even more so, the unknown entity calling itself Pan would discover the truth. Had it discovered it? Ling Yun felt a mixture of joy and fear, her entire being becoming excited. In the bronze mirror, a swaying, illusory figure landed, crawling towards Song Tianju in a contorted posture. Song Tianju raised her hand, and a bone knife, like a boomerang, traced a large arc before landing in her palm. Just as the figure grasped her ankle, a knock sounded at the door. The auspicious hour has arrived. The deathly white in the room gradually turned crimson. The figure vanished without a trace, and outside, gongs and drums resounded, a bustling scene of excitement. Please, miss, get into the sedan chair. The door opened, and maids dressed in brand new festive attire filed in, surrounding Song Tianju. They seemed oblivious to the bone knife, about the length of her forearm, in her hand. An older woman, dressed in opulent clothing, laughed so hard her head nearly split open. The woman held up the floral crown, stretching out her arm to place it on Song Tianjia's head. The woman wasn't tall, but her arm stretched over a meter long, and the crown landed steadily on Song Tianjia's head. Many children, many blessings, may your lineage continue. My darling, you must take good care of yourself and bear children for the Lu family. Song Tianjia lowered her head, hiding the mockery in her eyes. She noticed a pair of embroidered shoes beneath her wedding dress. On the embroidered shoes, two eyes, like pearls, adorned the shoes, their pupils dilating and contracting, quite intriguing. Rule 5. Stay away from embroidered shoes, you won't want to know why. The woman shouted, where's the matchmaker? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Never mind, the auspicious time has come, get in the sedan chair. Song Tianju was covered with a red veil, and escorted out by smiling maids. As they moved, the eyeballs on the embroidered shoes darted around. The viewers in the live stream had already lost all sense of dread. It's over, this team is finished. What's with those eyeballs? Is this the embroidered shoe from the rules? How did Song Tianjia manage to trigger 3 rules all by herself? Song Tianjia used her bone knife to lift a corner of the red veil, revealing Tian, dressed in a festive red dress, standing at the doorway. The little girl, with her hair in 2 buns, held a large, bright red apple in her hands, her face pale as she surveyed her surroundings. Song Tianjia swallowed hard. She actually found the apple quite delicious. Rule 1. Please do not eat the bride's food. Is that the bride's food? Tian met Song Tianjia's gaze as she lifted the red veil, her wariness immediately lessening. The little girl ran over, holding up the apple. "Sister, the butler told me to make sure you get this." The large, bright red apple was heavy, fragrant, and exuded an enticing aroma. Song Tianjia took the apple with one hand, her mouth watering. The viewers in the live stream were also drawn to the red apple. What to do? I actually think this apple tastes delicious. Pathetic, you're tempted by just an apple. No wonder your Yen kingdom can't even afford tea eggs. Looks like the rumors were true. Is there an administrator? Quickly block the unknown IP address. It's giving me a headache. I want to eat it too. Won't Song Tianjia be unable to resist? According to custom, the bride needs to carry an apple into the bridal sedan chair, symbolizing peace and safety. In the real world, Zhang Wenwei, who was maintaining stability, stepped on a knife-wielding bandit, staring at the live stream on her phone, the red apple attracting her attention. She cursed inwardly. What apple? Isn't this a heart? Even dogs wouldn't eat this. In Duofu town, the long-armed woman urged Song Tianjia. The auspicious time has arrived. Get in the sedan chair. Song Tianjia was surrounded and led forward. Outside the gate, a pale-faced man in red, holding a rooster, stood silently. As Song Tianjia crossed the steps, she flipped her hand, sending the red apple tumbling to the ground, which she then crushed under her shoe. Blood splattered, staining the white upper of her shoe and also discoloring the eye-shaped decoration on it. The eye-shaped decoration darted around even faster. Song Tianjia was ushered into the sedan chair, while Tian Tian was placed beside it, carrying a basket and tossing out flower petals. Lift the sedan chair. The setting sun stretched everyone's shadows long. At the head of the procession sat a tall horse, a man carrying a rooster, his back ramrod straight. Tian Tian had to jog to keep up with the procession, her voice trembling as she said, "Sister, that rooster crowed before you came out." Rule 3. Roosters in Duofu town don't crow. Chapter 9. The roosters in Duofu town don't crow. Song Tianjia casually remarked, "That's a hen, or maybe a fake one. Let's try it sometime." Try it? How? Tian Tian was filled with questions, staring blankly at the slightly swaying curtains of the bridal sedan chair. A hand landed on her shoulder and shoved her. It was the woman with the unusually long arms. The woman looked displeased and said angrily, "Little maid, get to work." Tian Tian immediately focused on throwing pastries and flowers. The bridal sedan chair moved quickly, surrounded by a noisy and bustling atmosphere, the Swana horn leading the way blaring deafeningly. Tian Tian felt her head buzzing, unable to think of anything else, just frantically tossing the things in her basket. The crowd followed the bridal sedan chair, almost greedily scrambling for the pastries and flowers. The gongs and drums were deafening, the atmosphere incredibly lively. The gate, covered in red paper, was now deserted. Two black dogs were fighting over the apples that Song Tianjia had crushed on the threshold. The two dogs fought fiercely, until one of them had its throat bitten open. The defeated dog got up from the ground, bleeding profusely, and ran away. The winning dog wolfed down a ball of red food, letting out a whimper before foaming at the mouth and stiffening its body. An old woman, adorned with flowers in her hair and dressed in red and green, staggered out of the dark alley and approached to examine the dog closely. This old woman was Lu Huixiang. The card she had drawn was a red flower, and she was the matchmaker the long-armed woman had been searching for. Lu Huixiang pressed her toes against the winning dog's head, clearly seeing the empty eye sockets and maggots wriggling inside its skull. Clearly, the dog was already dead. The earlier fight was just a smokescreen. The winning dog was already decomposed. Lu Huixiang could clearly see its undigested heart in its stomach. Rule 1. Please do not eat the bride's food. Lu Huixiang checked the box next to this rule. Meanwhile, new rules appeared in front of the other 4 lucky winners. Duofu Town Game Rules. Rule 1. Please do not eat the bride's food. Check mark. Rule 2. This is a happy day. Please do not get hurt or bleed, or you will die. False. Rule 3. The roosters of Duofu Town do not crow. Rule 4. The steward will not ask for rewards. Rule 5. Please stay away from the embroidered shoes, you won't want to know why. Rule 6. Only 3 of the above rules are correct. Rule 7. There is exactly one rule that is wrong. False. Song Tianjia tore off her red veil and floral crown, stared at the embroidered shoes on her feet, and simultaneously ripped off the eyeballs from them with both hands. Through those eyeballs, she saw a completely different scene. She discovered that she was not in the bridal sedan chair. She was sitting on a black coffin, surrounded by white mourning clothes, and Tian Tian was not throwing away fresh flowers and pastries, but yellow paper ingots. People with darkened foreheads and stiff postures were scrambling for yellow paper ingots. There was no bridal sedan chair, only a black coffin being pulled by a cart. A coachman dressed in hemp clothing, whip in hand, warily surveyed his surroundings. It was Zhao Yubai. The card he drew was a whip, and his identity was that of a coachman. Zhao Yubai met Song Tianjia's gaze, relaxing slightly, but when he saw the eyeball in her hand, he was immediately horrified. The young man's already pale face, rarely exposed to sunlight, became even paler. It seemed some force had separated the group earlier. At least when Song Tianjia got into the bridal sedan chair, she only saw the laborers carrying it, not Zhao Yubai. Zhao Yubai's voice trembled as he said, "These people are all dead. What you're holding is an eyeball, not glasses. Please put it down. I'm scared." Suddenly, the man on the tall horse, his face even paler than Zhao Yubai's, turned around, looked at Song Tianjia, grinned, revealing half a skull-like face. On one side was a handsome young man, on the other a monstrous demon. The viewers in the 51st District's live stream, now sharing Song Tianjia's perspective, screamed in terror. No wonder it's a wedding at dusk. Is this a funeral? The above says, a wedding is a twilight ceremony, so holding the ceremony at dusk is fine. The problem is with these things and people around here, this must be a ghost marriage. The groom is already dead, or dying and bedridden, only then would they use a rooster to welcome the bride, replacing the groom in the wedding ceremony. Is that groom alive or dead? He's even more terrifying than the long-armed woman. I'm from District 50. The person who got the bride's card ate the apple and is dead. The bride from District 48 is also dead. Is that apple that powerfully attractive? At this moment, the atmosphere of horror reached its peak. If it were a zombie apocalypse, the local viewers in the District 51 livestream wouldn't be afraid at all. Vampires, demons, sirens. Those things couldn't awaken the deepest fears in the hearts of the Yin people. Only the scenes before their eyes sent chills down the spines of the local viewers. The 12 districts of Yin, forcibly divided by the Tianmu game, were all mentally prepared to reselect the lucky winners. Seeing that Zhao Yubai was truly frightened, Song Tianjia completely ignored the half-faced man holding the rooster and turned her back to the two of them. She took out a mint, tore it open, and popped it into her mouth, then looked around with her eyes wide open. Standing on the coffin lid, she saw Lu Huaixiang in the distance, her hair adorned with red flowers. Dressed in red and green, Lu Huaixiang stood out starkly against the backdrop of white mourning. The viewers in the live stream were using Song Tianjia's perspective. To everyone, all they saw were two streaks of red gazing at each other across the vast black and white film. Red like blood. A sudden burst of bright color in the silent black and white film, exceptionally eye-catching. "One more," Song Tianjia said. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, enough for Tian, who was still scattering things in a basket, and Zhao Yubai, who held a horsewhip, to hear her amidst the Swana horn music. Tian still heard festive music, while Zhao Yubai heard funeral music. Something separated the two, even though they were only an arm's length apart. Neither noticed the other's presence. Xie Qingshan drew a scale. Is he the groom? 3 of the 4 teammates had already appeared, only Xie Qingshan was missing. Song Tianjia's words were utterly flat and devoid of emotion. She held her 2 eyeballs, like jade balls in her palms. This scene sent chills down the spines of the viewers in the live stream. Everyone increasingly felt that Song Tianjia was a mad woman who didn't understand the situation. Wouldn't she be afraid? From the moment she entered this game, she hadn't shown any fear. In my opinion, old lady Lu is more reliable. She directly confirmed one rule. An elder in the family is a treasure. Don't exaggerate. That old lady looks like she doesn't have many days left. If she dies in the game, she'd definitely be a burden to others. Did you see old lady Lu's background? She was one of the first lucky ones, whose information was fully disclosed. There are only 3 people in the entire Yin Kingdom whose information has been fully disclosed so far. After seeing her information, I just want to say, even if you add another 0 or 2 to her pension, I'd be impressed. Upstairs, that's an exaggeration. What kind of good person can have a monthly pension of 180,000 or 1.8 million? Go look it up yourself. That's all I have to say. You may not believe in yourselves, but you can't disbelieve old lady Lu. When it comes to idolizing celebrities, I choose someone like Lu Huaixiang. She's 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than those 208s. An old hag? You're exaggerating. She's a person, not a god. Unknown IP, get lost. I searched it up. There was a very famous sniper named Lu Xiang back then. In the official information on the lucky winners, Lu Huaixiang used the name Lu Xiang. Chapter 10. While the live stream was still debating Lu Huaixiang's identity, Ling Yun had just entered the highway. Ling Yun's work phone rang. Ling, there are suspicious points about Xie Qingshan's identity. We need to investigate him thoroughly. I trust you with this matter. Yes, sir. Ling Yun responded reflexively, then quickly added, Chief, I have an important lead to report. On the other end of the line, Xiao Jiancheng, staring at the red flower in the live stream, suddenly asked, Ling Yun, do you believe in miracles? What? Ling Yun stared at the crescent moon disguised as a moon on the horizon, almost unable to believe what she was hearing. In her memory, this old chief was always down to earth and never talked about dreams or miracles. Veterans from the battlefield never mistake their comrades. It's an intuition, an instinct. Ling Yun, you only need to know one thing. There are people in this world with better eyesight than you, better hearing than you, and stronger reasoning abilities than you. If we're only talking about individual skills, the think tank has plenty of people to use. Your strengths don't lie in that area. I think you know what I'm talking about. A chill ran from her tailbone to the top of her head. Ling Yun saw the arc of light disguised as the bright moon unfold, revealing a demonic eye with a horizontal pupil, peering into the world. She knew what this old commander was talking about. I'm inviting you to join the stability maintenance team as a key member. Ling Yun, compared to fear and internal strife, we have more important things to do. Efficiency is paramount. What's more despairing than death is the loss of hope. Never lose hope. This is something someone told my mother when she was young. My mother told me this, and now I'm passing it on to you. You are the most talented of this group of children. No matter what happens in the future, you must stand firm until the very end. Ling Yun exited the highway and turned back, heading directly to Hope Community. Xie Qingshan, male, 35 years old. He claimed to be a retired soldier, currently working in the monitoring room of the Hope Community Security Department. The Hope Community Security Department in S City has no record of this person. News from neighboring cities indicates that his jurisdiction, Hope Community, has no record of this person. In the forcibly designated District 51, all communities named Hope have no record of this person. Compared to Song Tianjiao, Xie Qingshan, a person with a name and traceable identity, is the one who is truly perplexing for lying. Continue searching, continue confirming. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Song Tianjiu stood motionless. Before her stood a handsome young man holding a rooster, and her parents, beaming with smiles, sat in the ancestral hall. The surrounding area was filled with lively chatter and auspicious greetings. May you grow old together in happiness, may you have many children, may your family be filled with grandchildren. Song Tianjiu raised her eyes, and the clamor subsided, leaving only fluttering white cloths and several black coffins. The man with half a jade-like face smiled brightly, the rooster in his arms, representing the newlyweds, flapping its wings, trying to struggle. A hand grabbed Song Tianjiu's sleeve. Song Tianjiu looked down and saw Tian carrying a basket. Sister, their eyes are so scary, like they want to eat me alive. After the ceremony, Song Tianjiu took Tian's hand and followed the maid deeper into the backyard. The Lu family of Wefu Town was a large household with a vast courtyard. Song Tianjiu wandered around for a while before finally arriving at the supposedly newlyweds' courtyard. The courtyard was secluded, and a middle-aged man with a goatee stood at the gate. Upon seeing Song Tianjiu, he immediately stepped forward. The man with the goatee respectfully said, "Young madam." After saying this, he stood stiffly at the gate, staring at Song Tianjiu with his eyes devoid of white, and reached out his hand. Song Tianjiu directly grabbed a handful of things from Tian's basket and shoved them into his hand. The goatee's eyes, devoid of white, immediately turned bloodshot. Song Tianjiu swiftly struck him, and with a single slap, his bloodshot eyes cleared somewhat. The man with the goatee stammered, like a malfunctioning tape recorder, "Young madam, this is the Lu family's rules." Song Tianjiu slapped him again, her voice sharp. "I despise people who solicit bribes in private." "Say that again?" Her sudden outburst startled both the man with the goatee and Tian. The man with the goatee's gaze became even clearer, his eyes no longer red. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. What's going on? Is Song Tianjiu having a relapse? Why did my sister reward him? My sister hit me. What kind of creature is that? Why is its style so bizarre? Is that the butler? The rules say the butler won't ask for rewards. Is that rule true or false? A man with a goatee blocked the doorway, refusing to move. Song Tianjiu tried to go around him, but the goatee, like a piece of tofu thrown into a soup pot, suddenly swelled up, completely blocking the gate. The sky grew darker, and the two red lanterns hanging at the gate swayed, their flames flickering. One went out. The extinguished lantern gradually turned white. The lantern that was still lit, its flame weak, was about to be swallowed by the darkness. The red paper was slowly changing color. A rustling sound came from the darkness, something lurking there. Song Tianju kicked the man with the goatee, but missed. She simply pulled Tian aside. A persimmon tree grew by the wall. Song Tianju asked, "Can you climb trees?" Tian shook her head vigorously. Song Tianju leaped up the tree, as nimble as a monkey. She jumped to the top of the wall, pulled off the red ribbon from her head, and threw it down to Tian. "Tie it around your waist." Tian grasped the red ribbon, but before she could even begin to tie it, the ribbon seemed to come alive, instantly coiling her into a cocoon. The live stream chat exploded with comments. "It's him! It's him! It's him! Our friend, Little Neza. Don't send voice messages. I think Song Tianju looks like a monkey from anime. This atmosphere is terrifying." Less than 2 hours into the game, several regions have already declared defeat. Other live streams have announced the rules, saying that after the last group of games on Blue Star ends, a new lucky winner will be drawn. Winning the lottery is great, but winning a death spot is anything but. For a moment, I don't know if being a lucky winner really counts as lucky. After all, it's a few in a billion chance, something to brag about. If there's a game every day, wouldn't there be a chance of being drawn every day? Mom, I'm afraid to sleep. At first, some people in the 51st region's livestream came to laugh, but as lucky winners died in various regions, those netizens claiming to be from the south and north stopped laughing and even stopped coming. They mocked the 51st region's group as the weakest, but after 2 hours, 51st region had confirmed nearly half of the rules, and no one had died. Starting on equal footing, Area 51's progress was not lagging behind, and even slightly ahead. Song Tianju and Tian entered the bridal chamber, and saw Xie Qingshan lying on the bed. "Fifth one, everyone's here." Xie Qingshan's eyes darted around, but he remained motionless and silent. "Uncle Qingshan, what's wrong?" Tian leaned closer to look, suddenly smelling a foul stench. She lifted the blanket, and saw a pair of rotting legs, immediately crying out in shock. "Uncle Qingshan, are you in pain?" Song Tianju took a red candle from the window to illuminate Xie Qingshan's legs, examined them carefully, calmly analyzed the situation, and made a judgment. "It's rotten, beyond saving, amputation is necessary." Chapter 11. Xie Qingshan remained silent, his eyes still darting around. This was strikingly different from his previous behavior. During their conversation in the White Room, while Xie Qingshan wasn't exactly talkative, he would occasionally quip about his specialty being 3 bowls of rice with toppings in one meal. Xie Qingshan wasn't the type to be completely silent. His silence could only mean he couldn't speak. Song Tianju gently lifted his chin, revealing an empty mouth, and said, "No tongue?" Tian asked, puzzled, "Sister, what's a tongue?" "Tongue? Is a human tongue called a tongue?" Tian was bewildered. "My dad says tongues are delicious. Does that mean my dad eats people?" The viewers in the live stream were momentarily unsure whether to laugh or not. The exchange between Song Tianju and Tian had a certain aesthetic appeal, a disregard for Xie Qingshan's well-being. Song Tianjiao, holding a lampstand, said to Xie Qingshan, "I ask you answer. If I answer correctly, look at me. If I answer incorrectly, roll your eyes." Xie Qingshan stared intently at her. "You're like this from the moment you enter the game?" Xie Qingshan stared intently at Song Tianjiao. "There's a guy outside with an inflatable goatee. Is he the butler?" Xie Qingshan continued to stare intently at Song Tianjiao. "You can eat 5 bowls of rice in one meal, right?" Xie Qingshan continued to stare intently at Song Tianjiao. Song Tianjiao realized that something was wrong with Xie Qingshan. Xie Qingshan could clearly eat 3 bowls in one meal, he said so himself. At this moment, Xie Qingshan should be rolling his eyes. Suddenly, the window was pried open from the outside, and Lu Huixiang, dressed in red and green, climbed in, then closed the window, strode to the bedside, and pulled back the covers. Xie Qingshan's entire figure was revealed. Xie Qingshan's legs and feet were completely rotting, a ghastly bluish-black color. His white undergarment at his chest was stained crimson with blood. Lu Huixiang tore open the garment, revealing an empty chest. No heart. Tian, seeing this, immediately hid behind Song Tianjiao, trembling with fear. Suddenly Song Tianjiao heard a voice say, "Vegetables can live without a heart, but can a person live without one?" She looked up and saw Zhao Yubai standing in a dark corner. Song Tianjiao tugged at Lu Huixiang's sleeve, pointed at Zhao Yubai, and asked, "Can you see him?" "Who?" "A wisp of air?" Lu Huixiang glanced quickly, then looked down at Xie Qishan, her face contorted with worry. Song Tianjiao offered her an eyeball. Lu Huixiang was utterly bewildered. Such a grown man, still playing with marbles? Wait, are these human eyeballs? Lu Huixiang held up an eyeball, saw Zhao Yubai standing in the corner, and then looked at Xie Qishan through the eyeball. This wasn't Xie Qishan at all. It was clearly a gruesome corpse. What's going on? Lu Huixiang's hand trembled. Where did this monster come from? Song Tianju covered Xie Qishan with a blanket and then covered his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere was strange. Lu Huixiang and Song Tianju each held an eyeball. Tian didn't dare touch it, so she moved closer to Song Tianju and cautiously looked at Zhao Yubai through the eyeball. Zhao Yubai also saw Lu Huixiang and Tian through the raised eyeball. The four of them communicated in this almost eerie way. Given the current situation, I suspect what separates us is life and death. I, or rather, the person in my identity, am dead. Grandma Lu and Tian are still alive, so we can't see each other. Song Tianju. Can you see me without my eyeballs? Song Tianju nodded. A flurry of questions immediately filled the live stream. Wait, why can Song Tianju see Zhao Yubai? Is Song Tianjia's ID card also for a dead person? Whether his teammates are alive or dead, their ID cards can see Song Tianju. What is Song Tianjia then? Do you remember that hanging shadow? The person in the mirror mimicking Song Tianjia's movements. Song Tianju popped a mint into his mouth and shared it with a few teammates. Zhao Yubai volunteered to analyze the situation. Lu Huixiang was 88 this year. He couldn't expect the old woman to provide detailed analysis. Tian's face was deathly pale. She looked like she was about to faint from fright, so he couldn't be relied upon either. As for Song Tianju, Zhao Yubai always considered Song Tianju an uncertain factor. It was already good enough if she didn't suddenly attack. He asked, Song Tianjiao, where did you get those eyeballs? They're a bit creepy, but they're quite useful. Song Tianjiao lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of embroidered shoes, and truthfully replied, they're decorations on my shoes. Zhao Yubai, Silence. That was Zhao Yubai's state at that moment. After the silence, Zhao Yubai let out a scream. Lu Huixiang immediately lowered her eyes. Now she couldn't hear or see anything, and the world was quiet. After venting, Zhao Yubai rubbed his face vigorously and said, now let's synchronize the information. Song Tianjiao, you go first. Your problem is the biggest. Song Tianju pointed at himself, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do you think you did a super good job? Zhao Yubai gritted his teeth. Tell me from the beginning, what did you encounter? According to my reasoning, you encountered the most. Song Tianju recounted everything that had happened since entering the game. Zhao Yubai leaned against the wall, listening intently. When he heard Song Tianjia mention the red silk binding Tian, he moved closer to her and picked up a corner of the red silk binding her hair. This thing, could it be the heavenly silk? Then, does my whip also have some special function? He pulled a riding whip from his pocket, but lashed it too quickly, and the rotten whip snapped in two. Afterwards, the others took turns summarizing the information. Tian entered the instance in the crowd, and was given an apple by someone claiming to be the butler, who asked her to give it to the bride. Then she met up with Song Tianjiao. Lu Huixiang was also in the crowd. After confirming her identity, she immediately hid and observed secretly. Song Tianjiu trampled the apple. After the crowd dispersed, she saw two dogs fighting over the apple and discovered that it was actually a heart. The losing dog ran away, and the winning dog died after eating the heart. Judging from the situation, that dog is already dead. It ate the heart and died again. Apples symbolize peace, and the bride carries them when she leaves home for her wedding. I think that's the bride's food. So she directly determined a rule. Zhao Yubai's experience was even simpler. At the start of the game, he found himself a coachman, pulling a coffin, surrounded by funeral processions. He was too scared to move. Until he met Song Tianju's gaze. After exchanging information, Zhao Yubai began to summarize. Currently, we confirmed 1 correct rule and 2 incorrect rules. Now there are 4 problems. Rule 3. Roosters in Duifu town don't crow. But Tian has already heard a rooster crow. That rooster might be problematic. Rule 4. Stewards don't ask for rewards. Currently, there's a steward and a goatee who seems to be the steward. The rules don't say whose steward he is. We need to confirm further. Rule 5. Stay away from embroidered shoes. You don't want to know why. This rule is ambiguous. If the embroidered shoes mentioned in the rule are the same pair Song Tianju is wearing, it seems that contact hasn't had any negative effects. On the contrary, it has facilitated our reunion. This rule is most likely wrong, but we can't make a hasty judgment right now. Rule 6. Only 3 of the above rules are correct. This rule is currently a smoke screen, ignore it. Zhao Yubai paused, then continued, right now, there's only one thing we urgently need to confirm. Chapter 12. Zhao Yubai suddenly became agitated, his breathing rapid, his nostrils flaring, staring intently at Xie Qishan, who lay motionless on the bed, his eyes darting around erratically. He cried out in grief and indignation, Xie Qishan. This isn't Xie Qishan. Tian was startled, looking at Zhao Yubai with surprise through her eyes, not understanding why he was suddenly so agitated. Zhao Yubai waved his arms, saying, our primary task is to determine if Xie Qishan is still alive. The one lying on the bed isn't Xie Qishan at all. He can't be Xie Qishan. Zhao Yubai's emotions came suddenly. His eyes were bloodshot as he repeatedly said, find Xie Qishan. We are a team. We must find Xie Qishan. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A rooster crowed outside. The group exchanged glances. Zhao Yubai, as if regaining his senses, clutched his chest, his breath unsteady, and said, Rule 3, roosters in Duifu town don't crow. Tian's face paled, her eyes filled with terror. Whether startled by the rooster's crow, or by Zhao Yubai, it was unclear. Lu Huixiong patted Tian's shoulder and said, some hens can grow into roosters, maybe it's a hen. Assuming Rule 3 is correct, then this rooster isn't from Duifu town. If Rule 3 is wrong, then we can directly verify Rule 6. Zhao Yubai was panicking, his words now contradicted what he had said not long ago. He had said that Rule 6 wasn't important at this moment. The only purpose of Rule 6 was to verify Rule 7. They couldn't gamble on whether Rule 6 was correct, all they could do was verify the remaining rules one by one. No one knew what Rule 3 meant. To be, or not to be? During this time in the death game, Team 51 hadn't truly faced death directly, but that didn't mean there was no danger. Zhao Yubai was, after all, an intellectual fresh out of university, while Tian was just an inexperienced child. Death, for them, was more like an adjective than a noun. They were like fish on a chopping block. At this moment, all the lucky ones chosen by Tianmu were meat on the chopping block, being slowly tortured by death in front of their peers. The biggest difference between humans and animals is the ability to make associations. They felt sorry for their own kind. The fear of death belonged to the lucky ones in the game, and also to the viewers in the live stream. Messages flooded the live stream screen rapidly. Most people were mentally prepared for a reselection of the lucky ones. That's human nature. When you hear about a sudden accident somewhere far away where countless people have died, you feel pity, fear, try to fill in the gaps in your knowledge, and even feel a secret joy that it hasn't happened to you. These are all normal human emotions. But these emotions are far from reaching the level of terror. Before the flames reached their eyes, before the giant waves crashed beneath their feet, before the gale ripped off the roof, before the lightning struck their side, before anything happened, even fear was restrained. But when it all unfolded before their eyes, even the most hardened heart would be moved. Fear is etched into our genes. Fear was humanity's survival talisman in ancient times. Those who harbor fear have a greater chance of survival. The person in District 49 who drew the bride card was eaten by the butler. The person in District 40 who drew the coachman card died after touching the embroidered shoes. The person who drew the maid card in District 45 is dead. This news from other live streams further fueled the emotions of the viewers in District 51's livestream. Fear is contagious. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster's crowing continued. Fear intensified. Even the breathing of the people in the room became heavier. Song Tianjiu felt a surge of anger, her face contorted with rage. She utterly loathed this feeling of being trapped. She averted her gaze, and under Zhao Yubai's horrified stare, walked directly to the window, opened it, and climbed out. When she returned, Song Tianjiu was clutching a chicken by the neck. This is Rule 3. Instantly, several pairs of eyes stared intently at the rooster. The live stream chat fell silent. Everyone inside and outside the live stream was stunned by Song Tianjiu's recklessness. Song Tianjiu said, face it, face the fear. The rooster broke free from Song Tianjiu's grasp, landing on the ground in a one-legged stance, flapping its wings at the crowd. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster tilted its head back, flapping its wings. Its bright red comb, which had been injured some time earlier, was congested and purplish red, with drops of blood falling from its comb, running down its head, and splattering irregular red spots on the ground. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Song Tianjiu grabbed the rooster's leg, held it upside down, and tugged at the curled-up leg. This leg is normal. This chicken is faking a limp. Lu Huixiong also leaned closer, examining it carefully. It's a rooster, not a hen. Rule 3. Roosters in Dwifu Town don't crow. Therefore, it must not be a legitimate Dwifu Town rooster. Lu Huixiang pulled out her pipe and tapped it on the rooster's head. Hey! Monster, turn back! Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster flapped its wings, struggling, looking weak, pitiful, and helpless. So this chicken is Uncle Qin-shan? Tian's eyes widened as she looked at the dejected rooster, her curiosity barely concealed. A normal leg, yet he insists on limping around. Who else could it be but him? Lu Huixiang tapped the rooster's head with her pipe. Playing tricks, you deserve a beating? Xiao Yubai sat on the ground, hugging a chair, seemingly lost in thought. Chicken, person. Person, chicken. How can a chicken become a person, and a person become a chicken? Rooster, are you Uncle Qin-shan? If you are Uncle Qin-shan, roll your eyes. Tian persisted, shaking the rooster by the neck, trying to verify it using Song Tianjiao's method. The rooster, with its beady eyes, tried to roll its eyes in a barely perceptible way. Tian observed carefully, but couldn't see it at all. The little girl changed her question. Rooster, if your Uncle Qin-shan nod. The rooster nodded vigorously, while Tian frantically flapped its wings. Lu Huixiang grabbed the rooster by the neck and lifted it up, saying disdainfully, strange behavior. Such a big chicken, yet it's still trying to scare people. It deserves a beating. In folk customs, the rooster represents the groom in marriage. If the steelyard represents the groom, then Xie Qin-shan, who drew the steelyard card, is a rooster, which is understandable. Xiao Yubai exuded a faint sense of death. The fear and intense emotions of the moment had exhausted all his energy. He had found an excuse to convince himself, trying to comfort himself. The outsider rooster can crow. The rules have been updated. Dwifu Town Game Rules. Rule 1. Please do not eat the bride's food. Checkmark. Rule 2. This is a happy day. Please do not get hurt or bleed, or you will die. Error. Rule 3. The roosters of Dwifu Town don't crow. Checkmark. Rule 4. The steward won't ask for a reward. Rule 5. Stay away from the embroidered shoes, you won't want to know why. Rule 6. Only 3 of the above rules are correct. Rule 7. There is one and only one rule that is wrong. Error. Pan Shen's voice appeared out of nowhere. Congratulations to Team 51, current mission progress 50%, have fun. Death is eternal descent into dreams. Please reach the end of life, the other side of life, as soon as possible. Damn it! Do you need to tell me the mission progress? Lu Huixiang cursed at the void, then continued beating the rooster. The rooster hopped on one leg, flapping its wings, trying to dodge. Song Tianjiao lay on the table, drawing several lines with T, 5 lines separated by 12 spaces, and she selected within the spaces. Tian lay to the side, curiously looking at the water stains on the table. Sister, what's this? Chapter 13. Facing Tian's clear eyes, Song Tianjiao twitched the corners of her mouth. This is fate. To her, every blank space represented a life. Tian was confused, while the Yin Kingdom's think tank, constantly monitoring the live stream, stared at the nearly dried water stains on the table, lost in thought. Team leader, this Song Tianjiao. The think tank had a guess, a particularly absurd one, which they had already rejected several times in a short period. Now, this guess resurfaced in everyone's minds. What was it? What exactly was it? What did Song Tianjiao know? What was her role in this game? Was the death game really a random selection of lucky winners? Was the seemingly weakest Team 51 really as simple as it appeared? Countless thoughts swirled in everyone's minds. Xiao Yubai stood in the center of the room, looking at the chaotic scene between Lu Huixiang and Xie Qin-shan, then at Song Tianjiao and Tian slumped over the table, and simply plopped down on the floor. We only have 6 shurchen, or 12 hours. 2 hours have already passed. We arrived around 5:30 p.m., meaning the game ends at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. It's winter in the game. The sun hasn't risen yet at 5:30. That means we most likely die in the thick darkness before dawn, never seeing the sun. Xiao Yubai's eyes were filled with despair. He had completely forgotten that without the eyeball as a medium, no one except Song Tianjiao, who possessed the eyeball, could see him. Everyone's here. Let's just wait to die. Anyway, I'm a useless piece of trash. Living is a waste of resources. Xiao Yubai was in a state of utter despair. He was completely unaware that, apart from Song Tianjiao, the rest of the team couldn't hear him at all. Song Tianjiao wiped away the remaining water stains on the table, and turned to look at the person on the bed, whose eyes were darting around. The person's limbs were rotting, and their heart was gone, By all accounts, they were dead, yet their eyes were still moving. Song Tianjiao leaned closer to examine the eyes more closely, and suddenly felt that the eyeballs looked extremely familiar. She took the eyeballs out of her sleeve, held up the lampstand, and compared them closely. Exactly the same. Xiao Yubai lay on the ground, weakly saying, "There are no two leaves that are exactly the same, just as there are no two eyeballs that are exactly the same. The irises are the same." Xiao Yubai scrambled to the bedside, forgetting his fear at this moment, and picked up the other candlestick to examine it closely, then couldn't help but gasp. "How is that possible? They're actually the same." Lu Huaixiang, tired from hitting the chicken, leaned closer, holding the chicken by the neck. "Kid, what are you looking at?" Lu Huaixiang looked for a long time, but couldn't see anything. Tian had good eyesight, and could see it, but she didn't dare get close. Faced with this problem, Xiao Yubai completely forgot his emo in fear. He pondered, even twins can't have exactly the same irises. Could it be a mirror image? After all, the ghostly figure in the mirror, and the me you can't see, both exist. Having two pairs of identical eyes is quite normal. Right? Everyone composed themselves. They had been busy for several hours, and although time inside and outside the game was different, the time they had spent was real. Several of them were already hungry and dared not eat the red dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds on the bed. The pastries beside the red candles remained untouched. No one could be certain of the bride's culinary choices. Anything from a single apple to all the food in the house, or even the entire Lu mansion, could be part of her diet. They dared not gamble. Song Tianjiu pulled out a handful of sugar-free mints. A comment floated across the screen. "Ha ha, sugar-free mints. This is a killer move. Sugar-free is the biggest scam ever." How much candy did Song Tianjiu pack? Did he bring the whole candy bag with him? Even Xiao Yubai couldn't help but roll his eyes, albeit a poorly executed one. He didn't know how to roll his eyes. He learned it entirely from old Madame Lu Huaixiang. This thing, it's like it didn't eat anything at all. The more it eats, the hungrier it gets. We need to confirm rules 4 and 5. The embroidered shoes on Song Tianjiao's feet show no abnormalities so far. The focus should be on confirming rule 4 first. The bride's family has one butler. The groom's family has one butler. We check them one by one. After saying this, Xiao Yubai looked at Lu Huaixiang through his eyes. Lu Huaixiang was the oldest here, and Xiao Yubai instinctively wanted to gain a sense of belonging from her. Xiao Yubai knew very well that among the old, weak, sick, disabled, and mentally unstable, Xie Qingshan, who seemed to have a fighting chance, had become a rooster. Song Tianjiu was an uncertain factor. Tian was still young. The only one who could communicate with him was Lu Huaixiang. Lu Huaixiang glanced at Song Tianjiu, who was stuffing a mint into his mouth. Lu Huaixiang rolled her eyes again and decided, split into two groups. "Kids like you have no experience. I already said time is tight, and the task is heavy. Why check them one by one? I go to the bride's house with this rooster." Tian, who are you with?" Tian was struggling to tear open the wrapper of a mint candy with her teeth. Hearing this, her gaze darted between Song Tianjiu and Lu Huaixiang, finally pointing at Song Tianjiu and saying, "I'm with my sister." "Oh, little sister, you really know how to pick people. You picked a mad woman." Xiao Yubai is really unlucky. He had no choice at all. The old lady made the decision directly, and Xiao Yubai didn't dare utter a sound. He was so articulate when he was analyzing things earlier, it's hilarious. He was trying to seize power, but he was directly suppressed by the old lady. He's still too young. If that's the case, Brother Chicken is also unlucky. He got a good beating from Grandma Lu, and now he has to be on Grandma Lu's side. During the live stream discussion, the teams had already been divided into groups. Lu Huaixiang grabbed the rooster by the neck and was about to leave. The rooster dared not utter a sound, like a normal free-range chicken in a market, about to be taken back to be cooked. The door was tightly shut, and Lu Huaixiang kicked it several times without success. This small problem was no challenge for old lady Lu. She simply threw the rooster out the window, and was about to climb through it. "Wait a minute," Song Tianjiu called out to her, shoving an eyeball into her hand and handing her the lampstand. "There's something in the dark." The old lady stuffed the eyeball into her pocket, shook the pipe she had used to beat the rooster, refilled it with tobacco, lit it with the candle flame, and took a deep drag. The smoke from her mouth blurred her expression. "If you act uprightly and stand straight, you never be afraid of ghosts in this life. What demons and monsters, what evil spirits, I take them all down." Lu Huaixiang lifted the rooster from the ground, still holding it by the neck. The rooster didn't even dare to struggle, like a dead chicken. Lu Huaixiang didn't take the lampstand, and walked step by step into the darkness, the flame of her pipe flickering with her movements, until she was completely out of sight. The air still smelled of tobacco. Tian covered her neck, coughing until her eyes were red. Song Tianjiu closed the window, and turned to look at the person on the bed. Your turn. Chapter 14. Song Tianjiu tore off the red silk binding her hair, and immediately began to tie up the person. The person was as light as a feather, seemingly boneless. At first, Song Tianjiu tried to tie them up in a human shape, but as she tied them, they ended up forming a ball. On the ball was a head, shaped like a gourd. Song Tianjiu lifted the gourd, weighed it in her hand, and tossed it to Zhao Yubai. Zhao Yubai caught it hastily, not daring to look at the spinning gourd head. Song Tianjiu walked towards the door, her tone indifferent. Mission requirements: escape Duofu town. Additional requirement: all 5 members of the team must survive. To reiterate, it's 5 people surviving, not none. She spoke to someone, then walked straight to the door and stretched out her hand. The door won't open. Zhao Yubai's words trailed off as the door creaked open. Zhao Yubai stared in shock at the wide-open door. Song Tianjiu scratched her head and said, "This door opens inwards. Why didn't you say so when Lu Huixiang kicked the door down?" The viewers in the live stream and Zhao Yubai were all thinking the same thing. Why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't ask. What's the difference between going through the door and the window? No difference? Zhao Yubai's expression was blank. He realized he couldn't keep up with the thought process of someone suffering from a mental illness. No one noticed the fleeting metallic glint in Song Tianjiu's palm. Holding the lampstand, she stepped directly into the darkness. Mission begins. Zhao Yubai quickly followed. Although he was afraid of the gourd with the severed head in his hand, he couldn't very well give it to Tian. As for Song Tianjiu, he didn't even dare to make that assumption. He was already grateful that Song Tianjiu hadn't gone mad. The man with the goatee, who had been suspected of being the butler, was no longer at the courtyard gate. Tian stood at the doorway, vividly reenacting the goatee's every move. Zhao Yubai's scalp tingled. Tian's acting was too convincing, and he was terrified. The red lanterns hanging at the courtyard gate had turned completely white, their eerie green flames making the surroundings seem otherworldly, like a ghostly realm. Only the lampstand in Song Tianjiu's hand, and the room from before still emitted a warm yellow light. Zhao Yubai said, "Let's go look in the hall where we had the wedding ceremony." Song Tianjiu shook her head. "Let's wait here." Zhao Yubai surveyed the surrounding darkness, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? What can you expect here?" Song Tianjiu proved with her actions that she possessed extraordinary decisiveness. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yubai stared blankly at the courtyard where flames had sprung up. Tian was also shocked. Song Tianjiu, wielding a sickle he somehow acquired, was clearing weeds around the yard. "Come help, make a fire break." Zhao Yubai, Tian said. Dad said, "Setting fire to the mountain means a lifetime in jail." "This isn't a mountain, it's a plain. This yard is half surrounded by water. Only this patch of grass connects it to the surrounding area. Just clear it up, and the fire won't spread." Song Tianjiu spread his hands, saying earnestly, Tian, remember this. People shouldn't be too concerned with the rules of the game. Rules are made by the strong, and the weak follow them." Zhao Yubai wanted to stop Song Tianjiu from instilling wrong ideas in the child, but the words stuck in his throat. He thought about it carefully, and damn well, what this lunatic said was flawless. Tian nodded absently, seemingly lost in thought, and then, bent over, began clearing away the weeds that Song Tianjiu had cut. Zhao Yubai slapped his head, and also started clearing the weeds. The fire grew larger, and shouts and running could be heard in the distance. "Fire! Fire!" Song Tianjiu pulled Tian behind the artificial hill. Zhao Yubai, who had been busy for a while, turned around and found her gone. He quickly picked up a gourd from the ground, and hid behind the artificial hill. Their eyes met. Zhao Yubai cursed silently, then thought that he couldn't expect a sick person to consider the bigger picture. He squatted down, stealing glances at the gathering crowd. A dozen servants had already gathered outside the courtyard, drawing water to fight the fire. "That man in the blue hat, isn't he the one who asked you for money earlier?" Zhao Yubai focused on a man who clearly looked like the manager. The next moment, the manager jumped into the pond. "Suicide?" Zhao Yubai's eyes widened in shock. Soon, a gigantic humanoid figure struggled to its feet from the water, like an inflated marshmallow, and charged straight towards the courtyard. The figure was too large to enter the gate, and collapsed at the entrance. Splash! Water gushed from the steward's body, extinguishing the nearby fire. Zhao Yubai was too tired to be shocked anymore. So, we were actually on a supernatural script? Song Tianjiao didn't speak. She pulled Tian Tian behind her, looking in another direction at the approaching shadowy figure. Her free hand twitched, and a bone knife appeared in her palm. Tian Tian, holding the extinguished lampstand, looked up at Song Tianjiao and moved further behind her. Song Tianjiao? Did you hear that? That steward, wasn't he the one you? Zhao Yubai's voice abruptly stopped. He looked at the dark figure that had approached him and swallowed hard. In the distant firelight, he could barely make out that it was a woman in a wedding dress. Her skin was extremely pale, her hair reached her calves, her nails were sharp, and her eyes were dark, empty sockets. Zhao Yubai's eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching the stick. Sister, brother Xiaobai fainted. His stick fell over. Song Tianjiao nodded. There's grass over there, cover him with it keep him warm. Tian Tian didn't understand the logic, but being a good child, she picked up a handful of dry grass and covered the stick. She couldn't see Zhao Yubai, but she could see the stick. Tian Tian had no idea that when Zhao Yubai fainted, the stick rolled to the ground, about a foot away from him. The woman in the wedding dress raised her hand and pointed to the gourd on the ground. The gourd's head, at this moment, looked terrified, its eyes fixed straight ahead. Song Tianjiao immediately picked up the gourd-shaped head and handed it over. Your child? Here you go. The woman in the wedding dress took the person bound like a ball, then withdrew her hand as if burned. The gourd-shaped head fell to the ground. Song Tianjiao tilted his head in thought, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He picked up a corner of the red silk, yanked it hard, and the gourd-shaped head immediately flew into the air, spinning several times. When it landed, the red silk had completely separated from his body. Song Tianjiao picked up the gourd-shaped head again and handed it over. The woman in the wedding dress took it, and before Song Tianjiao could withdraw his hand, she snapped off the gourd-shaped head with a snap. I hate it so much. The woman in the wedding dress's voice was mournful and eerie. Song Tianjiao held the headless gourd body in her hands, blood dripping from her fingertips, her expression blank. You should have said so earlier. The smell of blood is hard to wash off, she said, dropping what she was holding and rubbing her wet hands on the woman's wedding dress. She rubbed them several times, then sniffed them. The smell was still there. She pulled on the woman's dress and continued rubbing. Song Tianjiao. Zhao Yubai slowly woke up, saw the scene, rolled her eyes, and fainted again. Chapter 15. In the live stream room of District 51, the viewers watching from Song Tianjia's perspective were completely silent. Everyone knew Song Tianjia was a madman, but they hadn't expected him to be this utterly insane. How could he casually wipe his hands on someone else's clothes? And this someone else was someone whose head had just been severed. Even at this point, the viewers in the live stream didn't see a trace of fear on Song Tianjia's face. Is this the extraordinary talent of a madman? Just then, the rules were refreshed. Duofu Town Game Rules. Rule 1. Please do not eat the bride's food. Checkmark. Rule 2. This is a happy day. Please do not get injured or bleed, or you will die. Incorrect. Rule 3. The roosters of Duofu Town do not crow. Checkmark. Rule 4. The butler will not ask for rewards. Incorrect. Rule 5. Please stay away from the embroidered shoes, you don't want to know why. Rule 6. Only 3 of the above rules are correct. Rule 7. There is one and only one rule that is wrong. Error. Quick, go see Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu has gone mad. It turns out the butler was asking for an eyeball as a reward. We were terrified. We almost thought Grandma Lu was going to die. But then she blew her head off with a pipe. Who would have thought Grandma Lu had a knife hidden in her pipe? My amazing Grandma Lu. Grandma, 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 look at me, look at me. I'm your long-lost granddaughter. Congratulations to Team 51 for successfully confirming all the rules. Midnight has arrived, now unlocking the game for all the lucky ones. Welcome to the real Duofu Town. The gates of death are always open, welcome. Mission requirements, escape Duofu Town. Here are the real rules of the game. Duofu Town Game Rules. Rule 1. Please do not eat the bride's food. Rule 2. The roosters of Duofu Town do not crow. Rule 3. Please stay away from the embroidered shoes, you won't want to know why. The firelight in the distance turned a ghostly green, and all the servants who were putting out the fire looked in the direction of Song Tianjiao and Tian Tian. The set of living people. Leave them. Leave them. Sister, what happened to them? Tian Tian's voice trembled. Song Tianjiao picked up a stick from the ground and hit Zhao Yubai directly on the forehead. Zhao Yubai suddenly woke up. Run! We are outnumbered. Running away is the best policy. Song Tianjiao grabbed one of them with each hand and ran. Zhao Yubai was a homebody and lacked exercise, barely keeping up with Song Tianjia's pace. Tian, a little girl suffering from a serious illness, naturally couldn't keep up with the adult's pace. Song Tianjia flicked the red silk in her hand, directly wrapping it around Tian's waist. The three ran frantically. Around the corner, Zhao Yubai turned around and bumped into a woman in a wedding dress with empty eye sockets, their lips meeting. Zhao Yubai, shh. Song Tianjiao, hearing a missing footstep, turned and saw this scene, whistling. Little Bai, what good fortune. Zhao Yubai stiffened and backed away, trying to distance himself from the woman in the wedding dress. Don't call me Little Bai. Song Tianjiao immediately changed her address. Little you, what good fortune. Do you want this good fortune? Zhao Yubai was completely stunned. I never even had a girlfriend before. How can I give away my first kiss under these circumstances? Song Tianjiu didn't know what the boy was being coy about, and too lazy to think about it, simply tossed the other end of the red silk ribbon over, wrapping it around his waist. Run! You can savor this later. Your life is more important. After running a few hundred meters, Song Tianjiu suddenly stopped. The road ahead was crowded with ashen-faced people, all staring at them menacingly. We're being surrounded. Song Tianjiu looked up at the tall persimmon tree, quickly climbed it, and then used the red ribbon to pull Tian up. When it was Zhao Yubai's turn, she tugged several times but couldn't budge it. Don't judge a book by its cover, Xiaobai, you're quite heavy. Is it my weight? Zhao Yubai shouted. At this moment, he had forgotten his fear. He only wanted to pry open Song Tianjiu's head to see if anything was missing. Is this a time for jokes? Song Tianjiu looked down, and saw the woman in the wedding dress holding Zhao Yubai's shoulders tightly. No wonder she couldn't pull him. Pulling two people was indeed difficult. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder, Song Tianjiu and Tian worked together to pull the red ribbon, completely oblivious to the lightning flashing overhead. Zhao Yubai was almost in tears. She wouldn't have taken a liking to me, and want to have a ghost marriage with me, would she? Song Tianjiu nodded. Possibly. Zhao Yubai truly cried. Although he was so despondent, he didn't want to live. There's a difference between wanting to die and actually dying. Song Tianjiu and Tian tried their best to pull Zhao Yubai up a little. Soon, Song Tianjiu realized that the strange creatures that had been chasing and blocking him had no intention of attacking Zhao Yubai at all. Did they consider Zhao Yubai one of their own? Song Tianjiu immediately let go, grabbed Tian, who was about to fall, and said to Zhao Yubai, who had fallen on his backside, "You're one of them. What are you afraid of?" Zhao Yubai jumped up, looked at the people, or rather, the strange creatures, who had walked around him, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, lying down on the ground. After the intense emotions of joy and sorrow, his feelings were incredibly complex. Looking at the woman in wedding attire standing beside him, his feelings became even more complicated. He pulled out the whip, broke it in two, and said helplessly, "You're following me because of this?" This was a random assignment, just a temporary identity. I'm not the coachman at all. Whether it's seeking revenge or courtship, it has nothing to do with me. Looking for me is useless, I'm not him. The woman in wedding attire stood motionless. Song Tianjiao, standing in the tree, had an excellent view, and could clearly see the strange creatures avoiding the woman in wedding attire. She exclaimed happily, "Xiaobai? Those things seem afraid of her." Zhao Yubai sat up, looked at the woman's empty eye sockets, and sighed. Tian, can you see me now? Tian was trying to pick persimmons. Hearing her name, she jumped in fright, and the persimmon in her hand fell with a thud onto Zhao Yubai's forehead. "Brother Xiaobai, I'm sorry, my persimmon fell on your head. I didn't mean to. Refresh the rules, and when the real Wufu town arrives, I'd be able to see you." Zhao Yubai wiped his face, weakly saying, "Song Tianjiao, give me the eyeball." Afraid the round eyeball would fall and roll away, Song Tianji picked a large persimmon, stuffed the eyeball inside, and let the persimmon fall freely. Thud. The ripe red persimmon landed on Zhao Yubai's forehead, the eyeball, stained with persimmon juice, landing on his lapel. Zhao Yubai picked up the eyeball, wiped it on his clothes, and handed it to the woman in the wedding dress. "This is yours, isn't it? Only you're missing an eye. According to traditional customs, it's important to have a complete eyeball for a peaceful burial. Take it with you. There's another one with my teammate, we return it to you when we get it." The woman in the wedding dress reached out, her overly long nails touching Zhao Yubai's palm. She tried several times, but couldn't pick up the eyeball. So, having such long nails really is inconvenient. I have a rather impolite question. Zhao Yubai got up from the ground, his hands trembling, and stuffed his eyeball into the woman's eye socket. Is this the left or right eye? Did I put the wrong one in? The woman in the wedding dress didn't answer, but reached out and wiped the rotten persimmon off Xiao Yubai's head with her sleeve. If this weren't a death game scenario, it would definitely be a very heartwarming scene, enough to make fans of pure love clutch their hearts and collapse in relief. Another question, with hair this long, is it convenient for you to poop? Chapter 16. The woman in the wedding dress paused, took a step back, and slapped Xiao Yubai hard across the face, sending him spinning 360 degrees. Xiao Yubai covered his face, feeling extremely wronged. He had only asked a question. Song Tianji wiped his hands with the woman's clothes and didn't get hit. So why was he? Xiao Yubai looked up at Song Tianjio and asked, "Do you think old lady Lu can set bones? My neck feels like it's going to break." The live stream was filled with booming laughter. Even though they had entered a true death trap, with all teams in the same perilous situation, Team 51's style was unusually peculiar. Is this the same ferocious red-clad female ghost from the other live streams? The female ghosts in the other live streams are slaughtering everyone. This female ghost, wipe this for the little brother. It smells like pure love, Xiaobai. Why don't you just give in to her? What old lady Lu? That's your Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu with copper skin and iron bones. Everyone, go see Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu is unleashing her divine power. My god, the information didn't say Grandma Lu was a Taoist priest. In the Stability Maintenance Team office, Zhao Jiancheng looked at dozens of pairs of eyes around him, and touched his nose. Reading Taoist classics is my mother's personal hobby, and also a family tradition. It's intangible cultural heritage. It's not Taoism. It's not Taoism. My mother is a staunch atheist. Chief, the Religious Affairs Bureau is on the phone. Zhao Jiancheng, He couldn't explain it anymore. He really couldn't explain it anymore. Zhao Jiancheng didn't understand. For so many years, whether it was a drought or a torrential rain, his mother would set up an altar and go through all the trouble, but it never seemed to work. How come it worked this time? It doesn't make sense. On second thought, even Pan from Greek mythology appeared, so it makes sense for the heavenly venerable of universal thunder and lightning to display a divine miracle, right? Right? That's what Zhao Jiancheng thought, and that's what he said. The Religious Affairs Bureau on the other end of the phone fell silent. As the Religious Affairs Bureau of Yin Country, they knew exactly what those involved in religious beliefs were capable of. They generally didn't get involved in minor incidents. But this time, Lu Huaixiang was truly showing off her skills. The Religious Affairs Bureau was stunned. In just 3 minutes, we received 500 applications requesting the suppression of foreign invasion and the promotion of local beliefs. We hope your Stability Maintenance Team can come up with a reasonable plan. Zhao Jiancheng was sweating profusely. We will come up with a plan, but... My mother? Ms. Lu Huaixiang, is she really that powerful? I thought Ms. Lu Huaixiang was just joking. Zhang Wenwei, who was maintaining stability in S-City, was resting after her team finished work. Watching the live broadcast, her smile grew increasingly arrogant. Well done! Lu Huaixiang, holding a sharp knife in one hand and a rooster in the other, came over to join them. The rooster was listless, blood dripping from its neck. There's some here too? Let's do it again. Lu Huaixiang made a gesture to cut again, and the rooster immediately struggled. This time it broke free, flapping its wings and flying to a persimmon tree, trembling in a one-legged stance. Lu Huaixiang shouted, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. I have experience, I spare your life, you won't die." The rooster trembled even more violently. What kind of demonic whisper was that? Without the rooster, Lu Huaixiang rummaged through her pockets and found she was out of supplies. Looking at the menacing monsters, she could only climb the nearest persimmon tree, gazing at Song Tianjiu and the others from afar. Lu Huaixiang shouted, "Xie Qingshan, don't be a coward. It'd be over in a second. I'm experienced, you won't die. There's no cinnabar here, so I have to use your chicken blood." The rooster, Xie Qingshan, trembled. The chicken blood landed on Song Tianjia's face. She looked up at the rooster and finally realized there were excessively thick thunderclouds overhead. She asked the rooster, "What did you find?" The rooster flapped its wings and crowed incessantly. Song Tianjia couldn't understand chicken crows, and didn't understand what they were saying at all. Zhao Yubai had already pulled the woman in the wedding dress to squeeze under the persimmon tree where Lu Huaixiang was. It was more of a squeeze than a genuine squeeze. The strange creatures would immediately dodge after touching the woman in the wedding dress. The red-clothed ghost. The ancients were right, it's truly formidable. Zhao Yubai gave the woman in the wedding dress a thumbs up, and stood on tiptoe to greet Lu Huaixiang. "Old Lady Lu. Give me the eyeball. It belongs to this young lady. Lu Huaixiang lowered her head, while the woman in the wedding dress looked up. Seeing the empty eye socket where the woman's eyeball was missing, Lu Huaixiang cursed. These bastards, all they know is bullying young girls. Lu Huaixiang pulled out the eyeball, and was about to throw it down, when Zhao Yubai quickly said, "Old lady Lu. Stuff it into the persimmon. It's dark. If it falls on the ground and rolls around, you won't be able to find it." Lu Huaixiang did as she was told. Thud. The large persimmon landed on Zhao Yubai's head. The woman in the wedding dress wiped Zhao Yubai's head with her sleeve, but Zhao Yubai quickly pulled her hand away, took the eyeball from the smashed persimmon, and wiped it clean with the corner of his clothes. He put the eyeball back into the woman's eye socket, patted her shoulder, and said seriously, "Look carefully, I'm just here to complete a game. I'm not him, you mistaken me for someone else. Whether you're seeking revenge or love, don't come to me." The woman in wedding attire held onto Zhao Yubai's shoulders, still trying to wipe the persimmons off his head. "Never mind," Zhao Yubai gave up struggling. "Grandma Lu, tell us what you found over there. We summarize it, and discuss countermeasures. It's getting late, we don't have much time left." Midnight had passed, and their time was running out. If they couldn't escape to Wufu town, they would only face death. Zhao Yubai's will to survive was stronger than ever. Ignoring the woman in wedding attire beside him, who clearly didn't seem alive, he looked up at Lu Huaixiang expectantly, hoping to get some useful information. Seeing the strange creatures begin to form a human ladder, or rather, a monstrous ladder, Lu Huaixiang climbed up. On the opposite tree, Song Tianjiu and Tian Tian were also slowly climbing up. More and more of these strange creatures had gathered, the entire town had come. Their greedy gazes sent chills down one's spine. The housekeeper said he wanted my eyes. I figured eyeballs are for communication, so I couldn't give them away. These old arms and legs of mine can't be without eyes. This place lacks medical care and medicine. Giving away my eyes is like giving away my life. I can't even give away the rooster's eyes. Who knows if they gouge out Xie Qingshan's eyes? Amidst the voices of a group of people claiming to be grandmothers in the live stream, an oddity emerged. Just give him one, right? I think this guy just doesn't want to put in the effort, afraid of sacrificing himself. If it were me, I'd definitely be willing. Squad 51 is going to be wiped out because of this old woman. I really don't understand why you guys are praising such a cowardly person. It's just one eye. Humans have two eyes. Is this a dog food supply? They even arranged the IP address, big spender. In this situation, what's the difference between gouging out one eye and gouging out two? There's no treatment available. Once infected, the person is gone. Sometimes, viewers in the 51 district's live stream are helpless. Why can't they ban the account? There are always some accounts with insufficient intelligence jumping around. Not only do they not understand, but they also constantly provoke and try to morally blackmail others. They really want everyone to know their brains are smaller than peanuts. A brain is a good thing. I hope you all have one. This is a team competition, not an individual competition. We are all one, understand? Chapter 17. Whether the outsider repeatedly jumping around in the live stream truly understood the concept of a unified whole was unknown. Song Tianjiao, one of the lucky ones to enter the death game, leaned against a tree trunk, listening with interest to old lady Lu's account of the whole story. Dark clouds loomed overhead, with faint rumbles of thunder. Only the eerie blue lantern in the strange man's hand provided illumination, making everyone appear ghostly. If I don't give him the eyeballs, he demand the rooster. I can't give it to him. Even if it's just a chicken, he's still a teammate. Lu Huaixiang spread her hands, looking helpless. I tied up the butler and interrogated him, but he kept trying to bite people. I realized he wasn't human, he was a filthy thing, so I dealt with him. This casual remark caused Zhao Yubai, standing under the tree, to subtly change his expression. Zhao Yubai looked up at Lu Huaixiang, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. Lu Huaixiang's self-introduction hadn't revealed much about her life. Zhao Yubai didn't know what Lu Huaixiang had been through. He only knew that in peacetime, no one could easily eliminate a person. Zhao Yubai looked at the trembling rooster on another tree, his apprehension deepening. He was certain that Lu Huaixiang was not as simple as she appeared. She was no ordinary old woman. Lu Huaixiang's actions were too ruthless and decisive. She was likely a potential criminal. Zhao Yubai thought about many things, but forgot one thing. Given Lu Huaixiang's age, her early life had not been lived in peacetime. Lu Huaixiang continued, they all wanted to eat chicken, that won't do. I hid in the bride's bridal chamber, only to find a suicide note under the bed, which infuriated me. In the old society, people were cannibalistic, Forcing marriage was bad enough, but forcing the young girl into a ghost marriage was even worse. There are talismans in the room to suppress it, drawn haphazardly, completely useless. It would be a miracle if they could suppress it. I slit the rooster's neck, used its blood to draw new talismans, and chopped down all those who wanted to eat the chicken. Lu Huaixiang became increasingly agitated, jumping and waving her arms. Crack! The branch beneath her feet snapped under her weight, and Lu Huaixiang plummeted from the tree. Even with Song Tianjiao's quick reflexes, the red silk in his hand barely managed to touch the top of Lu Huaixiang's head. Fortunately, Lu Huaixiang landed on Zhao Yubai, and with Zhao Yubai cushioning her fall, the old woman was unharmed. All the strange creatures stirred, lunging towards Lu Huaixiang. A living person! A living person! The rooster crowed, flapping its wings and swooping down. Song Tianjiao's hand trembled, and the red silk hooked onto the rooster's claw. In a flash, she leaped down from the tree, using the strange heads as stepping stones, and with a few more bounds, landed beside Lu Huaixiang. The instant she landed, Song Tianjiao kicked away the nearest strange creature, her bone knife appearing in her hand. She grabbed the rooster and slit the vein in its neck. Chicken blood splattered all over Lu Huaixiang. The rooster crowed and staggered listlessly onto Song Tianjiao's shoulder. Song Tianjiao, her bone knife pointed at the other strange creatures, said with her back to Lu Huaixiang, "Keep going." Lu Huaixiang was old, and although someone had cushioned her fall, she was still quite disoriented. Dipped in chicken blood, she checked her pockets and exclaimed in surprise, "No more talismans." The talismans she had collected were from the bride's room at her wedding. The unused ones had been lost sometime during the night, and now Lu Huaixiang's pockets were emptier than her face. If you can't beat them, run. Time to get out of here. Song Tianjiao, never one to fight amongst herself, grabbed Lu Huaixiang and started to run. The monsters tried to stop Song Tianjiao and her companions, but were blocked by a red figure. It's that ghost bride. The viewers in the live stream watched the woman in wedding attire rush into the monsters, their feelings complex. Initially, the woman in wedding attire was one of the terrifying elements, but her subsequent actions made it impossible to feel any malice towards her. She was frightening, but she didn't harm anyone. She was even somewhat cute. With the ghost bride here, at least we can buy some time. The ghost bride and those things are the same kind. She shouldn't be in danger. Isn't it a bit unwise to just leave like this? Wait, is Song Tianjiao really leaving? Song Tianjiao had already pulled Lu Huaixiang out of the encirclement. She wielded her bone knife, and the intact shells of the monsters blocking their path were all torn to pieces. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Really leaving? Not even looking back? So decisive, won't you regret it? Tian still up in the tree. Reaching the corner, Song Tianjiao didn't turn back, calling out, Tian, wait in the tree. Okay. One dared to give an answer, the other dared to respond. Zhao Yubai finally managed to get up from the ground, looking at the woman in the wedding dress, then at the direction Song Tianjiao had left in. He stopped, unable to decide. Tian called from the tree, "Brother Xiaobai." Sister said to wait, "Be a good boy and wait." Zhao Yubai's brow twitched. He picked up a stone from the ground and walked towards the woman in the wedding dress. The next second, he was kicked to the ground in a bizarre way, rolled several times, and crashed into the wall, unconscious. "Brother Xiaobai, you're so bad." Tian shook her head and sighed, standing on tiptoe to look at Song Tianjiao, who had already walked away. The woman in wedding attire shielded Zhao Yubai behind her, her sharp nails gleaming coldly, her eyes filled with bloodlust, her expression ferocious, and her fangs already half an inch long. Tian covered her mouth, trying to stifle a sound, her eyes wide with excitement as she watched the battle below. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wounds, only black mist seeped out. In the darkness, the red glow within the black mist made the creatures appear even more eerie and terrifying. Meanwhile, Song Tianjiao and Lu Huaixiang, accompanied by a rooster, burst into a courtyard. Upon entering, they sensed an extremely sinister atmosphere. White cloth fluttered in the courtyard, the doors of the main hall were wide open, and ancestral tablets were enshrined inside. Song Tianjiao smeared chicken blood on his face and strode inside. Lu Huaixiang tried to stop him, but as soon as she raised her hand, a mask of pain appeared on her face as she clutched her aching lower back. Old age had made her legs less agile, and that fall had been quite severe. A sacrificial table stood in the hall, upon which burned an ever-burning lamp, behind which were a pair of memorial tablets. Below them was a copper basin, still burning paper money. The tablets read, "The tablet of Lu Chongsui, the 21st generation descendant of the Lu family. The tablet of Lu Washer, the 21st generation eldest daughter-in-law of the Liu family. Song Tianju looked down at her clothes. She was still wearing the same wedding dress, exactly the same as the one worn by the woman in the wedding dress. Lu Wanshi, that's the woman in the wedding dress, isn't it? Lu Huaisheng walked in, one hand on her waist and the other carrying a rooster, glanced at the tablets, and said, "What, Lu Wanshi? That child has a name and surname. I just can't stand this custom." The old lady's face was flushed with anger, and her curses were vulgar. Song Tianju pulled out a stack of yellow paper used for grave sweeping and handed it to Lu Huaisheng. "Use this." Lu Huaisheng looked hesitant. "It crumbles, it won't work." Song Tianju was surprised. Others can draw talismans in the air, but yours at least has a medium. Lu Huaisheng's eyes widened, unsure whether Song Tianju was being sarcastic or speaking the truth. Song Tianjiao, however, was full of confidence. "Since there are talismans here, and the one you drew not long ago worked, it will work now too. Every world has different rules. Within the rules, everything is permissible. Outside the rules, if it's not explicitly forbidden, then it's permissible. What is not prohibited by law is permissible." She was utterly confident. Chapter 18. Song Tianjia's words were incoherent and illogical. Everyone inside and outside the live stream thought he had gone mad. Seeing Lu Huaisheng unresponsive, Song Tianju shoved the paper into her arms, then pulled out a brush, took the offering plate, collected chicken blood, and handed it over. Lu Huaisheng frowned, and using the ever-burning lamp for illumination, began drawing talismans. Song Tianju sat beside her, skillfully tearing and pulling at a corner of his clothing to bandage the rooster's wounds. The rooster drooped its head, looking utterly hopeless. Song Tianju poked its comb and comforted it. "In your current state, you can live for a day or two. When dawn breaks, if we get through this, we all live. If not, we go to the underworld together. It's good to have someone to keep you company when you die." Song Tianjia's comforting words were effective. The rooster slumped to the ground, head down, like a dead chicken. Lu Huaisheng was engrossed in drawing talismans, the eerie knocking outside making her draw faster and faster. She only stopped when the chicken blood in the plate was used up. Looking at the increasingly illegible talisman paper, Lu Huaisheng said uncertainly, "I never drawn so many at once before, and this paper isn't right either." In fact, she had never used talismans before. She only drew them as a hobby. While Lu Huaisheng was pondering this, Song Tianju had already picked up a crudely drawn talisman paper, held it between his fingertips, and pointed it overhead. "Lightning, come!" Crack! Lightning descended from the sky, striking the open ground outside the hall, leaving a charred crater the size of a large bowl. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. "Can anyone use this talisman paper? I want a dozen." A mental patient is a mental patient. Even in his madness, he has such charisma. That pointing in their pose is so cool. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Can anyone who doesn't have a Yen country IP get lost? That shepherd or whatever, couldn't you add a blocking function to the live stream? If you can't do it, open the entrance, I do it. A piece of trash, who can't even handle code, yet calls himself a god. Pa! Shepherd, good name. The live stream in District 51 had completely gone off topic, with everyone criticizing Pan's live stream for being poorly managed and lacking professionalism. Actually, this falls into the category of holographic games, so why can't we add a tipping function? Why can't we have mute and block functions? Shepherd, you're hopeless. This is really disappointing. If this were my employee, I'd fire them immediately. Their workability is incompetent, the user experience is terrible. Only color is the primary driving force. Shepherd doesn't understand this. Spreading fear, can it even do that? Such a huge private traffic pool, I can't even imagine how much money they make from advertising. I'm a dog seller, would I take this ad? Open up a tipping function, so you can boost your favorite idol's ranking. I want to give Brother Rooster a huge boost. Add a resurrection function, a weapon system, a clothing system, that would be so much better. Shepherd is giving you traffic, but you don't want it. Panshin surveyed the various live streams, arriving at Area 51, and the sky fell. A supposedly despair-spreading death game was being treated like a horror game and a simulation game, being criticized and judged. If it weren't for the need to maintain mystery, Panshin would have already intervened. They actually tried to manipulate it. What use is traffic to it? It's here to harvest fear. No wonder the viewers in Area 51's live stream made such unrestrained comments and acted so arrogantly. As Song Tianji raised the talismans and lightning descended, the local viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Having witnessed Lu Huaisheng's previous handling of the strange beings, they were completely at ease. Shatter the darkness with lightning. Song Tianjia lifted the rooster by its wings with the ease of catching a chicken, for talismans tucked between his fingers and his free hand, and strode back. Lu Huaixiang rubbed his aching back, clutching a stack of talismans, barely managing to keep up with Song Tianjia's pace. Watching this scene, the live stream was filled with a joyful atmosphere. However, the think tank members closely monitoring the live stream were far from happy. Currently, 9 out of 12 teams have suffered casualties. According to the current rules, 45 people will be sacrificed. The situation for the other 3 teams is also not optimistic. The 51st District team is currently in the best condition, but they face a very serious problem. Based on the experience gathered by the other 11 teams, the exit from Duofu Town requires a key, and there are currently no clues about the key. Time is running out for them. Only 6 hours remain. The game is scheduled to end at sunrise. Silence fell over the meeting room. To fall in the darkness before dawn was a fateful and unbearable prospect. As bystanders, they couldn't accept this outcome. They watched helplessly as their compatriots perished, unable to do anything. One of them gave a bitter laugh. What's the point of us analyzing this? They're going to die, and we can't do anything. All we've done is utterly worthless. We can't even communicate with the lucky ones who entered the game. Do we really have any hope? As the talisman was thrown, lightning descended from the sky. Song Tianju adored Lu Huaixiang's talismans. They were practically air-to-ground precision strikes. The attack range was approximately 3 meters, with a 0.5-second delay. Both precision and accuracy were within acceptable limits. Borrowing back the eerie creature playing Jenga, Song Tianju used a red silk ribbon to pull Tian down from the tree. She tore off her wedding robe and draped it over the woman in the tattered wedding attire, whose arms and legs were exposed and whose wounds were deep enough to expose bone. The woman in the wedding attire turned her head, her face covered in blood and tears, her eyes distorted into cross-eyedness, and her hair disheveled. Song Tianju adjusted her eyes. As for her hairstyle, she couldn't help. Zhao Yubai was still unconscious. Lu Huaixiang supported her back and instructed Tian to pinch his philtrum. The little girl was young and weak. She pinched for a long time without effect. The rooster rushed over and pecked Zhao Yubai's philtrum. Ah! Zhao Yubai woke with a start, clutching his face and groaning. He sat up and looked around. It hurt so much. What happened? Where are the monsters? Song Tianjiao shook the last talisman in his hand. Shatter the darkness with lightning. Zhao Yubai. Wasn't that a line from a game character? The smell of burnt coals and the remaining traces on the ground left Zhao Yubai bewildered. Was it a thunderstorm? Some of the monsters had been temporarily eliminated, but judging from the surrounding noise, more were gathering here. Zhao Yubai covered his mouth and nose, enduring the pain, and said, "We need more clues. Time is running out. It's almost dawn." The woman in wedding attire approached him, pointing north. Zhao Yubai hesitated. Follow her? Song Tianjiu had already picked up the rooster and headed north, with Tian supporting the badly injured Lu Huaixiang, who had fallen and was in great pain, following closely behind. Zhao Yubai hurriedly followed, his philtrum throbbing with pain, unable to comprehend the source of this sharp, persistent agony. Has he been attacked by some strange force? He grimaced in pain, his mind reeling. What kind of attack could cause such severe damage? It hurt so much. Chapter 19. On the way, Zhao Yubai would steal glances at the woman in wedding attire every now and then. The woman in wedding attire couldn't speak, although she was supposed to be guiding him. She seemed like a ghost, always a step behind Zhao Yubai. Zhao Yubai had a feeling the woman in wedding attire wanted to ambush him. His heart was pounding, unable to calm down. Heading north, the end of the path led to the courtyard where Song Tianjiao and Lu Huaixiang had previously hidden. The ancestral tablets were gone, replaced by 2 black coffins. Snowflakes fell heavily from the sky, accumulating on the coffins. Clearly, this was no longer the previous time. They had arrived in another time. The woman in wedding attire disappeared after entering the courtyard. Zhao Yubai, still bewildered, looked around. This is a mourning hall? Judging from the layout and building materials, it's similar to the Lu families. If this is the scene of a ghost marriage, then the person in the coffin is the bride who hanged herself on her wedding day, and the groom who, for some unknown reason, is forced into a ghost marriage. Zhao Yubai's voice trembled. There might be clues here. He was both timid and eager to analyze, even his voice was trembling. Song Tianjiao found a crowbar, and used both hands and feet to pry open the coffin. With a sickening screech, the coffin lid finally loosened. Song Tianjiao took the oil lamp from Lu Huaixiang and discovered that there was a man inside. The man was dressed in wedding attire, but his hands and feet were missing, making him look exceptionally empty. Two of him could easily fit into the coffin. Xiao Yubai mustered his courage, hugged the rooster, and leaned closer to look. The rooster wards off evil. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Both the rooster and he were trembling. Upon seeing the corpse, Xiao Yubai exclaimed, "It looks exactly like that gourd-headed guy. Check if he has eyeballs and a tongue." Song Tianju pried open the eyelids. The eyeballs were still there. He pried open the jawbone. The tongue was there, but already decayed. Clearly, the person had been dead for a long time. Xiao Yubai abruptly raised his head, grabbed the crowbar from Song Tianju's hand, and rushed towards the other coffin. "This one's in." Lying in the other coffin was a woman in wedding attire, exactly like the one who had appeared before. The bride's eye sockets were empty, and there were ligature marks on her neck. By the dim blue-green firelight, Xiao Yubai examined her, his voice trembling. She was first strangled, then hung from the rafters. Then, Xiao Yubai asked with difficulty, "Is her tongue still there?" Song Tianju reached out and tried to pry it open, using very little force. The woman opened her mouth. It was empty, the blood not yet completely congealed. The sounds of music and celebration rose again, indistinguishable between funeral and wedding music. Illusory figures moved about in the courtyard, their red and white robes flashing, creating a festive atmosphere. Song Tianju's feet sank, and she looked down to see a pair of bright, moving eyes on her embroidered shoes. She removed the eyes and placed them into the woman's empty eye sockets, carefully adjusting the angle. Once the eyes were in place, the woman stood up straight in the coffin and looked in one direction. The group looked in that direction and saw only a white mist, barely able to make out two graves, with a door faintly visible between them. Tian exclaimed, "Is that the exit?" An eeriness surged from all directions. "Living people, since you're here, don't leave." Song Tianjia's crowbar scraped across the bluestone floor, sparks flying, igniting a piece of cloth that was half red and half white. She picked up the burning cloth and threw it into the man's coffin, along with the oil lamp she was holding. "I heard cremation is popular now, so I send you on your way." Song Tianjia smiled brightly, flicking the last talisman in his hand and standing upright towards the sky. One more time. Thunderclouds gathered overhead, rumbling loudly, and several bolts of lightning poured down, turning the sky and earth a ghastly white, resolving the strange creatures that had already broken through the gate. Within a 3-zhang radius, everything was white. Song Tianjiao, closest to the strange creatures, had his hair stand on end, and he had to run his fingers through it several times before it returned to normal. Xiao Yubai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight. Lu Huaixiang smashed his pipe on his head. "What are you standing there for? Let's go!" The strange creatures were still gathering. All the strange creatures in Duofu town had arrived. They didn't seem to be in a hurry, simply surrounding the people. As dawn broke, everyone inside and outside the live broadcast room watched the gate draw closer, hope rising in their hearts. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Even closer. Meanwhile, the faces of the people already standing at the door changed drastically. There was a large brass lock, about the size of a bowl, on the door. The key. They didn't have it. The eerie creatures, deliberately keeping a respectful distance, seemed to have anticipated this, and let out a sinister laugh. Song Tianjia shook her bent crowbar, craned her neck to look at the lock, and reached out on tiptoe to touch it. Click. The countdown to escaping Duofu town had begun. No one had cleared it. The instant the door opened, Song Tianjia yanked and kicked her bewildered teammates to the other side. Inside, all the eerie creatures of Duofu town were in an uproar, rushing towards them. Song Tianjia stood at the doorway, turned around, her red undergarment fluttering in the strong wind. She twirled the crowbar in her hand, watching the surging eerie creatures, a villainous smile playing on her lips, and smeared the chicken blood from her face onto the crowbar. The next moment, her smile vanished. A splash of red blocked her path, deflecting all attacks. Song Tianju held her blood-enchanted weapon, utterly useless. The doorway was too narrow. She couldn't get around the red figure blocking her way. The monsters rushed towards the woman in the wedding dress, devouring her in an instant. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating the entire town of Wufu. A rooster, full of energy, stretched its neck and crowed. In the sunlight, all the monsters dissipated. Thud thud. Something fell to the ground. Song Tianju took a step back and picked up 2 dusty eyeballs. Snap! The gates of Duofu town closed, and the members of Sector 51 returned to the pure white room. Congratulations to Team 3 for successfully clearing the Sparrow Dungeon. Congratulations to Team 12 for successfully clearing the Swan City Dungeon. Congratulations to Team 51 for successfully clearing the Dwefu Town dungeon. The dust has settled, and all the viewers in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the outcome, this phase has finally come to an end. Like finishing a major exam, failing or not doesn't matter, what matters is finally submitting the paper. The sadness of failing is for yourself when facing the results. Soon, everyone realized they had relaxed too soon. The beginner dungeon live stream has ended. Rewards and penalties are being calculated. 24-hour countdown to settlement. Friendly reminder, killing is allowed during rest time. This is a death game. Cheating is prohibited. Lambs, rebel. Struggle. Kill. Welcome to the mid-game killing game. Killing one person earns 1 survival point. 5 survival points can be exchanged for 1 life. Have fun. A door appeared on the wall of the pure white room. The door opened, revealing a dining room behind it. 12 doors belonging to the Yin Kingdom opened simultaneously, and 60 people emerged. The live stream froze, ending this round. In the conference room, the think tank members exchanged bewildered glances, their faces grim. This was tantamount to infighting. Would anyone survive in 24 hours? Compared to the rules and traps of the Dwefu Town instance, this so-called mid-game slaughter was far more chilling. Next, the lucky ones would face their own companions. Faced with the chance to live, would anyone relinquish their hope of survival? This was undoubtedly a test capable of shattering any mental fortitude. When survival meant taking the lives of their companions, what choices would they make? The viewers in the live stream were no longer laughing. They finally truly understood that the focus of the death game wasn't the game itself, but death. Chapter 20. Song Tianjia turned around. A sign reading 51 hung on the door they had come from. The other teams also had signs. From 40 to 51, there were 12 teams in total. Song Tianjia rubbed her ears and face. She tugged at her hospital gown, then looked at the other people dressed in various ways. She felt out of place with the other 59 people, so she simply pretended nothing had happened, put her hands in her pockets, and adopted an air of arrogance. Xie Qingshan touched his neck and shook his head uncomfortably. With the shadow of the rooster still lingering in his mind, he didn't dare look at Song Tianjiao and Lu Huaixiang. Both of them were ruthless. They could cut his throat if they wanted to. They'd given him a real trauma. Lu Huaixiang's hand was on Tian's shoulder. Her cloudy eyes watched the other team members approaching. Her face was expressionless, but the veins on her drooping hand were bulging. Zhao Yubai, already pale, looked even more bloodless now. He swallowed hard and said, "Only we cleared the Dwefu Town scenario, so allowing killing during rest periods is aimed at us, right? Allowing jealousy, allowing retaliation. 5 lives for 1, this means everyone has to kill each other. The first to die will inevitably be the old, weak, and disabled." Unfortunately, they were the old, weak, and disabled. Zhao Yubai observed the other teams, and found that the 5 of them seemed to have the weakest fighting ability, with absolutely no hope. "How about we retreat? Hide behind the door. 24 hours without food or water won't kill us." As he spoke, a burly man walked straight towards Song Tianjiu. "Sister, we had no choice. 5 points for a life. I use your life, I burn paper money for you during festivals." The burly man was 2 heads taller than Song Tianjiao, with solid muscles, clearly a trained fighter. Xie Qingshan took a step forward, raising his hand to block between the two. Before he could speak, the burly man's expression changed. Song Tianjiao's hand had somehow appeared in his pocket, and he plunged a bone knife directly into the burly man's waist. The white blade sank completely in, the red blade was decisively withdrawn. The burly man clutched his wound, staring at Song Tianjiu in shock, his contempt turning to fear. Song Tianjiu took a step back and kicked the man in the stomach. The burly man landed heavily, and those who had been poised to attack Squad 51 stopped in their tracks. Song Tianjiu shook the bone knife, squatted down, and used the burly man's clothes to wipe the blood off. "In my eyes, you are all dead. Don't mess with me, you know that." She tugged at her mental hospital gown and laughed. "Even if I go down the path of the dead, my sentence for murder will be lighter than yours, and I'd be even more ruthless. After all, I'm a mad woman." Song Tianjiu observed their every move, then turned and kicked the pale-faced Zhao Yubai, pulling out 2 round balls and stuffing them into his pocket. "Xiaobai, go get the food." "I told you, don't call me Xiaobai." Zhao Yubai swallowed, looking around at Song Tianjiao, then at Lu Huaixiang. Finally, he glanced at Xie Qingshan, who was touching his nose, and finally mustered his courage to walk towards the food counter. Reaching the counter, Zhao Yubai looked at the dazzling array of food and swallowed again. Having been in the death game for so long without eating, he was starving. Song Tianjiao's mints were sugar-free, and the more he ate, the hungrier he became. He regretted more than once that he hadn't eaten a few bites of Song Tianjia's braised pork knuckle before the game started. Zhao Yubai's mouth watered. He turned to his teammate and asked seriously, "Any dietary restrictions?" Tian said in a trembling voice, "Brother Xiaobai, I don't eat cilantro, and I don't eat spicy food." Song Tianju was still diligently wiping his bone knife. "I want a Coke." Lu Huaixiong said, "The elderly need something light." Xie Qishan felt that not ordering food would be incredibly out of place, so he immediately said, "Brother, I want that roast suckling pig." Just as he finished speaking, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore, pulled out a small knife, and threw it at Zhao Yubai. "Kid, you're being a bit arrogant." Just as the knife was about to touch Zhao Yubai, a figure appeared behind him, dressed in red with black hair, bloodstains on his face, and sharp fingers. The knife fell to the ground before it even touched Zhao Yubai. "It's that ghost bride." The person who had been eyeing Zhao Yubai immediately retreated, staring at him in terror. Zhao Yubai turned around, confused, and pointed to the blueberry tart in his hand after seeing the woman in the wedding dress. "Do you want this? And ice cream, want some? Could you please not be behind me? When someone's behind me, I always feel like they're trying to ambush me." The other team members were confused. Why was this weakling so eccentric? Wasn't he afraid? He actually dared to criticize the ghost bride. Did he have 18 guts? Zhao Yubai wasn't afraid. In his eyes, Song Tianjiao was far more terrifying. Song Tianjiao had a mental illness. No one knew her logic. The woman in the wedding dress was different. Although she was dead, she was a normal person, a normal dead person. Guarded by the woman in wedding attire, Zhao Yubai ate from the decorative fruit basket on the table, which was overflowing with food. Carrying the basket in one hand, and a roast suckling pig in the other, Zhao Yubai returned to his group under everyone's watchful eyes. Then, the door marked 51 closed. In the dining room, the remaining 54 people looked at each other in bewilderment. Their expressions varied as they picked up the nearest weapon. After the incident with Squad 51, they were momentarily at a loss for how to begin hurting each other. Squad 51 had disrupted their rhythm. These people were used to killing chickens and sheep, but had never killed a human. The mental fortitude they had painstakingly built had crumbled, and they needed time to rebuild it. Killing requires courage. The burly man with the injured kidney struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with despair, as he looked at the others, who were all healthy. He knew he had lost the first strike. He would be the first to die. Inside the room, Zhao Yubai noticed the woman in her wedding dress eating small cakes. He simply laid them out in a row and let her choose. Xie Qishan ate fried rice while listening to the commotion outside through the door. He said, "There are 55 people outside. 5 people die, 1 survives. That means 9 people can live. This method is too cruel." The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Xie Qishan observed Lu Huaixiong and Song Tianjiao's expressions. Tian took a sip of cola and said, "Dad said, don't worry about others. Only the strong have the right to choose. The weak can only go with the flow." Song Tianjiao and Lu Huaixiong simultaneously looked up at Tian, exchanged a glance, and remained silent. While wolfing down his food, Zhao Yubai took a moment to look up and say, "Don't think about it. Thinking about it means you already lost. This problem has no solution. According to the rules, they're doomed. Now they have a chance to survive. Whether they fight for it or not, it's a nightmare. Pan is trying to exploit our fear. Once you join this game, death is inevitable." Song Tianjia quickly finished eating, walked to the door, and kicked Xie Qingshan's prosthetic leg. Xie Qingshan, holding the head of a roasted suckling pig, looked up blankly. "Huh?" Song Tianjiu tied the bone knife handle with red silk and said seriously, "Make way, I'm going to talk to those people outside." Chapter 21. The Lu family was the richest family in Duofu town. Whenever a family in Duofu town faced hardship, the Lu family would always provide financial assistance. This assistance wasn't free. The debt had to be repaid double the following year. In reality, it was usury. What if they couldn't repay? The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Chongsui, had endless methods. Those who owed money, once in Lu Chongsui's hands, would be exploited to the bone. Whether it was bad luck or his many misdeeds, Lu Chongsui was injured while hiking in another region, when a boulder fell and broke all 4 of his limbs. When he returned to Duofu town, he was practically dying. A doctor, though not highly skilled, was bold enough to suggest amputation. Amputating his arms and legs would save his life. The Lu family believed him. Before long, Lu Chongsui was on the verge of death. That very night, the doctor accidentally fell into a well, and the Liu family provided a considerable sum of compensation. After much deliberation, the Liu family decided to arrange a marriage to ward off bad luck. What if their son were still alive? Even if he lost 4 limbs, he still had a 5th, his manhood was still usable, and he could continue the family line. If all else fails, even if the son dies, he can marry a wife in the afterlife. Wouldn't that be wonderful? It wouldn't have been in vain for their precious son to have lived this life. In Duofu town, the tradition is that many children bring many blessings. By this generation of the Liu family, let alone many children, they only had Liu Chansui, their only son. They specifically chose the name Chansui, hoping for a long and blessed life. The Liu family carefully selected and chose the eldest daughter of the Wang family. The Wang family girl was beautiful, had a good figure, and her mother, who died young, was very fertile. Most importantly, the Wang family girl's father died early, and her stepmother was in charge of the household. The Wang family girl's name was Wang Yin'er. This name was also excellent, and the Liu family exclaimed with joy. As for the Wang family girl's appearance, that was secondary. The Liu family chose an auspicious day, the 11th day of the 11th lunar month, and an inauspicious day for all other matters. Before the bride even entered the family, the child in the house died. Liu Chansui died on the 10th day of the 11th lunar month, and Wang Yin'er died at midnight on the 11th day of the 11th lunar month. The bride was placed in a new coffin, a rooster acted as the groom, and with music and celebration, she entered the family, with neighbors coming from all directions to offer their congratulations. Her eyes were gouged out to prevent her from complaining about the child's disability, and her tongue was cut off to prevent her from talking too much. Together they went to the underworld, to become a happy pair of lovebirds in the netherworld. Isn't this a beautiful story? Wang Yin'er was the first child of the Wang family, named Yin'er at birth. Her mother wanted to have a son, and after 10 years of trying, she gave birth to 6 daughters, some of whom died young, and others were given away. Only Wang Yin'er remained. Finally, the family had a son, and her mother died on the delivery bed. 3 months later, her father remarried, taking a beautiful woman as his wife. The beautiful woman disliked Wang Yin'er, and went around slandering her reputation. Wang Yin'er was intelligent. In her early years, favored by her father, she attended school for half a year. Later, when she was no longer allowed to study, she frantically searched for papers with writing on them, and learned through trial and error. 3 years passed in this way until her younger brother died. Her father, unable to overcome his grief, also died. From then on, Wang Yin'er's fate was in the hands of her stepmother. Today she looked at one family, tomorrow another. Her stepmother only considered the dowry, not the person's appearance. She was meticulous and overly attentive. Wang Yin'er pondered and pondered, even contemplating suicide, but she couldn't understand why she had to be the one to die. She wanted to live. She wanted to go to school with her books, to read more books, and to see the world beyond Duofu town. Later, she met a cart driver, about her age, who was an orphan. The driver would occasionally toss her some cheap and interesting trinkets in the yard, and say some strange things. Wang Yin'er thought that if he wanted to elope, that was fine too. As long as she could leave Duofu town, anything was acceptable. Wang Yin'er waited and waited, until the matchmaker hired by the Liu family arrived, arranging for her to marry Liu Chansui, the young master of the Liu family. Liu Chansui was universally disliked, and Wang Yin'er didn't want to marry him, but her lover owed the Liu family money. Her lover threatened to kill himself, demanding that Wang Yin'er help him pay off the debt. The local strongmen of the Liu family already knew everything about Wang Yin'er's situation, and were certain she was easy to manipulate. Everyone thought Wang Yin'er was easy to control. Orphaned at a young age, with no one to rely on, she was at the mercy of others. Wang Yin'er couldn't understand why someone would use another's life to blackmail her, and what it had to do with her. But Wang Yin'er had no choice. The day before her wedding, news arrived that the young master of the Liu family was dead. So Wang Yin'er also died, hanged from the rafters. The stepmother was overjoyed, having received countless amounts of gold and silver in exchange. Her lover, who had helped strangle someone, also received silver ingots as a reward. The death of the woman in red was considered unlucky, so the stepmother sought out exorcists and talismans. Wang Yin'er wanted to laugh, Wang Yin'er wanted to curse, but she couldn't. She could no longer even see. The Liu family gouged out her eyes, and cut off her tongue. They severed her senses, intending for her to serve diligently in the underworld. The position of Liu Chansui, the 21st generation descendant of the Liu family. The position of Liu Washer, the 21st generation eldest daughter-in-law of the Liu family. A longevity tablet was offered, and an ever-burning lamp was lit. A perfect pair of lovers in the underworld. She hated it all. She didn't even know who she should hate the most. What a Luwanshire. She didn't even have a name anymore. Death is indiscriminate. A plague swept away the entire town of Dwefu. Wang Yin'er couldn't leave Dwefu town, repeating the days there with the spirits of the dead. Time had passed, and she had forgotten her lover's face. She cut out Lu's tongue, but never had the chance to gouge out his eyes. She wanted revenge, but didn't know what step it would take to be considered revenge. She wanted to live. She didn't want to die, but she was already dead. Wang Yin'er had no choice. She was trapped in Dwefu town, never seeing the light of day. Having witnessed so much life and death, Wang Yin'er was already numb, but she still wanted to ask her lover, "My love, why did you abandon me? Why did you deceive me? Why did you betray me?" She asked every day, year after year. But she had no tongue, she had no eyes. No one knew she was asking, no one knew she was seeing. Her eyes, once made of water, could no longer shed tears, only blood. I hate you so much. She had no mouth, yet she could utter these words. Words already etched deep into her soul. Strangely, suddenly someone returned 2 eyes to her. Someone argued that he was not him. Wang Yin'er couldn't understand. She couldn't remember what her lover looked like, only that he wasn't like the one before her. She followed him, wanting to see him more, to see how different he was from her lover. She wanted to see, to really see. Stranded in Dwefu town for too long, Wang Yin'er dared not hope to leave. She only wanted the person before her to leave alive, to see the world for her, to see the sky, to see the earth, to breathe the air of distant lands. She didn't ask for anything more. But someone picked up her eyes, wanting to take her to another world. Don't waste your energy. There's no way, no way, no way. Don't let it drag you down with you. Don't let it lead to your demise. Even knowing no one could hear her inner turmoil, Wang Yin'er still silently pleaded with him. She could foresee her inevitable death, and had long since stopped hoping. A girl with disheveled hair, her face smeared with chicken blood, and bright eyes grabbed Wang Yin'er's eyes and said, "I'm tough." Wang Yin'er was utterly bewildered. Was this really being said to her? Wang Yin'er didn't know how the girl named Song Tianju had managed it, but she had witnessed her summoning lightning. Everyone else thought it was the effect of talismans, but she clearly saw that Song Tianju's lightning was different. Song Tianju's lightning was exceptionally different. Sometimes Song Tianju admitted she was crazy, sometimes she didn't. Zhao Yubai called this a flexible bottom line. Wang Yin'er didn't understand. She only knew that the cake was delicious. Even without a tongue, she could eat it bit by bit. Wang Yin'er, this name won't do. Old Lady Lu made the decision directly. It's not grand at all, change the name. Let's call her Wang Jiuzhu. The Jiu in returning to one, and the Zhao in summoning the soul. Zhao Yubai said the name was unlucky. So Zhao Yubai was beaten up by Old Lady Lu. Wang Jiuzhou didn't care about good or bad fortune, or the dangers ahead. She finally arrived in the outside world. Farewell, Dwefu town. The door opened, and Wang Jiuzhou saw Song Tianju skipping out, as if heading to some fun place. Song Tianju said, "I'm going to reason with him." Wang Jiuzhou handed the cake to Zhao Yubai and rushed out after her. She wanted to see how to reason with people. Wang Jiuzhou had wanted to reason with people for a long time, but had never succeeded. She wanted to learn how to reason with people. Chapter 22. 24 hours passed quickly. The global live stream resumed. Viewers in the Yin Kingdom's live stream expected a bloody scene, but instead witnessed a peaceful scene. Or rather, not peaceful. 55 people were tied to chairs, looking utterly comical. Some of these 55 people were dead, some were alive, and regardless of their condition, their wounds had been treated, leaving no bloodshed. Exactly 9 people were alive. No one outside knew what had happened, only that the farce was over. While other live streams were filled with bloodshed, the Yin Kingdom's live stream stood out starkly, clean too clean. Like a seasoned killer, cleaning up the scene, erasing fingerprints, leaving behind an unsolved case. Welcome to the death game, where death is ever present. Welcome to the eternal darkness of dreams. This time, the Yin Kingdom region's results are in. 5 people cleared the game, and 9 people completed the killing game. Friendly reminder, in the death game, cheating is prohibited. Song Tianju lay on the table, staring at his reflection in the spoon, and yawned. It's impossible not to cheat, absolutely impossible. Faced with death, who could resist cheating? Xie Qishan and Zhao Yubai sat on either side of Song Tianjiao, both sitting upright, sweat beading on their foreheads, exuding a guilty conscience. Lu Huixiang stared at the ground, silent, looking like a hunchbacked old woman, completely lacking her previous confidence. Song Tianjiu rolled her eyes and looked at Tian Tian. The little girl was eating a small cake, eating very seriously. Tian Tian has such good mental fortitude. In Song Tianjiu's shirt pocket, 2 eyeballs were trembling. Although it could hold a soul, the pressure was simply too great. The space meant for one person was cramped with dozens of others, making it a tight squeeze. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled. Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Grandma Lu isn't lively anymore. My mom's usually so lively and energetic. Grandma Lu, the one who can hit whomever she wants. Before, Xiao Yubai would always analyze things at times like this. Why isn't he saying anything this time? Why is Song Tianjiu acting so arrogantly? What did she do? The think tank was also analyzing the situation. A specialized forensic team was studying the deceased's injuries. They vaguely sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite put their finger on it. Song Tianjiu stepped forward to draw a card. This card draw applies to everyone. Warning! Do not cheat. Pan Shen's voice was slightly distorted, emphasizing the word cheating. 9 cards appeared in front of Song Tianjiu. She chose the 5th card. The card depicted 3 clowns. Substitute dead *3. Substitute dead. Please fill in 3 people you consider important. 1 will be randomly selected to become your substitute dead. The subsequent dungeon substitute dead joins your party, negating 1 death for you. What? Several members of the think tank stood up, staring in shock at the gacha result. If someone is intentionally seeking revenge. Additional condition. The other party must accept your invitation. If they refuse, the summoning fails. It feels like a patch, but probably no one would agree to this kind of invitation, right? I'm a special forces soldier. I'm willing to become a substitute dead. The livestream chat buzzed again. This time, the unknown IP address clearly didn't appear, probably because too many people died in the killing game. They went back to mourning. Just as everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, another patch was released. By region, lucky winners can choose to connect online to obtain candidate identity information. Reiterating, this is a death game. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Are you crazy? This sheepdog guy keeps saying they're cheating? Is anyone cheating? I didn't see anything. Yeah, we didn't see anything. What cheating? Cheating without being detected, is that cheating? Didn't see anything, didn't see anything. The audience in Area 51 realized what was going on. Over the past 24 hours, they had watched mission clips from other regions, and found their team quite different. A little girl who never cries or holds anyone back. A rooster who doesn't retaliate even after having its throat slit. A timid, non-arguing, analytically weak rooster who prioritizes the big picture. A super powerful, lightning-fast grandma. A crazy little guy with incredibly fast hands and unique door-opening skills. The audience all suspected these 5 people of cheating, but they didn't say anything. Lucky ones are all about skill. What's cheating about that? Who cares if it's a white cat or a black cat? As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Song Tianjiu couldn't hold back the eyeballs in her pocket anymore. She tried to cover them, but failed. A loud explosion rang out, and several figures appeared in the restaurant. The figures matched the death count in the killing game perfectly. No, there was also an extra young lady in red. Livestream viewers, if we say we didn't see anything, will the sheepdog believe us? At the 51st District Tianmu Action Team meeting, everyone's eyes widened. What kind of soul-capturing artifact is this? Amazing. No wonder Pan kept emphasizing that cheating is forbidden. This is brilliant. Those are eyeballs? The eyeballs Song Tianjiu picked up from the ground when she left the dungeon? How did she know this thing could be used like this? No one expected Song Tianjiu to go this far. How exactly did she convince the other 55 people to cooperate? Pan was also curious about this. Obviously, it couldn't directly question Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu leaned back, feet propped on the table, arms crossed, looking at everyone. Free grouping, each person chooses 3, we draw more later. Those who misbehave, I keep beating them. Soon, the 9 people selected their 27 souls. After a random draw of 3, the 9 chosen were successfully resurrected. Song Tianjiu, holding her eyeballs, smiled. This Pan is quite rule-abiding. She controlled the situation with the mindset of being called a saint, and it actually worked. At this point, the opportunity for communication given by Pan Shen seemed useless. Drawing someone almost always meant death, and the Yin Kingdom livestream substitutes choosing the already selected lucky ones was undoubtedly a win-win situation. The lucky ones were resurrected, and there was no need to add another lucky one. This was a good thing. While other regions were engaged in frantic communication, even escalating into flame wars, the Yin Kingdom's livestream room remained remarkably calm. It's important to understand that many small countries don't qualify for an independent livestream room. They share one with others. Some livestream rooms have already been completely wiped out. Even if 1 or 2 people survived, the survivors were caught in the vortex of public opinion. Tian Tian and her group of 4 also selected souls, successfully drawing for resurrections. Without even using the live stream connection opportunity, the lucky ones on the Yin Kingdom side were essentially self-produced and consumed. No one knew how this was done. Livestream viewers around the world, as well as think tanks from various countries, were perplexed by the situation in the Yin Kingdom's livestream room. What mysterious Eastern power is this? Currently, the Yin Kingdom's livestream room still has 33 souls, plus 1 Wang Jiuzhe. There's simply not enough room for everyone. It's manageable for a short time, but it's too crowded in the long run. Song Tianjiao, gazing at the sphere floating above his head, announced 3 strings of numbers under the expectant gazes of all the souls and people. They're the ones, Song Tianjiao said casually, but her fingers on the table tightened slightly. She was a little nervous. The first person selected could not be found. The target was either dead or did not exist. The second person selected could not be found. The target was either dead or did not exist. The third person selected could not be found. The target was dead. Accept your invitation. Song Tianjiao raised an eyebrow, her whole demeanor relaxing, a different kind of gleam appearing in her eyes. Soon, a voice rang out. This is guide number 001. How can I help you? Chapter 23. Song Tianjiao tossed the eyeball in his hand, heard the mechanical voice on the other end, and smirked. Switch to human intervention. I don't communicate with idiots. Upon hearing this, the other end immediately bristled. 001 is the strongest support in all realms, not an idiot. 001 is very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Please verify your identity first. The living people in the live stream exchanged bewildered glances, and the souls floating in midair whispered amongst themselves. All the lucky ones didn't understand why Song Tianjiao's method of choosing a substitute victim was different from the others. Wasn't it supposed to be chosen from among them? There were still 33 souls. Zhao Jiancheng sat in his office, his hands supporting his forehead, staring intently at the live stream on the screen. Lingyan dealt with the thugs committing violence in the alley, stepping on their wrists, and glanced at the live stream on his phone screen. The gangster said angrily, "It's the end of the world, what's wrong with letting me have a good time? Anyway, I'm going to die." Lingyan took out his swinging stick, and after the crisp sound, he smiled. "There's no surveillance here, what's wrong with beating you?" Huddled in the corner, a woman wearing a uniform from a nearby restaurant hugged her knees, and watched the scene with a blank expression. Lingyan rounded his arms, suddenly thought of something, turned his head, and looked around the corner. "Do you believe in miracles?" The woman raised her head blankly, and met Lingyan's eyes. Without waiting for an answer, Lingyan thought to himself, at times like this, those who still insist on punching in at work probably believe in miracles. The woman's eyes trembled slightly, and she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Lingyan beat the person on his own, and then kicked the bad guy out of the alley. You will be sentenced for hooliganism. Crimes that had long since disappeared have returned to people's attention. Chaos calls for harsh measures. Disaster is never a reason to extinguish humanity. Zhang Wenwei, lollipop in mouth, walked into the dark alley and reached out to the woman. "I'm from the Public Security and Stability Maintenance team, here to take you home." "You mean that bad guy?" "Life imprisonment, as a warning to others." Recently, production stoppages and factory shutdowns have been quite severe across the country. Everyone's a bit panicked, and we need a lot of people to work. Zhang Wenwei smiled brightly, but the woman saw something else on her face. "Aren't you afraid?" the woman asked. Zhang Wenwei was confused. Afraid of what? "They say we all die eventually, and right now we're just mice being toyed with by a cat." Zhang Wenwei stopped smiling, straightened her collar, and said seriously, "Death is the only fair thing in this world. But when you die is something you can fight for. My fate is in my own hands." In the live broadcast room, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Song Tianjiao said, "I am Song Tianjiao." The other end paused for a moment, then switched to an extremely ingratiating tone. It was clearly a mechanical voice, yet it sounded obsequious. "Loyal 001 at your service. Have you eaten? Drinked? Hungry? Thirsty? Need boosting services? Professional boosters across countless worlds, tens of thousands of matchmaking experiences, satisfaction guaranteed." A commotion erupted both inside and outside the live stream. "What's going on? What is this? What kind of tactic is this?" Everyone's gaze towards Song Tianju became somewhat subtle. They had initially thought Song Tianju was a madman, but they hadn't expected this illness to be contagious. Had they been infected? Song Tianju felt that if this continued, his identity would be exposed, so he immediately told this self-proclaimed 001 to shut up. Quiet. Only one thing, arrange a stand-in. I won't accept anything less than top tier. Okay, darling, remember to give a 5-star review. The live stream was filled with bewilderment. Is this online shopping? Do I need to give a good review? What do those numbers Song Tianju mentioned represent? Outside the live stream, many people were already searching for answers. They found nothing. What do those strings of numbers represent? Perhaps, only Song Tianju himself knows the answer. Convey greetings from others. Song Tianjiao, welcome home. Goodbye, welcome back next time. I'd like to offer you my heart. Song Tianju suspected that this 001 had been infected with a virus. What kind of nonsense was stored in its language database? A beam of light appeared out of thin air, and when it disappeared, a person took its place. 1.65 meters tall, short hair, wearing a black tracksuit. It was a woman, her face expressionless, like a puppet. Has Song Tianjiao's mental illness really shown signs of being contagious? At this moment, everyone felt they were mentally ill, already hallucinating. Could this be the correct way to use the substitute dead card? Saying a nonsensical number, and then getting a substitute? Song Tianju stepped forward to examine the substitute, tugging at its hair, pinching its face. He even took the substitute's hand and bit it. The bite was deep enough to see bone, but what flowed out wasn't blood, but a purple liquid that felt similar to blood. Lu Huaixiang leaned over, tapping Song Tianjiao's head with her pipe. Why are you bullying him? He's even drawn blood. Lu Huaixiang was old and her eyesight was poor. She didn't realize the discharge wasn't blood. She almost grabbed Song Tianju by the ear and berated her for bullying. The people and spirits, who had been beaten by Song Tianjiao, looked at Lu Huaixiang as if she were a dead person. They couldn't understand where Lu Huaixiang got the courage to treat a mentally ill person like that. Song Tianju tore off a piece of her trouser leg to bandage the substitute's hand, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and waved to Wang Jiuzhou. Tianjiao, what's wrong? Although confused, Wang Jiuzhou floated over. So easily fooled. Song Tianjiao grabbed Wang Jiuzhou, curled her into a ball, and slapped her on the substitute's forehead. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, she waved to the spirits behind the dead. Souls, return. The spirits, out of control, all surged into the eyeball in Song Tianju's palm. 2 round, bright eyes darted around in her palm, unusually lively. The stand-in's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, which were bloodshot. The stand-in raised her hand, staring at her palm in surprise. I have a body now. The wound hurt so much. Wang Jiuzhou moved around in her new body, still unaccustomed to it, and tripped over her own feet after only 2 steps. Wang Jiuzhou lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Song Tianjiao scratched her head, saying without any apology, I forgot to adjust the sensitivity. Hug me a little, hug me a little. She reached out and pressed her hand on Wang Jiuzhou's head, doing something that stopped Wang Jiuzhou's cries of pain. Song Tianju asked, Wang Jiuzhou, what time is it? 7 o'clock in the morning. After Wang Jiuzhou finished speaking, she covered her mouth, her rabbit-like red eyes filled with confusion. What am I saying? You said it's breakfast time. Song Tianju stuffed his eyes into Wang Jiuzhou's pockets, glanced at the already messy table, picked up a spoon, and tapped the bowl. Pan, dinner's ready. 3 meals a day on time. Humans are a fragile species. They need clean and delicious food. Otherwise, they die. A metal ball fell from the ceiling, and the food on the table was replaced. Pan started threatening again. 12 hours later, a new instance will open. The lucky winner will bring a substitute victim into the instance. This instance is a 2-player independent instance. Temporary teammates are allowed to kill each other. After killing the master, the substitute victim will receive an independent survival card. Is the substitute victim you chose truly loyal? Fear Lamb. Chapter 24. Pan's words had barely left his lips when the entire arena erupted in uproar. Everyone, both inside and outside the live stream, knew Pan was inhuman, but no one expected him to have reached this level of depravity. The cruelest thing in the world is to give hope, only to shatter it. Is the substitute you chose truly loyal? The live stream chat exploded. In the restaurant, everyone's expression changed. This was a process of giving hope, then spreading despair. As the saying goes, we are the fish on the chopping block. They are prey, entertained in the arena. Tian looked at the burly man she had chosen, her face turning deathly pale. Tian had chosen people who were skilled in martial arts. She had selected them according to her father's standards. Dad said he would protect me forever and ever. The little girl's eyes filled with tears. She hadn't cried when she sat alone in a tree surrounded by the eerie atmosphere in Dwifu town. She didn't cry when she was chosen to enter the death game. Even then, she didn't let her tears fall. Dad said he would protect me. If he doesn't protect me, he's not my dad. The little girl's voice was childish, still trembling with tears. A burly man named Deng Liang stood beside her, a shy smile masking a fierce glint in his eyes. If you're so capable, let your dad protect you. Outside the live stream, a man in a suit was watching. Seeing this scene, his pupils constricted to slits. He picked up the red phone beside him and dialed. Investigate Deng Liang. I want him and his entire family wiped out. Mr. Tian, all the families of the lucky winners are currently under tight security. Our people can't get in. The man crushed the pen beside him. The thick black ink obscured a medical project purchase contract. The man, with a lean build, bulged his muscles as he strained his arms, stretching the fabric of his once-fitting suit until it seemed about to tear. Black mist swirled around his body, within which something indescribable lurked menacingly. I only want results, at any cost. The person on the other end of the phone was clearly flustered, immediately replying, "Yes, Mr. Tian." Hanging up, the man looked at his ink-stained hand, pulled out the pen fragment embedded in his palm, letting the ink mix with blood, staining the entire contract. Tian, good girl, you survive, won't you? The scene shifted back to the live stream. Xie Qishan and Zhao Yubai's expressions weren't much better. They had chosen two young children, according to their own wishes. But in this situation, who could trust the substitute victims? The other lucky ones from the other teams faced the same panic, looking at their chosen substitute victims with trepidation. This death game was never intended to leave anyone alive. Lu Huaxiang glanced at Song Tianjiao, then at the middle-aged woman standing beside her, her substitute for death. The middle-aged woman smiled slightly, and whispered in Lu Huaxiang's ear, "You lived long enough. How can you let me be your substitute, die in your place? You're old enough, you should die. Don't you feel ashamed of wasting resources like this?" Lu Huaxiang didn't speak, but sat down and took some millet porridge and tea eggs to eat. Being old, she couldn't chew egg pancakes or digest crab roe buns. These were all she could eat. At the table, an undercurrent of tension simmered. Besides Lu Huaxiang, only Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhe were diligently eating. Wang Jiuzhe, what's this? I never had this before, let me have one. Wang Jiuzhe, what is this? Song Tianjiu, sesame balls, fennel-fried dough sticks, soy milk, soup dumplings, jianbingguizi. Hiccup. Clearly, Death Game had done their research. These are all breakfast choices for people in Yin, from south to north, covering everything. Popular items include jianbingguizi, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and soup dumplings. Less common items include doji, fermented mung bean juice, and Hautania cordata, a type of herbal remedy. It's obvious they put in the effort. But the direction of their effort is a bit off. The viewers in the Yen livestream room were stunned. This death game, is it trying to kill people? The promised doubles have turned into infighting. In the neighboring livestream, lucky winners and their doubles have already started fighting each other, and someone's dead. Our livestream is relatively stable for now, no fighting. I don't dare imagine what it will be like in 6 hours. In the Yen Kingdom livestream, at the long dining table, there were 60 seats. Besides the 33 lucky winners, who had already died, 27 people remained to enter the next stage, with Song Tianji paired with Wang Jiuzhe. That means there are currently 61 lucky winners in the death game, regardless of whether they're alive or dead. This was something no one, including Pan, had anticipated. The Yen Kingdom livestream was beginning to spiral out of Pan's control. The double chosen by Lu Huaxiang didn't sit down, but stood behind her like a ghost, eating a jianbing, Chinese crepe, and saying, "You lived long enough. You should die." Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere at the table was tense and turbulent. The living were struggling to eat. No one knew how much longer they had to survive. They ate whatever food they could find, despite their fear and inability to swallow. If they died, there would be no more food. Song Tianjia slurped his coconut juice, glancing at the woman. The woman had long, curly hair. She must have been quite beautiful in her youth. Now, time had etched its marks on her face, and her resentful eyes were fixed on Lu Huaxiang. Her appearance was even more sinister than Wang Jiuzhe, the female ghost herself. Song Tianji pinched Wang Jiuzhe's chin, forcing her to look at him. Wang Jiuzhe still had a red bean pastry in her mouth, her bloodshot eyes staring blankly at Song Tianjiao, clearly not understanding what was happening. Song Tianji demanded, "Be fiercer, fiercer, fiercer in your eyes." Wang Jiuzhao forced down the red bean pastry, grinned, bared her teeth, widened her eyes, and let out a howling roar. Even her eyebrows were knotted. Song Tianjiao, She had a vague feeling that Wang Jiuzhao was just bluffing. "It's alright, you can keep eating." Song Tianji sighed. It seemed being fierce required a talent. She rubbed her face, made several funny faces, and feeling quite pleased with herself, turned to face Lu Huixiang, revealing a fierce expression. Lu Huixiang? ? Old Mrs. Lu immediately grabbed her pipe and smashed it directly on Song Tianjiao's forehead. "What are you doing, acting all high and mighty?" Song Tianjiao, When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you." Song Tianjiu saw Wang Jiuzhao as a bluffing, furry little thing. Lu Huixiang saw Song Tianjiu as a ferocious little monster. All ferocious things, once tainted with the word little, are doomed. Lu Huixiang grabbed a handful of walnuts and stuffed them into Song Tianjia's hand. "If you have nothing better to do, crack some walnuts and eat them. It helped your brain. You're such a grown man, yet you act like someone who doesn't think before they wake up." Song Tianjia's eyes widened, wanting to argue, but she couldn't find a way to begin. "Those things, I wouldn't be afraid of 10 or 8 of them." "What nonsense, do you really think I can't even lift a knife?" Lu Huixiang cursed, smashing a walnut on the table with her pipe. Song Tianjiu picked at the walnut kernels among the crumbs, looked around at the various expressions on the faces of the people around her, and smiled. Chapter 25. Song Tianjiu felt good about himself, even somewhat disgusted with his own saintly heart. Once indulging in a saintly or paternalistic impulse is enough. Good advice is useless against a damned devil. A kind person only needs to do good deeds once. "Ah, I'm such a good person." Hearing this, all the lucky ones, who had been beaten or tortured by Song Tianjiu looked over, their eyes filled with an undeniable fear, as if they had heard some incredible joke. So what exactly did Song Tianjiu do to these people? They looked so scared. Grandma Lu's expression was strange before, very guilty. What did she do to make even my Thunder Lord Grandma Lu so scared? Wang Jiuzhao is so well behaved, I want to raise him. Upstairs, wake up. That's a red-clad fiend. One of hers is worth a third of Dwefu Town, no doubt about it. Didn't you see the Dwefu Town scavenger? She cut out Lu's tongue. She cut it out more than once. The live stream was lively, as if discussing some trivial topics could dispel the gloom of fear. There were still a few hours before the dungeon started. Song Tianjiu finished eating and returned to her room to lie down. She lay on the floor, her hands on her lower abdomen, a deathly, peaceful sleeping posture. Wang Jiuzhao copied her, lying stiffly beside her. Lu Huixiang came in and saw the scene, her lips twitching. She kicked them awake, tapping the ground with her pipe. "What the hell? They don't even provide beds? Prisoners are treated better than this. According to the POW convention, men and women should be separated into different camps, and each room can have no more than 4 people." Pan, spreading fear of death, encountered 2 tough opponents in Yin country. A madman named Song Tianjiu. An old woman named Lu Huixiang, half buried in the ground. It tried to find their weaknesses, but hadn't found any yet. What were the madman's weaknesses? What were the weaknesses of the half-buried old woman? Such people couldn't be fathomed by common sense. The bed was set up, and Song Tianjiu fell asleep immediately. This action silenced the old woman Lu, who was holding her pipe, waiting to review the battle afterward. "At your age, can you sleep? That **** is trying to kill us. What were you thinking?" Lu Huixiang shook Song Tianjiu awake. Song Tianjiu, boneless, sank into the mattress, opening his eyes, his gaze unfocused. "Those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish. Let's just do it." Lu Huixiang fell silent. She looked at Tian, who had been sitting blankly in the corner since entering, sighed deeply, and went over to hug Tian. What a tragedy. Lu Huixiang hugged the trembling Tian, unable to make up her mind. On the scales of death, life is on both sides. Even the most ruthless executioner cannot immediately wield the blade. Song Tianjiu opened her eyes, and found Wang Jiuzhao still asleep. She rolled over and kicked Wang Jiuzhao in the butt. Wang Jiuzhao jumped up suddenly, the movement so big that her eyeball fell out of her pocket. "What's wrong? Is dinner ready? I'm so tired, I haven't slept in a long time." Wang Jiuzhao got out of bed, clutching her butt, looking bewildered. "Ah, my eye." She picked up the eyeball that had rolled on the floor, and then a small bag appeared in front of her. The bag was gold, exactly the same color as the tablecloth in the restaurant. Lu Huixiang was clearly not asleep. Her eyes were filled with weariness and exhaustion. Lu Huixiang held up the bag and said, "Use this to put it in, hang it around your neck, so you don't lose it. These are 33 lives." Wang Jiuzhou put the eyeballs in, hung it around his neck, rubbed his stomach, and was about to speak when Pan's voice sounded above his head. "The Xianlu Middle School instance is about to open. Lucky ones, please prepare yourselves. Death is eternal descent into sleep. Are you ready to welcome permanent slumber? Should you be a good kid, right?" Song Tianju opened his eyes. Large, blood-red characters appeared on the ceiling. "Welcome to Xianlu Middle School. Please survive until day 7. Survival rules. Rule 1. On the first day of school, please arrive at the classroom at 8 a.m. Rule 2. As a good student, please hand in your homework on time. Rule 3. Please go to sleep before 11 p.m. Dormitory supervisors will be checking rooms. Rule 4. Fighting between students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. Rule 5. If you encounter danger, you can seek help at the school clinic. Rule 6. You will be a good student, right? Rule 7. Please protect mom, she is a poor single mother." Upon seeing these rules, the live stream chat immediately erupted. I have a vague sense of foreboding. This reminds me of some past events. Will someone deliberately bully Song Tianjiu? She's a little crazy, she might accidentally trigger a rule, and the consequences would be unimaginable. According to the rules, shouldn't we also need to protect mom? Following the usual pattern, mom is the big boss, right? As the live stream chat was boiling, the alarm clock rang. The old-fashioned alarm clock rang shrilly. Song Tianjiu climbed out of bed and stared at the clock intently. The minute hand pointed to 6, and the hour hand pointed to 7. She turned off the alarm clock and poked Wang Jiuzhou, who was still sleeping. Wang Jiuzhou was sprawled out, sleeping peacefully. "Wake up, time to get to work." Wang Jiuzhou opened his eyes, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the red characters on the wall. "What does it say? It's missing limbs, I can't quite understand it." Wang Jiuzhou wasn't a modern-day supernatural being, he didn't know many simplified characters, and having received little formal education, he didn't recognize many words. There wasn't time to explain each character individually. With half an hour until 8 o'clock, Song Tianjiu said succinctly, "Let's go to school, and be good students." Wang Jiuzhou's eyes widened. Can I still go to school?" Yes. Study hard and improve every day." Song Tianjiu quickly put on her loose school uniform, tossed another set from the hanger to Wang Jiuzhou, and went out to look for her mother. Mommy, I'm hungry, I need food, I'm hungry." She pushed open the master bedroom door. No one was there. "Mommy?" The guest room was empty too. "Mom?" No one on the balcony. "Mom?" No one in the kitchen, no one even in the bathroom. There was no third living person in this small 3-bedroom apartment. Song Tianjiu looked around and finally found a note stuck to the refrigerator. The note was held down by a little yellow duck refrigerator magnet, and at the bottom was a 100-yuan bill. On the white paper, there was delicate red handwriting. Song Tianjiu tore it down and began to read. "My sweet baby, mommy is going to work. There's rice in the pot, remember to drink your milk, don't jaywalk, and don't be late for class. On the first day of school, make a good impression on your new homeroom teacher. Baby, don't embarrass mommy. Get along well with your classmates, don't fight, and study hard. My sweet baby, you always be the best. Mommy is very tired, don't worry mommy, you can do it right?" Wang Jiuzhou followed suit, putting on his school uniform and coming out of the room. Hearing Song Tianjiu say the rice is in the pot, he started looking for the pot. After Song Tianjiu finished reading the note, Wang Jiuzhou came out carrying a pot. The pot contained tomato and egg noodles, still warm, the noodles already puffed up. "You know, slurp slurp, this slurp slurp, how can it be so delicious? That mom is so nice, she called me baby. Only something precious, held in the palm of your hand, deserves to be called a baby." Song Tianjiu didn't say anything, simply tossing the note into the trash can. Baby? A good baby is a baby. Then what is a naughty baby? Chapter 26. The live stream chat was filled with polarized reactions to the note. This mother seems like a good person, you can tell she cares a lot about her child. Mom is tired, don't make her worry, okay? The oppressive power emanating from the words is so blatant, I'd be incredibly disrespectful to say anything, so I won't comment. This mother's message is a bit strange, but I can't quite put my finger on it. My mom used to have class at 8, and she dragged me out of the house at 7, stuffed a bun in my mouth, and kicked me out the door. She was afraid of interrupting her mahjong game. But my mom never told me not to argue with my classmates. If my mom called me my sweetheart, I'd be terrified all day, endlessly trying to remember what I did wrong. That one, my sweetheart, is scarier than a beating. Anyway, it feels weird. Hey, are you guys overthinking this? This seems like a kind and gentle mother. Song Tianjiu slurped down 2 cartons of milk in one go, then stuffed 2 more into her school uniform sleeve. She leaned back on the sofa, surveying the living room. It was cozy, clean, and full of life. It was clear that the mother was someone who knew how to manage a household well. A good mother? A good mother who left a message for a minor saying she was tired, the subtext being, don't cause trouble? Song Tianjiao lowered her head. The viewers in the live stream couldn't see her expression. Wang Jiuzhao, knowing Song Tianjiu didn't eat noodles, finished the whole pot himself. Tianjiao, how come this is so delicious? I guess this is motherly love. Song Tianjiu put one hand in her pocket, taking one last look at the family photo on the living room wall. The photo showed a family of 4. The man's face was blacked out, obscuring his features. The 2 children looked like they'd been photoshopped in. Song Tianjiu grabbed the keys, picked up her school bag, and headed out. Wang Jiuzhao, who wanted to wash the dishes, saw Song Tianjiu had already left and could only put down her things and rush out. The school bag was heavy. 2 people, but only 1 backpack. Just like breakfast being a single serving. Just like the cramped positioning in a family photo. Was there originally only 1 child? Panshin changed that part of the setting. This was originally a single-player scenario, but Panshin added the double, dead, betrayal patch to increase the difficulty. As Song Tianjiu went downstairs, she opened her school bag and glanced inside. It was full of extracurricular reading materials and test papers. 2 items, already labeled. One was labeled Zhou Xiaobao, the other Zhou Xiaobei. The first day of school, the textbooks hadn't even been distributed yet, and there was already this pile of junk? This isn't how you raise kids. Song Tianjiao, backpack on, school uniform hood up, and strutted confidently to the intersection to wait for the light to change. Wang Jiuzhao followed suit, donning her school uniform hood as well. Wang Jiuzhao tugged at Song Tianjiu's sleeve, curiously observing this completely new world. The crowded morning rush hour made Wang Jiuzhao feel bewildered. Song Tianjiao led her across the street to a stall near the school gate, pulled out a 100 yuan bill, and received a handful of change and 2 sausages. Wang Jiuzhao held up the sausages, a little embarrassed. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to eat out? Song Tianjiu took a bite of half a sausage, turning to look at her blankly. Why isn't it inappropriate? Just eat it. Wang Jiuzhao reluctantly took a bite under everyone's gaze, then exclaimed in amazement. Tell me, how can this be so delicious? Wang Jiuzhao devoured the starched sausage in a few bites. The power of technology is beyond imagination. Song Tianjiu tossed the bamboo skewer into the trash can, glanced at the large clock on the teaching building, and dragged Wang Jiuzhao forward. Hey classmate, where's your student ID? Who brings a student ID into school? Song Tianjiu ignored her, sprinting forward at top speed. Reaching the teaching building, she was bewildered. Which classroom was this? Whatever, it didn't matter. Song Tianjiu randomly chose a classroom, dragged Wang Jiuzhao inside, and the moment they sat down in the first row, the bell rang. A balding old man, wearing a faded blue shirt tucked into his suit trousers and leather shoes, entered. Hello everyone, I'm your new homeroom teacher for the new semester, and also your physics teacher. My surname is Sun Daqiang. Sun Daqiang's penetrating gaze swept across the classroom, and he cleared his throat. Now, let's take attendance. You take attendance. Sun Daqiang tapped his thermos on Song Tianjiu's desk. Song Tianjiu stood up, picked up the attendance book, and began taking attendance. The attendance took place smoothly. When Song Tianjiu handed back the attendance book, Sun Daqiang paused, his gaze sweeping over her. Which class are you in? Huh? Song Tianjiu looked surprised. Why didn't you call your own name? And her? Why wasn't she called either? You students are so careless, you don't even know which class you're in. Sun Daqiang rambled on, while Song Tianjiu looked utterly astonished. Teacher, you're such a good teacher, and you're not my subject teacher, not my dear homeroom teacher? Sun Daqiang's question startled Song Tianjiu. Sun Daqiang asked again, and Song Tianjiu was startled once more. You child, your memory isn't good, but your eyesight is. Sun Daqiang, visibly smug from the praise, seemed a little arrogant. Sit down, let's start class. It's not good to wander around during class. Song Tianjiu nodded repeatedly. Teacher Sun, you're such a good teacher. Wang Jiuzhao, completely unaware of what was happening, echoed Song Tianjiu's praise of Sun Daqiang. Teacher, you are a first-rate scholar, a model of virtue for students. Oh dear, you're too kind, child. Sun Daqiang was embarrassed. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. You can do this? In other live streams, people were eliminated on the spot because they missed their classroom when the bell rang. Tian even had to ask the head teacher to check her class. She almost missed it. Other live streams are all showing signs of frantic rushing, but Song Tianju is leisurely eating, even managing to eat a starchy sausage. Amazing. This Sun Daqiang is exceptionally easy to talk to. Others who went to the wrong classroom or hid in the back were immediately eliminated if the teacher found out. What kind of hell mode is this? My school can't be this terrifying. The comments flowed like a river. Song Tianju sat up straight, took out notebooks, one for himself and one for Wang Jiuzhou. Each had a pen and began taking notes. Regardless of what was said in the first lesson, just writing down the date and a title is fine. Song Tianju acted like a good student, while Wang Jiuzhou was a genuinely good student, eager to learn, looking at Sun Daqiang with starry eyes. Sun Daqiang became even more arrogant, his lectures becoming increasingly verbose. Song Tianju wiped his face and sighed deeply. After the class, Sun Daqiang, still not satisfied, personally escorted the two children to the correct classroom door. Sun Daqiang said to the actual homeroom teacher, "These two children are good, you must take good care of them. Although they aren't very bright, their attitude towards learning is excellent. As teachers, we must be patient with them, give them extra care, and nurture the budding flowers of our nation." The actual homeroom teacher, listen to what he's saying. Chapter 27. After Sun Daqiang left, the homeroom teacher, Wang Daren, gestured for Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhou to enter the classroom, assigning them seats in a corner. Your grades are at the bottom. What kind of good students are you? You too, don't cause trouble. I look down on you bunch of kids, who take your parents' hard-earned money, and don't study hard. You'd just be social scum in the future. Song Tianju looked up. Wang Daren was a little older than Sun Daqiang, with a more pronounced bald patch, a face full of fat, and bulging eyes. Like a toad. Wang Jiuzhou wanted to explain, but Song Tianju covered his mouth. Don't talk to toads. Wang Jiuzhou. The break was short, and as soon as they sat down, someone came over to collect homework. Collecting summer homework. Song Tianju's eyelids twitched. Was someone crazy? Who hands in summer homework? Song Tianju rummaged through her bag, pulling out summer homework. One was written on Zhou Xiaobao's name, and the other on Zhou Xiaobei's. Song Tianju handed in her summer homework without a second thought, her face expressionless. She bet that the teacher wouldn't look at last year's work. The chat was practically bursting with laughter. Song Tianju's expression is just like mine when I'm stubbornly resisting. Really, no one checks the homework. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to hand it in like this? Won't it trigger the rules? Other live streams have already had people who didn't hand in their homework, triggering the rules, and getting eliminated. Team 51 is really something else. Tian wrote 2 questions, and handed it in. Xie Qingshan took someone else's homework, changed the name, and handed it in. Grandma Lu just found a homework assignment, and copied a few questions. Zhao Yubai is different. This guy arrived at school half an hour early, before the school gates were open, and did his homework outside the school, managing to finish it all. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. Only Song Tianju went the furthest. Who in their right mind would submit a blank assignment? Was he out of his mind? The members of the 51st District's think tank exchanged bewildered glances, believing Song Tianju might have triggered the rules. A young man said, in this instance, the good student identity is a crucial condition for clearing the level. Song Tianju's choice to submit a blank assignment carries a significant risk. Another girl wearing thick-rimmed glasses looked up, glanced at the conventionally dressed young man, and shrugged. Those who didn't submit are already eliminated. Zhang Miyan, are you provoking me? Don't think that just because the higher-ups strongly recommended you, I look up to you. The young man clearly had a problem with the girl named Zhang Miyan. Zhang Miyan twirled the ring engraved with the infinity symbol on her hand, remaining silent. Zhang Miyan? What kind of attitude is that? I don't communicate with idiots. The young man slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and glared angrily at Zhang Miyan. Don't think I don't know. If you weren't cheating, you wouldn't be sitting here. Who do you think you are? A piece of trash, who needs tranquilizers even for meetings. You're scared of Tianmu, scared of the death game. If you were chosen as the lucky one, you'd be terrified by now, wouldn't you? You're just like Song Tianju, a fraud. Deception, arrogance, haughtiness, the lowest traits of humanity are embodied in you. Zhang Yiyan's hand gripping the mouse turned pale from the force. Medical staff, based on previous experience, stepped forward, ready to provide emergency care. Zhang Yiyan wasn't in good health. Excessive excitement would cause her heart to race and even faint. The next second, a slap landed on the young man's face. Li Ming, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Wenwei, a girl with a lollipop in her mouth, stormed into the conference room and kicked over the chair the young man was sitting in. Li Ming trembled, glaring angrily at Zhang Wenwei. Zhang Wenwei pulled out her identification and smiled at the person at the head of the table. Excuse me, this is Zhang Wenwei, Special Envoy from the Stability Maintenance Team. A heinous massacre targeting the family of a lucky individual has occurred in S City. Zhang Yiyan from the Tianmu team of District 51 is being transferred to participate in the investigation as an advisor. This is the letter of appointment. Zhang Wenwei rushed in and out, slamming the document on the table, grabbing Zhang Yiyan, and about to leave, but stopped at the door. Li Ming, if you're trash, admit it. Do you know what the ultimate form of cheating is? It's knowing all the answers, yet watering in the mire of garbage like you. Do you really think what you see is the truth? Zhou Xiaobao. Zhou Xiaobei. Why haven't you done your homework? Wang Darren accurately found 2 homework assignments, glaring angrily at Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhu. Wang Jiuzhu instinctively wanted to apologize, but Song Tianjiu stopped him. Several lucky ones had already stumbled here, and the audience held their breath for Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu was the only one who chose to hand in blank assignments. It was unclear whether she was bold or simply stupid. The chat went blank for a moment, everyone waiting for Song Tianjiu's response. Song Tianjiu stood up and said seriously, Teacher Wang, I've been thinking about something lately. What is the essential pursuit of humanity? What is the ultimate value of a person? The audience in the live stream, Wang Darren was stunned, then angrily said, you are students, and the most important stage right now is learning. And then? After that? And finally? Song Tianjiu walked to the podium and picked up the book on Wang Darren's desk. She flipped to the last page, chose a math problem, wrote it on the blackboard with chalk, and then wrote the answer. Teacher Wang, this summer I've been thinking about what the true meaning of this world is. Perhaps everything is fake, only mathematics is real. All the numbers and formulas are fascinating. Teacher Wang, I always thought you're the best math teacher in the school. Can you lead me into a wider realm? Wang Darren, already swollen like a toad, slowly deflated upon hearing Song Tianjiu's words. He looked at Song Tianjiu, something slowly forming in his eyes. Really? You actually look at me like that, kid. Even so, you need to manage your time properly. How could you hand in a blank assignment? Wang Darren stared at the blackboard, a strange light flickering in his eyes. This is acceptable? Wang Jiuzhu's eyes widened, her red eyes filled with confusion. However, that problem. Wang Jiuzhu stared at the formula on the blackboard, and for some reason, she felt the solution wasn't elegant enough. There was an even simpler solution. Unconsciously, Wang Jiuzhu wrote down a string of answers in her notebook that even she couldn't understand. Wang Darren patted Song Tianjiu's shoulder and sighed deeply. Your math score is the worst in the class. I didn't expect you to be so determined to catch up during the summer vacation. That's good. Where there's a will, there's a way. But you also need to pay attention to managing your study time for each subject. Well-rounded development is the key. Go back to your seat. Song Tianjiu nodded obediently. Okay, teacher. No problem, teacher. I will try my best, teacher. The Area 51 think tank watched this scene in shock. This works? Dawn, clutching his swollen cheek, retorted indignantly, opportunism, cheating? Just empty talk. Upon hearing this, everyone else's gaze towards Dawn changed. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? The middle-aged man at the head of the table looked at Dawn, shook his head, and sighed, Dawn, pack your things and go maintain stability. Can the actions of a lucky individual be called cheating? Can deception and misleading the enemy on the battlefield be criticized? The middle-aged man looked at Dawn, his eyes filled with disappointment. This proves that intelligence and ability are not absolutely correlated. Chapter 28. Everything forbidden has a loophole. Faced with a death game, the most passive approach is to follow the rules. The rules are set by Pan. Pan's purpose is to spread fear and create death. Faced with such an enemy, blindly adhering to the rules and following so-called moral standards is meaningless. When united against a common enemy, adhering to so-called rules leads only to certain death. Song Tianjiu possesses a bandit-like spirit that none of the current lucky ones have. So what if he's a madman? A madman charging recklessly is far better than dying a cowardly and timid death. A madman's reckless charge can provide them with more clues. The bell rang. During the morning exercises, Wang Jiuzhao followed the other students, performing the exercises meticulously, wanting every detail to be identical. Song Tianju stood still, swinging his arms, and said languidly, "I'm not a child anymore. Why do I have to do morning exercises?" Song Tianju looked up at the sky and rubbed his stomach. "I'm hungry. Thankfully there's some food." Song Tianju pulled a milk bottle from the wide sleeve of her school uniform. Wang Jiuzhao was startled, craning her neck to get closer and whispering, "Can we eat in the classroom?" "No." Song Tianju scratched her head. "We can't let a flower but starve, can we? If you're hungry, you need to eat. If you starve to death, you have nothing left." "So that's how it is? Won't the teacher be angry?" Wang Jiuzhao looked around, wary and alert, afraid a teacher might suddenly appear. The next class was physical education. The PE teacher, about 2 people tall, lowered his head, his large, lantern-like eyes staring at the students. Moral education, intellectual education, physical education, aesthetic education, and labor education, PE is very important. 20 laps around the track. Song Tianju looked down at his legs, a look of utter disbelief on his face, then turned and dragged Wang Jiuzhao into the line. "Roll call over, time to slip away. Skipping class and not being proactive will get you struck by lightning. What kind of legitimate PE class makes you run 20 laps?" Song Tianju said with absolute certainty, "I suspect they're trying to murder me. A standard track is 400 meters per lap, so 20 laps is 8 kilometers. Even livestock wouldn't be used like that, let alone these fragile animals. A 45-minute class, running 8 kilometers. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't run like that. Is that how it is?" Wang Jiuzhao sat under a tree, head down, eating her strawberry-flavored ice cream cone. She ate with unusual seriousness, her red eyes, like a white rabbit's, radiating a clear-eyed foolishness. Song Tianju sat in the tree, crunching loudly on her chocolate cone, looking particularly ferocious. The viewers in the live stream didn't know whether to say Wang Jiuzhao's eating manners were good, or Song Tianju's lack of decorum. On the playground, there were. Some students chose to run, while others chose to give up. The exceptionally tall PE teacher stood on the playground, like a telephone pole. Clearly, this was a PE teacher who was in good health, wouldn't cancel PE classes, and didn't care much about managing students. Other live streams in Yin country also presented different scenarios. Lu Huixiang lay directly on the ground. Report? My leg hurts. Lu Huixiang's powerful words stunned the middle-aged woman, who had been trying to ambush her. The middle-aged woman, holding a knife, looked at the person, who was practically rolling on the ground, unsure whether to strike now. The PE teacher rushed over. "Zhou Xiaobao, right? Someone take her to the school clinic." The PE teacher, seemingly strange and excessively tall, almost unreal, was a rare find. A teacher with genuine professional ethics. "I take her there." The middle-aged woman sheathed her knife, immediately helped Lu Huixiang up, asked for directions, and headed towards the school clinic. On the way, with no classmates or teachers around, the middle-aged woman revealed her true colors once more. "You lived long enough. The world ultimately belongs to us, not to old things like you. A waste of resources, you don't deserve to live." The online comments were infuriating. Why doesn't she just die? She was the one crying and begging Grandma Lu to choose her during the selection process. Found her. Her name is Zhai Guiyun, divorced, with a son in middle school. Home address is XXXX. In a short time, the middle-aged woman, who had never publicly disclosed her personal information, had been completely exposed. The next second, the message vanished into thin air. The poster, undeterred, posted it again, but it was immediately deleted. Xie Yulai was a hacker operating in the gray area, possessing 2 sets of identities. He engaged in both legal and illegal activities, so opening boxes was a simple matter for him. When the message failed to send, he assumed it was a network problem. But after the third failed attempt, using 5 different accounts with different IPs, his hands froze on the keyboard. All 3 screens went dark simultaneously, revealing a white rabbit. The white rabbit was holding a carrot, a very cartoonish image, the kind that children would love as a toy, and adults would buy as a keychain. As the white rabbit's 3-lobed mouth opened and closed, a synthesized voice came from the speakers. "Please speak politely, Bunny." "Bunny." Xie Yulai felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He staggered to his feet and rushed outside, bursting into the courtyard. The courtyard was bathed in moonlight, the closed heavenly eye resembling a crescent moon. In the distance, the outline of an ancient Buddhist pagoda could be seen. Xie Yulai's residence was a self-built house very close to the scenic area, its design maximizing the use of natural light. The courtyard was bathed in moonlight, the bamboo groves desolate, even the lattice windows were shaped like crabapple blossoms. In the distance was a Buddhist temple, the faint sounds of monks chanting and bells ringing audible. Since the Heavenly Eye's appearance, religion had once again become an indispensable source of solace for people. The temple was bustling with worshippers. Today was the first day of the lunar month, and the real moon had not appeared. Looking at the enormous Heavenly Eye, a chill ran through Xiaoyulai. He found no solace in the chanting. Only fear. I'm being watched? Having clashed in the virtual world for years, Xiaoyulai wasn't without his share of offenders, but his exceptional skills had prevented anyone from tracking his physical body. This time, he was acutely aware that he was being watched. There was a knock at the door. A female voice followed. Hello, as City Stability Maintenance Team, please open the door. Xiaoyulai opened the door with trembling hands, crouching down with his hands behind his head. I confess. Zhang Wenwei immediately became alert, gripping the rubber baton at her waist. What crime did you commit? Murder or arson? You're a hacker, aren't you? Were you one of those who attacked the Tianmu Action Group's remote conference room? No, I. Xiaoyulai immediately recounted all the shady things he had done. Slow down, I don't quite understand. Never mind, come with me first, your accomplices are waiting for you. Zhang Wenwei casually pulled Xiaoyulai out. The moment she took a step, the temple bells rang again. The chanting resumed. Zhang Wenwei shoved Xiaoyulai into the van and glanced at the pagoda. Seeking divine intervention is less helpful than relying on yourself. Xiaoyulai, is it? You've been staying here because you've done too many bad things? Speaking of this, Xiaoyulai became particularly agitated. No, I didn't. This time, I just couldn't stand Zhai Guiyun bullying old lady Lu. Damn it, it was clearly Zhai Guiyun. The man in the driver's seat turned his head and whistled. A prophet, huh? Zhai Guiyun is already dead. Seeing Xiaoyulai's blank expression, the man handed him his phone. Chapter 29. In the live stream, a female doctor in a white coat, wielding an axe, was hacking at a person. Lu Huaixiang lay on the bed, a knife embedded less than half an inch into her arm, the handle still trembling. The old woman remained expressionless, simply pulling out the knife and picking up medicine and gauze to bandage it. As expected of someone who had seen much of the world, Lu Huaixiang showed no fear. When the two arrived at the school clinic, the school doctor wasn't there. Zhai Guiyun suddenly attacked for unknown reasons. When the school doctor returned, seeing Zhai Guiyun's attack, he immediately brandished the axe. Rule 5. In case of danger, seek help at the school clinic. This rule seems to be passively triggered directly in the school clinic. The man in the driver's seat shrugged. By the way, how do you know this woman's name is Zhai Guiyun? This information hasn't been released by the authorities, and Zhai Guiyun doesn't use this name in her daily life. The man adjusted his glasses. Hello, my name is Zhang Sanwen, male, and I like women. I enjoy fighting and watching excitement. Xiaoyulai grasped Zhang Sanwen's outstretched hand, its texture smooth and silky. He suspected Zhang Sanwen's interests might not lie with women. He actually takes care of his hands? Looking closer at Zhang Sanwen, Xiaoyulai realized he was an extremely beautiful person. This beauty transcended gender. Zhang Sanwen was truly beautiful, an androgynous kind of beauty. Zhang Sanwen was oblivious to Xiaoyulai's wild thoughts, continuing, let's go. From now on, you be facing a closed-off life. No matter what heinous things you've done in the past, as long as this matter is accomplished, your sentence will be reduced. The van drove along the quiet road, a stark contrast to the bustling Buddhist temple in the distance. I forgot to tell you, your mission is to infiltrate Tianmu's live stream. The assault team already has 500 people. You are the one they betrayed. Zhang Sanwen laughed heartily. Surprised? Unexpected? Excited? Xiaoyulai stared blankly at the receding pagoda, dazedly saying, that rabbit, was it your doing? What rabbit? The rabbit eating carrots in Tianmu's live stream, the rabbit that instantly deleted my comment, a rabbit. A rabbit. That kind of rabbit. Zhang Sanwen slammed on the brakes, exclaiming, when? Where's your equipment? Take it all with you. No, I call people over, your house will be your office from now on. Zhang Sanwen seemed very excited. Xiaoyulai stared at his slightly reddened eyes, a strange mix of emotions welling up inside him. Beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. Why are there people this beautiful? They don't look normal. Everyone come here, the location has been sent. There are people more skilled than you, not Xiaoyulai, but someone else, a rabbit. Zhang Sanwen, oblivious to the stares of others, frantically started calling for reinforcements. Zhang Wenwei chewed a piece of candy and kicked Xie Yulai's knee. Snap out of it, how about it? Isn't my brother handsome? Your mission is to infiltrate the Tianmu game and stuff my brother in. Maybe my brother can use his looks to bewitch Pan and solve everything. Zhang Wenwei. Shut up. Who are you trying to sell me to now? Zhang Sanwen cursed, then slapped himself. Watch your mouth, Zhang Sanwen. A bright red, swollen handprint immediately appeared on her beautiful face, looking particularly striking. Xie Yulai stared in shock at the scene, while Zhang Wenwei clicked her tongue. My brother's just a lunatic, you get used to it. You see later, my brother's ruthless when he hits himself, but even more ruthless when he hits others. While the outside world was in an uproar, the live stream was also incredibly lively. Xie Qinshan was running laps. Zhao Yubai collapsed after running 100 meters, and was immediately taken to the school clinic. Tian also went to the school clinic due to exhaustion. Rule 5. In case of danger, you can seek help at the school clinic. This rule was practically a killer move. In every live stream in Yen country, as long as the camera was focused on the school clinic, you could see the school doctor wielding an axe. The school doctor wore a white coat and white sneakers, with a delicate face and a good figure. She seemed to possess a fatal attraction. Both the lucky ones in the live stream and the viewers outside couldn't take their eyes off her. Zhao Yubai huddled in a corner of the school clinic, hugging himself tightly and trembling, staring at the school doctor. His eyes reflected the doctor's figure wielding an axe, crisp and clean, each strike possessing a dynamic beauty. The doctor chopped as he spoke. Harm is strictly prohibited in the school clinic. All forms of harm are strictly prohibited. Zhao Yubai trembled. How terrifying, how terrifying. Why have I suddenly become so cowardly? Based on past experience, I should be afraid now, but not to this extent. Why is my body, my voice, trembling? Am I being affected by something? I feel like my sanity is plummeting. Is this death game going to need a patch? Mental pollution? Zhao Yubai hugged himself tightly, having considered countless possibilities and made numerous contingency plans. The female school doctor turned to look at him, walking over through the bloody mud, and bent down to examine Zhao Yubai. Student, why are you afraid of the school doctor? Don't be afraid, harming others is prohibited in the school clinic. I will heal those bad kids. Zhao Yubai trembled even more violently. In the live stream room where Tian was, Ding Liang had originally planned to find a secluded corner to deal with her. From the moment he entered the game, Tian had been on the run. Being taken to the school clinic was one of his few opportunities. Ding Liang followed her to the school clinic, and upon entering, he saw the school doctor bending down to measure Tian's blood sugar. Ding Liang's eyes widened when he saw the female school doctor. Teacher, look at me, I'm injured too. It's hard, it hurts, it's very uncomfortable. Rule 5. In case of danger, you can go to the school clinic for help. Ding Liang felt that he was in danger. If he didn't vent, he would suffocate. The school doctor packed up his equipment, turned to Ding Liang, and smiled. Where are you injured, student? Ding Liang immediately pulled down his pants. Tian covered her eyes, her voice sharper than ever before. Dad said anyone who takes off their pants at a little girl is a big bad guy. They're all damn bad guys. Your dad's right. The school doctor smiled broadly, walked towards the burly man, black mist spreading across his palm, quickly condensing into an axe. Good boy, as the school doctor, I treat you. A permanent cure. Stained white coats were stained with dirty blood, and the burly man's cries of agony filled the air. A good student wouldn't take off their pants at a teacher. The online comments exploded. I don't know why, but it suddenly feels so good. Sister, look at me! Look at me! Sister, I want to be your underwear. Upstairs, what kind of lewd talk are you spouting? This instance is much harder than the last one. The mission lasts 7 days, and a third of the lucky ones have already died in a day. It's supposed to be some very ordinary rules, but so many people are falling into the trap. There's something wrong with this instance. Those substitute victims acted strangely after entering the school clinic. It's like all their emotions were amplified. I really want to see what happens when Song Tianjiao gets to the school clinic. What will happen? Will she go crazy? Chapter 30. A madman cannot be reasoned with using common sense. Everyone outside the live stream was currently very concerned about Song Tianjia's condition. After all, she was the strangest among the first batch of lucky ones, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Many eyes turned to the live stream where Song Tianji was, harboring feelings of worry, curiosity, morbid curiosity, or simply a desire to watch the spectacle. Don't be a spectator. People with mental illnesses are generally emotionally unstable. If Song Tianjiao goes to the school clinic, she might die. Wang Jiuzhu is Song Tianjiao's substitute for death. If Song Tianjiao dies, Wang Jiuzhu will also die. The best solution is for Wang Jiuzhao to kill Song Tianjiao. That way, it won't affect the completion of the dungeon. Don't think I'm cold-hearted. At times like this, the spark of hope is the most important thing. Wang Jiuzhao, as the red-clad female ghost, is more useful than all the lucky ones in Yin Country. The IP address upstairs is from the Universe Country. Are you trying to impersonate someone? You type so many words. Your Chinese is really good. I'm telling the truth. I've seen many people like Song Tianjiao in real life. They definitely break down under pressure. You guys don't really think Song Tianjiao is a savior, do you? Someone like her is definitely cannon fodder among cannon fodder. A dungeon that even normal people can't clear smoothly. Why is she a lunatic special? Everyone in the Universe Country is mentally ill. Looks like you have a lot of experience. It's clearly the Universe Country that's going to break down. In an instant, the live stream chat erupted into a war of words. This time, Yin Country had 14 live stream chats. 5 of the 2-person teams had already been wiped out, leaving 9 chats. Most people flocked to the live stream chat of the 51 team members, and the vast majority of these people were there because of Song Tianjiao. Song Tianjiao was an anomaly among the 60 lucky individuals in Yin Country. These days, many people suffer from mental illness, but being chosen as one of the lucky ones, and being diagnosed with a mental illness, made Song Tianjiao unique globally. Despite being reluctant to admit it, most people in Yin Country knew that Song Tianjiao was unlikely to succeed this time. The amplification of emotions in the school clinic was something those suffering from mental illness found difficult to overcome. Perhaps, between total annihilation and the survival of one person, choosing the survival of one was the right thing to do. Song Tianjiao died, Wang Jiuzhou lived. Besides Song Tianjiao and Xie Qishan, the substitute victims for the other 3 members of Squad 51 all died at the hands of the school doctor. As it turned out, the substitute victims were a huge trap, amplifying the darker aspects of human nature through this identity. The entire think tank began discussing the possibility of sacrificing Song Tianjiao to save Wang Jiuzhou. Based on Song Tianjiao's medical report, her mental abnormality is organic and irreversible. There's a 99% chance she won't be able to control herself when facing the school doctor. Wang Jiuzhou has great potential, and the body he's currently using is very likely a product of some kind of technology. If possible, we hope we can obtain a sample. The discussion was in full swing. After listening to the other districts' presentations, Wei Bei, the head of the Tianmu Action Group in Area 51, raised a question: where are human rights? Where is the basic right to life of citizens? In your eyes, those lucky ones are just tools to complete the game? Then, what's the difference between you and Pan? Someone advised, Old Wei, Song Tianjiao is a mad woman. Wei Bei, the head of Area 51, looked at the other participants through the screen, his eyes filled with indelible disappointment. So what if she's crazy? Compared to her, you're all more like madmen. Even a madman knows that one less lucky person entering the game means one less death. You're not even as good as a madman. For some, this was a game of choice, a disguised trolley problem. 2 railway tracks. The original track is tied to Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou. If a train passes, both will die. The spare track is tied to Song Tianjiao. Wang Jiuzhou has a button. If she chooses to kill Song Tianjiao before the train arrives and switch tracks early, she can survive. It all hinges on sacrifice. Sacrifice 1, or sacrifice 2? Everyone is making this choice and arguing endlessly about it. We have one more chance to connect. Someone said this, and the room fell silent. The person presiding over the meeting took the documents handed to him by his secretary, glanced at them, and took a deep breath. Vote now. Those who agree to connect with Wang Jiuzhou, please raise your hands. Those who oppose connecting with Wang Jiuzhou, please raise your hands. 5 people voted, 7 abstained, 3 agreed, 2 opposed. Wei Bei, the plump middle-aged man, hunched over, his eyes filled with deep disappointment. Even those who should have held on to hope had lost faith? Wei Bei closed his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the scene of death. After PE class, Song Tianjiao jumped down from the tree and ran to the PE teacher. Teacher, you're so tall. The PE teacher looked down at him scrutinizingly. You skipped class. I didn't eat, so my blood sugar was low. I'm trying to raise it. Song Tianjiao looked up. Like a good boy, teacher, can I get extra lessons from you later? I was wrong about this class. The exceptionally tall PE teacher, with his enormous head and lantern-sized eyes, stared at Song Tianjiao, his expression momentarily blank. It seemed, according to the script, this shouldn't be happening. Teacher, has anyone ever told you that you have a very strong spine? It's really amazing. A pumpkin was stuck into the scarecrow's skeleton, its thin branches bearing large fruits. Song Tianjiao gazed at the PE teacher's large head, praising him repeatedly. The PE teacher's cheeks flushed. Really? This is the first time someone has praised me. Go to class. Since you haven't eaten, it's not your fault. Go to the teacher's cafeteria for lunch, there's a snack. Song Tianjiao nodded repeatedly, though she didn't know why this giant-headed pumpkin was offering her an olive branch, but she accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Song Tianjiao turned and left without a trace of regret. Like a heartless scoundrel who had deceived someone's heart, she waved goodbye without a trace. Wang Jiuzhao followed behind her, bowing respectfully. Goodbye, teacher. It was the student's fault today. The PE teacher, watching the two leave, slumped over his shoulder, lost in thought. Such polite children. I wish they could stay forever. Livestream viewers, What kind of bizarre, Yandra-like statement is this? Did I wander into the wrong show? Just as she entered the teaching building, Wang Jiuzhao abruptly stopped. On the wall in front of her, a line of red text appeared. Hello, Wang Jiuzhao. After comparing the situations in various live streams, we have reached the following conclusion. Song Tianjiao has a 99% probability of dying in the school clinic. To preserve the spark of hope, you may kill Song Tianjiao at an appropriate time. Please don't feel guilty. Tianjiao, a liar asked me to kill you. Song Tianjiao was diligently blowing bubble gum when she heard this. With a pop, the pink bubble she had just blown burst. She ripped the gum from her mouth, crumpled it up in a tissue, and threw it into a trash can 5 meters away. I didn't expect a sheepdog to use such a cunning trick. How low class. Chapter 31. I stopped using this kind of trashy strategy a long time ago. Low-level manipulation of people's hearts is pointless. Song Tianjiao sighed deeply, leaning to the side, her arm around Wang Jiuzhao's neck, looking in the direction Wang Jiuzhao was pointing. All she could see were ordinary walls and famous quotes on them. There were no messages. I can't see it. It was probably sent to you separately. Damn it, so unfair, not even letting me see it. Wang Jiuzhao read the message aloud. Kill Song Tianjiao. Please don't feel guilty. Song Tianjiao laughed, laughing so hard she clung to Wang Jiuzhao, almost losing her balance. Wang Jiuzhao quickly grabbed her waist and steadied her. Kill me and you live. Ha ha ha, what kind of talk is that? Even turning someone to a faction requires sincerity, and this is utterly devoid of sincerity. It should promise you 9 lives, that's a fair trade. The comments section was unfunny. The Tianmu team members across the region couldn't laugh either. Everyone was watching the live stream, awaiting Wang Jiuzhao's answer and actions. Killing Song Tianjiao and letting Wang Jiuzhao live was undoubtedly the most rewarding option at the moment. A survival strategy of shedding one's tail. When a dove encounters danger, it abandons its tail feathers. This doesn't affect its flight. When a gecko encounters danger, it abandons its tail. This doesn't affect its survival. Anyway, they grow back. Anyway, there are other lucky ones. Many people believe that killing Song Tianjiao and having Wang Jiuzhao kill him was the best option at the moment. Any variable meant danger. Song Tianjiao laughed until he was exhausted. Wang Jiuzhao barely managed to support him, and the two leaned against the wall. Wang Jiuzhao said, Tianjiao, I won't do anything. The school clinic is dangerous. We can just avoid it. Everyone has to follow the rules. The rules don't say we have to go to the school clinic. Song Tianjiao laughed so hard she almost fell to the ground. You're killing me. I haven't met such a naive person in ages. Wang Jiuzhao didn't know if Song Tianjiao was crazy. She only knew that when she said she didn't want to marry the Lu family's son, her stepmother called her crazy. She only knew that Song Tianjiao had taken her out of Wufu town. She only knew that strawberry cake was delicious, strawberry ice cream was delicious, starch sausage was delicious, and the sunshine felt warm on her skin. It's good to be alive. What merit have I accumulated to deserve living on the back of human lives? Tianjiao, that sheepdog you mentioned is truly a wicked thing. The chat was silent. Everyone in the Tianmu working group's online meeting room was silent. Everyone in the think tank was silent too. They analyzed many things, striving to maximize their interests, but they hadn't considered Wang Jiuzhao's thoughts at all. Wang Jiuzhao wasn't just the fearsome red-clad female ghost the audience spoke of. She was an independent thinker with her own abilities. The outside world made the choice for Wang Jiuzhao, using up the single-line connection opportunity that Yin Kingdom had painstakingly saved. This opportunity was saved thanks in no small part to Song Tianjiao. and they chose to use the connection opportunity to arrange for Wang Jiuzhao to kill Song Tianjiao. A hellish joke. What merit have I gained? What right do they have to make this decision? The school bell rang. A new class, calm and uneventful. At lunchtime, the student cafeteria was packed. Song Tianjiao, hands in his pockets, went straight to the teacher's cafeteria. In the teacher's cafeteria, Sun Daqiang, Wang Darren, the PE teacher. His name was Nan Datu. Were all eating. There was also a particularly beautiful woman with a name tag around her neck. School Dr. Feng Dahua. The teachers' and students' cafeterias weren't connected. The cafeteria lady's face immediately darkened when she saw the two students enter. Zhou Xiaobao, Zhou Xiaobei, come here. The fish is good today, you should eat some so you can run faster. The PE teacher, Nan Datu, beckoned to Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao. He was already over 2 meters tall, with a large head and a long body. Even with the chair, he was about the same height as an average person, making him stand out remarkably. The cafeteria lady immediately put on a smiling face. Come on, come on. The cafeteria lady's hands didn't tremble. Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao's plates were piled high. Just as Song Tianjiao took out his banknotes, Sun Daqiang had already handed him his meal card. Hurry up and eat. After you finish, come to my office to get your questions. My office is on the first floor of the administration building, at the far west end. Sun Daqiang finished his meal and left with a blank face, but his bulging belly and cheeks betrayed his mood. Wang Darren handed 2 hard-boiled eggs to Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao. Nan Data said you had low blood sugar during PE class? Eat more. These days, students are all so fragile. Wang Jiuzhao was flattered and thanked him repeatedly. She was someone who hadn't received a modern education, her behavior strictly adhering to traditional etiquette, and her speech exceptionally solemn. In the current context, she seemed well-behaved and sensible. Feng Dahua sat to the side, unsmiling, eating a bowl of egg custard from beginning to end. Wang Darren and Nan Data left after their meal, but Feng Dahua remained. Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao stole glances at Feng Dahua, the school doctor, with suspicion. The two were of one mind and decided to work hard to finish eating, so they could run away as soon as possible. Feng Dahua suddenly said, Do you know why Nan Datu is called Nan Datu? Because his head looks like a pumpkin. Cough cough. Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao choked on the joke. Feng Dahua got up and left the cafeteria. The two stared at Feng Dahua's retreating figure, then exchanged bewildered glances. Is this the school doctor in the infirmary? Is she dangerous? The viewers in the live stream also found it strange. They went to watch edited versions of other live streams featuring encounters with school doctors, and all of them were bloody scenes, the kind that couldn't be posted without censorship. Some suspected that Xianlu Middle School had 2 school doctors, twins who looked exactly alike. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the school doctors in other live streams went on a killing spree, while in Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao's live stream, the school doctor only told lame jokes. Teacher Nan Datu, don't listen, it's a bad review. School doctor Feng Dahua has a serious illness. Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao ate lunch and then went to find their physics teacher, Sun Daqiang. After all, they had agreed to meet, and not going might cause problems. Song Tianjiao sighed, I'm such a good student. She said this while cracking sunflower seeds. The sunflower seeds were bought at the cafeteria's small supermarket. Song Tianjiao slept in class, ate snacks, and skipped classes, but she firmly believed she was a good student. Wang Jiuzhao didn't understand where Song Tianjiao's inexplicable confidence came from, and mustered the courage to slurp down her milk. This was the milk Song Tianjiao had brought that morning. There was still a carton left. With Wang Jiuzhao's upbringing, eating in a crowd was something very embarrassing. But watching Song Tianjiao crunching away on her sunflower seeds, she felt that not eating would make her an oddball. The feeling of eating in a crowd was subtle. Wang Jiuzhao had never experienced it before. She covered her mouth and nose with her hand, stealing glances at the people around her, and found that no one paid any attention to her. No one pointed or whispered, saying she was unruly or lacked manners. Upon arriving at the administration building, Song Tianjiao and his companion were blocked at the stairwell. The group consisted of 3 men and 2 women who appeared aggressive. Not wearing school uniforms, their hair was a bizarre mix of colors, giving them an arrogant air. The leader, a blonde-haired man, crossed his arms and said, Not bad, huh? Give us some, we share the good fortune. Slurp. Wang Jiuzhao finished his milk in one gulp and handed over the carton. Looking at the milk carton in his hand, the blonde-haired man's nose twitched with anger. He threw the carton on the ground and stomped on it, smashing it. You won't listen to reason, so here comes the punishment. Beat him up. You really think I won't dare to lay a hand on you? Chapter 32. Meanwhile, other lucky ones also encountered extortion. Some chose to hand over their pocket money, while others, mindful of the rules, chose to passively endure the beating. Some chose to run away. Rule 4. Fighting between students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. The word strictly prohibited sets the tone for this rule. Anyone with a sound mind can see that this rule is ironclad. Tianjiao, a wise man doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Whatever they want, we give them. Wang Jiuzhou naturally realized the seriousness of the problem. Crack. Song Tianju cracked open a sunflower seed, his face immediately changing drastically. It was bitter. Pa! 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 The blonde-haired man immediately exploded, angrily shouting, "What kind of attitude is that? You look down on me?" The blonde-haired man directly picked up a broom and attacked Song Tianju. Song Tianju ducked to dodge, stepping on the blonde-haired man's instep. Then, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Teacher's son! I come to get the questions. You can yell until you're hoarse, it won't do you any good," the blonde-haired man said arrogantly, and the next moment a hand landed on his shoulder. The blonde-haired man turned around and met a pair of bulging eyes and a gaping maw. "Ribbit! Fighting among students is prohibited. You're bullying my students? Ribbit!" Sun Daqiang's bulging yellow eyes moved slightly, as he said to Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhou, "Ribbit! You two go to my office first." Wang Jiuzhou felt like she'd been granted a pardon, and immediately pulled Song Tianju towards the office next door. Sun Daqiang's office was right next to the west staircase on the first floor. Those guys who blocked them had really chosen a good spot. This location was separated from them by only one wall. Wang Jiuzhou sat on the office sofa, finally letting out a sigh of relief, and said with suspicion, "So Teacher's son is actually a toad spirit." Song Tianjiao grabbed a piece of candy from the table, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Probably. A wail, a plea for mercy, followed by the sounds of struggling and swallowing echoed outside. Wang Jiuzhou wasn't cowardly, after all, she came from Duofu town and, during her years as a supernatural being, had seen all sorts of bizarre things. She just didn't want to lose her current life. Who says a life fraught with danger and constant displacement isn't life? Wang Jiuzhou peeked through the doorway, her thoughts racing. It really is a toad spirit, those people were eaten. Wang Darren must be a toad spirit too, and Nan Datu a pumpkin spirit. The viewers in the live stream marveled. No wonder she's the red-clad female ghost. Her mental fortitude is amazing. Wang Jiuzhou looks weak, pitiful, and helpless, but she was probably a boss-level monster back then, right? Song Tianju ate Sun the Toad's candy. Won't she face retribution? Words came true. Sun Daqiang returned to find Song Tianjiao holding a jar of candy. Sun Daqiang's lips twitched. He walked to the bookshelf and pulled out 2 sets of test papers. "Stop eating. Didn't you eat enough at lunch? I told you the cafeteria staff's hands were shaking when they served the food, but they didn't believe me." Sun Daqiang was surprisingly easygoing. If you ignored the bright red bloodstains on his shirt, and the corner of his mouth, and his oversized mouth, he was a completely generous and kind teacher who cared about his students. Song Tianjiao simply stuffed the candy into his pocket, and poured his own sunflower seeds into the candy jar. "Teacher's son, eating candy isn't good for your teeth. Eat more sunflower seeds." Sun Daqiang waved his hand, and took out a pen for the two to do their work. According to the Xianlu Middle School timetable, they had to enter the classroom at 1:20, and class started at 1:30. Less than 40 minutes were left for Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou. The question was a calculus problem. The teacher hopes you can all pass. Only students who pass are good students. Song Tianjiao buried her head in her work. Wang Jiuzhou also picked up her pen. As an ancient female ghost, she shouldn't be used to penmanship, but she had only held a pen for a year when she was in school. After that, she secretly studied and wrote with charcoal sticks made from willow branches. Over time, she lost all sense of how to hold a pen. Now, with a ballpoint pen, although she wasn't used to it, she could still write, though her strokes were a bit hesitant. Song Tianjiao finished in 30 minutes, and was about to exchange papers with Wang Jiuzhou, when she saw that Wang Jiuzhou had already finished. She had been careless. She had forgotten something very important. Song Tianjiao looked at Wang Jiuzhou's paper, which was practically blank and lacked any written answers, and covered her face with one hand. "Finished?" Sun Daqiang put down his thermos and strolled over. Seeing the two finish writing, he immediately snatched the exam papers, took out the answer key, and began grading. Zhou Xiaobao, 60 points passing. Zhou Xiaobei full marks? Sun Daqiang looked at Wang Jiuzhou in shock, his voice trembling. A genius. You really didn't peek at the answers? No, with my eyesight, there's no way I wouldn't have seen you peek. Zhou Xiaobao. Stop eating your melon seeds. Look at you, 60 points is enough? Sun Daqiang began to criticize Song Tianjiu. The teacher knows you're smart, but you should use your intelligence where it's needed. You can't just pick the questions you want to answer and cobble together a 60. This kind of playful mentality is unacceptable, ribbit. I'm so angry. Ribbit. Sun Daqiang became increasingly arrogant as he spoke. Wang Jiuzhou opened his eyes wide, his crimson eyes reflecting a giant toad. Teacher Sun really is a toad spirit. He's a toad. Croak. Teacher Sun was furious, and the consequences were severe. So, both of them were scolded. They were only allowed to go back when the preparatory bell rang. During the 10 minutes waiting for class to begin, Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou slumped over their desks, their heads buzzing. Their minds were filled with Sun Daqiang's croak, croak, croak. The bell rang. A figure carrying books walked in. Class, math class now, croak. Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou exchanged a glance, both seeing despair in each other's eyes. The croaking of frogs was deafening, far more than just one. After math came physics, and physics was also Sun Daqiang. It was unclear whether the two toads had conspired, but they were both starting to reveal their true forms. This class, croak, croak, croak. The long afternoon passed, and Song Tianjiu wanted nothing more than to bury his head in his desk drawer. Zhou Xiaobei, it's not good to specialize in one subject. You need to study physics more. Song Tianjiu was desperate. Was this scenario really forcing them back to the classroom? The viewers in the live stream, watching Song Tianjiu's pained expression, forgot their fear, and the chat was filled with glee. If you only watched Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou's live stream, it was a chaotic and hilarious scene, almost like something out of a children's cartoon. As everyone knows, even the villains in children's cartoons treat the protagonists with leniency and preferential treatment. This is an ironclad rule of children's cartoons, otherwise, they wouldn't pass censorship. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream vaguely felt that Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou were the protagonists of a children's cartoon. Welcome to the adventures of the strange and weird world. I'm your host, Strange and Weird. I'm your host, Strange and Weird. Our protagonist seems to have encountered some trouble. Let's see how Mr. Toad will help them. Ah, what a vicious Mr. Toad. The comments section has already started resembling a children's play. Chapter 33. The other live stream rooms didn't have such a cheerful atmosphere. Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren revealed their true forms, frightening many lucky viewers. Although they hadn't broken the rules yet, many were already in a state of extreme fear. Tian sat in the classroom, watching the Toad lecturing, her eyes wide open. Dad was right, there really is a Mr. Toad. Teacher Sun and Teacher Wang are two toads. Do they travel too? Do they need to see a psychologist? Two toads traveling. What kind of traveling frogs are these? The viewers in Tian's live stream room were extremely curious about how Tian's father educated his child. At a time like this, weren't they afraid? Lu Huixiang was secretly smoking her pipe, completely ignoring the Toad lecturing. Zhou Xiaobao. You answer the question. Sitting in the last row, Lu Huixiang, who was called on, tried to see the blackboard, but finally shook her head and said, Teacher, my eyesight is bad, I can't see. Front row. Mr. Toad was very angry. If you don't know, you don't know. You're getting an extra set of questions. Xie Qishan was stunned by the sight of the toad-like figure. The past day had been incredibly jarring. However, he was someone who had once transformed into a rooster, so he wasn't afraid, but he hated toads. Xie Qishan rubbed his arm, trying hard not to look directly at the toad. Zhao Yubai was frantically doing practice questions in class. A side effect of his exam preparation, he couldn't stop once he saw a question. Toads were not school bullies robbing people, he ignored them all. As a test-taking expert, he couldn't tolerate blank questions. The Yin Kingdom's think tank was still in an emergency meeting. The state of the 5 members of Team 51 was completely out of place compared to the others, utterly bizarre. For a moment, they were unsure whether these 5 people, plus Wang Jiuzhou, could be considered normal. If the 6 of them were normal, then what about the lucky ones, who went insane, and the spectators? Were they the ones who were abnormal? They were evenly matched at the beginning, so why is it getting stranger and stranger as it goes on? Based on the data we have, we can analyze that the death game selects participants based on multiple dimensions, including social relationships, physical ability, and intelligence. Currently, it seems that one crucial criterion is missing. The speaker paused, then continued, resilience. Currently most of the lucky ones died because of their inability to withstand pressure. The fear of death and the internal conflict of the current situation overwhelmed their minds, preventing them from effectively analyzing and making correct judgments. These 5 from Area 51, although old, weak, sick, disabled, or mentally unstable, Lu Huixiang, as an elderly woman, was a frontline combatant in her youth, later retiring to the second line and raising many of her comrades' children. Such a person, having experienced the trials of war and politics, possesses a resilience far exceeding that of ordinary people. The threat of death was insignificant to such an elderly person. The meeting continued in full swing, with these onlookers attempting to analyze the reasons for the progress made. Tea was refilled wave after wave. Everyone was exhausted, but no one wanted to rest. In truth, such analysis was meaningless. Sometimes, victory is victory. The real decisive factors were beyond their analytical grasp. The frequent glances Lu Huixiang cast at Song Tianju were simply interpreted by them as the older generation showing care for the younger. They were completely unaware of who the team's true decision-maker was. Strong individuals have a connection. They respect and admire each other. They simply couldn't imagine that someone as resolute as Lu Huixiang would consider a young girl who had just come of age a true teammate. Time passed slowly, and evening study ended at 9:30. After class, she had to go back to her dormitory, but Song Tianjiao didn't know her dormitory number. She had to ask Wang Darren to find it. 404? What an unlucky number. Wang Darren's cheeks puffed out. Use your brains more often. You can't even remember this? Didn't I tell you in the first class? Wang Darren suddenly realized that these 2 students hadn't been in his class at all on the first day of school. Zhou Xiaobao, Zhou Xiaobei, you 2 better pay attention. Okay, teacher, thank you, teacher, I understand. Good night, teacher, see you tomorrow. Song Tianjiao muttered, already running 3 meters away. Wang Jiuzhou added, thank you for your hard work, teacher. Please get some rest. Thank you so much. Song Tianjiu ran straight to the cafeteria supermarket and bought instant noodles and grilled sausages. The dormitory was a 6-person room with 3 bunk beds, but only 5 people lived there. Zhou Xiaobao and Zhou Xiubei's beds were bunk beds, already made with brand new bedding and pillows. The other 3 were busy making their beds, and didn't give the 2 of them a second glance. Song Tianjiao climbed onto the top bunk and sat on it, looking at the 3 making their beds, a question forming in her mind. Who made my bed? Wang Jiuzhou was remaking the bed, carefully checking the mattress, relaying the sheets, and folding them neatly. She also shook out and checked the blankets and pillows carefully. Wang Jiuzhou looked up and said, Tianjiao, calm down. The bed needs to be remade. Huh? Song Tianjiu was confused. Seeing Wang Jiuzhou's insistence, she simply took the instant noodle container to get hot water. After the instant noodles were ready, Wang Jiuzhou had thoroughly inspected the bed. He then took the key, opened their closet, and rearranged everything. Looking at the perfectly wrinkle-free bed, Song Tianjiu understood. Wang Jiuzhou was probably a germaphobe. Wang Jiuzhou tidied up quickly. Everything was neat and orderly. The moment the instant noodles touched her tongue, her eyes lit up. Delicious. This unlucky girl, she never had anything good to eat. Song Tianjiu felt she should let Wang Jiuzhou see the world, so she took out some pickled chicken feet. Wang Jiuzhou took one bite and was captivated. So spicy, so delicious, so spicy, so delicious. After dinner and a shower, it was almost 10:30 p.m. Rule 3. Please be asleep by 11 p.m. Dorm supervisors will be checking rooms. Song Tianjiu slept on the top bunk, and Wang Jiuzhou slept on the bottom bunk. The 2 lay in bed, trying hard to fall asleep. The other 3 roommates had also already taken to bed. Dormitory 404 was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Jiuzhou suddenly sat up. Tianjiao, I can't sleep. What should I do? Song Tianjiu replied instantly. Pretend to be asleep. The rule says to fall asleep. What if I'm caught pretending? Wang Jiuzhou was a little worried. She had never seen such a detailed rule before. After carefully considering it, she felt extremely disgusted. The more details, the less room for error. Too many rules are annoying. Wang Jiuzhou thought it over and over again, then decisively banged her head against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. Why am I not dizzy? Song Tianjiao, She refused to answer that question. At that moment, Tian was trying to lull herself to sleep. Daddy says that going to bed on time is what makes a good child. I stayed up late in Duofu town, and Daddy will be angry if he finds out. Tian wants to be a good child. The little girl lay in bed, and began to tell herself a fairy tale. A long, long time ago, there was a castle. Chapter 34. Thud, a plastic bottle hit Tion, followed by her roommate's angry roar. Shut up, go to sleep. Her roommate couldn't stand this hypnotic activity anymore. Tion hugged herself tightly, silently telling herself fairy tales. Lu Huixiang fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow, even snoring, showing no fear whatsoever. This was the first time she had fallen asleep in a dungeon since entering the death game, creating immense psychological pressure. Xiao Yubai murmured, reciting scriptures. Those who do not attain the true path have deluded minds. Having deluded minds. If one listened carefully, one could discern that he was reciting the pure and tranquil sutra. On the other side, Xie Qingshan was also trying to hypnotize himself. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Those who were asleep were already asleep. Those who were not yet asleep were pretending to be asleep. A dragging sound came from outside the door, the footsteps unusually slow, as if wearing shoes 5 sizes too big, accompanied by rustling sounds, like the opening and closing of some creature's mouthparts. The stench of blood permeated the air, and black mist gradually spread. A hoarse voice echoed in the empty corridor, occasionally punctuated by the sound of doors opening and closing. It's dark. Let me see who hasn't closed their eyes yet. Is it you? Is it you? The footsteps drew closer, and finally the door opened. The door to dormitory room 404 creaked open, a powerful flashlight waving in the room, shining precisely on the eyelids of every student. It's dark. Let me see who hasn't closed their eyes yet. Is it you? Is it you? Wang Jiuzhou kept her eyes closed, despite the bright light shining on her eyelids, making her heart race and her vision blur red. She still pretended to be asleep. It's you? The flashlight beam shone on Song Tianjiu's face. The sound of chewing mouthparts became clearer, and she could even hear the flapping of some kind of insect's wings. A strange sensation landed on Song Tianjiu's cheek, the flashlight almost touching her eyelids. The viewers in the live stream held their breath. Judging from the commotion in the corridor earlier, several people had already died violently. Would Song Tianjiu be next? The viewers in the live stream watched the slender figure, with delicate feet dragging size 38 shoes, and swallowed hard. That dragging sound wasn't from shoes that were too big, but from feet that were too small. This dormitory manager was clearly humanoid, yet she had a pair of arthropod-like feet, and her humanoid fingers were covered with a shell. Her body was hunched over. If she stood upright, her shoulders could touch the ceiling. Alien? Is that thing an alien? Is this really polite way to check dorm rooms? It scared me awake even when I was asleep. Such an impolite dorm room check. The dorm supervisor's forelimb rested on Song Tianjiu's face, seemingly scrutinizing him intently. The viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats. Time ticked by, and finally, the supervisor retracted its forelimb. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they could get through the night safely, the supervisor placed its forelimb on Song Tianjiu's heart. One more person needed, you're in. Checking dorm rooms is tiring. I don't want to work. The viewers in the live stream hadn't expected this turn of events. Just when they thought they were about to witness a brutal murder, a bone knife pierced the supervisor's arm. The midnight bell rang outside the teaching building. Song Tianjiu opened her eyes, the flashlight beam shining directly into her pupils. Amidst the gasps of countless viewers in the live stream, she smiled. Good morning, dear dormitory manager. Rule 3. Please be asleep before 11 p.m. Dormitory managers will be checking rooms. Rule 4. Fighting between students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. Song Tianjiu seemed to have triggered 2 rules at once. The staff member on duty in the Tianmu Action Conference room, who had been dozing off, jumped up, staring at the screen, and began calling for backup. Song Tianjiu was, so far, the only lucky one to trigger Rule 3. And so far, the only lucky one in the Xianlu Middle School instance to trigger 2 rules simultaneously. So what awaited her? To be or not to be, that is the question. Wang Jiuzhou opened his eyes. In the flashlight beam, a distorted shadow appeared. Blood-red pupils reflected this strange thing. Wang Jiuzhou tilted his head, stood up, walked barefoot to the wall, and turned on the light. Under the lights, people finally saw the dormitory supervisor's full appearance. The supervisor wore a dark brown uniform skirt, which made her look somewhat human, but upon closer inspection, it became clear that her clothes were soaked in blood. The exposed areas outside her clothing were light green, with what appeared to be arthropod-like exoskeletons, mantis-like legs and tips, what could be called feet, wearing a pair of obviously ill-fitting leather boots. Wherever the supervisor walked, strange bloodstains remained. These were long trails left by her shoes, after blood dripped onto the ground. The lingering smell of blood in the air originated from these trails. The supervisor had a small, oval face, large eyes, a small mouth, no nose, and double teeth. At first glance, the face could be described as beautiful. But a second look, due to the uncanny valley effect, sends chills down your spine. It wasn't human. Wang Jiuzhou picked up the flipped-over name tag hanging around its neck. The blood-stained tag barely revealed the information. Dormitory Supervisor Tang Lang. Was it Tang Lang, or a praying mantis? That no longer mattered. What mattered was that Song Tianjiu had triggered the rules. The live stream chattered. At this point, if Wang Jiuzhou kills Song Tianjiu, he might be able to get away with it. Otherwise, if Song Tianjiu dies, Wang Jiuzhou will also die. The double victim setup is practically the biggest trap. Song Tianjiu has never actively triggered any rules before, so why did she trigger 2 this time? The rules clearly state that fighting is prohibited, yet she acted like a student so skillfully, I thought she had already made her judgment. She actually attacked the dormitory manager. Is she crazy? Could it be that the dormitory, like the school clinic, has some unknown effect on people? The other lucky ones are all fine, so why is it only Song Tianjiu who is affected? If you're bad, practice more. You all have too high expectations of a madwoman. Don't be surprised if a madwoman does anything strange. The comments flashed across the screen, the lightheartedness of the daytime gone. Public opinion shifts quickly. When an incident occurs, the loudest voices are often negative. The silent majority is sometimes not neutral, it's tacit approval. At this moment, the malice towards Song Tianjiu in the live stream chat had reached the point where they wished her dead immediately. Only if Wang Jiuzhou kills her can he live. She's a burden to Wang Jiuzhou. He can't blame anyone else. She's just a mad woman. It's absurd that you all think so highly of her, with some even posting analyses saying Song Tianjiu is the hope in Pandora's box. This kind of mad woman is a time bomb. The sooner we defused her, the sooner we can have peace of mind. A drop of dark green blood ran down the bone knife in Song Tianjiu's hand, touching her fingertips. More footsteps echoed in the corridor. Someone was coming. Song Tianjiu kicked aside the dormitory supervisor. Tang Lang jumped down from the upper bunk and landed directly on Tang Lang's excessively slender waist. At the same time, the dormitory door opened, and thick black smoke drifted in. A mocking voice rang out from outside the door. Let me see what's going on. Chapter 35. Song Tianjiu turned her head, sheathing the bone knife in her sleeve, and lunged at the newcomer. The dorm supervisor is bullying me. I was asleep, and he woke me up, saying he's going to kill me. Song Tianjiu tore open her shirt, revealing a red welt on her chest. The 2 toads immediately turned their heads away. Nandatu, trying to squeeze in, strained to get his large head in, only to have half his head chopped off by school doctor Feng Dahua with an axe. Ah, my head! Nandata clutched the blood-stained, black glowing half of a pumpkin on the ground, heartbroken. Get out of the way. Feng Dahua kicked Nandatu away, the large-headed PE teacher rolling all the way to the end of the corridor. What happened? Feng Dahua raised her axe, looking at the people in dormitory 404, her gaze sweeping over Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou. Teacher, the dorm supervisor is bullying me. I was asleep, and it kept waking me up, saying it was too tired to check the dorms, and wanted to kill me to make up the numbers. Song Tianjiu repeated his testimony. Feng Dahua frowned, her face turning cold as she looked at the dorm supervisor, Tang Lang, and angrily asked, Is that so? Tang Lang's mouthparts moved, his inhuman eyes revealing a hint of confusion. According to the rules, student safety is the top priority. She didn't violate any rules, so why did you eat her? Tang Lang, I need an explanation. Feng Dahua was shrouded in black mist, her face extremely pale. Clearly, the school doctor was furious. Tang Lang, no longer arrogant, actually took a few steps back, lifting a student from the bed, trying to use him as a shield. Ah! The student immediately awoke with a scream. Tang Lang. Feng Dahua was utterly enraged. She swung her axe, severing the head of dormitory supervisor Tang Lang. The dark green liquid staining his white lab coat made it appear even more ghastly. The mantis still held the student hostage. The student's heart had been pierced by its forelegs. My mission for tonight is complete. Tang Lang's head, rolled to the bottom of the bed, uttered in a hoarse voice. His voice was somewhat indistinct, difficult to hear clearly. Feng Dahua said, You killed 10 people, you completed your mission? But you killed the wrong person, you wronged a good student. Feng Dahua was a woman of principle. She grabbed Tang Lang and threw him, along with the deceased student, into the hallway outside. As she moved, Dark green and bright red blood stained her white lab coat. Soon, the sound of swallowing came from outside. Quack! Tomlong's food is awful. Quack! What about the good students? Bury them, plant pumpkins, and next year we harvest lots and lots of pumpkins. The viewers in the live stream witnessed for the first time the bizarre scene of a group of students from Xianlu Middle School committing mass murder. In their hearts, they had already begun to mourn for Song Tianjiu. After all, Song Tianjiu had broken the rules. Everyone thought so. They believed Song Tianjiu had broken the rules and was doomed. Feng Dahua took out her first aid kit and walked towards Song Tianjiu. Feng Dahua examined the wound and found it was just a small cut on the skin. With a little blood seeping out, it didn't even need medicine. The school doctor's lips twitched. She straightened Song Tianjiu's clothes, her hand stained with 2 different colors of blood, and pinched her face hard. But they don't know what it means to judge a book by its cover. Hand over your weapons. No sharp objects are allowed at Xianlu Middle School. Students' task is to study. Song Tianjiu exchanged a glance with school doctor Feng Dahua, swallowed hard, and pulled out a bone knife hidden in his sleeve. Feng Dahua took the knife, stroking it with her fingers, a slight smile on her face. This school doctor in a white coat spoke in a tone as casual as discussing the weather, uttering chilling words. Not made of human bone. Human bone is more suitable for this kind of object. The femur would be perfect in both length and hardness. Viewers watching the live stream felt a dull ache in their thighs. The femur is the thigh bone, typically a quarter of the human body's length, and is one of the most outstanding bones in the human body in terms of both hardness and length. That's what they said, but thinking about it carefully was truly terrifying. Looking at the kindly smiling Feng Dahua, the viewers recalled the bloody scene in the school clinic that needed to be censored earlier that day, and their hair stood on end. Feng Dahua turned to leave, then stopped under the terrified gazes of the audience. There's one more rule. Fighting between students is prohibited. Rule 4. Fighting between students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. It's over. Wang Jiuzhou and the audience simultaneously had the same thought. We're doomed. Feng Dahua turned her head, but her body didn't move, standing in an odd posture, smiling at Song Tianjiu. She continued, faculty members are not students. Honey, you barely passed. Congratulations, you see tomorrow's sunrise. I know you're not well behaved, but for now, you're a good student. Song Tianjiu also had a smiling expression. Thank you for the compliment. Teacher Feng, your cervical spine is really good. Feng Dahua's face showed a hint of unease. She quickly turned her head and strode away. Song Tianji chased after her, waving from the doorway. Goodbye, teacher. Feng Dahua's pace quickened, almost 3 steps to 2 meters. Thick black mist swirled around her body, as if it could solidify at any moment, enveloping and devouring anyone in its tentacles. Nandata got up from the ground and walked to Song Tianjiu with a hunched back. Excuse me, student, I need to clean up. Could you please make way? Song Tianjiu stepped aside to let Nandatu, his head slung over his shoulder, squeeze through the doorway. His head was noticeably larger than during the day. If Feng Dahua hadn't chopped off part of his pumpkin head, he probably wouldn't have been able to get into the dormitory. Nandata pulled a rag from his pocket and began meticulously cleaning the bloodstains on the floor. 10 minutes later, the dormitory floor and walls were spotless. Even the smell of blood was gone. Nandata even tidied up the mess in the dormitory. After finishing, Nandatu, still holding his head, said, It's late, go to sleep. Don't be late tomorrow. Nandata squeezed out of the room, not forgetting to wipe the doorway stained with pumpkin juice. He even wiped the bloodstains from the mouths of Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren, who were squatting on either side of him. The pumpkin head nodded slightly to Song Tianjiu and the stunned Wang Jiuzhou, saying politely, Good night. Song Tianjiu tiptoed, peeking through the cracks in her head at the pumpkin pulp and seeds, and blurted out, Teacher Nandatu, pumpkin bread is delicious. The comments section exploded with shock. How dare she? How dare Song Tianjiu? What's the difference between this and telling a pig demon that roast suckling pig is delicious? Is Song Tianjiu having an episode? Speaking of which, this pumpkin is so big, it really looks delicious. The pumpkin head looked up, its large eyes filled with deep confusion. Prepare the dried pumpkin seeds, add pumpkin juice to the flour. Chapter 36. Pumpkin bread is so delicious. Before Song Tianjiu could finish speaking, Wang Jiuzhou covered her mouth and dragged her into the innermost part of the dormitory. Looking at the 3 pairs of bewildered, bulging eyes at the door, Wang Jiuzhou forced a smile and said, It's late and the dew is heavy, my dear teachers, please rest. With that, Wang Jiuzhou slammed the door shut. Outside the door, Nandatu, who had almost been hit on the head, cupped his face, looking utterly captivated, and said, "So cute, I want to keep them here forever." "Idiot, quack. Zhou Xiaobao wants to eat your pumpkin." "Then I eat it." Nandata said nonchalantly, "One isn't enough, two aren't enough, four. There are plenty of pumpkins, but few interesting little things." Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren exchanged a glance and hopped away. Nandata waited at the door for a few seconds, and seeing no sign of it opening, reluctantly left. "It's got a problem with its brain, quack." "It doesn't have a brain, just pumpkin seeds." "It's normal that it's not smart, quack." Black mist spread, enveloping the entire corridor. The bloodstains on the ground, and the blood-stained rag that Nandata had carelessly tossed aside, were all swallowed by the black mist. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the clock tower on the teaching building of Xianlu Middle School. The black mist that had enveloped the entire campus dissipated, the dormitories were clean, and the campus was vibrant with life. "Welcome to Xianlu Middle School. You will be a good student, right?" At 6:50 in the morning, Song Tianju was awakened by the bell. Opening the window, he could see the students assembling on the playground in the distance. "Tianjiao, Teacher Wang said yesterday that we have to go for a morning run." Wang Jiuzha was already dressed and sitting in a chair, quietly looking at Song Tianjiao, earnestly asking, "Where can I buy pumpkin bread? Is it good?" Song Tianjiu covered her face with one hand, jumped off the bed, and landed lightly amidst Wang Jiuzha's exclamation. She went to the bathroom to wash her face. She pulled open her clothes. The small wound on her chest had turned black, and the area was gradually expanding, faintly emitting a dark aura. There weren't many viewers in the live stream. Most had gone to sleep. Some who had stayed up all night were jolted awake by the wound, no longer sleepy. "The wound has worsened? It looks dangerous. It might be some kind of contamination. I read a lot of Cthulhu and supernatural tales. I'm a staunch believer in Lovecraft. Trust me." "What does this mean? Is our lucky one going to be assimilated?" "Ha ha, the little madwoman is going to die." "Going to die? Rejoice. Unknown IP, get lost." The chat gradually became lively. Unbeknownst to anyone, the unknown IP being cursed completely fell silent. Bao Zhu was an older, reclusive man whose greatest hobby was surfing the internet, stirring up disputes, and then hiding in a corner to sneer. He was a transnational worker, receiving remittances from overseas from time to time. Whenever this happened, he added extra ham and 2 fried eggs to his instant noodles. Bao Zhu was frantically typing on his keyboard when suddenly the door was kicked open, and a person carrying a rubber baton burst in. The newcomer was Zhang Wenwei, who had just finished a long night's work, her smile radiant, like the vibrant sun of July or August. Bao Zhu mentally raced through his thoughts, wondering why this person was acting so aggressively if he hadn't done anything wrong. Was he looking for trouble? "You, who are you?" "Continue, why not continue? That kid Xiaoyulai is actually quite useful. His tracking skills are pretty good." The arrogant person, who had been jumping around in the live stream, trembled even as he spoke in front of Zhang Wenwei. His face was deathly pale, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and his triangular eyes darted around, unable to meet Zhang Wenwei's gaze. I'm just an ordinary netizen." "An ordinary netizen, using IPs from Japan, the ugly country, the universe, the sun never sets." Zhang Wenwei's smile widened. "How much dog food will I get for each message?" "Who are you? What dog food? You're insulting my character." Zhang Wenwei's smile vanished, and she pulled out her identification. "Zhang Wenwei, member of the Tianmu Stability Maintenance Team in S-City, you have been arrested for allegedly disrupting public order, defaming, spreading rumors, and slandering the lucky ones of Yan country. You don't need to say anything, because I have a bad temper. You know, different times call for different measures. I promise I won't kill you. You're just a lackey of humanity. Panshin will eliminate you all. How could you possibly understand the superiority of the new world? Panshin will create a completely new world. A new world where everyone is happy and free. A free new world." Bao Zhu, enraged, stopped stuttering, grabbed the keyboard, and was about to smash it at Zhang Wenwei. The next second, a man with a cigarette in his mouth walked in from outside. His striking good looks made Bao Zhu pause for a moment. "Why are you so slow? Are you going to get it or not? Can we have jianbingguizi for breakfast? There are vendors selling it at the entrance." Zhang Salmon, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked impatient. The heavy dark circles under his eyes couldn't hide his good looks. His face was still swollen. With red handprints, he slapped himself. The scars couldn't hide his handsome features. Instead, they gave him the appearance of a battle-worn beauty. Zhang Sanwen was tall and thin, with a small frame and a naturally photogenic face. He had the perfect physique for clothes hangers. Those who saw him for the first time would think he was frail and weak, lacking any fighting ability. What are you doing with that keyboard? What are you pointing at my sister with that keyboard? I'm asking you, why are you staring at me like that? After Zhang Sanwen finished asking those 3 questions, Bao Lu was still lost in his lecherous gaze. Zhang Sanwen kicked him against the wall. Ugh, so annoying. Every single day. How many times have I told you, I'm a man? I'm straight. Rock hard. Don't look at me like that. Zhang Sanwen grew angrier and angrier. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Wen was smirking, which only fueled his anger. He kicked Bao Zhu several more times. A bunch of scum, always causing trouble. I've been working 36 hours straight. Do you know how I spent those 36 hours? Do you know how much sleeplessness affects a person? Do you know how long I haven't eaten? No, you don't know. You just want to stir up trouble, only profiting from chaos and trying to control public opinion. Can't you just turn yourselves in? Don't you know the way? If you don't know the way, ask me. Is dog food tasty? Zhang Sanwen dragged Bao Zhu, who looked like a dead dog, downstairs. Xie Yulai, who was busy at the workstation in the van, looked up, his face full of question marks. Brother One, forgive my bluntness, but is this person still alive? Feel if he's breathing. He's breathing. Then why are you asking? Zhang Wenwei, your brother wants to eat Jianbing Wuzi. Zhang Wenwei slowly walked downstairs towards the Jianbing stall not far away. There aren't many vendors left now. People are anxious. The city management officers, who were originally chasing people away, are now begging and pleading to bring these vendors back. A target was imposed from above: restore production and daily life. This target weighed heavily on all relevant departments. Confidence was paramount. The sudden darkness of the night shattered the confidence of countless people in an instant. To be or not to be? To be or not to be? A line from Hamlet, echoing in everyone's mind. Panic lingered in people's hearts. This fear stemmed from the unknown. Like gazing into an abyss, not even knowing what the enemy was, it sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 37. Hee, why are there so many chilies? Couldn't you add more ketchup? Why don't I have any sausages? Zhang Sanwen gasped as he ate his jianbing, Chinese crepe, his nose turning red from the spiciness, his eyes watery, as he stared at Zhang Wenwei. Most people would feel sorry for him. Zhang Wenwei wasn't an ordinary person. She handed her breakfast to Xie Yulai and took a starchy sausage to eat herself. Shut up, you piece of trash whose wages have been docked. You have no right to be picky. Zhang Wenwei pulled out her phone to watch the live stream, when suddenly her hand felt light. Zhang Sanwen had snatched the sausage. Zhang Sanwen. Everyone knows that older brothers are dogs, not humans. Zhang Wenyue's quotes. In Zhang Wenyue's eyes, Zhang Sanwen was a real dog. If you need something, send Sanwen. If not, Sanwen, get lost. Zhang Wenwei chased after him. Zhang Sanwen ran ahead. The 2 siblings, both handsome and seemingly harmless, chased each other like 2 mad dogs. Ah. Xie Yulai, an only child, was completely bewildered. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. Bao Zhu finally climbed up from the carriage, trying to escape, but Xie Yulai blocked his way with his leg. Where are you going, brother? You think you can run away? Zhang Miyan came over with a backpack, saw the mad dog chasing her, adjusted her glasses, and turned to buy breakfast. No spicy, no ketchup, no cilantro, no sausage, 5 extra eggs, please. Zhang Miyan received an unusually heavy Jianbing Wuzi, Chinese crepe. The chaos ended. The 3 siblings sat in a row, and Bao Zhu, who had tried to escape, was tied up and thrown into the carriage. Xie Yulai was in charge of driving. Zhang Sanwen's excuse was that he hadn't rested for 36 hours. Zhang Miyan was a minor, and Zhang Wenwei had just passed the first part of her driving test, but was stuck on the second part, reversing into a parking space. Xie Yulai swallowed his words about not sleeping all night. It seemed his problem wasn't particularly serious. Zhang Miyan lowered her head to eat her jianbing, Chinese crepe, not forgetting to snatch the energy drink Zhang Sanwen had just picked up. Open it for me. Zhang Sanwen took a deep breath, pressed the veins bulging on his forehead, pulled the tab, stopped after pulling out a triangle, then pulled out a straw and inserted it. Zhang Miyan took it, took a sip, and shoved the unfinished jianbing into Zhang Sanwen's hand. Zhang Sanwen didn't say a word and lowered his head to eat. He was beholden to her, he had a big appetite, and for various reasons, his salary had been docked. His savings had long been squandered on games and figurines. Zhang Sanwen, whose pockets were emptier than his face, could only accept half a jianbing from his sister. Nothing has been found out about the brutal murder of Ding Yang's family. They died under surveillance. No suspects were visible to the naked eye. The case has been transferred to the Special Operations Team. By the way, the three of us are going to report to City A. Zhang Miuyan, who hadn't slept all night, stopped mid-sentence, looking up at Xie Yulai, who was driving. Zhang Miuyan belatedly asked, "Who's he?" "Arrested yesterday, a tech guy, didn't eat dog food. But he did a lot of things, and the higher-ups are making him atone for his crimes." Zhang Miuyan froze. "So he's not one of us. He knows what we're going to do next." Zhang San, who was wolfing down his food, glanced at Xie Yulai, then at Bao Zhu, who was pretending to be dead behind him. He pulled a switchblade from his boot, grinning, "Only the dead can keep secrets." Bao Zhu immediately struggled, "Dude, you're not guilty of this, buddy. I really didn't hear anything. Or should we just let him go?" Zhang Sanwen asked, looking at Zhang Wenwei. Zhang Wenwei crunched her lollipop loudly. "No, he has connections overseas. We can't let him go, we can't even send him away." Was death the only option? Bao Zhu's face was ashen. In peacetime, he might have some confidence. But after the arrival of Tianmu, social order was on the verge of collapse. Bao Zhu wasn't a man of principle, and he had just been beaten up by Zhang Sanwen. Putting himself in Zhang Sanwen's shoes, he was absolutely certain that Zhang Sanwen had stabbed him. Bao Zhu trembled, his eyes filled with fear, and he looked like he was about to wet himself. "Zhang Sanwen, don't scare us. 5 people are just right." Zhang Miuyan shoved the empty drink bottle into Zhang Sanwen's hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 people per team. Our goal is to become one of the lucky ones in District 49. Upon hearing this, Bao Zhu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Xie Yulai didn't believe Zhang Sanwen would kill anyone. From their brief interaction, Xie Yulai knew that Zhang Wenwei and Zhang Sanwen belonged to the Tianmu Group, a newly established special organization closely monitored by higher-ups. They had endless action reports to write. If someone killed someone, Zhang Sanwen would be writing reports until he cried. Xie Yulai remained calm and went straight to the point, asking, "Isn't the death game supposed to randomly select people?" Zhang Miuyan nodded, saying, "The currently confirmed rule for selecting the lucky ones is that their current location is their birthplace. The death game's birthplace check is abnormally strict. The 5 members of each group have either balanced or complementary abilities, seemingly following some kind of rule." Xie Yulai thought to himself, no matter how he looked at it, the 5 of them seemed unbalanced. He considered himself weak and helpless, only his mind was somewhat sharp. If he entered the death game, he'd probably be dead in less than 3 chapters. Jiao Yubai, the lucky one from District 51, was similar to him. The difference was, Jiao Yubai was incredibly lucky. While numerous infighting erupted among the lucky teams in various districts around the world, the old, weak, sick, and crazy team from District 51 was completely different. They were practically inseparable. All of them were good friends. From the beginning until now, no matter what happened, the 5 of them had never even argued. What is a miracle? This is a miracle. Xie Yulai felt he didn't have that kind of luck. He glanced at Zhang Sanwen in the rearview mirror, then at Bao Zhu's bruised and swollen face, and felt utterly disillusioned. Zhang Sanwen seemed to have decent fighting skills, Zhang Wenwei seemed well-rounded in all aspects, and he knew Zhang Miuyan, a rising star in the mathematics world, physically weak but incredibly intelligent. Bao Zhu, a keyboard warrior who only cared about relationships across the ocean. The 5 of them, by all accounts, were anything but well-rounded. Besides, is that Pan an idiot? How could he possibly pick all 3 siblings at once? These 3 siblings together, isn't that a winning hand? Wait, are they even siblings? Xie Yulai's mind was a mess. He realized he'd been tricked. If he refused, he seemed incapable of refusing. Xie Yulai felt that compared to Song Tianjiao, Zhang Sanwen was more like a madman. Although Song Tianjiao suffered from mental illness, he was quite logical. As long as there was logic, there was nothing to fear. Zhang Sanwen was different. This guy was truly insane. Zhang Sanwen was shaving Bao Zhu's head. The van was bumping, but that didn't stop Zhang Sanwen from wielding the knife. The rustling sound of breaking hair was particularly clear in the van. Xie Yulai decided to wait and see. Was this a game of death that you could just walk into? With 7 billion people on Earth, the probability of selecting 255 people was extremely low, let alone having 5 people selected simultaneously. Isn't this a joke? Xie Yulai was quick with calculations and arrived at the answer in an instant. This was almost impossible. The probability was too low. Xie Yulai breathed a sigh of relief and, following Zhang Nianyan's instructions, got on the highway and headed for City A. City A was his hometown. He was a prodigal son who had run away from home. Xie Yulai had no idea what the future held for him. He glanced at his phone's live stream every now and then. He was watching Song Tianjiao's live stream. Or rather, most people in Yen country were watching Song Tianjiao. This little mad woman survived last night in a way that seemed plausible yet was chilling upon closer inspection. So far, only Song Tianjiao had dared to scrutinize words, had the confidence to do so, and survived multiple bizarre events. With rules in place, what lucky person would dare to attack the dormitory manager? Didn't she know what fear was? Xie Yulai awaited Song Tianjiao's performance. Chapter 38. Everyone was eagerly anticipating Song Tianjiao's performance. The atmosphere in Song Tianjiao's livestream room was the most relaxed. In the livestream room, Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou were discussing which was tastier, red bean bread or pineapple bun, in the cafeteria supermarket. They don't have pumpkin bread. Wang Jiuzhou was a little disappointed. There weren't many people in the cafeteria at the moment. Why? Because all the students were doing their morning run. Why weren't Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou running? They had asked for leave. Song Tianjiao, with a string of fish balls in her mouth, looked at Feng Dahua, who walked into the supermarket, emanating a dark aura. Feng Dahua's tone was icy. According to the schedule, you two should be doing your morning run right now. Song Tianjiao's expression was extremely sincere. Teacher Feng, I was frightened last night. I have a headache and my heart is racing. I need to rest. Our team leader, Teacher Nandatu, told me to get a leave slip from you. Wang Jiuzhou nodded repeatedly. Teacher Feng, Xiaobao isn't feeling well. It seems a bit serious. I also feel unwell. I have no energy. Wang Jiuzhou spoke confidently in the first half, but his tone became somewhat hesitant in the second. Looking at Song Tianjiao's serious expression, which didn't seem feigned, Feng Dahua directly pulled out a stethoscope. She placed the stethoscope against Song Tianjiao's back. Xie Yulai, seeing this scene in the live stream, slammed on the brakes. Damn it, Song Tianjiao really had a relapse? Zhang Sanwen, still hungry, leaned closer to the screen, clicking his tongue twice. Zhang Nianyan was also watching the live stream, but her screen was different from the others. All the live streams from Yen country were crammed onto her small phone screen, divided into dozens of small squares, the sounds mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish anything. Zhang Nianyan, however, seemed very serious. Zhang Wenwei, with a lollipop in her mouth, said, It's just heart rate, faking it is easy. Song Tianjia seems to be testing the waters. Compared to Duofu Town, Xianlu Middle School has many more people we can interact with, which is a good thing. Every time she tests us, it makes our database more complete. She paused here. She's risking her life to provide us with data. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. The van continued driving. Thankfully, Xie Yulai had just stopped to refuel, and the van reached a service station. Otherwise, a sudden stop on the highway could have caused an accident. Inside the live stream, however, the atmosphere wasn't tense. Feng Dahua put away her stethoscope, looked at the sincere-looking Song Tianjiao and the guilty-looking Wang Jiuzhou, and shook her head. Remember to have your mothers take you for a full physical exam. One's heart rate is 190, and the other's is 49. Are you two trying to fly? What does a heart rate of 190 mean? Most people don't even reach that heart rate without strenuous exercise. Even with strenuous exercise, if the intensity isn't high enough, it's difficult to reach a resting heart rate of 190. A resting heart rate of 190 will make the brain think the host is about to die, causing a frantic struggle. What does a heart rate of 49 mean? Only top athletes might achieve that resting heart rate. For the average person to reach that heart rate, they would need medication, deep sleep, or be near death. Song Tianjiao nodded repeatedly. Okay, Teacher Feng, you're right, Teacher Feng. Looking at her student's excellent attitude, Feng Dahua was speechless for a moment, only able to repeat, remember to get a physical exam, you die if you continue like this. In this death game, death is everywhere. Feng Dahua, the school doctor who has killed the most lucky students so far, is now reminding them to get a physical exam, or they die. It's like a humorous joke. Song Tianjiao also finds it amusing. She waves at Feng Dahua's retreating figure. Teacher Feng, I come see you after class to get a sick note. The wound on Song Tianjiao's chest is widening, wisps of black mist rising like a summons. The death knell tolls in her ears, each toll clearer than the last. Eat breakfast, rice is the priority. The cafeteria is serving food, and Song Tianjiao goes straight to get hers. Breakfast includes pumpkin porridge. A pile of pumpkin sits in a corner of the cafeteria. There's even pumpkin bread as a main dish. As soon as the main dish arrives, Song Tianjiao grabs one. Student, special bread, one for each person, first come, first served, free of charge. The cafeteria lady's smile is perfectly polite. Her head is large, and her smile is equally large, her bulging eyes like two lanterns. This is pumpkin bread? Wang Jiuzhou activated her eat-it-all mode. It tastes like a delicious steamed bun, sweet, and has a milky flavor. A true eater, a foodie at heart, nothing can stop Wang Jiuzhou from eating. The livestream chat was buzzing. How did she do that? Wang Jiuzhou's heart rate is like she's about to die. She still has the appetite to eat? She's already dead, no need to make a fuss. But Song Tianjiao, her heart rate is so fast, could she be poisoned? If her heart rate stays like that for a long time, she suffer heart failure. Research shows that the faster the heartbeat, the shorter the lifespan. She's 18 this year? Maybe she won't even live to 30. Is Song Tianjiao going to die in this dungeon? It's only February 7th. There are still 5 days left. Can she keep going? Wait, don't you guys feel like something's missing? Where are all those unknown IPs jumping around like crazy? It feels a little strange without anyone jumping around looking for trouble. Speaking of which, I sell jianbing, Chinese crepes, at the entrance of XX residential area in S City. I saw someone get arrested. From a distance, I could hear them talking. It seemed like they had connections to overseas entities. Something about dog food and keyboard warriors. I couldn't understand any of it. And you, my friend, the real jianbing hero. You're still out there selling your wares. I'm going to buy a jianbing woozy right now. Aw, it's right next to my house. I'm going too. Don't fight me for it. The live stream often deviates from the topic, and the official account doesn't seem to care. This atmosphere is much better than the comments from across the ocean. What's wrong with a kid just wanting to eat? No freebies, no murder or arson. What's wrong with indulging in delicious food? Food is the most important thing for people. Eat what you want. Does eating have to be timed? Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou finished breakfast and prepared to go straight to the classroom to copy, do their homework. On the way, Wang Jiuzhou was still munching on bread. The pumpkin bread was as big as his head, packed with ingredients. Crispy pumpkin seeds, a crispy baked crust, a soft yellow interior, and a mayonnaise filling. The texture was rich and layered, crispy, sweet, and soft, with the unique aroma of pumpkin, making it impossible to stop eating. Why chewing, so delicious? Chewing. Song Tianjiao turned to look at Wang Jiuzhou, wondering what hardships she had endured in the past. A mere morsel of food could amaze Wang Jiuzhou. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. The two of them darted across the campus, drawing envious glances from many students running laps. Tianjiao, why do I feel like those people over there are looking at us strangely? So fiercely, do they want to kill us? As a former red-clad female ghost, Wang Jiuzhou was extremely sensitive to malice, and immediately noticed the hostile gazes from the group. Students aren't allowed to fight. Will they get eaten by the toads too? Wang Jiuzhou's round, crimson eyes were full of confusion. Her cheeks puffed out like a rabbit chewing hay. Who would have thought that such a seemingly harmless little rabbit could unleash such power? Wang Jiuzhou began to digest the words. The rules say fighting between students is strictly prohibited. Does a one-sided attack count as fighting? Chapter 39. Before Song Tianjiao could speak, Wang Jiuzhou had already answered his own question. Fighting, also called brawling. Struggle is fighting, hitting is brawling. Therefore, only when there are 2 or more people does it count as fighting. Wang Jiuzhou's eyes were moist and bright as he munched on his pumpkin bread. His harmless appearance left the viewers in the live stream speechless. Wang Jiuzhou is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Is this plan really feasible? Rule 4. Xianlu Middle School strictly prohibits fighting between students. Is Wang Jiuzhou's interpretation really correct? First, faculty and staff are not students. Second, fighting is a 2-person affair. So, the conclusion is that as long as you strike fast enough and land a critical hit, you can beat up the entire school by yourself? Wait, something seems off. But it seems to make a lot of sense. The viewers in the live stream were confused. This idea actually made a lot of sense. But should we really try? Try and you die? Perhaps we should try, if things worsen. Based on my experience of being bullied in school, those people watching Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou will definitely make a move. Upstairs, tell me more. What's there to say? When I transferred to a new school and got bullied, I just beat them up. These kinds of people are cowards, bullies who prey on the weak trash. Some small countries were secretly observing, quickly summarizing and recording key points. Once this instance ends, they announce it nationwide. Afterwards, their lucky ones entering Xianlu Middle School will have a chance to escape unscathed. Some small countries, several countries crammed together in one region, some countries haven't even had anyone selected as the lucky ones yet. But they knew that as long as the death game continued, their turn would come eventually. As a small nation struggling to survive, they had always been extremely cautious. Being slandered, attacked, and vilified at least meant being seen, but they didn't even have the chance to be seen. They could only huddle in a corner watching the global live broadcast, frantically absorbing useful information while ensuring production with their limited population. If they didn't guarantee production, their next meal might be uncertain. Global trade had stagnated. Restoring trade required confidence in the future. Their biggest challenge at this stage was how to become self-sufficient and avoid starvation. Compared to the fear of death, they hoped for their next meal and the meal after that. Few countries can achieve food self-sufficiency. Many countries struggle on the brink of starvation. They are weak, but they strive to survive. They believe that one day they will be seen, that some of them will appear on the death list. The list of the lucky ones will include the countries they lived in. It is the birthplace, and also the place of growth. The lively viewers in the Yin Kingdom's live stream were completely unaware that some people were meticulously interpreting their casual remarks, their offhand jokes, self-deprecating humor, and banter, all taken seriously. Those relaxed words left some people shocked and bewildered. The Death Game live stream chat had an online translation function, but this online translation did not include less commonly spoken languages. The charm of language lies in the different meanings of different phrases in different cultural contexts. All the language in the live stream seemed to have been processed in a way that all viewers could understand. The words of the lucky ones need no translation. They strike straight to the heart. The whole world is watching this game. Some speculate and make a fortune, some go mad, some walk their own paths, some eat their own food, and some worry about their next meal. Death is fair, but the game of death is not. Some even want to enter the game of death, just for a moment of freedom. A religion called Tianmu arose in response. They pray, they look up, they worship, yearning for death to come. To be seen by death. Song Tianjia looked in the direction Wang Jiuzha was pointing and, sure enough, saw several provocative gazes. She shook her head. Whatever, I go back and copy my homework. Song Tianjia reached into her pocket and realized her weapon had been confiscated by the school doctor, Feng Dahua. Feng Dahua's strange words last night, saying that human bones were better than pig bones. Recalling those words, Song Tianjia felt a subtle feeling. That's like she's not human. There's just too much homework, it's impossible to finish it all. Song Tianjia felt this instance was designed to drive people crazy with homework. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why there's so much homework for every subject. Looking at the homework for each subject, Song Tianjia's head was spinning. Divide the work, half for each of us, then exchange. Wang Jiuzha nodded blankly. Although he felt this wasn't right, and it felt unfair to the teacher, for the sake of his life, Wang Jiuzha decided to ignore his moral conscience. Nothing tastes as good as pumpkin bread. Song Tianjia watched Wang Jiuzha, who was doing homework while munching on bread, practically wanting to roll around on the desk, and wondered if he had adopted a cat. Give her a little food and she's shine. She's quite easy to please. As it turns out, it really does take a long time for someone to fall into depravity. Wang Jiuzha's homework was greasy, covered in bread grease. If it were before, the demure young lady would never have acted like this. Things like don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping were completely forgotten. Rule 2. As a good student, please hand in your homework on time. Song Tianjia hated doing homework, but she needed to hand it in. Do homework, do that horrible amount of homework. Handing in a blank notebook again would be a bit impolite. One trick can't be used twice. The other lucky ones in the live stream were also frantically doing homework. Who cares if they can't understand it? Just write it, just copy it. Lu Huixiang was copying homework with her head down, her handwriting flamboyant and unclear. Even she herself might not be able to understand it when she looked back. Tian diligently did her homework. At 9 years old, she had spent most of her life in the hospital and couldn't write. She could only draw circles. Dad said, if you don't know how to write something, just draw a circle. When the time is up, the answer will come naturally. Xie Qingshan was collecting his classmates' homework, copying it, then copying it again. Xiao Yubai sat upright. The way he removed his pen cap was like drawing a sword from its sheath. He was the only one in the Xianlu Middle School instance who seriously did his homework and didn't cheat. Noon arrived in the blink of an eye. The bell rang, and Wang Darren had barely left when Wang Jiuzhou rushed out. Song Tianji watched Wang Jiuzhou's retreating figure and silently gave him a thumbs up. So fast. Startup speed was 0. Reaction time was extremely fast. Clay pot rice noodles. Here I come. The teacher's cafeteria served clay pot rice noodles for lunch. The student cafeteria also had it, but it was a completely different species. One bite, and Wang Jiuzhou was moved to tears, frantically eating and gulping it down. Song Tianji faced a challenge. She hadn't even finished one bowl, while Wang Jiuzhou was already on his third. Nandata sat beside her, staring at Wang Jiuzhou in shock. Won't you die from overeating? Humans are fragile. They die if they eat too much. Wang Jiuzhou looked up, blinked, and looked completely innocent. I feel like I'm not human. Nandatu? ? Song Tianji nodded. She also felt that Wang Jiuzhou wasn't behaving like a human. Chapter 40. Song Tianjiao gave up on competing with Wang Jiuzhou in eating speed. Her competitive spirit crumbled completely in the face of Wang Jiuzhou's extraordinary ability to eat. Having eaten too much for breakfast, Song Tianjiao couldn't eat a second bowl, so she simply pulled out a small notebook and scribbled randomly to pass the time. Nandatu, with his height advantage, didn't need to crane his neck to see what was in the notebook. His big eyes were full of confusion as he pointed to a circle in the notebook and asked, "Is this me?" Song Tianjiao looked at the octopus head she had drawn and said without changing her expression, "Yes, it is." She had drawn Squidward, with SpongeBob and Patrick next to him, not some pumpkin head. Nandata looked expectantly at her. "Can I have it? I want to frame it and put it in my office. This is the first time someone has drawn my portrait. This is treatment only very, very powerful people receive. Do I really deserve it?" Song Tianjiao, She actually felt a little sorry for Nandatu. This pitiful sense of inferiority was like a large, whining dog, lacking any proper self-awareness and completely unaware of its own limitations. Song Tianjiao casually praised, "You deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. Teacher Nan has an exceptionally powerful spine and cervical vertebrae. It's truly amazing." His slender body paired with his large head was truly a sight to behold. It was like having a large orange stuck on a bamboo skewer. Song Tianjiao couldn't understand how he managed to keep his neck intact. Truly a gift. Nandata held his head, half of which Feng Dahua had chopped off the night before, looking shy, with a trembling pumpkin flower, as big as an average person's head, blooming on his head. Seeing this, Wang Jiuzhou reached out and poked the orange-yellow, hairy flower with his chopsticks. "Pumpkin flower, can you eat it? How do you eat it? Is it tasty?" Song Tianjiao turned to a page and started drawing again. This time it was still Squidward, but he made a mistake in the middle, accidentally drawing several extra tentacles. It doesn't matter, a mutated octopus is still an octopus. Squidward has 6 tentacles, a regular octopus has 8, and an unusual one has 16. Song Tianjiao felt he hadn't made a mistake. Look at the smooth lines, look at the round suckers, look at the tentacles of varying thickness, look at that heavy head, and the big red flower on it. He diligently filled in the solid blocks of color with a red highlighter. Song Tianjiao was very satisfied with his work, believing himself to be a genius. Nandata nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying, "That's right, this is me, exactly the same. You're the first person to draw my portrait, I'm so touched." Nandata became even more shy, the flower on his head swaying like an upside-down pendulum. The viewers in the live stream were speechless. "Dude, you mixed up the species. You're a terrestrial plant, he's a marine animal." To be fair, Song Tianjiao is a soul painter. A painter who makes your soul almost die, in short, a soul painter. Luckily, Pumpkinhead Teacher is ignorant, otherwise he would definitely be angry. What on earth did he draw? Pumpkinhead Teacher's flowers are yellow, Song Tianjiao drew red. Am I colorblind, or is Song Tianjiao colorblind? Is it possible that Pumpkinhead Teacher really looks like this? We just can't see it. According to the Cthulhu tropes, the invisible is possible. Maybe Pumpkinhead Teacher really looks like this? So abstract? How is that possible? Pumpkinhead Teacher is clearly a pumpkin. The viewers in the live stream were shocked by Song Tianjia's actions. They had already accepted the premise that Pumpkinhead Teacher was a pumpkin, and now they found him surprisingly kind and approachable. Even the two toads. No, even Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren Teacher seemed adorable. A croaking little frog. Regular viewers in Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou's live streams had developed a filter for these bizarre things. What bad intentions did Pumpkinhead Teacher have? Pumpkinhead Teacher just wanted a portrait. What bad intentions did Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren have? They just assigned a lot of homework, and would eat any creature that crossed the line. But Song Tianjia's painting was truly indescribable. Where did she get the courage? Viewers who occasionally visited the live stream, seeing their comments, felt like they come to the wrong place. While the other lucky ones were frantically trying to survive, Song Tianjia was drawing a portrait of the eerie creature, and a rather ugly one at that. Even more bizarrely, the eerie creature wasn't angry. Luckily, Teacher Pumpkin was inexperienced, otherwise things would have been really difficult to handle. Feng Dahua walked into the cafeteria and saw Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhao. Her expression immediately darkened. Why are you still at school? Didn't I tell you to find your mother and go for a medical checkup? Song Tianjiu put down her pen, looking completely innocent. The conversation this morning wasn't like this. This morning, Feng Dahua said, remember to get a medical checkup. You die if this continues, without any sense of urgency. How could her attitude have changed so drastically in just a few hours? Now, immediately right now, have your mother take you for a medical checkup. Feng Dahua spoke rapidly, her expression contorted with rage, surrounded by a dark aura, her eyes blazing with undisguised ferocity. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. Damn it! Is the school doctor about to unleash her full power? She can kill people outside the clinic? To be honest, who would win between the red-clad ghost and the school doctor, Feng Dahua? The school doctor definitely has the home field advantage. And you all saw the red-clad ghost's performance in Duifu Town. Frankly, she didn't seem that powerful. I'm more looking forward to Song Tianjia's performance. Every time she strikes, it's incredibly fast. You can't achieve this effect without killing hundreds or even thousands of people. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Song Tianjiu is still an 18-year-old kid. She's just a law-abiding psychopath. First, she has a mental illness. Second, Song Tianjiu isn't exactly law-abiding. She has a knife, and she's really going to stab someone in the kidneys. Live stream derailments are common, but under such pressure, I really don't know how these netizens have the courage to go off-topic. Feng Dahua, shrouded in black mist, terrified Nandatu, who carefully tucked the painting into his arms, crawled under the table, hugged himself tightly, and continued to tremble. Song Tianjiu didn't speak, quietly watching Feng Dahua, the ballpoint pen in her hand gleaming sharply in the sunlight streaming through the window. Wang Jiuzhou realized the atmosphere was off, glancing at Song Tianjiu, then at Feng Dahua. Was she not allowed to continue eating? She hadn't eaten the quail eggs yet. She had deliberately saved them for last. I should have eaten the quail eggs first. Wang Jiuzhou was a little sad. Wang Darren, give me Zhou Xiaobao and Zhou Xubei's parents' phone numbers. Huh? Wang Darren, who was trying to swallow a pumpkin bread the size of his head, choked on the sound of the voice, his jaw dislocating. He slurred his words, his head swaying from side to side, drool dripping onto the floor. Sun Daqiang, unable to bear it any longer, slapped his colleague from below, attempting to cure him. Chapter 41. Faced with Feng Dahua now, Wang Darren and Sun Daqiang were somewhat frightened. Sun Daqiang almost revealed his true form, quickly saying, Zhou Xiaobao and Zhou Xubei's mother is in the finance office of the administration building. Just go there, quack. Feng Dahua simply grabbed one of them in each hand, carrying Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou straight to the administration building. Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou, carried by the suddenly enlarged Feng Dahua, looked like two little chicks. Wang Jiuzhou, holding the clay pot rice noodles he refused to give up, dropped the scalding pot, which landed on Feng Dahua's feet. Ouch! Feng Dahua, having lost her chicks, clutched her feet and howled in pain. Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou fell into the flower bed, rolling around in mud and fallen leaves. In an instant, chaos ensued. 10 minutes later, Feng Dahua, leaning on her cane, stormed into the finance office. Zhou Qiangwei, Zhou Xiaobao and Zhou Xiaobei are dying. Take them to the hospital quickly. The woman called Zhou Qiangwei looked up from the densely packed spreadsheets on her computer, glancing at Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou, a fleeting tear in her eye. Babies, didn't we agree you wouldn't embarrass your mother? What did you do? Why were you found here? Mom is so tired. Zhou Qiangwei seemed perfectly normal, not at all like someone strange. She looked delicate and frail, her tearful face particularly pitiful. The viewers in the live stream, however, felt a chill run down their spines. Do you remember Mom's letter? This mother really has a problem. What kind of parent treats their child like this? If my child is sick, I pick them up and rush them to the hospital. She actually feels ashamed? Just to clarify, my child is a beautiful little tabby cat. The school doctor said the child was dying, and the mother's first reaction was to blame the child for being shameful, saying she was just tired. It's terrifying to think about. If my mom acted like that, my grandma would have smashed her down with a fly swatter. Feng Dahua hadn't expected this situation. She slammed her axe on the computer desk, looking down at the mother, who looked like a little white flower, and said coldly, "Take them away." "Do I need to say it a second time?" Zhou Qiangwei flinched, tears welling in her eyes, looking exceptionally pitiful. If someone who didn't know the situation saw her, they would surely sigh, "She's so pitiful." At this moment, the viewers in the live stream felt a chill run from their feet to the back of their heads. Rule 7. Please protect the mother. She is a pitiful single mother. This rule had an eerie feel to it. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. Song Tianjia looked towards the door and saw a man in a suit, standing straight. He looked to be in his 30s, but already had gray hair. He appeared both young and old, with unusually deep-set eyes, like two black holes. Song Tianjia frowned. The man gave her a very uncomfortable feeling. Since entering the death game, this was the first time she had encountered someone who made her feel so uncomfortable. "What are you doing?" "School Dr. Feng, aren't you on duty in the school clinic?" "What are you doing here? Want your salary docked?" The man in the suit smiled without any real emotion. As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room, finally landing on School Dr. Feng Dahua. The viewers in the live stream were shocked to see that Feng Dahua was trembling. She was afraid. Since her entrance, the school doctor, who had been so outspoken and confrontational, was now like a huddled quail, her back hunched, her eyes fixed on the ground, avoiding eye contact. "What's going on? Who's this guy? How can he make the killing queen?" School Dr. Feng bowed down. "Looks like he's high-ranking, probably in management. He's actually quite handsome, but something's off about him. He looks sinister. If our school leaders looked like that, I'd be begging my mom to transfer schools. The eyes are the windows to the soul. From those eerie eyes, I see an arrogant disdain for everything. He might be the biggest boss in this dungeon." The viewers in the live stream chatted amongst themselves, commenting on the man in the suit. Feng Dahua had already dragged Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhu out of the finance office. The door closed, and Feng Dahua collapsed to the ground, covering her face and sobbing. Wang Jiuzhu frantically searched for a handkerchief, only to find leftover candy wrappers in his pocket. He could only offer her his sleeve. Feng Dahua clutched Wang Jiuzhu's sleeve, her eyes filled with blood and tears, and screamed at the two of them. "Run! Get out of here! Run!" Song Tianjia didn't move. She still clutched the ballpoint pen, staring at the tightly closed finance office door. Rusty noises came from inside, followed by sounds unsuitable for children. Feng Dahua seemed to have gone mad, violently pulling at her hair, shouting, "Run! Get out of here! Get out of here!" Blood and tears streamed from her eyes, the whites of her eyes completely gone. Blood flowed from her mouth, nose, and ears, blood from all 7 orifices, a horrifying sight. Black mist swirled around Feng Dahua, faintly revealing the white bones beneath her clothes. The viewers in the live stream were terrified. Accustomed to the eerie yet warm atmosphere, the sudden change in style was very unsettling. "What's going on? Give me back Queen Feng Dahua. I missed the old Feng Dahua for a second." The school doctor looks really scared. She's even revealed her true form. Is she some kind of demon? "It's dangerous here. Why aren't Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhu leaving yet? I'm so worried." Next door. Another death next door. Xie Qingshan's substitute victim is dead. Viewers went to Xie Qingshan's live stream and saw a bloody scene as soon as they entered. The substitute victim who had been trying to kill Xie Qingshan lay on the ground, covered in fatal wounds. Even his brains were spilling out. Several students lay on the ground, suffering the same fate. Dormitory supervisor Tang Lang stood to the side, his hands now completely transformed into the pincers of an arthropod. The wounds on the substitute victim's body were inflicted by it. Rule 4. Fighting between students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. Why don't you follow the rules? If you don't follow the rules, die. Overtime is already annoying enough. Tang Lang used pliers to grab several people's clothes and drag them away, blood dripping onto the ground with each step. Tang Lang, already dead in Song Tianjia's livestream, was wreaking havoc in Xie Qingshan's livestream. Viewers leaving Song Tianjia's livestream gasped. They hadn't known Tang Lang possessed such fighting prowess. After reading the chat logs, they realized someone had stolen Xie Qingshan's and his substitute's homework during lunch. Rule 2. As a good student, please submit your homework on time. Xie Qingshan usually copied other people's homework. If he ran out, he'd just copy another one. This rule was easy to circumvent, and didn't need to be taken seriously. But those people came knocking and tore up Xie Qingshan's homework. which he had just copied 2 questions from. Xie Qingshan, are you crazy? Xie Qingshan was a handsome man, seemingly easy to bully at first glance, but that didn't mean he was brainless. Ever since he became a rooster in the previous world, becoming part of the rules, and having his throat slit, and bleeding several times by his teammates, Xie Qingshan had become completely enlightened. Fear seemed to have vanished from him. He didn't care about the strange things in the dungeon. He knew very well that these people were provoking him to trigger the rules, and cause him to die. He didn't want to die, but the more he endured it, the angrier he became. Chapter 42. Xie Qingshan wasn't stupid. He clenched his fists, staring at the group without uttering a word. He refused to be a slave to his emotions, and die in vain. He remained still, but the substitute victims weren't so composed. Blinded by rage, they charged forward and engaged the group in a brawl. Just as they started fighting, Tang Lang arrived. The substitute victim was dead. As of now, of the 5 substitute victims in Team 51, only Wang Jiuzhou remained alive. Throughout the entire Lucky Ones team in Yin Country, only Wang Jiuzhou was still alive as a substitute victim. Those who died as substitute victims were either killed by school Dr. Feng Dahua or died due to triggering the rules. After reviewing the events, the audience discovered a trap in the rules for substitute victims. Rule 4. Fighting between students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. Wang Jiuzhou's judgment was correct. Indeed, a lucky one had attacked a substitute victim, who did not retaliate and thus did not trigger Rule 4. Some lucky ones were attacked unilaterally, without triggering the rules. Rule 4 is triggered only when 2 or more students are involved, and for a substitute to survive, they must kill their master. If the substitute attacks and the master retaliates, Rule 4 will be triggered, resulting in both of them dying. Therefore, for a substitute to replace their master, the master must willingly be killed by the substitute. This is practically an impossible situation. The principle of master dies, subject follows, subject seizes power is almost a paradox within the rules. Would you stand there and wait to be killed? While viewers in the live stream were criticizing Pan for his lack of martial ethics after the replay, the Yin Kingdom's think tank was sweating profusely. They were filled with lingering fear. They had previously connected with Wang Jiuzhou, attempting to instruct him to kill Song Tianjiu. If Wang Jiuzhou had attacked then, unless Song Tianjiu hadn't fought back, it would have been a double kill. Soon, someone realized something was wrong. The time Song Tianjiu went to get the questions and encountered danger, calling for Sun Daqiang's help. What did he say then? Quack? Upstairs, don't try to be clever. Fighting among students is prohibited. You're bullying my student? Right. Judging from the situation at the time, the blonde guy raised his broom to hit someone. Song Tianjiu dodged, and stepped on the other guy's foot, which can actually be considered a counterattack. But Sun Daqiang didn't eat Song Tianjiu, and he ate the other blonde guys, who hadn't had a chance to attack yet. This means that the weird one has a certain right to interpret the rules. The comments paused for 3 seconds, and then this content was forwarded across the entire internet and various live streams. The weird one has a certain right to interpret the rules. Some people didn't understand this, but when they saw the edited footage of Song Tianjiu's live stream, they understood. Did Song Tianjiu save the world? Let's review this. The anomalies in this instance were far too tolerant of her. There were so many subtle maneuvers, even Feng Dahua sided with her. She survived a death sentence triggered by not sleeping at night. Do you think Feng Dahua's insistence that Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou go to the hospital for a checkup was to get her mother to take them away from danger? Those people looked at them strangely this morning, and 80 incidents have already occurred in other live streams. In situations like this, any resistance will trigger the rules. Fighting in full view of everyone is something no anomaly can manipulate behind the scenes. A long comment was pinned to the top of the comments section. Someone commented below, "Everyone, go check out the school doctor in Song Tianjiu's live stream. She seems to be disappearing." It seemed some hidden rule had been triggered. In the live stream, Song Tianjiu was piecing together a skeleton. In a short time, Feng Dahua's flesh and blood had been completely devoured by the black mist, leaving only a few bits of flesh on her head. Her chest cavity was wide open, and her heart and other organs were beating slowly. "Run, run!" Blood foam dripped from Feng Dahua's mouth as she spoke. She was completely unrecognizable, her skeletal appearance worsening. "These bones aren't right. Are they yours? The ribs are pieced together, the spine is pieced together too, even the colors are different." Song Tianjiu tried to categorize the bones. Wang Jiuzhou knelt on the ground, diligently wiping the blood from Feng Dahua's still intact face. "Go quickly, it's dangerous here. Staying here will lead to assimilation." Feng Dahua's voice grew softer, her heartbeat slowing. She didn't understand why these two weren't afraid. Her appearance was terrifying, enough to scare someone to death. Why weren't they afraid? Being driven insane by her would only lead to death. Feng Dahua tried to leave, but she had no strength left. Different times of death, different ages of death, so the bones are different. I'm a genius. I can even tell the difference. Song Tianjiao manipulated her pelvis, trying to adjust her sacroiliac joint. Adhesions here will cause discomfort in the lower back, reducing flexibility, hindering running and throwing. Suddenly, Song Tianji paused, reaching into the ribcage and pinching the heart. A bright red heart, veins bluish-purple, white with fatty patches. The heart is the strongest and most powerful muscle tissue in the human body. At this moment, the heart was still beating slowly. Song Tianji used both hands to begin pressing. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. What's going on? CPR? That's hardcore, really something. The scene is a bit gruesome. I'll be 18 in half an hour. Can I request a mosaic? There's sound, footsteps. It's that man in the suit from before. Is he the one who is doing that kind of thing in the room, unsuitable for children? The one he wouldn't let us see? It's over so quickly. Is he even capable? The viewers in the live stream wanted to derail the discussion, but it was too late. The door opened, and the man in the suit walked out, carrying an axe. That axe was the one left behind by Feng Dahua. Run! Feng Dahua started to speak, her vocal cords corroded by the black mist, leaving her speechless. She's already dead, no need to struggle. She broke the rules, our rules. The man in the suit looked down at the disheveled Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou on the ground. Song Tianjiao was kneeling on the ground, surrounded by scattered bones, covered in blood, clutching a heart and pressing on it. Wang Jiuzhou was holding Feng Dahua's head, trying to wipe the blood from her face. Interesting. No wonder they all wanted to keep you two here. Interesting little things. You didn't even break down at a time like this, you'd be good nourishment. You know? The fear of the powerful is the most delicious. The man in the suit kicked aside the bones that Song Tianjiao had sorted, saying, Let me introduce myself. I am the principal of Xianlu Middle School, and also your father. Before he could finish speaking, Song Tianjiao had already picked up a femur from the ground and stabbed it into the man in the suit's abdomen, a standard bottom-up maneuver, targeting the kidney. The man in the suit looked down at the bone embedded in his body, then looked up, his eyes filled with madness, his tone arrogant. You triggered the rules, you are doomed. The school bell rang. Like the tolling of a death knell, a prelude to the dead. Chapter 43. You triggered the rule, you're doomed. Is that so? Song Tianjiao pushed harder, forcing the bone deeper, followed by a muffled groan. The man in the suit looked down and laughed happily. Song Tianjiao looked up, laughing just as brightly. This thing must be 2 meters tall, right? Song Tianjiao was very unhappy. Rule 2. As a good student, please hand in your homework on time. The homework was already handed in to Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren in the cafeteria, so Rule 2 was not triggered. Rule 4. Fighting between students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. Teachers and staff are not students, and a one-sided assault does not count as fighting. Rule 4 has not yet been triggered. Rule 6. You will be a good student, right? Sun Daqiang, Wang Darren, Nan Datu, and Feng Dahua all said they were good students. The teacher's praise is the student's glory. No rule has been violated. Rule 7. Please protect Mom, she's a pitiful single mother. As Mom's child, she's protecting her. In her own way. Mom may not be a good mom, but Song Tianjiao feels she's truly a good child. Through the door, she heard her mother crying, so she has to protect her mother. The femur, in both length and hardness, will be just right. Feng Dahua's words are true. Song Tianjiao pulled out the bone. The normally shaped femur was exceptionally sharp in her hand, its tip sharp and thin, like a sword. Wang Jiuzhou continued chest compressions, no less than 30 per minute. Wang Jiuzhou's school uniform had been replaced by a wedding dress. Her long hair fell to the ground, and her nails were long and black. Hearing Song Tianjiao's words, she let out a sound, withdrew her long nails, and began to diligently compress her heart. Feng Dahua's head was in Wang Jiuzhou's arms. Wang Jiuzhou's excessively long hair fell across Feng Dahua's face, obscuring the exposed, stark white bones. The scene wasn't horrifying, instead, it possessed an eerie harmony. The live stream was silent. All the viewers believed it was a certain death. They had no time to ponder why the bone was so sharp in Song Tianjiao's hands, nor to make witty remarks to ease the tension. The members of the think tank sat upright, some slowly removing their hats in a moment of silent mourning. The principal's wound didn't bleed, only a surge of black mist billowed out. The mist spread, and the sounds that had previously rang out from the corridor windows were now replaced by strange, rustling noises, like insects devouring food. The principal grinned, a chilling smile. "You will eventually become one of us." The only response was a sword piercing his heart. The pristine white bone sword, stained with black mist, was crumbling, until only the hilt plunged heavily into Song Tianjiao's heart. More black mist spread out, completely obscuring the man in the suit from view, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes within the mist. "Child, do not struggle, you will eventually become one with us." The black mist surged towards Song Tianjiao. "No!" Long hair shot out from behind Song Tianjiao, heading towards the core of the black mist. Wang Jiuzhou had somehow appeared behind Song Tianjiao, one hand cradling Feng Dahua's head, the other holding the still beating heart. "Tianjiao, the bones are gone. The head and heart are separated." Wang Jiuzhou's voice trembled with sobs, her long hair whipping wildly in the air, forcing back the black mist. Her feet left the ground, her crimson dress fluttering wildly without wind. A striking sight, yet her tears were heartbreaking. Wang Jiuzhou exuded a sense of unease. She was clearly the most horrified, and she was also the one crying the most bitterly. "Tianjiao, your heart has fallen out. Can you still live?" Tears welled in her bloodshot eyes, clear and bright, like the red eyes of a white rabbit. Yet, Wang Jiuzhou's current appearance and aura were completely unrelated to the harmless little white rabbit. Can a person live without a heart? The live stream was silent. The viewers hadn't expected to feel so saddened by such a bizarre death. Feng Dahua, as the school doctor, had killed many lucky ones. But at this moment, at least, Feng Dahua died with a heart set on saving others. Feng Dahua wanted to save Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou. Those lucky ones didn't show such intense grief when they died. Yet, at this bizarre death, their feelings were heavy and complex. "What are you crying about? Give me your head." Song Tianjiao turned around, and from Wang Jiuzhou's current levitation height, Feng Dahua's head met her gaze. "I borrow your head for a bit." Song Tianjiao took the head, placed it on the ground, and kicked it directly at one of the red eyes in the black mist. At the same time, she charged towards the other eye. "Die!" Thunder exploded in the not-so-white corridor, the bright light causing Wang Jiuzhou to stagger backward. Her red clothes faded, her long hair was cut off, and she returned to her short haircut in her school uniform. Wang Jiuzhou slumped to the ground, her crimson rabbit eyes filled with confusion. Hiccup. She hiccuped, trying to see what was in front of her, but she couldn't see anything clearly. The thunder continued, lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Wang Jiuzhou recalled the thunder that descended from the sky in Duifu town. As a former red-clad female ghost, she naturally feared thunder. Wang Jiuzhou curled up in a ball, clutching her heart in her palm, her eyes fixed straight ahead. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, even carrying a strange, meaty aroma. What was that? Wang Jiuzhou was bewildered. Through the flashing lightning and thunder, she vaguely saw a person standing. Judging from the build, it was the man in the suit, only much, much thinner. Where was Song Tianjiao? Had he been eaten by the black mist? Just as Wang Jiuzhou was about to cry out in despair, she saw the man in the suit's head fall off. Huh? A skull rolled to Wang Jiuzhou's feet. Wang Jiuzhou, naturally unafraid of such things, stomped on it, and the skull turned to dust. The heart was still beating faintly in her palm, while the skeleton in the distance was already shattered. Her vision returned completely, and Wang Jiuzhou saw a man with an afro squatting on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Song Tianjiao's face was blackened. His hair was afro from being struck by lightning, and his clothes were also charred. He exhaled a puff of black smoke. Cough, cough, cough. I used too much force, misjudged. She shook her cracked hands, and half a talisman fell from her palm. It was drawn by Lu Huixiang. During her break, Lu Huixiang practiced talismans using ketchup and napkins, all of which she had stuffed into her pocket. Outside the live stream, Zhang Wenwei and Zhang Sanwen looked at each other in disbelief. This isn't right, is it? That's not yellow paper, it's not cinnabar, is it? Am I seeing things? Zhang Sanwen scratched his head. Zhang Wenwei was also dumbfounded. This doesn't make sense. Whether it's logical or not is no longer a consideration. After all, with the heavenly eye hanging above their heads, human science is teetering on the brink of collapse. What is science? Science is the practical method of understanding the universe. What is practice? It's trial and error. It's continuous trial and error. It's success. It's repeated success. Only replicable success is true success. While driving, Xie Yulai couldn't help but say, didn't the Duifu town instance also have lightning? I feel it's normal. Don't be so shocked, believe in miracles. Everything has a spirit. Chapter 44. All things have a spirit, I believe in what I see. Despite Cielai's outward appearance, he actually believed in miracles. He believed his computer had a spirit, that the cactus he couldn't keep alive hated him, and that all things had a spirit. Speaking of which, that rabbit that hacked into my device really wasn't one of your doing? Cielai still suspected that the red-eyed rabbit was released by the authorities to intimidate him. His firewall, which he was so proud of. Before that rabbit appeared, it was his greatest pride. Now, his pride was shattered into pieces. Unrecoverable. It was as if a voice was taunting him. See, Cielai, your proud abilities are nothing special. If we wanted to, we could find you. Zhang Mian asked, what rabbit? The rabbit that hacked into my computer. It scared me half to death. It even called itself Rabbit Shit. Rabbit Shit. Maliciously trying to be cute. Who knows if it's a burly man behind it? Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Speaking of this, Cielai was so agitated he almost snapped the steering wheel. Zhang Mian stopped talking and continued looking at her screen. Bao Zhu, who had been trying to keep a low profile, finally couldn't resist leaning closer to Zhang Mian, who seemed the most approachable, and said, that thunder. Can I learn it? If I can learn it, I won't be a Western-worshipping dog anymore. Bao Zhu's eyes sparkled, full of anticipation. You know, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. Super cool. Zhang Sanwen kicked him back. Stay away from my sister. What the hell? Checking information. Bao Zhu, male? Born in City A? ID number is XXXX? Bao Zhu, as if his fifth limb had been stepped on, immediately yelled, what else? Do you think I'm a woman? Believe me, my penis is bigger than yours. Zhang Sanwen grabbed a water glass and threw it at Bao Zhu. Bao Zhu immediately lost his courage and honestly said, my name is Bao Zhu, male, born in City A, registered in City A, ID number XXXX. I used to be a deadbeat, so I had no choice but to hide in City S. Zhang Sanwen sneered. Why didn't you cooperate earlier? Why didn't you? Do you think I'm made of clay? Do you know the effect of my full-force attack? Coward. After saying that, Zhang Sanwen realized his mistake and slapped himself. Zhang Sanwen, watch your mouth. Bao Zhu looked at Zhang Sanwen's swollen face, swallowed hard, and dared not speak. A madman, a real madman. Did he really want to team up with such a madman in this death game? Why did they think he would be among the next lucky ones? It was clearly a random draw. Bao Zhu was terrified. Bao Zhu wanted to go home. The viewers in the live stream were also quite interested in Song Tianjia's outburst. After all, such a powerful and unexpected attack was truly surprising. More importantly, Song Tianjia now looked like a corn kernel that had been magnified by a food amplifier, popcorn, and a burnt one at that, making it hard not to laugh. Where's the principal? Wang Jiozhu withdrew his foot, trying to locate the enemy. What if he suddenly appears and ambushes us? Song Tianjia kicked at the grayish-white dust on the ground and said seriously, under normal circumstances, ashes don't cause death. Wang Jiozhu, where's the school doctor? Huh? Song Tianjia scratched his head, looking around. Feng Dahua's head was gone, probably pulverized. Song Tianjia pointed at Wang Jiozhu's hand and said, it's right here in your hand. Wang Jiozhu looked at the beating heart in his hand, utterly bewildered. Just then, the bell rang. Almost instantly, a large head with a flower-like head squeezed out from behind a door. Seeing Song Tianjia's afro, it let out a loud howl. Want the same hairstyle as me? No need for a perm, just a pumpkin head will do. Nandata ripped off its head, then put it back on, showing off its detachable pumpkin head. The livestream audience, Teacher Nandata might be a brave soul. But its voice trembled like a leaf, and the flower on its head shook, revealing its cowardice. Nandata's huge eyes observed carefully, and finally, it mustered the courage to step out, carrying a bucket and a towel, and began cleaning. While busy at work, Nandata asked, the boss hasn't died this thoroughly in a long time. Did he curse you? Wang Jiozhu immediately became alert and hurriedly asked, what curse? Nandata shook his head. He just says strange things, like he'd be assimilated. Song Tianjiao, trying to straighten her hair, said, child, don't struggle. You will eventually become one with us. The boss has his eye on you. Nandata shook his head, talking as he wiped the floor. Passing by Wang Jiozhu, he tapped his chipped skull, gesturing for her to put her heart back in. Do you know why Feng Dahua is called Feng Dahua? Because she's a flower. Unexpectedly, Teacher Pumpkinhead would joke. This level of lame humor was exactly like Feng Dahua's. At that moment, No one could laugh. Some viewers in the live stream, who were easily moved to tears, had already started looking for tissues. While they were already used to sacrifice, the sacrifice of those who gathered firewood for the masses always evoked sorrow. Nandata cradled the large pumpkin head, his smile radiant. The big flower is amazing. It can take root, sprout, and grow again. All plants are like that, a root or stem, a seed, even a leaf can grow. As he spoke, Wang Jiuzhao placed the heart into the broken pumpkin head. The trembling pumpkin flower on Nandata's head instantly changed color, as if stained with blood. The crimson flower bloomed exceptionally brilliantly. It seemed to know it was beautiful, unfurling its petals and raising its head high. The bud, like the opening and closing of a worm's mouthparts, gleamed with a cold light. In the very center of the bud was a black eye, without any white. The mournful atmosphere in the live stream abruptly ceased. Let us mourn for our dear friend, Miss Feng Dahua. Wait, seems we cried at the wrong grave? Something's not right. Let me take another look. This eye. Doesn't it look a bit like Feng Dahua's? Afternoon sunlight streamed through the spotless glass window, polished by Nandatu, illuminating the equally spotless floor and walls. Even the dust in the air was gone. Clean and tidy. Anyone who came would sigh, the windows are bright and clean, spotless, truly pristine. The dungeon boss seemed never to have existed. The sunlight was beautiful, the flowers vibrant. Even Song Tianjia's head, which had been blasted into an afro by lightning, was meticulously combed by Nandatu with a steel comb, finally tied with a large red bow. The school bell rang. Nandata jolted awake, immediately pushing open the window and jumping out. My class! The next second, two vines entangled Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou. You're on the schedule for this class, no skipping. The live chat exploded again. What a waste of time crying over the grave. They have revival tickets. Who would have thought the school doctor isn't human, but a flower? What an outrageous premise. But then the viewers thought about it again and realized it wasn't so bad. Pumpkinhead teacher is a pumpkin, Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren teachers are toads, and school doctor Feng Dahua is a flower, so it's not that surprising. Right? Chapter 45. Feng Dahua is a flower. Is that normal? Normal my foot. The viewers in the live stream were so moved they almost went to a cyber funeral, only to find they'd been heartbroken for nothing. They were hurt. Logically, it seems fine, but I just feel terrible. I'm someone who didn't cry after being beaten by 7 wolves all night, and now I'm crying. And she didn't die? The person upstairs is amazing, getting beaten by 7 wolves and escaping unscathed. Is it 500,000 upstairs? They don't even know 7 wolves. Upstairs, the price has been changed a long time ago. It's not 500,000 anymore. The price has been lowered. The live stream went off topic again. On the playground, although the sun was shining brightly, it still felt cold. Song Tianjia moved next to a burly student, trying to use him to block the wind. She was glared at by the student, but she pretended not to see it. Song Tianjia thought she was a really generous and kind person. As for turning the dungeon boss to smithereens with lightning, that's a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. Today's lesson is pole vaulting. Nandatu, holding a bamboo pole, scanned all the students. Now I demonstrate. Nandata gripped the bamboo pole, took a running start, cleared the 5-meter obstacle, and landed. The movement was fluid, dynamic, and exceptionally beautiful. Song Tianjiu immediately clapped his hands, like a seal. Teacher Pumpkinhead is amazing. Wang Jiuzhao imitated him, clapping in the same manner, though he didn't quite understand, he just did it. Unlike Song Tianjia's perfunctory approach, Wang Jiuzhao's attitude was extremely sincere, and his words were perfectly appropriate. Teacher Nandatu is 9 feet tall, with a lithe and agile physique, a role model for us all. 9 feet in ancient times was approximately equivalent to 2.08 meters in modern measurements. Teacher Nandatu was 2.08 meters tall. Wang Jiuzhao's eyes were measured in feet. Nandata covered her head, saying shyly, "All right, everyone practice now." Nandata didn't make things difficult for her this class. After all, running 20 laps in one class was really against human nature. A class was 45 minutes long. A standard track was 400 meters, so 20 laps was 8 kilometers. They weren't training in track and field. Song Tianji was stretching in a corner of the playground, while Wang Jiuzhao was trying with a bamboo pole. Nandata strode over, grabbed Song Tianjiao, and lifted her up, placing her on his head. Look! Song Tianjiu barely managed to avoid the exceptionally bright red flower, standing firmly on the edge of the pumpkin head. The rough texture of the skin really resembled a pumpkin, an old one at that. What are the characteristics of an old pumpkin? Of course, it has a hard skin, firm flesh, and a rich, sweet pumpkin flavor. If it's a specialty variety, it might even have a chestnut or milky aroma. Song Tianjiu suddenly asked, Teacher Nan, are you a chestnut pumpkin? Nan Dadu's words caught in his throat. Ah, this. Song Tianjiu continued, providing more keywords. It's the kind of pumpkin whose texture and taste are almost identical to chestnuts. Nan Dadu stammered for a long time, then a blood-red vine slapped his mouth. The vine emerged from his head, weak and slender, insignificant compared to him, like a tendril on a grapevine. Small as it was, its intimidating presence was undeniable. Nan Dadu immediately forgot about the chestnut pumpkin, remembered his business, and pointed into the distance. See that? Song Tianjiu looked over, and only saw the school wall, and a dark gray mist in the distance above. She answered truthfully, the wall. Nan Dadu put Song Tianjiu down and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, Go forward, keep going forward, jump over, don't touch the wall. As Nan Dadu spoke, countless pumpkin seeds, pulp and all, fell from its mouth. From an anthropomorphic perspective, it was probably vomiting out its internal organs and reproductive organs. The viewers in the live stream screamed in the chat. Is this guiding the way? Even at the cost of his life, breaking these bizarre rules to let the lucky one escape? How could Teacher Nan Dadu do this? Isn't this a foul? It's truly touching. Teacher Nan Dadu, your style is a bit different from the others in the live stream. What happened to the strangulation and entanglement? Teacher Nan Dadu must have been a clean little angel in life. Let's mourn for him. May there be no big boss in heaven. May there be no pumpkin bread in heaven. The livestream viewers all thought Teacher Pumpkinhead was about to sacrifice himself. Even Song Tianjiu was somewhat moved. She looked at the pile of pumpkin seeds on the ground, her eyes flickering slightly. She was already considering where to bury Teacher Nan Dadu. There's an old saying, to be buried is to find peace. But Teacher Nan Dadu, with your vitality, you can surely take root, right? You. Teacher Nan Dadu spat out more pumpkin seeds. Touched? It's too early to be moved. Soon, the livestream viewers couldn't be sad anymore. Sun Daqiang, who appeared out of nowhere, was carrying a plastic basin and collecting pumpkin seeds. These pumpkin seeds are pretty good when roasted. Big head, spit out more, the pumpkins haven't been producing any seeds lately, so you have to work harder. Hey, big flower, your shape is quite nice, it would be even prettier if you bloomed another flower. Sun Daqiang, holding the basin, grinned widely. And so, another flower bloomed on Nan Dadu's head. A bright red dahlia, its petals all shaped like eyes, its pupils darting around. The viewers in the live stream were practically screaming with rage at this sight. Teacher Feng Dahua, please have mercy. Don't make it so weird. Please. I'm not moved at all. I dare not move an inch. I never believe these weird tear-jerking segments again. It's a scam. Song Tianjiu, watching Nan Dadu still spitting out pumpkin seeds, also felt cheated and turned to leave. Sun Daqiang shouted from behind, his words quite solemn. Hey you there, remember this. We're leaving tomorrow, so get ready quickly. Darren and I won't assign any homework, but you still need to do the assignments other than math and physics. The Xianlu Middle School instance is 7 days long. Sun Daqiang, however, said to leave tomorrow. Was it a well-intentioned reminder, or a deliberate trap? The viewers in the live stream, completely unmoved, were speculating wildly, trying to coldly analyze Sun Daqiang's motives. From now on, they would all face Feng Dahua and Pumpkinhead, as well as Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren, with a cold smile. Coldly, without a trace of emotion. Sun Daqiang's behavior over the past 2 days had been evident to everyone. Everyone thought Teacher Sun Daqiang was a good partner. But Sun Daqiang was ultimately strange, and the possibility of him deliberately setting a trap couldn't be ruled out. The power of the rules was still strong. The viewers in the live stream, after watching the replays of the other lucky ones' deaths, tried to calm themselves down. Just because Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou easily defeated the boss doesn't mean the dungeon is easy. Song Tianjiu solved it easily because she cheated. Delete the previous line. Doing things with skill. What kind of cheating is that? It's using your own hands to tear through the darkness, look towards the light, and move towards a better future. The principal has been struck by lightning and turned to dust. Judging from the viewer's simple-mindedness, the principal, this dungeon boss, is gone. Based on the viewer's extensive reading experience, at least this dungeon boss won't reappear. Unless that the boss who claimed to be the principal is a fake. But people can't, at least shouldn't, be that unlucky, right? So should we listen to Teacher Toad? Chapter 46. Theoretically speaking, with Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou's fighting prowess, surviving until the 7th day at Xianlu Middle School shouldn't be a problem. Even disregarding their own abilities, the special care from Sun Daqiang, Wang Darren, Nan Datu, and Feng Dahua was enough for them to win effortlessly. So why did Nan Datu tell Song Tianjiao how to leave? Why did Sun Daqiang tell them to pack their things and leave tomorrow? Immediately, rumors swirled online and offline. To believe or not to believe? This question weighed heavily on everyone's mind. According to the timeline in the game, tomorrow is Wednesday. Is Wednesday a metaphor for anything? You don't know? It's Desperate Wednesday. Monday and Tuesday at least had some fun yesterday and the day before. Thursday and Friday at least have some fun coming soon. Only Wednesday, it's neither here nor there, utter despair. In the post-mortem era, the company went bankrupt and I lost my job, so it doesn't matter what day of the week it is. Upstairs, looking at it this way, it's not so bad. At least you got a holiday. I'm the boss, the industry is gone. Thanks. What industry is so miserable? I formed a drone team, invested millions with friends, and now there's a high-altitude curfew. All non-military drones are grounded. Strong interference. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. It's truly miserable. It's truly unlucky. The others didn't even dare to laugh too loudly. The live stream was wildly derailed. This kind of derailment seemed like a way of avoiding facing fear. The hashtag Desperate Wednesday instantly became one of the top 10 on major internet platforms, and it's trending upwards. Countless people stepped forward to analyze the situation, some speaking neutrally, some passionately, and others being biased and indifferent. Within 20 minutes, the hashtag had soared to the top of the charts. Think tanks across Yin Kingdom were also discussing it. Having learned from their previous miscalculation, they were exceptionally cautious this time. Even their pronouncements were less heated. Those who considered themselves veterans remained completely silent. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing. The true decision-makers were Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou. Their analysis included sacrifices, trade-offs, and analyses of Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou's personalities. But they completely overlooked one point. According to the rules of the death game, all their discussions were futile. According to the rules, they could see the lucky ones' struggles for life and death, but the lucky ones couldn't see their words. Entering the death game essentially meant certain death. It's like someone who has been missing for 2 years due to war, floods, earthquakes, etc., and is then declared missing. After a major disaster, the chances of survival for someone declared missing are slim. Missing is a state. Entering the death game is also a state. Can anyone truly survive a death game? The lucky ones are never truly lucky. True luck is winning 5 million in the lottery and maintaining composure to hold onto that money. Most people avoid the topic. They are deeply reluctant to discuss the word death. The seemingly relaxed and joking viewers in the live stream are merely diverting their attention. Even analyzing Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou's next moves is just a way to expend energy. If they don't divert their attention, they go crazy. Few people have truly faced death directly. Aside from those in the slaughtering profession, like killing chickens and sheep, professional soldiers, and a few individuals involved in dangerous illegal activities, most people in this world have never truly harbored the intention to kill, never plunged a knife into someone's chest. Aside from medical workers on the front lines facing death, most people have never truly experienced the passing of life. The death of one's own kind is terrifying. Every second, someone dies on this planet. When death is unknown to most, it's categorized as birth, aging, illness, and death, a natural law. Faced with accidental death, people interpret it as a matter of probability. Death in a distant place is different from death nearby. Humans rarely confront death directly. Hearing of someone dying in a car accident somewhere far away might elicit a sigh, but not much emotional response. Humans are creatures of restrained emotions. After all, emotional engagement requires energy. But when death is broadcast globally, people can no longer face it calmly. Like witnessing a car accident scene, the sound of brakes echoing in your ears, screams resounding, hot blood splattering on your face, thick bodily fluids flowing to your feet. In such a moment, no one can truly remain unmoved. At this moment, the entire planet is witnessing a series of murders. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. Why? In the real world, Bao Zhu was rolling around in the carriage. My head is so itchy, I feel like my brain is growing back. Is this some kind of entrapment? Why did they make someone climb over the wall on Wednesday? Bao Zhu was very sensitive to entrapment, and immediately looked at Xie Yulai. He didn't dare look at Zhang Sanwen, because he'd get beaten up. He didn't dare look at Zhang Miaoyan and Zhang Wenwei either, because Zhang Sanwen would beat them up too. Bao Zhu only dared to look at Xie Yulai, who was driving. Brother Xie, do you have any ideas? Xie Yulai had no ideas. Xie Yulai only had conspiracy theories. We must assume the worst about the enemy. Their target isn't the death of the lucky ones, but the fear of all humanity. Pan has made himself very clear. If gods feed on faith, then Pan must feed on fear. These words plunged the carriage into silence. Fear is far easier to obtain than faith. Pan is harvesting fear. Everyone was now awaiting Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhu's answers. In the live stream, Song Tianjiu stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the flower on Nandata's head. The flower, resembling something unbearable to look at, had petals composed of eyes. Noticing someone watching, the eyes simultaneously turned towards Song Tianjiu's direction. Song Tianjiu said without changing his expression, "As a good student, one should abide by the rules. 7 days means 7 days, not a minute less." Wang Jiuzhou, who was secretly eating a lollipop, immediately chimed in, "Without rules, there is no order." "I think the same way as Tianjiu." A perfectly reasonable answer, yet it silenced all the viewers in the live stream. No one believed this was Song Tianjiu's true intention. After all, from the moment she entered the death game, she had been unpredictable. All the lucky ones in Yin country combined might not have as many treacherous individuals as Song Tianjiu. The viewers all thought Song Tianjiu was fainting. Only Song Tianjiu herself knew she was serious. The bell rang. Song Tianjiu strode back to the classroom with an air of indifference. In the next class, she was still a diligent student, attentive and conscientious in copying assignments. As the sun set, it was dinner time. As darkness fell, it was late-night snack time. 10 o'clock at night, dormitory 404. Wang Jiuzhou held a bowl of instant noodles, eating while examining the items on the bed. "Tianjiao, are we really not packing our things? There's nothing here that belongs to us, no need to pack." Chapter 47. Rules are very important. 7 days means 7 days. Song Tianjiu hung upside down on the upper bunk, head down, legs hooked around the railing, hair ends on the floor. Her face was flushed from the rush of blood to her head, as if she'd just come out of a sauna. Wang Jiuzhou was silent for a second, unable to bear it any longer, and used her school uniform as a cushion on the floor. Afraid Song Tianjiu would fall and hit her head, she also placed a blanket and pillow underneath. Her partner already had some mental issues. She couldn't afford to hurt herself. Zhao Yubai said Song Tianjiu wasn't mentally sound. Although Wang Jiuzhou felt Zhao Yubai was insulting her, she was still worried that Song Tianjiu's condition would worsen. She had seen the mentally challenged people in town, who didn't even know how to fight back when beaten. Wang Jiuzhou said worriedly, "Tianjiao, remember to fight back if someone hits you. We can't let ourselves be taken advantage of. We rather lose our lives than suffer a loss." Song Tianjiu found these words strange. But seeing Wang Jiuzhou's sincere expression, she couldn't bring herself to refute them. Nothing happened that night, and the dormitory supervisor, Tang Lang, did not appear. The next morning during morning exercises, Song Tianjiu, unusually, ran seriously. Wang Jiuzhou walked steadily, while Song Tianjiu was panting heavily, but Wang Jiuzhou remained unfazed. After running just one lap, the two were stopped by Nandatu. Nandatu, carrying a large backpack, waved vigorously at Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou, attracting the attention of many teachers and students. After the two passed by, Nandata opened his backpack, revealing pumpkin bread inside. The bread was still warm, and emitted a rich aroma. "Take this to eat on the way. Leave immediately after class at noon. Zhugan is on the playground." Nandata finished speaking quickly, shoved the backpack into Wang Jiuzhou's hand, and turned to flee as if some wolves or tigers were chasing him. Wang Jiuzhou, clutching her heavy, warm backpack, drooled as she looked at the pumpkin bread inside. "Tianjiao, can I eat this?" she asked, already taking a large bite of bread. Song Tianjiu placed her hand on her shoulder, calming her breathing after the strenuous exercise. She suddenly turned her head, looking towards the rooftop of the administration building in the distance, where a figure stood. At this distance, she shouldn't have been able to see the face clearly, but her intuition told Song Tianjiu that it was Zhou Qiangwei, the so-called mom in this instance. Song Tianjiu raised her hand, making a gun gesture, and aimed it at the figure. Bang, game over. Her voice wasn't loud, but the figure seemed to hear her, vanishing instantly. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing the scene, some with strong emotions, had their palms sweating profusely. This mom seems a bit off. Could she really have a backup plan? I'm so scared. I haven't slept for almost 4 days. I'm just too scared to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see that heavenly eye in the sky. Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou were walking towards the cafeteria when she suddenly stopped and said, bystanders should eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Food is important, life is important. I be there for the game. Wang Jiuzhou didn't know who Song Tianjiu was talking to, but added, instead of being on high alert, it's better to rest and recuperate. I be there for the game too. Wait, is she talking to us? Is she saying this to us? This? The viewers in the live stream had a guess in their hearts, but dared not delve deeper. The heavenly eye hovered in the sky, observing everything on earth. They had guesses in their hearts, but dared not say more. Hiddenly, they had already come to see Song Tianjiu as their hope. Squad 51, as the only remaining intact team in Yin Kingdom, had become a symbol. In other live streams, Tian was diligently doing her homework. A 9-year-old girl, she naturally couldn't understand the questions, so she just scribbled randomly, as long as it was ready to hand in. Someone tore up Tian's homework, but she continued writing. Dad said, bad people will die, all bad people will die. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of bitterness seeing Tian state. They dared not imagine how heartbroken Tian's father would be to see what had happened to his child. Unseen by anyone, tentacles surged in the darkness beyond the camera's view, devouring one eerie entity after another. Any eerie entity that negatively impacted Tian never had a second chance to appear. Lu Huixiang was also doing her homework, cursing as she wrote, what happened to the promised reduction in workload? What's the point of writing this? I might as well go shooting. The old woman grumbled, full of resentment. She was covered in self-drawn talismans, and the strange creatures didn't even dare approach her. Xie Qingshan stole the homework of other strange classmates to copy, was the first to run after class, and the last to arrive at school, seemingly well adapted to campus life. Even strange creatures fear evil people. Xie Qingshan's preemptive action scared away many restless creatures who were trying to provoke him. Zhao Yubai, needless to say, was completely absorbed in the ivory tower. Zhao Yubai was a good student. The strange creatures couldn't tear up his homework as fast as he could write it. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me. The little bird asks me why I'm carrying a bomb. Zhao Yubai hummed a song as he did his homework. Keen-eyed viewers noticed that Zhao Yubai's chemistry homework consisted of equations for explosives. Look at how they bullied the harmless, weak-willed Zhao Yubai. The eeriness of this instance is heartless. Squad 51, each member facing the strange phenomena with different mental states. At a closed-off base in City A, the door of a parked SUV was opened. Xie Yulai was fitted with a collar, and Bao Zhu was fitted with an electronic ankle monitor and collar. Both were pulled aside for a thorough security check. Zhang Miuyan jumped out of the car, shook her slightly numb arms, and asked, for days left, is that enough time? The staff glanced at Zhang Wenwei and Zhang Sanwen. Zhang Miuyan shrugged, they're all participants in this project, 5 people in total including me. The staff nodded and handed over a document. Your proposed relocation plan has been approved. This is the General Charter for District 49 of the relocation plan, currently classified as top secret. The staff member continued, currently, District 49 has a resident population of 6,657,800 with local household registration. The plan is to relocate 657,800 people and relocate 6 million people from their original locations. Relocate from their original locations? Zhang Wenwei raised an eyebrow. This was a new term. The household registration system is being upgraded, and Customs is working on connecting them. We have reached agreements with several underdeveloped countries on aid projects, ostensibly to support construction, to send 6 million people to the target countries. These people will arrive in batches. Due to limited transport capacity, the first batch will consist of 5,000 people. The rest will pass through security and exit the country first. The staff member spoke methodically. The General Administration of Customs has drafted suggestions on deepening reforms to improve the efficiency of Chinese citizens' exit from the country, which will be released in 4 days. Bao Zhu, craning his neck to eavesdrop, was completely confused. He pulled Xie Yulai aside to talk. Building something deep in the mountains like this must cost a fortune, right? Isn't this just a waste of money? What are they saying? It sounds so strange. Xie Yulai ignored him. Xie Yulai's head was about to explode. At this moment, Xie Yulai finally understood why the 3 Zhang siblings were so certain they had been chosen as the lucky ones to enter the death game. What migration plan? It was clearly a massive relocation plan. Currently, the death game selection criteria for lucky winners in each district is, the lucky winner's current location is their birthplace. This migration plan is like undermining the very foundation, exploiting a bug. The noon bell rang, and Song Tianjiao, under Sun Daqiang's expectant gaze, walked towards the playground. High walls stood tall, and with Song Tianjiao's height, he could vaguely see the black mist floating at the edge of the walls. Not far away, his mother, wearing a white dress, stood quietly. Chapter 48. The high wall seemed to possess an allure, luring Song Tianjiao. Song Tianjiao, her eyes vacant, walked towards the wall. Wang Jiuzhao, a bamboo pole dangling from her mouth, tried to pull her back with both hands. Stop! Stop! Wang Jiuzhao sensed a dangerous aura, and a glimpse of Zhou Qiangwei standing in the corner sent chills down her spine. Stop! With the bamboo pole in her mouth, she couldn't speak freely. She tried to pull Song Tianjiao back, but something suppressed her strength, making it impossible to exert any force. Wang Jiuzhou's clear red eyes deepened, and her collarbone-length hair began to grow wildly, directly attacking the mother. Having been a member of the dungeon's strange creatures, Wang Jiuzhao naturally noticed that the mother was acting strangely. My dear baby, be a good girl and listen to your mother, don't disobey her. Almost instantly, the mother was in front of Wang Jiuzhao, gripping her neck. A naughty child, a mother will not like. Congratulations to the lucky winner Song Tianjiao, who, as a substitute for the deceased Wang Jiuzhao, triggered the first S-rank rare boss. Baby, stay forever. Death is returning to the womb. After death, you will be with your mother. Pan's voice rang out. This pushed the atmosphere in the live stream to another level. The viewer with the account ID Cubalibra had been staying up for several days in a row and had just taken a nap when he was woken up by a phone call from a friend. Look! Something's happened in the live stream. What could have happened? To be honest, Cubalibra had a lot of confidence in Song Tianjiao. Whether in terms of combat power or rationality, Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao were almost invincible. In the Xianlu Middle School instance, the main boss has been defeated, and the remaining anomalies theoretically pose no threat to the two. Cubalibra rubbed her face and switched her phone screen to the live stream. Her eyes widened instantly. Momo, Mom is actually the main boss? And an S-rank one at that. Isn't this a bit of an old trick? Heaven didn't give birth to little Zhuge. The older the trick, the better it works. The older the trick, the more unexpected it is. Damn it, Rule 7 is a killer move. Rule 7, please protect Mom, she is a pitiful single mother. But what if this mother is an S-rank boss? Death is returning to the womb. This sentence sent a chill down the spine of every viewer. Cubalibra flipped through her notebook and couldn't help but gasp. When transcribing this rule, she highlighted the keywords protect, mom, she, pitiful, and single mother with a highlighter. Before everything unfolded, this rule seemed unremarkable at first glance. Protecting your mother, from a universally accepted perspective, it's a perfectly normal rule. Protecting your own mother is the most normal thing in the world. But this is a death game, a game that recklessly tests the limits of humanity to elicit fear. This rule has never been so simple. Now, after the S-level boss is revealed, the viewers in the live stream deeply feel the chilling malice behind this rule. Cubalibra bit her lip, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. She realized that this was almost a dead end. The malice of Mom had been laid bare before everyone from the very beginning. That letter from the mother was filled with bullying and emotional abuse. The mother, instead of offering her child enough support, pushed the vulnerable child forward, using him as a shield. Mommy is tired. Don't worry, Mommy. You can do it, right? Some viewers in the live stream, who hadn't initially noticed the strangeness of the letter, finally understood its malicious intent. The mother shifted all responsibility onto the child reading the letter. She was mentally bullying her child while portraying herself as a victim. Isn't this a form of soft violence? Wang Jiuzhao was lifted up by the neck, the bamboo pole falling to the ground as he struggled. You're a disobedient child, the mother said sternly. Then, turning to Song Tianjiao, who had already reached the wall, she coaxed, good child, touch it, and you be with Mom forever. Or you can cross this wall, like a bird soaring over that one. But Mom will be disappointed in you. Just a step away from the wall, her fingers about to touch it, Song Tianjiao abruptly stopped, turning to look at her mother, her eyes no longer showing any confusion or bewilderment. With one hand in her pocket, her posture arrogant, she said, a good mother is the strongest shell for her child. Zhou Qiangwei, I will be a good child. So will you be a good mother? The viewers in the live stream hadn't expected Song Tianjiao to still be able to talk back, eagerly anticipating her verbal victory over the boss. S rank? That rank sounds like cheating. Only the second level, and she's already going straight for the big boss? Pen really wants to achieve a no-win situation. Just when everyone thought Song Tianju was about to become the king of verbal sparring, and even his mother thought that this child was going to have a sharp-tongued debate with her, Song Tianju rushed forward, rolled on the spot, picked up a bamboo pole, and hit his mother. The mother stumbled backward, her grip on Wang Jiuzhao's neck loosening, and Wang Jiuzhao fell to the ground. Tianjiao? Getting close to her will render you unable to fight. I can't attack her. Wang Jiuzhao cried out urgently, clutching her neck. Before she could finish speaking, Song Tianju pulled her forward. To the school clinic. Rule 5. In case of danger, seek help at the school clinic. The viewers in the live stream understood Song Tianju's intention, but in the instance she was in, the school doctor, Feng Dahua, was gone. Only the bright red flower on Nan Dada's head remained. Wang Jiuzhao's physical abilities far surpassed Song Tianju's. They hadn't run far before it was Wang Jiuzhao pulling Song Tianju along. Song Tianju's breathing was rapid, she was like a leaky bellows, her movements sluggish. Her brain was oxygen-deprived, and her face was an unnatural red. The two quickly exchanged information. Don't get close to the wall, you'll be assimilated. The other side of the wall is the exit, but climbing over it will come at a price. The feeling that wall gave me just now was that climbing over it would cost you and Nandatu. Getting close to mom will make you lose your strength. Within a few feet, you won't feel any resistance towards mom. The tension in the live stream reached its peak. The first S-rank boss, and according to intelligence, it's a boss with control abilities. The viewers could almost foresee the outcome of this game. But they were unwilling to accept it. Cuba Libre stared nervously at his phone screen, casually opening a bottle of rum. Rum, ice cola. Without even shaking it, he poured it directly into a glass, and took a big gulp. The alcoholic beverage mixed with ice was instantly invigorating. The carbon dioxide and syrup gave his brain an instant euphoria, the alcohol stimulating his nerves. This extremely simple cocktail is called Cuba Libre, symbolizing unyielding resistance and free will. Cuba Libre was born in a time of resistance. Cuba Libre, with a half-melted ice cube in his mouth, typed and sent a message, "It won't end so soon, I believe in them." Chapter 49. Meanwhile in City A, Xiaoyulai, who was too busy watching the live stream to pay attention, was on edge. He swallowed a packet of coffee powder, and gulped down a large mouthful of warm water. Cold sweat poured down Xiaoyulai's back. Even though he considered himself adept at finding loopholes, he was still terrified. When only 5 people remained in District 49, and these 5 people were born in District 49, with the probability of the death game's lucky draw change from 5 in 10 million to 100%, Xiaoyulai had considered that the relevant departments might exploit loopholes, but he hadn't expected them to go this far. The migration of over 6 million people wasn't a problem for Yin country. For days, 6 million. Xiaoyulai's breathing became labored. While the number was enormous, it wasn't impossible. Simultaneous migration, as a new term for dealing with the death game, carried a certain risk. After passing through customs and security, it was time to leave the country. This was originally a vague definition, not so absolute. Now, the General Administration of Customs has made the direct decision, designating most of City A as a security checkpoint. This is the entire national machinery of Yin country operating to amend laws and social rules. At this moment, Xiaoyulai finally understood why Pan emphasized the prohibition of cheating. Strictly speaking, Yin country's actions are not cheating at all. The right to life is above all else. Faced with the threat of death, everything is permissible, and everything can be used for my purposes. Xiaoyulai realized that Song Tianju was a madman, and the person who proposed the relocation plan was equally mad. They both possessed similar arrogance. He didn't know where Song Tianju's arrogance came from, but he clearly understood the basis of Zhang Miayan's arrogance. Xiaoyulai looked at Zhang Miayan, who was leaning back on the sofa receiving an 4 drip. Zhang Miayan was in poor health, emotional excitement could trigger respiratory syndrome, and she was currently receiving a sedative injection. Xiaoyulai looked at Zhang Miayan, who was having difficulty breathing, and wondered if she could survive the death game. Yet, this very person was the initiator of the migration plan. Zhang Sanwen was eating when he noticed Xiaoyulai's gaze on Zhang Miayan and kicked her. "What are you looking at? Don't you have a sister? Why are you looking at my sister?" Xiaoyulai was already used to Zhang Sanwen's protective attitude. He rubbed his backside, stood up, and asked, "Will all 12 districts in Yin country implement this plan? Or is it only being piloted in District 49? If you're going to play, why not go big?" Xiaoyulai wasn't one to stick his neck out. Influenced by his profession, he preferred to hide in the shadows. At this moment, Xiaoyulai didn't want to hide in the shadows anymore. He wanted to stand in the sunlight and face his fear. Facing Zhang Sanwen's probing gaze, Cielula said, in my experience, when facing a vulnerability, you need to mobilize resources for a full-scale attack. Once the other side reacts and patches it, we be on the defensive. We should take advantage of their inattention and wipe them out. Bao Zhu really wanted to join the discussion. He'd been waiting for this topic for a while. Finally, someone could chime in. He immediately grabbed his lunchbox and moved away from Zhang Sanwen's attack range, stubbornly saying, online trolls only work when they flood the market. Large-scale propaganda smoke screens are needed to confuse the enemy. Zhang Sanwen smacked his lips, then jumped up, rushed to Bao Zhu, and kicked him several times. Who are you calling the enemy? Don't think I don't know what you've done. Do you like dog food? Bao Zhu covered his head, too afraid to fight back. Of course, he couldn't retaliate against Zhang Sanwen's beating either. Zhang Wenwei returned from her meeting and rolled her eyes at the chaos. She picked up her lunchbox, turned on the live stream projector, and several live streams immediately appeared on the wall. All the live streams of death games worldwide were here. Zhang Wenyue's gaze swept over all the live streams, finally zooming in on Tian Tian's. Tian Tian was currently hiding in the closet. Through the gap in the closet, she could see two figures on the bed, engaged in harmonious activity. Tian Tian covered her eyes, looking extremely obedient. Daddy said I can't watch weird things. The chat was in an uproar. Isn't this corrupting the children? Zhang Sanwen picked up the remote, wanting to switch the view. The next second, a hand with an 4 drip pressed down on his arm. Zhang Miyan said, there's something in the shadows. Zhang Sanwen, disregarding the question of what was dirty, squinted at the shadows on the live stream screen, under the bed, under the tables and chairs, behind the curtains, where even darker things were moving. Bao Zhu exclaimed, what are those? Zhang Miyan stared silently at the live stream screen. Her hand rested on Zhang Sanwen's arm. Due to the angle, blood flowed backward from the light purple 4 needle into the tubing, appearing translucent red under the light. Cielula hesitated, then, risking a beating, reached out and pulled Zhang Miyan's hand down. Zhang Miyan gasped. Cielula shrank back, knowing he was about to be hit by Zhang Sanwen again. However, the expected blow didn't come. Instead, there was a collective gasp around them. Cielula followed Zhang Miyan's gaze, and saw countless tentacles surging towards the two people on the bed in the live stream screen. Amidst the tangled, strangling massacre, the cracking of bones, and the tearing of muscles and fascia could even be heard. Tian Tian covered her eyes, completely oblivious. The viewers, witnessing everything, were now filled with unprecedented terror. What was that? This question lingered in the minds of every bystander. What were those tentacles? Tian Tian run! Tian Tian run! Countless expressions of fear converged into one sentence, relentlessly flooding the live stream chat. These 4 words completely obscured Tian Tian's image on the screen. The rustling sounds, the tearing of flesh, assaulted everyone's sensitive nerves. They shouldn't be so afraid, yet everyone witnessing the scene felt as if they were there, trembling uncontrollably, their teeth chattering. The fear at this moment far surpassed that of the day the heavenly eye descended. It was a fear emanating from the depths of their hearts. Tian Tian run! This was the only thought remaining in the live stream audience. Tian Tian cried out, Daddy? Immediately, the audience heard a whoosh. The chat stopped spamming, and the viewers could see the live stream clearly again. The bed was empty. Not a trace of blood or flesh remained, nor any black mist. The window was open, the wind swaying the curtains, afternoon sunlight streaming in, dust motes floating in the light, a picture of tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Tian Tian pushed open the wardrobe door and climbed out, bathed in sunlight. The pale skin of the little girl, long tormented by illness, took on a translucent, almost ethereal quality in the sunlight. Daddy, you're really busy, Tian Tian said, looking somewhat unhappy. She walked to the window, tiptoed, and looked down. Daddy said, I can't go near the window, I fall. The little girl's innocent appearance showed no signs of being affected by anything. The viewers in the live stream realized something chilling. Tian Tian's instance, the S-rank boss, Mom, had died so inexplicably. Congratulations to lucky player Tian Tian. Your S-rank boss in the dungeon has been defeated. Please abide by the game rules, and wait for the game to end. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in this death game. Chapter 50. A game of death, cheating is prohibited. Pan's voice silenced the viewers in the live stream. They had a naive guess, yet it seemed utterly absurd. Daddy, you're so busy. Tian Tian misses Daddy. Despite saying Daddy wouldn't let her near the window, Tian Tian still pressed herself against it, craning her neck to look. The lingering smell of blood in the air indicated what had happened not long ago. Outside the window, under the blue sky and white clouds, the grass and trees swayed in the wind. Everything seemed so ordinary. A holly bush, however, remained unmoved, standing firmly in the middle of the road. Tian Tian shouted, "Daddy!" The holly bush trembled and began to sway its leaves in the wind, as if nothing had happened. Tian Tian tilted her head thoughtfully, whispering, "Not Daddy? Am I seeing things?" The viewers in the live stream were now in a mental frenzy. "Momo, I understand the logic, but why is Tian Tian's style so different? I feel like I'm being summoned by Cthulhu." Jin Chao of the Three Kingdoms. "It's terrifying to think about. I have a feeling Tian Tian's father's identity is unusual. Have you heard? The substitute who tried to kill Tian Tian had his entire family wiped out. A bright moon hangs on a branch. His name is Deng Liang. Crazy wow. Please change the name. Seeing keywords scares me. There really is a bright moon hanging overhead. If you ask me, we should dig through Blue Star. Schrodinger's Area 51 and Area 15. Who could assume my area? Luo Yanqing. Since the mother in the dungeon is an S-rank boss, then Tian Tian's father might also be some kind of boss? After all, he's the unspeakable thing that directly killed the S-rank boss mother and the principal. Anonymous loves B. So, you all agree that the unseen, indescribable thing is Tian Tian's father? Is Tian Tian's father already dead? Slurp, this smells like B. Xiaoyu Jiangxia. What kind of ancient god has entered Earth? At this moment, the comments didn't go off topic. An absurd answer surfaced in everyone's minds. They faced that fear head-on, deeply realizing that fear was completely different from Pan's intimidation. Perhaps the master who triggered the panic didn't intend to frighten them, but they still trembled from the bottom of their hearts. Indescribable, unseen, unthinkable. Just glimpsing a few tentacles was enough to fill them with terror and nightmares. Gong Chang, it's not that absolute. But in the current situation, the more chaotic it is, the more advantageous it is for us. Jin Chao of the Three Kingdoms. Fishing in troubled waters? Shen Jinghua. Could it possibly take down Pan? It sounds exciting, but is it really possible? Luo Yanqing. If that thing really is Tian Tian's father, perhaps it can fight Pan to the death. Anonymous loves B. So, you're assuming it's side with us? I smell a bee in the air. Xiaoyu Jiangxia. So, the question is Tian Tian really human? The live stream chat abruptly stopped. This question struck a chord with everyone. Bao Zhu, busy shoveling food into his lunchbox, couldn't help but say, Tian Tian's behavior is really unlike a human child. When my niece was that age, she had 300 ways to be naughty every day. Tian Tian is too well behaved, too calm. Do normal 9-year-olds have this kind of mental fortitude? Who cares if it's a black cat or a white cat? As long as it wins, it's a good cat. Zhang Wenwei snatched a chicken leg from Zhang Sanwen's lunchbox and started eating while switching between streams. Song Tianjia's stream was currently being flooded with comments. Zhang Wenwei turned off the comments to see the situation clearly. Song Tianjia and Wang Jiuzhou had arrived at the school clinic. The clinic walls were covered in blood, the floor was a mess, scattered with bandages, medicine bottles, syringes, and blood-stained cotton balls. There was practically no room to step. Song Tianjiu tiptoed, considering where to stand next. Wang Jiuzhou stood in the doorway, his face full of worry. Tianjiao, this looks even more dangerous. The previous clinic was clean and tidy, with medicines neatly arranged and sparkling clean. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Now, the air in the clinic was thick with a strong, pungent stench. A blood-stained curtain was pulled open by an arm wielding a dull axe. Nandata stormed out, his fierce expression freezing on his face upon seeing Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou, his large eyes suddenly clearing. Why are you here? It's dangerous here. Didn't I tell you to leave? Haven't you learned pole vaulting? Nandata spoke rapidly, his voice trembling, his fear impossible to conceal. The large red flower on the pumpkin's head, listless, extended a tentacle and slapped it across the face. From behind the curtain, a voice rang out, "Croak, run!" Croak! The once vigorous croak of a toad had become weak and feeble. Song Tianjiao kicked aside the mess on the ground and strode over. Through the gaps between Nandata's thin arms and legs, he saw Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren, shrouded in black mist. The black mist had corroded them, obscuring their human forms. The exaggerated bones and muscles exposed to the air unmistakably revealed their inhuman nature. Sun Daqiang's cheeks puffed out, his soft white chest and abdomen heaving. His bulging eyes were bloodshot and crimson, and his body was wrapped in bandages. The bandages, soaked in blood and black mist, gleamed an ominous deep red. Wang Daren's condition was worse. Half his face had been corroded, exposing half his skull. Anyone who has eaten bullfrogs knows that the exposed bones are not human. A bright red, forked tongue peeked out from the gap between the bones and muscles, trembling slightly. Ribbit run. It was unclear whether Sun Daqiang or Wang Daren spoke. Nan Data grabbed Song Tianjiao's arm and pulled her forcefully away. Go! Don't look, you be assimilated. Climb over that wall and get out of here. The live stream chat had been turned off, but Zhang San's mouth didn't stop. These weirdos are actually quite loyal. They let Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhao leave, so they were genuinely sincere. Wait, no! That black mist can assimilate people? Wasn't Song Tianjiu injured by Tang Lang before? There's black mist. Bao Zhu, holding his lunchbox, silently distanced himself from Zhang Sanwen, so as not to get caught in the crossfire if Zhang Sanwen got beaten up. Sure enough, the next second Zhang Wenwei slapped Zhang Sanwen on the forehead. Shut up. Zhang Millian pursed her lips and didn't speak, not even noticing that the liquid in the medicine bottle was about to run out. It was Bao Zhu who noticed and couldn't help but remind her. This was the last bottle of medicine. Zhang Millian directly ripped off the forecatheter and medical tape together, blood and medicine splattering onto her clothes. The needle hole was still bleeding, the slightly darker venous blood quickly flowing from her wrist to her fingertips, exploding into a bloody flower on the ground. Seeing this, Xie Yulai became even more certain that Zhang Millian and Song Tianjiu had similar conditions, perhaps even being fellow sufferers. Zhang Millian seemed oblivious to the nature of her wound. Ignoring Zhang Wenwei and Zhang Sanwen's exclamations and frantic activity, she let them manipulate her hand. Something's wrong, Zhang Millian murmured, staring at the live stream. Hurry! The school clinic is useless now. Nan Data pulled and dragged, trying to push Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhao away. Its strength was much weaker than before, and it couldn't budge Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhao at all. On Nan Data's enormous head, its oversized features displayed a look of despair. Hurry! It repeated again. Staying here will lead to assimilation. Leave now. Chapter 51. Just then, the door to the school clinic opened, and a woman in a white dress stood outside, her smile perfectly gentle. Baby, don't you want to stay with mommy forever? As the woman approached, Song Tianjiu felt the same way Wang Jiuzhao had described, a feeling of utter helplessness. Usually, in this situation, even if she didn't fight back, she would stay away. But now, Song Tianjiu felt no negative emotions whatsoever. It wasn't that she couldn't escape, but that she didn't want to. It wasn't that she couldn't resist, but that she couldn't even muster the thought of resistance. She felt as if she were immersed in warm water, wanting only to stretch every muscle and bone, and then curl up into her most primal form, returning to the womb. Nothing mattered anymore. Life and death, glory, faith, and perseverance, everything became unimportant. A traveler returning from afar, soaking in warm water, like returning to the womb, only wanted to sleep soundly. Stay, baby. Death is returning to the womb. You will be with your mother. The mother's hand landed on Song Tianjiao's chest, her fingertips shrouded in black mist, seemingly about to pierce his heart. All the viewers in the live stream finally understood why the supernatural beings had tried to persuade Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhao to leave early. After the principal disappeared, the mother became the biggest boss in this dungeon, and an S-rank one at that. Rule 7. Please protect the mother. She is a pitiful single mother. What initially seemed like a mere filler rule had now become a guaranteed death trap. Wei Bei, the leader of the 51st District Action Team, looked at the screen and sighed deeply. Before him, the comments were scrolling rapidly across the screen. Shinshi, who loves tree root bread, what kind of hellish start is this? Is this really the second dungeon? We just left the beginner zone, and this is already happening? No, the beginner zone was also brutal. In a 5-person team, if one person dies, the whole team is eliminated. I want to be a laughing person. I seen it in their eyes. The sheepdog wants all the lucky ones dead, in numbers of SIXS in a small account. I glanced at the other live streams. Some haven't even shown their S-rank weird mothers yet. This really is true. If you can endure hardship, there will always be endless hardship. If you can defeat the boss, there will always be bosses to defeat. The capable do more, and the more you do, the more you die from exhaustion. Shinshi, who loves tree root bread, is the sheepdog doing this to instill fear in us? I'm not afraid at all, only angry. I want to be a laughing person. Angry plus 10086. Neurotic, why? Why do we have to follow other people's rules? I'm not convinced. The live stream audience was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, They had forgotten fear, only anger remained. This garbage rule, how could they play like this? Have they no shame? That sheepdog's skin is probably thicker than a city wall corner. Just as everyone was trying to think of a solution, Song Tianjiu grasped his mother's hand. In sixes, what is Song Tianjiao going to do? Stab her mother? This is S level, and it has rule 7. I want to be a fun seeker. Shouldn't we organize a funeral procession? I can play the Swana. Shinshi, who loves tree root bread, play something festive, like get on the sedan chair. No, that's not festive either. Play 800 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The cyber team for the funeral procession was assembled in 10 seconds, with those smashing basins, those carrying banners, and those carrying the coffin all arranged. Song Tianjiao, holding the hand emitting black smoke, grinned, let go, turned around, and in one swift motion, pounced on Nan Datu and knelt down. She hugged Nan Datu's trouser leg and wailed, Mom, Mom. You are my own mother, the one who is my mother no matter what. Who can say that pumpkin milk isn't milk? Compared to a biological mother, who gives birth but doesn't raise, raises but doesn't teach, you are my real mother. Unable to attack doesn't mean unable to escape. What dreamland, what return to the womb? Song Tianjiu had seen it all before. She wasn't going to eat this bitter sweetness. Who wants to die when they can live? Wang Jiuzhou was controlled by her mother's passive skill, wanting to attack but unable to, and was furious. Seeing Song Tianjia's actions, her eyes widened. She opened her mouth wide, thought for half a second, then rushed over and hugged Nan Datu's other leg. Gender didn't matter. A male mother is still a mother, and besides, pumpkins are hermaphroditic plants, theoretically hermaphroditic. Wait, what's a hermaphroditic plant? Wang Jiuzhao's mind was in a mess, but she acted quickly, immediately letting out a loud wail. My dearest mother, you provided for my food and drink, made my bed, and cleaned for me tirelessly and without complaint. You are my second parents, your majesty, my revered mother. This unfilial queen kneels before you, wishing my mother a long and healthy life, and boundless blessings. At this moment, the comments section went wild. I want to be a laughing person. This is hilarious. In 6 is all to count. This works. Anonymous loves B. Huh? Jean Chao of the Three Kingdoms. We're saying, people can't at least not. Male mom is awesome. Nan Datu, whose legs were being hugged, trembled, a glint of light flashing in its eyes. An unprecedented sense of responsibility welled up inside it, causing it to straighten its back. Looking at its mother, whose gaze had turned sinister in the distance, Nan Datu silently compared its size. 2 small pumpkins immediately sprouted on its head, which it plucked and tucked into its clothes, holding them in its hands. Nan Datu felt something was missing, rolling its eyes at the top of its head and saying, Big flower, grow some leaves, I have no hair. Mom has long hair. Feng Dahua, Will this work? This is outrageous. The next moment, lush green leaves covered Nan Da's head. Cat grass like green leaves, standing tall and reaching for the sky. Yellow melons, green leaves, exceptionally bright. Will this work? This was the shared confusion of all the viewers in the live stream, as well as Feng Dahua and Wang Jiuzhou. Whether it works or not, it's a do-or-die situation. Life and death hang by a thread. Song Tianjiu picked up the scalpel on the ground, turned around and rushed towards the S-level boss. One hit, no warning from the rules. Neurotic wow, this actually works? Song Tianjiao, please, send me a copy of your Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Xiaowu Jiangxia, what kind of top-tier mod is this? Shinshi, who loves tree root bread, sure enough, as a normal person, I'm still not as quick-witted as a mental patient. Momo, I also have a mental illness, how come I didn't think of this? Does having an illness have different levels? Luo Yanqing, as it turns out, only. Without morality, there is no morality to restrain. I heard of the swap home strategy, but never the swap mother strategy. This move shocked the entire audience in the live stream. The think tank of District 51 in Yin Country was also stunned. They had considered risking their lives, but never basic ethics and morality. In accounts with multiple 6S commented, Nandatu is so cooperative. If it didn't cooperate, it wouldn't have succeeded at all, right? This is a two-way street. What a beautiful mother-daughter relationship. I'm shipping it. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful, completely overshadowing the despair in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at Song Tianjiao, who was holding a scalpel. Black energy swirled, entangling Song Tianjiao's hand holding the scalpel, but even so, the scalpel continued to fall, without any sign of stopping. The audience in the live stream watched this scene with bated breath, feeling only a sense of satisfaction. Rule 7. Please protect the mother. She is a pitiful single mother. This rule was never triggered from beginning to end. Chapter 52. The viewers in the live stream saw a glimmer of hope. The rules hadn't been triggered, which meant success was within reach. A glimmer of hope always brings comfort in the darkness. Shimingsi, it will succeed, right? Fanatic Y. This is only the second dungeon, and it's already this difficult. In other games, they would go easy on players to give them a good first experience. This death game is garbage. It's ruining my life. ZZ Mu. Song Tianju acted decisively. That black mist really didn't affect her? That black mist is the same as the one on Feng Dahua and Teacher Guagua, right? It's Momo, not Momo. Don't even mention it, I'm scared. Meanwhile, in a conference room in another corner of Blue Star, a middle-aged translator was writing furiously. This is a very good example. Song's demonstration provides valuable experience for our lucky ones. She had already recorded a lot of text. The long hours of high-intensity translation work had left her mentally agitated, her eyes bloodshot. But she didn't stop. This is one of our few hopes. If someone in our country is chosen as the lucky one and has this beginner's guide to the death game, their chances of survival will be much greater. The translator had already written a lot. Death Game Beginner's Guide Xianlu Middle School Edition. 1. Drink 2 cartons of milk for breakfast and eat the starched sausage from the stall outside the school. 2. You can beat up teachers and staff, but make sure you can win. 3. You can unilaterally beat up classmates, but don't give them a chance to retaliate, otherwise you will trigger the rule of death. If you can't kill them with one blow, don't do it. The student NPCs in this instance are supernatural, not real classmates. Please feel free to act, you won't break the law. 4. Maintain a friendly relationship with Pumpkinhead, compliment his strong spine, and tell him, pumpkin bread is delicious. 5. Maintain a good relationship with the school doctor and compliment her on her good cervical spine. 6. The clay pot rice noodles in the teacher's cafeteria are delicious. If possible, please eat 3 bowls. 7. Show the teachers your studiousness and diligence. This will earn you some help. 8. Protect mom and kill the principal crossed out. Mom and the principal are enemies. 9. The substitute victim is a deception. Please protect your companions. If you are unable to protect them, please do not harm your companions. 10. Mom is an S-rank boss. You cannot attack her. If possible, please recognize Pumpkin Teacher as your mother. Pumpkin Teacher's maternal love is selfless. Hopefully, you can tell her again that pumpkin bread is delicious. 11. If conditions permit, please learn the mysterious magic from the east. A knock sounded at the door, and someone entered, saying, Secretary General, a call from Yen Country. The interpreter immediately jumped up, looking at the gray-haired woman on the other side of the table. The woman removed her glasses, a relieved smile appearing on her face. It seems our hopes are higher. It was a call from Yen Country. The two sides had discussed aid and reconstruction for a long time. The moment the call ended, this small country stamped its seal on the document. Resource poor, with its citizens struggling to make ends meet, and not considered a tourist destination, they now granted visa-free access to Yen Country. This meant that Yen Country citizens would face fewer obstacles traveling to their country. According to Yen's plan, the cross-border migration doesn't actually require arrival. Passing through security is sufficient. Yan's 12 major regions are frantically demarcating borders, with each region designating a large portion of its area as a customs and security checkpoint. Rules are made by people. Once you enter the security checkpoint, you left the country. Simultaneously, Yan's household registration system is increasing its computing power, striving to complete this migration with minimal cost and the most secure micromanagement. The stability maintenance team is allocating personnel, assigning grid responsibilities, and beginning preparations, awaiting only the order. The migration plan is underway with the full force of the nation. This is a race against time, and Yan's first confrontation with Pan. Yan's goal is to ensure that every chosen lucky individual becomes a certainty. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, know the enemy and know yourself, and victory will not be invincible. Know the heavens and the earth, and victory will be limitless. Currently, the limited information available doesn't allow Yen to achieve a perfect record. But they believe that being able to decide who enters the death game will be a good start. One lesson learned is enough. Gods and monsters aside, from the moment Pan directly selected 60 citizens of Yen, they became the enemy of the entire nation. Resources are scarce, but faced with provocation and threats, Yen will spare no effort, its national machinery operating at full power. Being selected and voluntarily entering are fundamentally different. Being selected is like lambs to the slaughter. Voluntarily entering is like going to war. Have we forgotten war after too long of apparent peace? Beneath the seemingly calm surface, turbulent undercurrents constantly surge. War is everywhere. Even the comments scrolling through the live stream are a form of warfare. The ocean of public opinion is never short of crisis. Many people lurk in the shadows, like Bao Zhu, destroying and smearing things. Lists were submitted one after another for compilation, and stacks of pledges written on paper of varying colors and textures were sent to the central command. In principle, the best of the best were selected, and stability was paramount. Essentially, however, a superficial balance had to be maintained among the chosen individuals. Balance, at least superficial balance. This was the rule for selecting people in this death game. Xiao Jiancheng, the commander-in-chief of the stability maintenance team, reviewed the list, sighed deeply, and felt utterly exhausted. He knew perfectly well that this was no ordinary roster. In the near future, this would be a death sentence. This departure would be tantamount to a separation between life and death, with little chance of survival. Xiao Jiancheng knew that none of the lucky ones would go far. They would face death head-on. The 5 lucky individuals from Area 51 were currently the only fully staffed team in Yin Kingdom. The fact that they had all made it this far was due not only to their own strength, but also to a factor of luck. Fear. Xiao Jiancheng chewed on the word, then suddenly sneered, secretly adding his name to the form, and smuggling his pledge into the file folder. The essence of fear is powerlessness, it's anger. Mother, I hope I never enter the death game. Xiao Jiancheng's birthplace, according to the current 12 district divisions, is District 51. His entry into the death game means that a lucky one in District 51 will die. Lu Huixiang, his mother. A mother with no blood relation, yet who raised him. The one who endured the hardest days, eating coarse food and wild vegetables to raise him. How could Xiao Jiancheng bear to secretly wish for his mother's death for the sake of personal heroism? He hoped that the mother, who would sneak away to eat roast chicken in the middle of the night, who would get up early to rummage through trash cans for bottles, who would eat expired food, who would give him pocket money every month from her pension as she approached retirement, and who would give pocket money to the other kids. And his pocket money was the least, could live. Even though the hope was slim. But he hoped his mother would live. This journey is long and arduous. That was his mother, an 80-year-old woman, scarred and undeterred by the troublesome little devils, who had grown up alongside the Xi in Yen Kingdom. Chapter 53. The ordinary people of Yen Kingdom were unaware of the relocation plan. Watching Song Tianjia's swift and decisive actions in the live stream, they felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Fanatic Y, although it's not the right thing to say, I feel incredibly good. It's not that I have criminal tendencies, it's just so satisfying. Song Tianji was incredibly quick to cling to Pumpkin Teacher as his mother, and now he's striking just as fast. Did you eat potatoes? I never thought you could play like this. I learned something new. I do it this way next time I come to this instance. Momo, upstairs, first build a good relationship with Pumpkin Teacher. Pumpkin Teacher is shy, praise her more. Besides, the pumpkin bread looks really delicious. Pumpkin Teacher, at the center of the storm, cradled the little pumpkin on her chest, her big eyes filled with deep maternal love. Does your hand hurt? There's an axe on the ground, use the axe. A scalpel is so small, it's too tiring. What if you hurt yourself? Wang Jiuzhao picked up the axe and swung it down at the S-rank monster. With one swing, black mist filled the air. Wisps of black mist spread upwards along the axe, wrapping around Wang Jiuzhao. ZZ Mu. Song Tianjia's identity and origin are unknown, a top-tier freeloader, the #1 person to lead the way in dungeons. Tian Do's Inc., Wang Jiuzhao, the red-clad female monster, the boss of Duofu Town, a freeloader whose motto is I rather die than be bullied. Xiao Aba loves to say Aba, without the protection of rules, if you encounter these two, you can basically prepare your coffin. So satisfying. Let's drink to that. Shiming Ci, will there be a problem with that black mist? It corroded Feng Dahua before, and now it's corroding Teacher Guagua. I am Chua. It seems the black mist doesn't affect Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhao much. Wait, is that reasonable? The livestream viewers were still discussing how Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhao had completely resolved the S-rank anomaly. Congratulations to the lucky one, Song Tianjiao. The substitute, Wang Jiuzhao, has died. The S-rank boss in your instance is dead. Please abide by the game rules, and wait for the game to end. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in this death game. Hearing Pan's announcement, the livestream viewers breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, a large amount of black mist surged from Song Tianjia's chest. Not good. Nan Dada's expression changed drastically. He's going to be assimilated. Wang Jiuzhou pulled Song Tianjiu to the door of the school clinic, slammed the door shut, and blocked Nan Dada from rushing over. She placed her hand on Song Tianjiu's chest, grasped the black mist, and pulled hard. The black mist, which should have been intangible, was pulled out like cotton candy, stained with streaks of blood. Wang Jiuzhou, while pulling and tugging, rolled the blood-stained black cotton candy into a ball. Finally, she pressed the last wisp of black mist onto the ball, revealing a lychee-sized, blackish-red sphere that radiated an ominous aura in the sunlight. Wang Jiuzhou shoved the ball directly into her mouth and swallowed. Burp. I'm full. The live stream chat fell silent. This was an action they hadn't expected at all. Could she really do this? Why hadn't Wang Jiuzhou started eating it outside the finance office? Was it because there was too much, and she couldn't finish it? Blood spread across Song Tianjiu's chest, quickly staining a large area of his school uniform. Nan Dada opened the door, his pupils constricting sharply upon seeing the scene. He immediately turned to grab a first aid kit. Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren, still lying on the bed, their bones exposed, were wailing loudly. Quack! What happened? Quack! Quack quack! Nan Dada opened his medical kit, his face tense, his slender hands trembling. Humans are so fragile. With so much blood, will she die? 2 blood-red vines covered Nan Dada's eyes, and more blood-red vines surged from his head, heading towards Song Tianjiu. The blood-red vines pulled open the blood-stained collar. There were no wounds. De Honghua blinked her numerous, diamond-shaped eyes, each one filled with bewilderment and innocence. Unlike the earlier scene when Feng Dahua raised the axe to cure her permanently, her bewilderment was tinged with cuteness, her cuteness with helplessness, and her helplessness with excitement. The blood-red vines wrapped around Song Tianjiu, lifting her up. The slender, resilient vines probed into her clothes, examining every inch, trying to find the source of the injury. Soon, the vines lowered Song Tianjiu down, waving their long, dense, and forked tendrils, like plant roots, performing a finger dance. Song Tianjiu didn't understand. Wang Jiuzhou didn't understand. The viewers in the live stream didn't understand either. Everyone could barely make out that Feng Dahua seemed very happy. Little ABA loves to say ABA, ABA, ABA. What is Big Eyes Flower saying? Did Yang Yu eat potatoes? Singing and dancing, celebrating victory? Zizi Moo, we won? A small victory? Go check the other live streams. I can't wait. I hope Team 51 survives. Sweet Beans Inc. Honestly, I'm not scared anymore. I'm angry. This game makes me angry. Human life is cheap. When will this end? Xianlu Middle School time progress March 7th. So far 2 S-rank bosses in the dungeons have died. Song Tianjiu, Wang Jiuzhou, and Tian Tian's next 4 days will proceed as planned, almost without any suspense. They await the dawn. Viewers flooded into the live streams of other lucky winners, excitedly sharing their partial victory. This victory belongs to everyone. Lu Huixiang was hunched over her desk drawing talismans. The most common raw materials for proper talismans are yellow paper and cinnabar. Yellow paper, also called yellow outer paper or core paper, is a type of paper with a long history in Yan Kingdom, perfect for drawing talismans. But Lu Huixiang was out of stock. She tore up her homework paper to use. Cinnabar, also known as vermilion, is mainly composed of mercuric sulfide. It's a traditional Chinese medicine. Small doses can calm the nerves, but large doses can be fatal. This is a poison that emperors throughout history have been unable to escape in their pursuit of immortality. So the question is, why couldn't Ms. Lu Huixiang obtain cinnabar at Xianlu Middle School? Ms. Lu Huixiang had long coveted the mercury thermometers. While buying bandages at the infirmary, she casually stole a large box of mercury thermometers. Staring at the mercury inside, she pondered deeply, finally deciding to draw talismans using her teacher's red pen. As everyone knows, mercury is poisonous. Although Ms. Lu Huixiang wasn't afraid of death, she didn't want to die a miserable death. Besides, there's a difference between mercuric sulfide and mercury. A bunch of little kids are watching. I can't embarrass myself. Dying before even starting is no good. This happened 2 days ago, leaving the viewers in the live stream stunned. The old lady's main appeal was her unpredictability and carefree attitude. She actually had an image to maintain. We watched as Lu Huixiang tore open her workbook, folded the sheets, flattened them, and skillfully cut them piece by piece with a knife. Then, using the red pen she borrowed from Sun Daqiang, she carefully drew talismans on the paper. Compared to a calligraphy brush, a ballpoint pen ultimately lacks the elasticity and variation in line thickness. Lu Huixiang muttered curses as she drew. The students around her, and even Wang Darren, who was lecturing at the podium, dared not disturb the old woman. To them, the old woman's coat, covered in talismans, was nothing short of radiant gold, a symbol of boundless merit, and highly flammable and explosive. They couldn't afford to offend her, absolutely couldn't. All the strange things avoided the old woman. Chapter 54. The school bell rang, and a man in a suit entered, knocking on Lu Huixiang's desk. Zhou Xiaobao. Your mother is looking for you. Lu Huixiang looked up, affixing a newly drawn lightning-attracting talisman to the man's hand, and casually said, The pine trees on my old mother's grave are already laden with pine cones. What did you say? Say it again. Before she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck, scorching the man in the suit to a crisp. The old lady herself also had her hair standing on end, looking quite furious. You? Do you know who I am? I am your father. The man in the suit roared, countless black wisps of smoke pouring from his mouth as he spoke. Before he could finish, Lu Huixiang shoved a handful of talismans into his mouth. Enough with the nonsense. I never waste words with my enemies. Despite her age, the old lady Lu, who never wasted words with her enemies, was still agile and simply jumped out the window and ran away. The classroom erupted in chaos, a cacophony of popping candy, and a deafening barrage of firecrackers. If only this stuff had worked back then, Lu Huixiang sighed, shaking her head. If only a pen, a bottle of ink, and a stack of paper could summon a thunderbolt back then. The old woman hummed a tune from the song Empty City Stratagem, her hands behind her back, swaggering through the campus with an air of utter indifference. She wanted to find a chicken, or even a black dog. Those things were supposedly very effective. She couldn't keep drawing talismans with a ballpoint pen forever. She felt guilty about it. Unfortunately, she searched from Monday to Wednesday without encountering a single chicken. No roosters. Hens would do, chicks would do, at least that would convince herself. What a godforsaken place. Not even a live chicken. The cafeteria must have been outsourced through back channels. I wonder how much kickback they took. Lu Huixiang cursed. Despite her age, she walked with a powerful stride, and no one dared to mess with her. Rules? Principles? Old Mrs. Lu was the rule. Old Mrs. Lu was the principal. Lu Huixiang walked to the trash can, glanced at it, shook her head, and straightened up. They don't pay any attention to recycling, she said, reaching out to grab the plastic bottle, then froze. No, Xiao Zhao said, we can't pick up bottles. Besides, that pan dog is malicious. What if the bottle is poisoned? There's always some ***** targeting an 80-year-old like me. Lu Huixiang, hands in her pockets, continued walking towards the cafeteria with an air of nonchalance. The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Very cute Arumiao. How much is plastic bottle recycling now? Grandma Lu has a pension. Why is she collecting bottles? If heaven hadn't found me little Zhuge, it's a bit immoral for someone with a pension to collect bottles. Those elderly people with no income rely on collecting scraps to make a living. For someone with a pension to collect scraps is ruining their livelihood. Uchiha Koto Amatsukami. I'm from District 51, my grandma knows Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu often collects bottles, and shares them with other elderly scavengers. Grandma Lu goes into government compounds that elderly scavengers dare not go to, hands behind her back. Sometimes she even comes out carrying steamed buns and dumplings. Moon woof woof. Wait, Grandma Lu is a charlatan. Would she dare to go to the relevant departments and walk right into their trap? Username 2684928. How many years has the internet been down? It's already 4202, wake up. The heavenly eye has descended, bringing calamity. If you don't wake up now, your chance will be slim. Socrates. What charlatan? Grandma Lu's painting is supposed to be intangible cultural heritage? I don't care if it's on the official list, it's definitely a Yin Kingdom heritage. Besides, Grandma's old, she can walk into the compound by herself because she's got strong legs. How dare you stop her? The live stream viewers were chatting animatedly, showing no signs of tension, even discussing scrap metal recycling prices. This completely contradicted Pan's original intention. Fear? What is fear? More important than fear is what you eat next. Leave fear for tomorrow's self. Leave the rice for today's self. The moment Lu Huixiang stepped into the cafeteria, the school bell rang. She went straight to the chicken cutlet stall, staring at the chef frying the chicken. The chef immediately became alarmed, frantically trying to fry it. Large portion, plum flavor, extra spicy. Lu Huixiang pulled out an ID card, swiped it on the machine, and her balance was 99,999. Money, come to my arms. Wait, Where did the card come from? If I remember correctly, this isn't a student card, is it? That balance is truly enviable. Randomly bite a turtle to death. I saw someone analyzing on Pili that when the old lady gave the principal the talisman, there was a movement of reaching into her pocket. Looks like she took it then. Player 1024. Amazing, my Grandma Lou. From today onwards, I will respectfully call you Miracle Hands Grandma. So fast, such an accurate prediction. Without watching the follow-up and replay, who would have thought my grandma did something so great? Time flows like water, years pass like a river. Grandma Lou entering the dungeon is practically like returning to her hometown. The octogenarian is back in action, all evil spirits vanquished. Thunderous power, dazzling light, her swiftness undiminished. Everyone praises the old lady, but not the evil god Pango. Horizontal scroll. The old lady is the best. Uchiha Kotoama Tsukumi, upstairs. Spit out the dictionary, you can't eat that stuff, neurotic, delete it, I posted. The live stream was still bustling. Lu Huixiang had already gotten her chicken cutlet, bought plum juice, and ordered a grilled meat rice bowl. She sat down in a spot with a view of both the front and back doors of the cafeteria, head down, eating. She'd been in this dungeon for 3 days, and the 100 yuan she got upon entering was far from enough. An average of 14.28 yuan a day. Given the prices of 3 meals a day here, she really couldn't afford to eat or drink well. A student card? That card only had a few dozen yuan on it. Thinking of this, the old lady grumbled. Those useless people who give birth but don't raise their children. The old lady had saved diligently for 2.5 days, finally finding an unlimited card, which she treasured. After eating, she counted her change and stuffed it back into her sock. Lu Huixiang hummed the tune of the Empty City Stratagem, preparing to return to the classroom to copy her homework. When Lu Huixiang returned to the classroom, get out of class had just ended. Sun Daqiang came out of the classroom and met her face to face. The old lady, toothpick in her mouth, asked, "Hello, Teacher Sunday. Do you think I'm a good student?" Sun Daqiang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, yes, you're the best student in this year's class. Without a doubt." "That's good. Is this your opinion, or the opinion of all the teachers?" "Of course, it's the unanimous opinion of all the teachers." Sun Daqiang, representing all the teachers of Xianlu Middle School, expressed his sincere greetings to Lu Huixiang. "Thank you. Grateful. They weren't struck by lightning. Thank you again." Lu Huixiang nodded in satisfaction, tiptoed to pat Sun Daqiang's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Good job, young man. Keep up the good work." "Yes." Sun Daqiang nodded repeatedly, then his face changed drastically. "Quack. Quack what? The fragrance of rice blossoms heralds a bountiful year? Quack 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 quack." Lu Huixiang shook her head, seeing the fear filling Sun Daqiang's fist-sized eyes, and asked doubtfully, "Don't be so afraid of me, do you? I don't eat people." The old lady followed Sun Daqiang's terrified gaze, and saw a long-haired woman in a white dress standing not far away, looking at her with extremely hostile eyes. The old lady immediately jumped up, her eyes wide with anger. "Hey! You wretched child." Chapter 55. Lucky Lu Huixiang triggers an S-rank rare boss. A belated voice rang out. What kind of temperament and insight did the old lady possess? Before this, she could tell at a glance that the person opposite her wasn't human. As the saying goes, you can tell by listening to the tone of a sentence. There's a similar method to judging people. Lu Huixiang, 88 years old this year, had seen the world and faced life and death many times. She could tell at a glance whether there was murderous intent in someone's eyes. Take my 108-hit combo. The old lady pulled open her school uniform jacket, pulling out a neat stack of talismans. Her wealthy and arrogant demeanor made it seem as if she were only pulling out a stack of paper money for burning. S-rank boss, Mother Zhou Qiangwei, said with tears in her eyes, "Baby, have you forgotten your mother?" Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful atmosphere of the comments section suddenly changed. If heaven hadn't gave birth to little Zhuge Liang, damn it! Money, come to my arms. Thinking of my mother's letter makes me feel terrible. How will the old lady get through this? Is she going to accept Sun Daqiang behind her as her male mother? Moonlight woofs. What male mother? Explain in detail. Very cute era cat. Upstairs, the male mother incident is from Song Tianjia's live stream, and someone on Pili is doing analysis and interpretation. The question now is how to get past the old lady. Socrates. Every hurdle is difficult, but every hurdle can be overcome. Rule 7. Please protect the mother. She is a pitiful single mother. This rule, like a tight band, weighs heavily on the lucky one. Anyone with eyes can see that this mother doesn't need anyone's protection. She herself is the biggest boss. At this moment, everyone in the live stream is worried about Lu Huixiang. After all, she's an S rank. Even the weakest S rank is still an S rank. Based on information from Song Tianjia's livestream about the S rank boss mom, we can conclude that while her combat power is weak, she possesses control abilities, most likely group control. Facing mom, all will lose their will to resist. This is practically a bug level ability. Combined with the rules, it becomes even more deadly. However, while this ability is powerful, it has a fatal weakness. Lu Huixiang stomped her foot, raised her chin, and roared, "Bullshit! How old are you? How old am I? Don't go around claiming kinship. Whose mother are you? You start crying the moment you open your mouth. What are you crying for? You cried away all our good fortune. What kind of mother gives her child a bowl of mushy noodles in the morning? What kind of mother gives her 100 yuan a week for food? Is this how a mother should act? If you can't cook, you just give your child money to eat on their own. You, on the other hand, give your child over 10 yuan a day for food? You're not a mother at all. And you still have the nerve to come here claiming kinship? Open your eyes, and see clearly who I am." Lu Huixiang had been holding back for 2.5 days, and was already seething with anger. Zhou Qiangwei's S-rank control skills were nothing but a facade in front of the old woman. A weak boss was nothing but a paper tiger in the old woman's eyes. What S-rank? How many divisions does it have? How many cannons does it have? The old woman cursed. What the hell? The talisman unfurled in midair, and flew directly towards the woman in the white dress. You do nothing useful all day long. You have the ability to blot out the sky, but can't you do anything useful? Useless trash, all of you useless trash. You unlucky thing. The old woman had been holding her anger for a long time, dating back to the time when her heavenly eyes soared into the sky. When the heavens have two moons, calamity descends. From the moment the so-called game began, the old lady was angry. Old age brings a temper, and the fact that she held back until now was a testament to her restraint. Die! Die all of you! Lu Huixiang's hands formed a hand seal, her eyes flashing with ferocity. Old age has shrunk her height. Now she's only a little over 1.5 meters tall, and she usually has to stand on tiptoe to discipline her children. But at this moment, her figure appeared exceptionally tall. Sun Daqiang scurried away, but unable to resist his curiosity, he peered out from under the window, his large eyes fixed on the spectacle. Hey Zhou Xiaobao, why don't you go to pee? Nan Dada came looking for someone, but halfway through his sentence, realizing the situation, he turned and ran. In the school clinic in the next building, Feng Dahua peeked in, watching the commotion. Wow! Feng Dahua was too shocked to speak. The talismans enveloped Zhou Qiangwei, and all the strange occurrences instantly fell silent. Lu Huixiang said, 9 heavens responding to the origin of thunder, universal transformation heavenly venerable. A knowing person recited a verse. Human hearts are scattered, but a single thought can purify them. Desiring the supreme Tao, all people turn to the heavenly venerable. After retiring, Lu Huixiang became obsessed with Taoism, reading and learning everything. Unable to find what she sought in the mortal world, she turned to the immortals. She wanted to ask if there was an underworld beneath the Yellow Springs. She wanted to know where the souls of the departed were now. Unexpectedly, the few smatterings she had learned through casual conversation actually came in handy. Thunder descended from the sky, shattering the evening glow. For a moment, outsiders felt as if they were staring directly at the blazing sun, dizzy and disoriented. Crack! Sun Daqiang was so startled that he fell backward, sprawling on his back, his eyes filled with shock. Congratulations to lucky player Lu Huixiang. The S-rank boss in your instance has been defeated. Please abide by the game rules, and wait for the game to end. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in this death game. The live stream audience was screaming. Randomly biting a turtle to death. I declare tomorrow, no. Now, immediately right now, I'm packing my things and heading up the mountain. I'm going to seek immortality and enlightenment. Username 2684928. Grandma Lu's aura is undeniable. She genuinely looks down on that S-rank. Time flows like water, years pass like a river. Please enjoy the traditional folk art performance, Cursing Ghosts. Player 1024. Is it too late to learn now? Grandma Thunder's move is enough to show her skill. Moon barks. Now, which mountain should we go to? Please show me the way. Believe in science. Don't rush, everyone just wait. The end of science is metaphysics. The Religious Affairs Bureau will issue learning manuals for talismans that have been verified as effective in the death game. Please follow the accounts XXX on various platforms. Feudal superstition is unacceptable. Discerning truth from falsehood is the way of heaven. I am Chua. Hey up there, want to hear what you have to say? It's Momo, not Momo. Wait, this looks like the official X Bureau. Goodness, you're using this title to tell us to believe in science? Believe in science. Science is the law derived from repeated practice. It can be repeatedly deduced. Please believe in science. Sima, you and your whole family, muttering believe in science, then turning around and blasting an S-level monster to ash with a stack of talismans. It's better to believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Zhao. I am Qin Shi Huang, believe me. Pan go die. Everyone, go watch Xiao Bai, he did a really cool show. Viewers flooded into Zhao Yubai's live stream like a torrent. Zhao Yubai's live stream wasn't very popular. He looked half dead, buried in his homework, studying hard. A sight that always reminded people of their own miserable days. Zhao Yubai was writing chemical formulas. The new viewers in the live stream were completely confused, not understanding what the exciting part was. The viewers who had been waiting in the live stream for a while started their performance, and the chat exploded with comments. What great things can Zhao Yubai, who's always so gloomy and emo, possibly accomplish? The new viewers were dumbfounded after seeing the comments. Chapter 56. Old Shen's cat, 8 a.m. to bed, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., like going to a grave. Said by Zhao Yubai. Northern clouds tree spirit guardian. The sun shines brightly, the flowers smile at me. A little bird asked me why I'm carrying a bomb. Sung by Zhao Yubai. A rock from outer space, either erupt in silence or die in retreat. Said by Zhao Yubai. Qin Shi Zhao. I overturn this sky. I said it. A new viewer saw the comments and understood. Zhao Yubai, a weakling, always looking like he's been worn down by life. What great things could he possibly do? Until Zhao Yubai cut the power cord of the playground security camera. Then he carried half a bag of flour. He couldn't carry one, rolled a gas cylinder, and sneaked out with a stack of large plastic bags on his back. Only then did everyone realize that he might be serious. During the break between afternoon classes and evening self-study, a time that should have been spent rushing to eat, Zhao Yubai skipped it. A loud bang followed, and a bright red mushroom rose from the playground. Dust explosion, first phase test successful. Low destructive power, we can try the spray device. Zhao Yubai fled the scene quickly, evading the pursuit of the faculty and staff. He touched his sparse, singed hair, his face covered in soot, his expression serious. Second phase, chemical explosives. Zhao Yubai slapped his hand, exasperated, die. Keep it steady, don't shake. One shake and you're dead. The viewers in the live stream were incredibly excited. They hadn't expected this half-dead kid to be a dangerous individual. Liu Wangtain, did we underestimate Xiao Bai? Before, we found his serious, rambling analysis amusing, but it turns out he's serious? Shen Qin, Zhao Yubai doesn't have our God's eye view. Actually, from his perspective, making that judgment is normal. Thunder Gabba Monkey, to be fair, this kid is a bit of a coward, but he's really brave when things get tough. Sure, Yun Che, who loves fragrant chicken, looks like a weakling, but surprisingly, he's a demolition expert. Xiao Bai, is Yin country limiting your destructive power? Qin Hua, no, I want to laugh. Do you guys remember? Xiao Bai doesn't like being called Xiao Bai? He corrected himself several times. Pan go die, okay Xiao Bai, no problem Xiao Bai, we're rooting for you Xiao Bai. Unlike the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere of the live stream viewers, the members of the 51st District Action Team felt a chill run down their spines. Wei Bei, the leader of the 51st District Action Team, swept his gaze across everyone at the conference table, his lips drooping, and he gave a cold snort. Now it's your turn to speak. Who is responsible for following up on Zhao Yubai's identity information? Were there any warning signs before he entered the Tianmu game? The live stream audience watched the spectacle, while the action team and the stability maintenance team were numb. On one hand, there might be oversights in the investigation, on the other hand, they feared the audience might imitate him. Under the high pressure of the Tianmu's arrival, it's normal for a few to go crazy. The stability maintenance team has been incredibly busy lately, with one serious incident after another. If someone imitates Xiao Yubai, the consequences would be unimaginable. Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou are skills that others can't learn quickly. Lu Huaxiang's talisman skills are beyond the reach of most, and someone like Tian. Most people wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Only Zhao Yubai's methods are something anyone can learn. Wei Bei could almost picture himself resigning. Everyone in the meeting room lowered their heads and remained silent. Wei Bei suppressed his anger. The inspectors will arrive in 3 hours. What are they? They're dog leashes around our necks. From now on, prudence, efficiency, and maintaining social stability are our primary goals. Investigate Zhao Yubai, Tian, and Xie Qishan. All their social connections, their connections to their connections in society, everything, big or small, must be documented. Even a few cockroaches in their homes, I want them documented. Now, meeting adjourned. The attendees filed out. Wei Bei took a deep breath, gulped down a mouthful of cooled, strong tea, and felt a throbbing pain in the back of his head. He had always maintained a kind, chubby, and gentle image, even as the leader of the Tianmu group in Area 51. Now, he didn't want to pretend anymore. Veins throbbed on Wei Bei's forehead, his blood pressure spiked, making his face flushed. His hands, resting on the table, clenched into fists, and sweat soaked his shirt. No, absolutely no. The 5-person team from Area 51, except for Lu Huixiang, the other 4 are all wrong. Song Tianjiao. No such person found. Xie Qishan keeps saying he's a retired soldier, but he's not on any list from the last 60 years ago. To prevent any supernatural phenomena, they even dug out as many old files from the Nuyen Kingdom as possible. No such person found. Still no such person found. Zhao Yubai studied philosophy, and applied to Shengjing University for postgraduate studies in religious studies. But this kid started playing with bombs. If he were in another major, it would be more convincing, since engineering has a broad scope. Zhao Yubai, do you know you switched majors? Tian, currently the most suspicious person is Tian. Those tentacles that strangled the dungeon boss are the same tentacles seen by the eyewitnesses, who directly witnessed the deaths of Deng Yang's family members. Unfortunately, when they found the witness, he was already dead, leaving only a draft with drawings of tentacles, and the witness's own nightmares. Cannot look directly at it, cannot look directly at it, cannot look directly at it. These 4 words were repeatedly written on the draft, as if cleaved by a knife and axe. Wei Bei wiped his face, and sighed deeply. Area 51 is truly a place where dragons and tigers hide. What merit do they possess to gather such hidden talents? He was already somewhat numb from the shock. There was a knock at the door. It was Ling Yun. Team leader, the surveillance team has arrived. Didn't they say they arrive in 2 hours? Ling Yun rubbed her nose and said, they say this is called surprise attack. She wouldn't admit that she was too excited when picking them up and had stepped on the gas a few times, driving at the speed limit. What Ling Yun didn't know was that, to give the other team members a surprise, Wei Bei had deliberately said the surveillance team's arrival time was 3 hours instead of 2. Wei Bei took a deep breath, stood up, put on his coat, straightened his collar, took out a crumpled handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face, and strode outside. The Wang Jiuzhao incident had triggered considerable repercussions. Although the live stream viewers and Song Tianju believed it was Pan's machinations and a display of bad taste, the Tianmu team knew it was simply the result of a vote among their own members. A subsequent investigation by the supervisory team concluded that certain members of the think tank had committed serious dereliction of duty. Several spies, blinded by profit, had been identified as selling intelligence. 2 others, though not involved in betrayal, were found to have fundamentally flawed thinking and were directly reassigned, a demotion in name only, and no longer involved in any specific decision-making. The supervisory team was dispatched to the 12 major regions with a mission to resolutely purge outdated ideas from the team, resolutely suppress cliques and factions, and inject new blood into the think tank. Even the think tank has fools. If word gets out, everyone will laugh their heads off. Forming cliques, only looking at what others think, not the facts. What are you all doing? Are you getting old and your brains are rusty? Do a good job, do it, don't, get out. Facing the Imperial Envoy's angry rebuke, Wei Bei glanced at the former cliques and factions, and sighed almost imperceptibly. He'd been this nice guy for too long. He lost his authority. People had even forgotten what he used to do. He wrote the Imperial Envoy's draft. There were things he couldn't say himself, but he could say them through others. He hoped this draft would circulate to other districts, so those fools would all get their comeuppance. The fools are inside. Chapter 57. Zhao Yubai collected quite a few chemical reagents, but unfortunately, there weren't many dangerous ones, so the test results were a bit poor. The problem still needed to be solved from a physics perspective. Life is an explosion. Zhao Yubai seemed extremely excited. After handing in his homework during evening self-study, he used the excuse of being sick to start strolling around the teaching building. He would occasionally make a mark on the wall with a charcoal pencil. A rock from outer space, I'm an architect, and Xiao Bai chose load-bearing walls. Liu Guangtain, I watched many explosion documentaries. This idea seems familiar. Thunderous Monkey. Do you guys know what Zhao Yubai's major is? He's not studying military engineering, is he? Bright moon shining in the sky. Upstairs, I'm Zhao Yubai's alumnus. He studied philosophy. During his undergraduate years, he was elusive, always wearing shorts and a tank top, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking utterly miserable, and would squat by the lake, lost in thought. The principal passed by several times, thinking he was about to jump into the lake. It scared the old man half to death. It caused the whole school to hold rotating class meetings, the theme of which was cherish life, embrace a bright future. A bright moon hangs on a branch. Goodness, now that you mention it, I remember. I'm in the architecture department. I heard there's a ghost in your department, who walks like a ghost, always floating. He run away through the back door during class, and I heard even your vice dean doesn't dare confront him directly, afraid he'd do something rash. Momo, I mean, can't you guys really change the name? It's too scary. Stop with the bright moon, I'm scared. Sure, Yun Che, who loves fragrant chicken, Little Bai actually has such a glorious record? Are all philosophy students like this? Qinhua, no, Lao Tzu, Confucius, Plato, Nietzsche, and Aristotle weren't like that. The tree spirit guardian of Baiyun. Is it possible that it's simply a psychological issue? Zhao Yubai looks rather unwell. Old Shen's cat. Before, when he interacted with Song Tianjiao, he even asked if Song Tianjiao had bipolar disorder, saying it was okay to hurt him, but not others. This guy is a good person. He just seems a bit suicidal. Zhao Yubai, still in a daze, wandered around, a charcoal pencil in his hand, seemingly dotting something. Anything that didn't look right, he dotted. The viewers in the live stream realized that perhaps Zhao Yubai was the one who was truly insane. Compared to Zhao Yubai's detached state of mind, Xie Qishan was more pragmatic. He was digging a pit, wielding a shovel with impressive force. After digging the pit and assessing its height, Xie Qishan nodded in satisfaction, then began setting up the trap. A small patch of bamboo in the corner of the playground was completely destroyed by him, cut down, slashed, and fixed in the pit. Livestream viewers, 1, 2, 3 trees. I always thought Xie Qishan was probably a normal person. I'm awake, and I'm asleep. Looking back, something seems off. Xie Qishan's mental fortitude is incredible. Even becoming Brother Chicken didn't leave him with any psychological trauma. Something feels off. Do ordinary people have such good mental fortitude? Shinqin, anyone been watching this live stream the whole time? Tell me what's going on. Something seems off to me. Qin Qishir Zhao, me, a loyal viewer of Brother Chicken. I have something to say. Brother Chicken has been very composed these past 3 days, reminiscent of Gojian's perseverance and humiliation. Following the pattern, he's probably about to make his move. Warfare is based on deception. Show weakness to the enemy, then strike with full force. Let's do it. French fries addict. Wait a minute, weren't you hanging out in other live streams before? You always tell everyone you're Qin Shi Huang. How did you become a loyal viewer of Brother Chicken? By the way, do you guys want some French fries? Qin Shi Zhao. Sure. I know a secret about Brother Chicken. A secret none of you newcomers know. The crowd was puzzled. After all, Xie Qishan's livestream wasn't anything special, and not many people were watching. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 30 minutes passed, and Xie Qishan was still whittling bamboo, making traps. He occasionally used an alcohol lamp to heat the bamboo strips, bending them to the right angle. 360 degrees flying world. I didn't realize Brother Chicken was such a craftsman. His skill level is amazing. 1, 2, 3 trees. This trap is so big, is it for hunting? Has Brother Chicken been driven crazy by death games? French fries addict. Wait! What is Brother Chicken doing? Did he take off his leg? On the livestream screen, Xie Qishan disassembled his prosthetic leg in a second. His right leg was missing mid-thigh and fitted with a prosthesis. He was tall, and the prosthesis was about 80 centimeters long. After being removed, it was placed on the ground with a dull thud. The viewers in the live stream were confused, then Xie Qishan took a deep breath and began disassembling the prosthesis. Qin Qishir Zhao, look, this is Brother Chicken's secret weapon. You definitely never seen anything like it. The viewer who called himself Qin Shi Huang was extremely excited, showing none of his usual aloofness in other live streams. Just as the other viewers were about to ask more questions, Xie Qishan assembled a pile of parts and finally pulled a threaded steel bar from the prosthesis. The viewers fell silent. Qin Qishir Zhao, look! A sniper rifle. Unexpected, isn't it? Surprising, isn't it? Wait, Did they misunderstand Chicken Bro before? Chicken Bro, you look so honest and law-abiding, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. How could you do something like putting a sniper rifle inside your prosthetic leg? Isn't that a controlled item? You can't even take it on the subway. The viewers in the live stream were questioning their lives. This completely exceeded their expectations and surpassed their imagination. 360 degrees flying world. Didn't Chicken Bro say he was a retired soldier and now works in the monitoring room of the security department in Hope Community? Is there anyone from Area 51 here? Tell me about Hope Community. Is everyone there a genius? I am awake, and I am asleep. Wait, Chicken Bro said he was a retired soldier, but he didn't say where he retired from. Pan go die. Ah. Upstairs, you found the key point. The think tanks of various regions also stirred when they saw the sniper rifle. Quickly investigate that Qin Shi Huang. No, investigate that Qin's 7th Emperor, Zhao. How did Xie Qishan know beforehand that his leg was dislocated for the first time? Quickly ask Section 51. What's going on with Xie Qishan? Do security guards carry guns? What kind of security guard carries a sniper rifle? Are they squatting on the rooftop every day, sniping at the residents? What's going on with Section 51? Is there not a single normal person here? The chaos outside had no effect on Xie Qishan. He even took out a miniature pistol, reassembled it, carefully maintained it, and loaded the only bullet. The last bullet is for myself. As of now, 9 people from Xianlu Middle School have survived, 6 of whom are from Section 51, leading the pack. After finishing the meeting, Wei Bei saw the sniper rifle in Xie Qishan's hand in the live stream. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt on the ground. Good heavens, where did this thing come from? Are they crazy? Is there not a single normal person in Area 51? What model is this? Quick, check where the gun is missing. Who puts a sniper rifle in their prosthetic leg? His prosthetic leg is exactly the same length as the gun barrel. Is it intentional? Wei Bei could almost picture himself in jail. This Xie Qishan, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, immediately claimed to be a retired soldier. Where exactly did he retire? Did he retire from a shooting game? Squad 51 completely ignited the internet, and other regions of Blue Star cast strange glances at the lucky ones from Area 51. The mysterious power of Yin country is indeed unfathomable. Area 51, they're all geniuses. Song Tianjia lay on her dormitory bed, legs crossed, eating sunflower seeds. While eating sunflower seeds, she muttered, "This is nothing." Tianjiao, what did you say? Wang Jiuzhao, frantically doing his homework, didn't hear her clearly and looked up to ask. Chapter 58. A huge stack of homework lay before Wang Jiuzhao. She had already figured out the patterns in homework assignments for each subject and began to predict the scope of the assignments. A pen, a lamp, 2 miracles. Song Tianji glanced at it and said slowly, "Whether you do it or not is fine. The boss is gone. Who dares to cause trouble? 1 will be dealt with, 2 will be dealt with." Wang Jiuzhou shook her head vigorously. "These are all good things being taught. I never dared to imagine before that someone would force me to study." A pool of tears welled up in Wang Jiuzhao's red eyes. Her expression was moved, and her words were sincere. Song Tianji was speechless and tossed her a piece of candy. Wang Jiuzhou swallowed the candy in one gulp and said seriously, "Although Pan is heinous, I have benefited a lot from him these past few days. I never thought I could study openly and honestly." Song Tianji looked at Wang Jiuzhou's earnest face and was speechless for a moment. She scratched her head, completely at a loss for words. "Luo Yanqing, I'm so upset. All the lucky ones are annoyed with Xianlu Middle School. Even Zhao Yubai has started doing explosive art. The female ghost actually benefits from this? This isn't funny, really not funny. We're barking. If I had this awareness before, I wouldn't be getting zeros on every test. I've worn out several feather dusters at home. Carbon tetrachloride solution. We've taken it for granted, to the point that we think education is oppression. Come out. My mistake notebook. My love, come back to life. Shinshi, who loves tree root bread, wake up, upstairs. Shouldn't you be thinking about what to eat next?" Wang Jiuzhou finished his Friday homework and called Song Tianjiao down to soak his feet. "Soaking your feet is good for your health. The school doctor said your heartbeat is off. It's a sign of illness. Cold enters from the feet." Wang Jiuzhou was worried about Song Tianjiao's health. "You can't run as fast as me. When we run, should I carry you?" "Song Tianjiao, is it possible that your speed has nothing to do with you? Then what does it have to do with?" Wang Jiuzhou asked, not ashamed to admit it. "Song Tianjiao, don't worry about the details." Song Tianjiao jumped down from the upper bunk, stepped into the basin, and then yelled, hugging her foot and hopping on one leg. So hot, so hot, so hot, ouch 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 ouch. Wang Jiuzhao put her foot in the basin, looking puzzled. It's not hot, it's just right. Song Tianju forgot about hugging her foot and stared at Wang Jiuzhao carefully. Your sensitivity is set too low. I knew you could eat 3 bowls of piping hot rice noodles in one go. Turns out it's not that I'm bad at it, it's that your sensitivity is too low. Wang Jiuzhao was confused. That's all for now, I'm going out to get it checked. Song Tianju stopped soaking her feet, climbed onto the top bunk, and fell asleep immediately. Good night, this annoying garbage game. Another day of wanting to kill Pan. Wang Jiuzhao asked, if I kill Pan, can I still study? Song Tianju couldn't sleep now. She peeked out from the top bunk, staring at Wang Jiuzhao, who was soaking her feet and looking up earnestly at her. She realized with a start that they were completely talking at cross purposes, like talking to a brick wall. She gritted her teeth and said, I can read. As long as I don't die from reading, I read until I die. I read until I die and still not finish. Whether you take it a wrong turn on the technology tree or not, whether it's literature, art, metaphysics, theology, the past or the present, practical or nihilistic, the dazzling galaxy or the ground beneath your feet, I can study you to death. Really? Wang Jiuzhao hadn't realized that the so-called studying to death wasn't an exaggeration, but a vivid and realistic description. Song Tianjiao grinned, I make you cry. The viewers who remained in the live stream were going crazy with joy. Gong Chang. At this moment, Wang Jiuzhao had no idea what a vast ocean of books she was about to face. Even if she borrowed 3,000 years from heaven, she still couldn't read or learn it all. One day in the future, standing at a certain point in time, facing the mighty torrent of memories, would she remember her past self, so eager to learn? Google Wan. Upstairs. Did you steal the history book of time? Jackie Chan will come looking for you. Zay Lin. Dreaming back to a documentary. Why does it feel like watching a historical documentary with biographical elements? The history book of time is inedible. Spit it out and donate it to someone useful, like me. Myung Dog. Sometimes I really wonder, is Song Tianju really crazy? Zhao. I often feel inferior because I can't keep up with Song Tianju's train of thought. She said so much, it seems like she said everything, yet she said nothing at all. Where is my personal translator? Qin Qishir Zhao, above. You're impersonating me. I am the real Qin Shi Huang, Zhao, I Zhao Yuran, and not someone who impersonates others. Look at your name again. What should you call me? Xiao, tell me. What should you call me? Xiao, tell me quickly. The viewers in the live stream didn't expect such a family reunion scene, and immediately flooded the screen with ha ha ha. A rock from outer space. Zhao and Zhao. Is this a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? Su Yixing. These two are quite interesting. What's going on behind the scenes? Could they also have mental problems? Username collapsed. Who knows? Judging from Qin Qishir's comments in other live streams, he really does seem a bit crazy. He seems to genuinely believe he's Qin Shi Huang. Dazhuntong. The legacy of Qin Fenlu Shi. Qin Qishir is Qin Shi Huang, no doubt about it. Pang Kukudai. Wait, I'm not well educated. Who is Zhao Yuran? Aichi Malan Yo Xian de Kushu Wang. Zhao Yuran. Probably not many people know him. If you say Qin Zhuanxiang Wang, then everyone knows him. Zhao Yuran. Zhenger, I'm your real father, Qin Bashi. How lively. Looking around, trying to pretend he doesn't exist. Gu Ninjiu, the one above. Could it be? Perhaps. Could it be? Perhaps. At the same time, the stability maintenance team of District 46 knocked on a door. Who is it? Just leave the takeout at the door. No need to knock. Leave the package at the door. Sign the doormat. A muffled voice came from inside. The stability maintenance team looked down and saw a line of words written on the mat under their feet. Since you're already here, what goodies did you bring? Boss, should we take coercive measures? A man in the group, looking utterly miserable, muttered as he stuffed a compressed biscuit into his mouth. The team leader was named Xia Fengming. The name sounded unusual at first glance, but her nickname made sense. Her nickname was Xia Gij. Years ago, during an earthquake, her mother gave birth to her amidst the chaos. Her mother, exhausted and relieved, blurted out, "This child, let's call her Gajita." The nurse who delivered the baby nearly dropped her glasses. When registering the birth, she couldn't bring herself to write Gajita, so she just wrote Gij. Cluck cluck. No, Xia Fengming kicked the person next to her, angrily saying, "I told you to read the rules and regulations more often, but you never listen. We have no evidence right now, and the search warrant hasn't been issued yet. Besides, maybe the technical department has gotten the location wrong again. The residential area is densely populated with many signal sources, making it difficult to pinpoint the specific floor and apartment number. Logically, contacting the property management would be the most convenient option, but the property management company for this complex went bankrupt and absconded. It's 3 a.m. yin time, and they can't exactly knock on doors and ask residents. They have to bite the bullet and follow the technical department's findings. Suddenly, Xie Fengming's phone rang. She glanced at the phone, kicked it, and rushed inside. Huh? Boss, you jumped the gun. Foul. Chapter 59. Lin Manji shouted and rushed in, followed by the others, who swarmed in, some even getting stuck in the doorway. Xie Fengming, captain of the 9th Squad of the 46th District Stability Maintenance Team. Lin Manji, 9th Squad of the 46th District Stability Maintenance Team. The 46th District Stability Maintenance Team. 7 people introduced themselves. Zhao was huddled on the sofa, frantically typing on his phone. A stand in front of him held 51 phones, all connected to charging cables. At first glance, the arrangement resembled a pot lid. Xie Fengming pulled out his identification and search warrant, and Zhao immediately raised his hands. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Xie Fengming raised his hands, and the other team members immediately began searching. Name. Zhao Yuran. Is that really his name? Xie Fengming was full of questions. Show me your ID. Good heavens, it really is that name? After some chaos, Zhao Yuran was taken away for questioning. So, all these IDs are yours? Qin 8, Qin 7, Qin 6, King Qin assassinating Jingku, Crazy Momo, are they all yours? Zhao Yuran hung his head and said, I am Qin 6, the others are not me. Zhao Yuran. Xie Fengming slammed his hand on the table. The passwords and login names for these accounts are all in your notes. You say it's not you? Zhao Yuran looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I have a plan, to dig through the earth. Who can identify me as Area 51 or Area 15? Idiot, do you know how much it costs? Unifying charging ports is indeed a good idea, but unfortunately, my imperial power has fallen into the wrong hands. Alas. It's difficult, so difficult. Xie Fengming and Lin Manji exchanged bewildered glances, unable to discern whether the man was genuinely insane or feigning madness. They weren't officially maintaining public order, they were part of an emergency stability maintenance team. They really didn't have much experience dealing with this kind of situation. Lin Manji said, how about we just shoot him? Shut up, mind your place. Besides, do you even have a gun? They were confiscated when you left the base. The commander told us to be decent people. No, the commander told us to be human. No, that's not right either. Hee, you guys should just be normal. Xie Fengming repeated the words of a former commander, letting out a deep sigh. Zhao Yuran tilted his head, his eyes fixed on the two with curiosity, and suddenly said, I saw it. Under his unnerving gaze, Xie Fengming felt a chill run down his spine. What did you see? Zhao Yuran suddenly laughed, enunciating each word clearly. Death. Death is the fairest thing in the world. Everyone will die. You will die, I will die, he will die. No matter if you seek immortality, consume elixirs, build an eternal dynasty, or accumulate countless merits. You will still die. There is no miraculous way to achieve immortality, no cure for the world. Xie Fengming and Lin Manji exchanged bewildered glances again. This man seems truly insane. Zhao Yuran probably genuinely believes he is Qin Shi Huang. Zhao Yuran exclaimed excitedly, I saw it. I saw everything. Everyone will die. Everyone is an insect. You are, he is, and I am. Wherever your eyes look, it is the same. Xie Fengming covered his head and went outside, only to be stopped by someone at the corner of the corridor. Hee. I was just looking for you. Xie Fengming stared at him with a deathly gaze. Captain Xie. The newcomer stood up straight and saluted. Sector 51 has sent a professional, Professor Chen Yinyan from Qinshan Mental Hospital. This professor is quite accomplished in neurology and psychiatry. Xie Fengming nodded, then saw a man in a white coat with a receding hairline stride towards them. Where is Qin Qishir? Xie Fengming looked at Dr. Chen's manic expression, and wondered if this man was also mentally ill. After all, Section 51 is full of brilliant minds, it's hard not to have some suspicions. In the room, Zhao Yuran, full of energy, declared clearly, I saw everything. Past, future, present, I saw everything. Dr. Chen touched his thinning hairline, sat down, took a sip of water, and said seriously 2 questions. Question 1. Your Majesty, are you aware that your accent is off? Whether it was when Zhao was a hostage, or when you were the first emperor, geographically speaking, it was in the northwest. Your accent is a bit off. Zhao Yuan froze, staring wide-eyed at Dr. Chen, his gaze gradually losing focus. Question 2. Your Majesty, you are learned and knowledgeable, knowing the past, present, and future, so why didn't you know someone went to capture? To invite you? These two questions completely stunned Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan sat there blankly, falling into a long silence. Dr. Chen took his water glass to the next room to watch the video recording and the on-site report. After reading it, he finished his water and said to Xie Fengming beside him, "Admission procedures are complete. A classic case of schizophrenia and delusions. Professor Chen, you're on temporary assignment and will be staying with us for the foreseeable future. Don't worry about accommodation or meals." Xie Fengming smiled, revealing 13 teeth. Why 13? Because 2 of her teeth were fused together. Your next task is Zhao Yuan. He might actually have some extraordinary abilities, which we need you, the professional, to explore. Dr. Chen was stunned. Ling Yun didn't tell me that. I don't know. How the higher-ups arrange things is how we work. I'm just a nobody, I have no say. Dr. Chen, would you like a late-night snack? Chicken stew with mushrooms, pickled cabbage and beef, tomato and egg, we have everything. Dr. Chen hadn't expected the overtime food in District 46 to be so good. Until he saw 3 buckets of instant noodles. To maintain friendly relations between the 2 districts, Dr. Chen ultimately didn't utter a curse. On his first day away from home, he already felt homesick. The Tianmu teams in each district were bustling about, making those in the death game seem rather relaxed. If their lives weren't in danger, they could barely be considered relaxed. Thursday, current progress 4/7. A new day dawned. The sun rose as usual over Xianlu Middle School, flowers bloomed vibrantly, a picture of tranquility. No one could tell how many bones lay buried here. Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhou ate pumpkin bread and drank pumpkin juice in the cafeteria. Lu Huaixiang strolled around the campus, smoking his pipe. Tian diligently drew circles on her homework. Dad said, "Just circle what you don't know, time will tell." Zhao Yubai held up his homemade explosives and secured them in a concealed spot. Xie Qingshan lay prone on the clock tower, set up his sniper rifle, and changed the lock on the rooftop. Some viewers watched the 2 streamers broadcast simultaneously on 2 devices, while others used multiple apps to watch 5 different streams from Area 51. Some even streamed live from all 5 streams, adding commentary. The uncanny versus firearms, which is stronger? Let's see how these 2 brilliant strategists perform. One is a disabled but determined sniper, and suspected of being a fraud. The other is a bookish, nerdy guy, seemingly a demolition expert. Is it the distortion of human nature, or the corruption of morality that led them to this point? It's a pity we can't talk to them, otherwise I really want to interview them. The entire Yin Kingdom is waiting. Chapter 60. Under the spotlight of everyone, and then nothing more. An ordinary day passed. Zhao Yubai and Xie Qingshan prepared their things and continued with their routines, attending classes, doing homework, and handing in assignments. As if nothing had happened, they were just ordinary students. Until Friday, the man in the suit came to their door. The man in the suit, with a serious expression, said, "Your mother wants to see you." Almost simultaneously in both live stream rooms, Zhao Yubai and Xie Qingshan were brought to their mothers. "Baby, my dear baby, you never disobey your mother, right? Death is eternal descent into sleep. You will return to the womb and fall into a deep slumber. Are you sad? Disappointed? Have you lost hope in this world? Death will be everyone's destiny, my child. Embrace death with me." Shinshi, who loves tree root bread, vicious, utterly vicious. Luo Yanqing. Xiaobai looks off. Is he going to die? Username collapsed. Don't say anything. I came from the next livestream room, and Xie Qingshan is acting strange too. Google Wan. Is Squad 51 going to lose 2 generals? What about Xiaobai and Xie Qingshan's efforts? Su Yixing. Xie Qingshan's sniping position was good, but unfortunately, he didn't expect the boss to have crowd control. Now that he's close to the boss, he has no chance to attack. This dungeon is designed for no one to survive. Carbon tetrachloride solution. Wait, close to the boss? Explosives and a sniper rifle? They don't need to be close to the boss. Zai Lin, I have a bold idea. First, let's find a way to control and solve this problem. It's Momo, not Momo. How do we solve it? Almost everyone in Yin Kingdom had their eyes fixed on Zhao Yubai and Xie Qingshan. Of the 5 members of Team 51, these 2 were the most human-like so far. If they could successfully complete the challenge, they would give ordinary people hope. Their every move captivated everyone's attention. Zhao Yubai was completely unaware of the countless eyes on him. Otherwise, given his cowardly state of mind, he would have already found a corner to squat in. Zhao Yubai stood with one hand in his pocket, his eyes lowered as he looked at his mother, appearing like a dutiful child. Mom, I'm hungry. Giving me 100 yuan to eat for 7 days isn't fair. I spent it all yesterday. I want duck legs, hamburgers, and cola. If I could have a pack of cigarettes, that would be even better. Zhao Yubai hadn't seen the sun in a long time, ate only half a meal last night, and hadn't eaten this morning. He spoke weakly, looking completely devoid of energy. Good boy, Mom will buy it for you. Mom smiled gently. Don't eat hamburgers and drink cola. They're bad for your health. Smoking is bad for your health too. How about roast duck leg? Okay. Zhao Yubai was still smiling, seemingly harmless at first glance. However, some viewers in the live stream spoke up. Snow Cocoon, Zhao Yubai is my senior. He always has this expression before he gets angry. He once flipped the table in front of the dean with this expression. I never forget the dean's shocked expression. Why are all the names unavailable? Upstairs, is your senior the one who's the most sick? Blue Peony's little begonia. I work at the printing shop at XX University. The school's psychological files are printed here. Zhao Yubai is a key observation target every year. Bold font, special symbols, it's hard not to remember him. Gunyanjiu, is Xiaobai preparing a big move? Zhao Yubai had the air of a harmless, introverted boy next door. His pale, seemingly weak appearance added a touch of eccentricity to his demeanor. His eyes crinkled with a smile, almost seductively, as he said, Mom, you're such a good mom. Go buy some roast duck legs, I wait for you here. His mother held out her hand, her voice gentle, sweetie, come with Mom. No, I still have homework. Studying hard and improving every day is my destiny. Zhao Yubai still smiled, as if studying was his lifeblood, something that would kill him if he didn't. His mother was satisfied with this answer. My sweetheart is such a good child. His mother walked straight towards the cafeteria. Zhao Yubai watched her retreating figure until he reached the corner, then turned to the man in a suit standing beside him. Aren't you going to eat lunch? It's lunchtime, aren't you hungry? Zhao Yubai's tone was so sincere that the man in the suit was momentarily stunned. Zhao Yubai abruptly changed the subject. Get lost. Look at the way my mom's eyes are acting. Old ding, you need to ask my permission before you can even come in. The man in the suit's expression changed slightly, his pupils dilating, and he chuckled awkwardly. You kid, what are you talking about? As if to avoid suspicion, the man in the suit didn't go to the cafeteria, but went straight to the administration building. Zhao Yubai watched his retreating figure, his smile widening. Snow Cocoon, Xiaobai, you look like one of those psychopathic killers. Can't escape the fog, Xiaobai, have you finally gone mad, Xiaobai? The withered tree king who loves spicy beef heart. That sudden change of tone really seemed like a veiled attack. This man in the suit is no good, he has absolutely no way of pleasing a child. He never get in a house like this. The dead tree king who loves spicy beef heart. Wait, why does this feel so weird? Viewers in the live stream were all surprised by Zhao Yubai's overly smooth transformation. But thinking back, it all seemed to make sense. Zhao Yubai had always been the same Zhao Yubai. Then, everyone saw Zhao Yubai follow the man in the suit to the administration building, hide in a corner for a while, fiddling with something, then head straight for the cafeteria with a button in his hand. He found something he had prepared beforehand, took out a lighter, then pulled a crumpled cigarette case from his pocket, lit the last cigarette. Zhao Yubai, cigarette in hand, suddenly changed his demeanor. Why are all the names unavailable? I know why Senior Xiaobai was able to scare the principal back then. I enrolled late, and haven't seen much of the world. What kind of decadent style is this? What kind of self-destructive behavior is this? A rock from outer space. Up there, what you're saying is so confusing. Why are all the names unavailable? Sorry, I'm used to manually blurring names in other live streams to avoid censorship. Shepherd dog. Wait, the fuse is so short. Is Zhao Yubai crazy? Zhao Yubai had already pulled out the fuse, which was only 10 centimeters long. Just then, his mother's figure appeared in the live stream camera. Congratulations to lucky Zhao Yubai for triggering the S-rank rare boss. Mom, surrounded by black mist, said ominously, Baby, what are you doing? Didn't Mom tell you? Zhao Yubai interrupted her, his tone unusually emotional. How could you be my mom? If I dared to ask my mom to buy me cigarettes, she slapped me across the face and make me spin 720 degrees. Click. Zhao Yubai pressed the lighter again. The short fuse burned quickly. He threw it at the S-rank boss's feet, rolled over, and landed in the bushes outside the cafeteria. At the same time, he pressed the button in his hand. Chapter 61. 2 deafening explosions rang out. Mother's figure vanished in the flames. Rule 7, not triggered. Congratulations to lucky player Zhao Yubai. Your dungeon's S-rank boss has died. Please abide by the game rules, and wait for the game to end. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in this death game. The roar of the explosions continued. Affected by the aftershocks, the chemical bombs Zhao Yubai had set detonated one after another, like flowers blooming in the void. He got up from the ground, a broken and extinguished cigarette dangling from his lips. Holding his dazed head, he looked at the smoke, a bright smile on his face, and silently said, "Life is an explosion." The load-bearing walls collapsed with a roar, followed by the building itself. The entire dungeon was almost completely reduced to ruins. At this moment, all the viewers in the live stream fell silent. Who said Zhao Yubai was weak? Is this the same Zhao Yubai whose colleagues dared not let him walk behind them, seemingly suffering from paranoia? A family must be complete. Not one less is acceptable. Zhao Yubai, hands in his pockets, grew increasingly arrogant. He picked up a duck leg that had been thrown to the ground during the explosion, wiped off the dust, and took a large bite. Forgot to save any food. Go hungry for 2 days? Fine, a person won't die from starvation for 2 days. Amidst the smoke and fire, the frail, pale-faced scholar like Zhao Yubai completed his first solo performance. The viewers in the live stream truly recognized Zhao Yubai for the first time. Dr. Qian from Yinner Island. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Someone like him could survive 3 more episodes in any script. 360 degrees of creation in Flight World. Looks like even an S-class boss is a pushover when faced with an explosion. No matter what kind of monster or demon, everyone fears being overwhelmed by firepower. I am Chuha. Maybe this S-rank is too weak. The crowd control has a distance limit. Little Bai's distance timing is really good. Too far, and he can't be killed. Too close, and he gets controlled. It's Momo, not Momo. I have a vague feeling something's wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it. If heaven hadn't given me little Juga, micromanagement expert, demolition master, even the slightest difference would have ruined the effect. The live stream was filled with a cheerful atmosphere again. The Tianmu team of District 51, facing the questions from above, broke out in a cold sweat. They had no idea. They even checked the cockroaches in Zhao Yubai's house, but found nothing wrong. Moreover, Zhao Yubai's house had surveillance cameras installed. Looking at the footage, he was just an ordinary otaku. The only problem was the variety of books on his bookshelf. This level of proficiency, could it be learned from games? Even Wei Bei himself didn't believe it when he said it. Zhao Yubai's identity and resume were flawless, yet there were many suspicious points. Wei Bei had even gotten used to it. Let's rewind to Xie Qingshan's live stream. Congratulations to lucky Xie Qingshan, you triggered an S-rank rare boss. Please proceed with caution and refrain from cheating. The strange announcement rang out the moment he faced his mother. Mom, I still need to study. How can I succeed if I don't study? Don't you think so? Mom, I take care of you in the future. Xie Qingshan's promise was far from perfect, but enough to be perfunctory. Mom, can you stand here? Yes, right here. This way I can concentrate on my studies. Mom will surely grant me this small request, right? The livestream viewers were surprised that Xie Qingshan, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, could also use manipulative tactics. The boss of this instance probably hadn't seen this type of lucky person before, and was momentarily stunned. Yes, that's it, Mom, don't move. Aren't I your most beloved baby? Can't you even satisfy this little thing? Wei Fusher, chosen CPU saint body. Meng Huayan, good heavens, is Xie Qingshan really controlled by the boss? I feel like he's controlling the boss. Buinian, I didn't expect you to be like this, Xie Qingshan. How much more do you have that I don't know? Bored. Speaking of me, where's Zhao? Wasn't he quite active yesterday? Suddenly without Zhao, it feels like something's missing. Eat 3 bowls in 1 meal. Now that you mention it, it's true. No wonder I felt something was off. It turns out it was the missing Zhao. Xie Qingshan had already climbed to the rooftop. Seeing the white-skirted boss move, he immediately shouted, I told you not to move. Why are you moving? I don't have a mother as inconsiderate as you. Block me. We're severing our mother-son relationship. Xie Qingshan lay on the pre-prepared box, in a straight line, and pulled the trigger. With a jolt from the recoil, the S-rank boss's shoulder lurched, and a large hole appeared in its chest, black mist scattering outwards. One shot not enough? Xie Qingshan pulled the trigger again, firing in rapid succession. With a barrage of shots, the S-rank boss was nowhere to be seen. Mission complete. Rule 7, not triggered. Xie Qingshan waited 3 seconds, receiving no notification, then pointed his gun at a window in the administration building. Isn't this a different objective? More money. His confused voice rang out as a man in a suit, who had just arrived at the principal's office, was struck in the head by a bullet, collapsing amid swirling black mist. Xie Qingshan glanced through the scope and muttered to himself. Gone too? All that digging for nothing? I should have known better than to dig this hole. It was quite tiring. Congratulations to lucky Xie Qingshan. The S-rank boss in your instance has died. Please abide by the game rules, and wait for the game to end. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in this death game. The entire live stream room fell into an eerie silence before erupting into chaos. 360 degrees flying world. It turns out, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Micro-floating world. Xie Qingshan's gun is a model I never seen before. Where did it come from? I want it, even just a model, Dream YN. So the question is, between Xie Qingshan and the legendary Lu Xiang, who has better marksmanship? Bao Long. The sniping point is no more than 200 meters away from the office. Lu Xiang's current verifiable record is a precise strike from 1900 meters away. With the hardware capabilities of that time, almost no one could replicate that feat. If this gun were in Lu Xiang's hands, I can't even imagine what the effect would be. Eat 3 bowls and 1 meal. Lu Xiang? Dr. Qian from Yinner Island. Upstairs, Lu Huixiang, formerly known as Lu Xiang. Not a year. I can only imagine. Grandma Lu is a perfect match for this gun. Boring, boring, so boring. How does Xie Qingshan usually get through security checks? I can't even imagine how exciting the scene would be. The live stream audience is discussing heatedly, while the members of the 51st District Tianmu team are exchanging bewildered glances with the inspectors. Gentlemen, let's have a meeting. This day is a celebration for 51st District, and also an overtime day for the entire 51st District Tianmu team. What makes 51st District so capable of harboring such hidden talents? What strange things did they do in their past lives to have such hidden talents? For a moment, they didn't know whether this was 51st District's good fortune or Pan's misfortune. But one thing is clear, Team 51 completely humiliated Pan. The phrase no cheating has been repeated countless times, becoming the unwelcome closing remark. What a joke. Some extraterrestrial being dares to try and control Earth with its rules? They're asking for it. Did they even ask them before making these rules? Did they even give them permission? Chapter 62. Wei Bei was both arrogant and overwhelmed. During the meeting, everyone agreed that, apart from Lu Huixiang, the other 4 members of Group 51 were all highly suspicious. Song Tianjie seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There was no way to trace her, and no evidence of her existence could be found. The only certainty was that Song Tianjie was born within the 51st District. Zhao Yubai couldn't find anything unusual. He had perfect evidence to prove it. His home surveillance cameras, except for the bathroom, had no blind spots. Zhao Yubai proved with his actions that he was a normal person. But it was precisely the evidence itself that proved him abnormal. What normal person has 360-degree surveillance cameras in their home? Xie Qingshan's specific address still couldn't be found. There were 2 Hope residential complexes in S City, and 3 others that had previously used the name Hope Residential Complex. 5 complexes in total, all of which had no record of him. Within the 51st District, there were 35 Hope residential complexes, and none of them showed any trace of Xie Qingshan's existence. Which Hope community did he work as a security guard in? They searched every available file from the past century. There are many soldiers named Xie Qingshan, but after investigation, none of them are the Xie Qingshan who entered the death game. The Tianmu team of Area 51 even considered the possibility of veterans traveling through time, but still couldn't find such a person. Could he be from the future? Ling Yun, a believer in science, was practically scratching his head in frustration. This clashes with my worldview. I need to see a psychologist. Tian is an adopted orphan with complete adoption paperwork. But none of the people sent out met her adoptive father, the one Tian calls her father. When the dispatch personnel returned, even their memories of the time they were away were blank. How can this even be played? Area 51 is highly praised by outsiders, but Wei Bei, the head of the Tianmu team in Area 51, feels like he has a thorn in his side. He really knows nothing. The audience's revelry continued until the 7th day. At 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds on Sunday, the lucky ones were awakened from their sleep. Hell Transformation Instance successfully completed, Survivor 1. Monastery Instance successfully completed, Survivor 2. 13 Sufferings Instance successfully completed, Survivor 0. Xianlu Middle School Instance successfully completed, Survivor 7. Death is the only way out of life. Welcome to the death game. Warning: cheating is prohibited in the death game. Of the 255 lucky ones worldwide, 9 have survived so far, excluding Wang Jiuzhou. Survival rate 3.5%. Song Tianjiu and the others reappeared in the pure white room. The door opened, revealing the dead sitting on the dining table in the hall outside. There were a total of 60 lucky ones from Yan country. 27 from Xianlu Middle School entered the instance, plus 28 from Wang Jiuzhou, forming 14 pairs. 7 have survived. In other words, besides Squad 5, 1 person survived. A woman rushed out of room number 44 in a panic, staggered to the dining table, grabbed a fork, and plunged it heavily into her eye socket. Ha ha, I can't decide when I'm born. But I can decide when I die. I'm not afraid of you. Even if I die, I do it my own way. The woman's voice echoed in the empty space, gradually fading away. In the room, Squad 51 stood silently, speechless for a long time. The previously cheerful atmosphere in the live stream instantly plummeted to freezing point. At this point, of the 12 teams from Yin country, all except Squad 51 were wiped out. Death is ever present. The 21 lucky students from Xianlu Middle School who perished will forever remain at Xianlu Middle School. Their deaths are not lonely. A small red flower sprouted from Song Tianjiu's head, swaying back and forth with its slender, resilient vines. Croak? Croak? The 2 toads in Song Tianjia's hands struggled in their death throes, and a small pumpkin blooming wildly hung around her neck. Luo Yao noble, it seems, perhaps, maybe. Those 21 deaths will be lonely. Jinzi never forgets the well-digger. Song Tianjiu successfully abducted 4 eerie creatures, a master of fleecing. At this rate, will Pan's inventory be enough? Incomparably powerful sword slave. Wait, was Grandma Thunder's hair always this black? Climbing clouds and chasing the moon. It doesn't seem to be hair on Grandma Thunder's head. What did she bring out? The viewers in the live stream were momentarily at a loss for words. Pan reaped the lives of the lucky ones, and the lucky ones from District 51 reaped Pan's inventory. Wang Jiuzhou pulled out his eyeballs, and began pulling people out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 33 people here, currently declared dead by Pan, but Song Tianjiu denied it. On the chairs beside the dining table sat 33 corpses, still in their living forms, as if about to open their eyes at any moment. Behind the chairs stood 33 souls. They were in a superposition state between life and death, to the point that Pan's list was wrong. Strictly speaking, the current list was 21 people from Xianlu Middle School who perished. 33 people awaiting resurrection. 1 person who fought to the death. 5 lucky ones who passed the test. 1 person who died as a substitute, Wang Jiuzhou. Yin Kingdom has its own algorithm here. How dare Pan interfere? In a sense, this is a death list. The colors shouldn't be too bright. 12-hour rest period. After the rest, a second card draw will take place. You will eventually know that death is the best destination. Life and death are twins. The lucky winners in districts 40 to 50 of Yin Kingdom have all been wiped out. To replenish fresh blood and add fun to the game, a new lucky draw will be held after the previous draw. Live stream paused. Please wait for the funeral music. The redraw was expected. Yin Kingdom was prepared. All districts mobilized and began the final simulation exercise. The hastily written program is repeatedly running data at Yin Kingdom's largest computing base. The database contains all natural persons in Yin Kingdom. Unregistered persons and missing persons, anyone who has left a trace in the system, are marked as dead to avoid disrupting the overall situation. Death in the legal sense is not physical destruction. Registering information can be done at any time. But life is only once. All districts are striving for absolute certainty. Squad 51 had a 12-hour rest period. The group indulged in a feast, and after eating and drinking their fill, they split the table and huddled together to discuss how to make a coffin. They made a rather crooked coffin and placed the deceased from District 44 inside. The body wouldn't decompose here, but she should have a coffin. Song Tianjiao lit 3 chopsticks, pretending to hold incense and candles, and bowed deeply. Farewell. I will avenge you, gouge out Pan's eyes, and stomp on them like fish bubbles. These sudden words made Zhao Yubai immediately look at Song Tianjiu. The little red flower on Song Tianjia's head also bowed, its slender red tentacles, like human hands, gesturing. The 33 souls followed Song Tianjia's bow, afraid of incurring the wrath of this god of death. Just as Zhao Yubai was about to speak, Song Tianju straightened up. Song Tianju said, "Since things have come to this, let's go to sleep." She patted the pumpkin hanging around her neck. "Will there be pumpkin bread when I wake up?" The pumpkin remained silent, blooming wildly. Zhao Yubai's words caught in his throat, almost choking him. How did Song Tianjiao manage to bring these strange creatures out? 4 of them. A full 4. Zhao Yubai knew he couldn't get anything out of Song Tianjiao, so he turned to Lu Huixiang. "Grandma Lu, is that your hair?" Lu Huixiang replied with a strong voice, "A wig. If you disagree, just say so." Zhao Yubai, Everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Zhao Yubai looked at the 2 frogs sleeping soundly on the pillows on the floor, and couldn't sleep. Wait, why bring them out? What if they betray us? Zhao Yubai was still the same Zhao Yubai who dared not walk in front of others, afraid of being betrayed. The entire Yan kingdom was operating in a chaotic yet orderly manner. This game of chess had been in preparation for several days. It was a race against time, a mobilization of the entire nation. Wei Bei looked at the volunteer list for Area 51, then closed the folder with satisfaction. Tonight, I can finally have a good dream. The latest round of selections didn't include Area 51. Team 51, all members survived. Chapter 63. Zhou Baobei woke up to find another message from her mother. She crumpled the message into a ball and threw it in the trash can, expressionless. There were noodles in the pot, but she took a slice of bread from the refrigerator and shoved it into her mouth, swallowing it whole. Zhou Baobei came from a single-parent family. Her mother worked as an administrative staff member at her school. Her mother was gentle and well-regarded, and many people were eager to set her up with potential partners. Zhou Baobei was different. Her grades were average, she didn't fit in, and was often treated like she was invisible. Zhou Baobei had considered transferring schools, considered leaving Xianlu Middle School. "Baby, mommy is really tired. Mommy came to this school for you. You have to listen to mommy and be a good girl, okay?" Good girl? Zhou Baobei didn't think that was a good word. She felt like a manipulated puppet. Her mother, holding a rope, introduced her to others. "Look, this is my darling. I given everything for her, sacrificed my bright future. I spared no expense to raise her. My darling, she's so obedient. Was she some jewel adorning a crown? Was she some object to flaunt? Was she just a lump of clay to be admired and sculpted at will?" Zhou Baobei didn't want to continue like this. Her mother's gentle gaze sent chills down her spine. Perhaps she wasn't her mother's daughter, she was merely her mother's toy. To be decorated and arranged at will, without any autonomy. Teacher Zhou is so good to my darling. If only my child were even 2/10 as well behaved as her. Zhou Baobei, your mother has done so much for you. Can't you study hard and not disappoint her? Zhou Baobei. Why didn't you hand in your homework? Don't make excuses. Don't think that just because your mom works at the school, I can turn a blind eye. You didn't do it, you didn't do it. Don't slander the other students. You wasted all of Zhou Qiangwei's efforts. Zhou Qiangwei was a top student back then, and now she is such a habitual liar. Baby, why are you disobedient? Mom has given up so much for you. Why do you have to make mom sad? Why do you say they deliberately bullied you? They're just kids, how would they know what bullying is? Baby, you need to learn to get along with others properly. Mom is really tired. To outsiders, Zhou Baobei is enveloped in soft love, but only Zhou Baobei herself knows that beneath that softness lie not so sharp thorns, constantly pricking her. It doesn't hurt, but it's hard to ignore. Over time, old wounds haven't healed, and new wounds have formed. The unseen scars pile up, making her unable to cry out in pain, only able to shrink into a corner, afraid to contact anyone. No one believes her. No one believes she has been hurt. The mental torture, inflicted day and night, is a wound unseen by the sunlight. Zhou Baobei was nearly drowning in the so-called embrace of love. She tried to grasp at everything she could, struggled, only to be seen as rebellious. Baby, mommy has worked so hard. Don't let mommy down, okay? Okay? Okay. Okay? No! That gentle smile was Zhou Baobei's nightmare. It repeatedly shattered and rebuilt her, repeatedly pulled her from her fragile shell, and stuffed her into a more ornate, thorny one. Look, what a beautiful vessel. How could anyone not like it? Baby, why are you disobedient? Mommy is doing this all for your own good. Mommy has lost everything for you. Mommy is so tired, so very tired, so you have to be obedient. Zhou Baobei had no way to resist. Everyone thought she was the one with the problem. But Zhou Baobei knew that the problem might not be her. It was her mother. Zhou Baobei felt despair. In the instant disaster struck, Zhou Baobei felt no fear, only relief. Finally, could she be free? She couldn't fly over the constraints of worldly constraints, couldn't break free from blood ties, couldn't escape the umbilical cord. She was powerless to struggle. But she could calmly face death when disaster struck. The disaster leveled everything, mountains collapsed, rivers changed course. For the first time, Zhou Baobei felt free, utterly free. If there were an afterlife, she wanted to be a flower, a bird. Be a flower that blooms in any corner of the world, on a cliff, in a barren desert, deep in a swamp, or in a dense forest. The wind can carry her anywhere. Be a bird, flying over high walls, against the wind, across mountains and seas, to wherever she wants to go. She wants freedom. Xianlu Middle School has been added, information is being retrieved. NPC captured, rules are being generated. Xianlu Middle School is rated as an A-level instance, containing one A-level boss, and potentially triggering one S-level boss, psychological control type, relatively weak. Rules are as follows. Survival time, 7 days. Rule 1. On the first day of school, please arrive at the classroom at 8 a.m. Rule 2. As a good student, please submit your homework on time. Rule 3. Please go to sleep before 11 p.m. Dormitory supervisors will be checking rooms. Rule 4. Fighting among students is strictly prohibited at Xianlu Middle School. Rule 5. In case of danger, please seek help at the school clinic. Rule 6. You will be a good student, right? Rule 7. Please protect your mother. She is a poor single mother. Note: the following is supplementary key information regarding the S-level boss's mother, Zhou Qiangwei. My dear child, mommy is going to work. There's rice in the pot. Remember to drink your milk. Don't run red lights, and don't be late for class. On the first day of school, make a good impression on your new homeroom teacher. Baby, don't embarrass mommy. Get along well with your classmates, don't quarrel, and study hard. My dear child, you always be the best. Mom is tired, don't worry her, you can do it, right? S-rank boss trigger condition. A lucky player disrupts the game balance but doesn't violate the rules. The S-rank boss of this instance will appear. Death is an easy and pleasant thing, my child. You will have eternal death. Zhou Baobei looked at the screen in front of her. Having secretly read many novels, she realized she might have become some kind of NPC. These rules seemed related to her experiences, exuding deep malice. Who will join this game? Was it her? Who dragged others down with her? Zhou Baobei screamed in despair. Why should my affairs involve others? This is my own affair. My own situation. Why impose it on others? No one answered. After an unknown amount of time, a mechanical voice sounded. Xianlu Middle School instance is open. NPCs, please prepare. Your only rule is, leave all the lucky players behind. Death is eternal descent into a dream. Invite them to sync with you. I am your master. Pan. Zhou Baobei refused to become an NPC, refused to become a perpetrator. She only wanted to escape everything from her past, not want to become a weapon used to stab others. But she had no choice. Identity selection. Your identity is School Dr. Feng Dahua. Identity merging in progress. Zhou Baobei was forced to become Feng Dahua, her consciousness gradually being swallowed up by other consciousnesses, barely maintaining a faint sliver of reason. Leave. Leave quickly. Staying here will lead to assimilation, becoming nourishment for this world, just like her. Zhou Baobei cried out in her heart, but no one heard her. Who hears my voice? Who understands my heart? Zhou Baobei's consciousness was being devoured. Go! Leave here. Escape. Chapter 64. Flowers blooming from bones. Even the flesh and blood are pieced together. They can no longer remember their own names. Now they share a common name. Feng Dahua, actually named Feng Dahua. Celebrating this encounter, flowers bloom from bones. A 53-seat bus travels along the Riverside Highway, heading to the Xianlu ruins. It's 7 a.m., and the group has only recently assembled. This is a day tour group. Sun Dayton, the tour guide, is unlucky. The group is split 50-50 between teachers and doctors. During peak tourist season, the two tour operators are short-handed and have directly entrusted the task to Sun Dayton's local agency to combine the tours. Just picking up the group alone, Sun Dayton has to drive all the way from Xianlu, getting up at 4 a.m. and arriving at 6:30 a.m. It's strange, even though it's peak tourist season and all the major scenic spots are packed. These people aren't going to climb famous mountains and rivers, eat tornado potatoes in man-made scenic spots and ancient cities, or buy fridge magnets at various museums. Why did we have to go to Xianlu of all places? It's the middle of nowhere. There's not even a proper place to eat. Son Dayton sat by the door, clutching his throbbing head from lack of sleep, his mind hazy. His state was strikingly different from the enthusiastic complaints of the teachers and doctors, who had already begun criticizing the parents of students and sick children. These doctors were pediatricians. These teachers were from compulsory education. They sat together, sharing a lot in common. He didn't know how long he dozed off, but suddenly Son Dayton sat bolt upright, opening his eyes to see a crooked persimmon tree outside the window. He knew he wasn't far from Xianlu. Son Dayton wiped his face, trying to clear his head. He took another sip of water, trying to brighten his spirits, then stood up and said with enthusiasm, "Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Sun, your tour guide for this day trip to the Xianlu ruins. Normally, I should say, it's nice to meet you all. But at this moment, I can't say those words. I, Xiao Sun, feel particularly melancholy. Today is the 30th anniversary of the Xianlu ruins, and also our district's spontaneous natural disaster survival training day. Xianlu is currently conducting a drill. Whatever you see, please don't be afraid. Thank you again for your presence and guidance. Natural disasters are merciless, but humanity is compassionate. True kindness exists everywhere. Thank you all for remembering Xianlu at this time. On behalf of Xianlu, I thank you all. Thank you to all the tourists." Son Dayton spoke these words with tears streaming down his face. His unusually large head and eyes made him seem exceptionally sincere. The tourists, who had been whispering amongst themselves, fell silent upon hearing this, looking at the large-built, equally large-headed tour guide. His t-shirt was soaked with tears, and it didn't seem like he was faking it. At this moment, some tourists were already complaining in their hearts about their leader choosing Xianlu as a tourist destination. It wasn't that they disliked Xianlu, but rather that during their precious rest time, going out for a trip and returning home with a heavy heart would only add to their already tiring lives. Judging from the tour guide's appearance, he must truly empathize with and love Xianlu. "Don't let my fierce appearance fool you, everyone. I'm actually quite timid. That's what I call me, Son Dayton." Son Dayton bowed solemnly, and then said, "Let me formally introduce myself. I'm your tour guide for this trip. You can call me Xiao Sun or Dayton. The driver's surname is Wang. Just call him Wang Xiaodun, little daredevil Wang. It's simple and easy to remember." This rather comical remark eased the tension in the carriage, dispelling the previous heaviness. Xianlu Middle School has a long history, dating back to the 18th century. Now, some tourists might ask, Napoleon only went to sea in the 18th century. How did Xianlu Middle School exist? That's because, well, Xianlu Middle School was originally a girls' school. Yes, that's right, a girls' school exclusively. Any tourists interested in history? We give you a gift. Ah, this teacher is very enthusiastic, raising his hand first. Just by looking at your hairstyle, I can tell you're very knowledgeable. Then I must ask, do you know what self-combing is? The middle-aged, balding teacher paused, a hint of unease appearing on his face. That's not on the test. Son Dayton smiled without speaking, his oversized head revealing an excessively wide grin, his eyes fixed on the other person. A female doctor in the back row, who was reading a book, looked up and said, "Self-combing is an act of binding one's own hair to signify a lifelong vow of not marrying." In ancient wedding ceremonies, there was usually a ritual where the bride's elders, or a person of good fortune, would comb the bride's hair. Therefore, self-combing signifies a lifelong vow of not marrying. The middle-aged bald man turned to look at the female doctor, a hint of disdain in his eyes, muttering to himself, "It's not on the exam. What's the use of knowing so much?" Self-combing was one of the ways women opposed feudal marriage at that time. There were many such women in ancient times, not only self-combing women, but also those who used religion as a starting point to become nuns or Taoist priests. There are also female religious monks abroad who dedicate their lives to their religion. There are also those who, out of filial piety, stayed at home as infants to serve their parents. These behaviors may differ in form and name in different periods and regions, but their essence is the same. The female doctor finished speaking and lowered her head to continue reading. The middle-aged bald man seemed to have found a pretext for attack, a hint of sarcasm on his face. "What? It sounds nice, but in the end, don't you still have to get married? How many people can truly remain unmarried for life? People are meant to get married. Opposing marriage is a sign of immaturity. If you women don't get married, how will you reproduce?" Upon hearing this, some people cast approving glances at the middle-aged bald man, while others glared angrily. The female doctor said casually, "Throughout history, countless people have died childless. You want to reproduce? Ridiculous. If we men could reproduce, what would we women be for? A fetus can live anywhere in the body. We sacrifice your life to create a new life. The female doctor finally looked up, put away her book, and sized up the middle-aged bald man. Unfortunately, the research project has been halted. But I don't mind restarting it for you. Quit smoking and drinking, and start with a year of medication. My research has a low success rate, but it's not impossible. You want a child so badly, you should be willing to give your life for it, right? At the mention of death, the middle-aged bald man immediately lost his arrogance, muttering things like absurd, illegal, and unethical, before turning away and pretending to be busy. Son Dayton pulled out a pumpkin keychain and handed it to the female doctor. This is a prize, a specialty of Shinlu. The female doctor hung the keychain on her backpack and remained silent. Son Dayton glanced at the pumpkin vines lining the roadside outside the car window, estimated the time, and continued, at the site of Shinlu Middle School, there once stood a spontaneously and secretly built girls' school. But 8 years after its completion, the school was burned down. The fire raged for 3 days, leaving only a desolate wasteland. The person who ran the school and the students disappeared without a trace. From then on, this area became barren. For the next 2 centuries, the site of Shinlu Middle School became a cemetery, or rather, a mass grave. Unmarried women who died suddenly or prematurely in the vicinity are all buried here. Chapter 65. Shinlu isn't actually called Shinlu. The current name is a misnomer. It used to be called Shinlu, meaning the dilapidated house where immortals depart. The original Shinlu was indeed a few thatched huts, used for shelter, later becoming a place to keep corpses. The tourists exchanged bewildered glances. They had assumed they were visiting the Shinlu disaster site, but they hadn't expected such a backstory. Sudden death, premature death, the astute among them sensed something was amiss. Sudden death, premature death, suicide, these are not isolated incidents worldwide. The darker side of human nature is difficult to fathom with common sense. The middle-aged bald man, holding his phone, shouted, "Tour guide, I can't find what you're saying on the browser. Are you making it up? Could something from hundreds of years ago be recorded in such detail? Even if it existed, it wouldn't be possible to record it. In those days, in remote, impoverished areas, how many people could read?" Faced with this almost provocative statement, Son Dayton looked embarrassed. "I'm sorry, perhaps it's been too long, and their memories are too hazy. I confirm with them later." The female doctor, who had picked up her book again, looked up at Son Dayton in shock. She hadn't misheard, had she? She hadn't misheard, had she? The ruins of Shinlu Middle School weren't much to see, but Son Dayton's stories were endless. Here, there once was a well, the water from which was exceptionally sweet. During a severe drought, only this well had water within a 50-mile radius. Here, there once was a large millstone, the rice flour from which was exceptionally fine. It was delicious for making pastries. Here, each time, tourists thought Son Dayton was about to change the subject and start selling, but from beginning to end, Son Dayton never tried to sell anything. This made them feel a little uncomfortable. At noon, Son Dayton led everyone to a small shop next to the old site of Shinlu Middle School. This shop specialized in all kinds of food made from pumpkin. Although the selection was limited, the taste was good and the prices were low. These pumpkin pancakes are quite delicious. Are they a local specialty? The shop assistant selling pumpkin pancakes replied earnestly, "Hello, tourists. Pumpkins are a specialty of Shinlu. If you like them, you can take some home." In the corner of the shop, pumpkins of various sizes were piled up, the largest requiring 2 people to encircle them, and the smallest only the size of a fist. The yellow and green pumpkins exuded the joy of a bountiful harvest. Some people were tempted and chose a few pumpkins to take home. The shop assistant bowed and said, "Thank you, tourists, thank you all." Everyone thought the tall, slender shop assistant's speech was a bit strange, but he seemed very enthusiastic and gave them a large discount, much cheaper than in the supermarket. Someone couldn't help but suggest, if you took your pumpkins out to sell, you'd definitely get a good price. "This is truly the best pumpkin I ever eaten." The shopkeeper shook his head, saying, "We can't take them out, I can only tell you." This was a nonsensical remark, and no one understood. After lunch, it was free time. The open space at the ruins was different from the story the guide had told. Many pumpkin vines grew there, their yellow flowers blooming vibrantly, interspersed with small, unidentifiable red flowers. Some tourists who enjoyed taking photos had already begun snapping pictures like crazy. Some were curious about the unidentified red flowers, and tried to identify their species by their roots and leaves. The moment the leaves were parted, the person exclaimed, "A hand! A hand!" Several people nearby gathered around, and beneath the red flowers lay a metacarpal bone. Left hand, 6 fingers. Young female, judging by bone age, approximately 7 to 9 years old, an orthopedic surgeon said. The skeleton is well preserved, almost jade-like. Given the climate here, this is highly unlikely. This is likely the remains of a long time ago, buried deep underground. Now exposed on the surface, it's probably because the river washed away the topsoil after the earthquake at Xianlu Middle School years ago. The pumpkins here grow so well likely because the river brought nutrients, or washed them up from underground. Everyone chimed in, analyzing the situation from their respective professional perspectives. Sun Dayton stood a short distance away, waiting quietly. Bones, like flowers blooming, struggled in the earth. They had struggled for an unknown amount of time in the dust, finally seeing the light of day. Someone suggested, call the police. So, for the umpteenth time in the Xianlu ruins, someone dialed the emergency number. Beep beep beep. After 3 rings, the call ended. What's going on? Can't make a call? Everyone tried again, discovering that the emergency number, which could be dialed even without credit or a SIM card, wouldn't connect here. The signal was clearly full. A voice suddenly rang out from the receiver. Sorry, your location is not in service area. Please try again later. Did the carrier have this message in their settings? Everyone exchanged glances, realizing something was wrong. Recalling what their guide had said earlier, they began to feel afraid. Was the Xianlu ruins haunted? Sun Dayton, his expression serious, said, Dear tourists, it's 3 o'clock. According to our schedule, we must return now. The pumpkins you purchased have been loaded onto the bus. The tourists hurried towards the bus outside the scenic area. On the way back, Sun Dayton said enthusiastically, Dear tourists, our trip is coming to an end. We look forward to meeting again. The generous pumpkin shop has prepared special pumpkin bread for everyone as a token of our gratitude. The tourists, still reeling from their ordeal in the skeleton world, finally felt a sense of peace, like returning to the human world, as they held the heavy, warm, and fragrant pumpkin bread. Sun Dayton continued, Dear tourists, our journey will end in 5 minutes. Please take your belongings with you when you get off the bus. Thank you again. Please remember Xianlu, remember us. Sun Dayton bowed deeply and solemnly said, Rain or shine, Xianlu awaits you. We hope you will remember us. The bus arrived at the meeting point, and everyone hurriedly disembarked. A gust of wind brought everyone back to their senses. Looking back, the bus was nowhere to be seen. Having traveled light for a day trip, they hadn't brought many items, just a small bag at most. Now, they were all empty-handed. The middle-aged bald man scratched his head, saying, Weren't we on a trip? How come it's almost dark? Where's my stuff? I remember carrying something heavy. I think we ate something delicious earlier, but I can't remember. I think I forgot something very important. Which scenic spot did we go to? I have absolutely no recollection. Ah, our precious vacation gone just like that? Is it the Mandela effect? Did we go on a trip to another parallel world? The female doctor glanced down at the pumpkin keychain on her backpack, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. Hello, I need to report a crime. The location is the Xianlu ruins. Yes, there are bones. I don't know how many, it could be a murder scene, or it could be an ancient ruin. Chapter 66. 12 hours passed quickly. The live stream resumed. Some viewers in the live stream had gone to see the remnants of Xianlu Middle School, and were still in shock. Upon entering the live stream, seeing the 33 lucky individuals in a superposition state, Schrodinger's life and death, around the dining table, they couldn't help but think of the skeletons beneath the little red flower. Phonbu thought it was great. That was too much. I can't recover yet. Eco Tianchuan. I really didn't expect Xianlu Middle School to have such a background. Let me tell you, Xianlu Middle School is an A-level dungeon because of the countless skeletons. Those sorrows became the source of the dungeon's power. Yingtao Xiaowan Duzi, Fengdahua, you must be happy. The little red flower, oblivious to being mentioned, was swaying left and right above Song Tianjiao's head, its slender red tentacles swaying in a seaweed-like rhythm. The viewers in the live stream found it hilarious, the atmosphere becoming cheerful, and they even started discussing what to eat for their New Year's Eve dinner. For 12 hours, the lucky ones rested, Yangua operated, and the audience eagerly awaited the planned success. Welcome to the death game. Embracing death is embracing eternity. So, are you ready to face death? Lu Huaixiang, legs crossed, tapped his pipe on the table and immediately launched into a tirade. Die my ass. If anyone's going to die, it be you. Even if we die, I take you down with me. The 2 frogs cosplaying as toads on the table echoed his words. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Lu Huaxiang flicked one of the frogs on the head. Children shouldn't interrupt adults. Go play somewhere else. As Lu Huaxiang spoke, his black hair began to grow longer and thicker. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by what they saw. SJ&H. That hair, is it alive? Praise his dog. What kind of horror story has come to life? Medusa? Is Grandma Thunder cursed? Lonling Empire. This is going in. Wait, could it be something brought out of a dungeon? Song Tianju brought out Little Red Flower, Pumpkin, and Frog, so it's normal for Grandma Lu to bring out a hair fairy. Right, Gong Cheng. Upstairs, have some confidence, this is Grandma Thunder. My grandma is omnipotent, my grandma is the miracle itself. As the viewers in the live stream were going off topic, a voice rang out. Tian Tian stepped forward to draw cards. This time, the card draw applies to everyone. Tian Tian was eating pumpkin bread when she heard this. The bread fell onto the table with a thud, and the plump pumpkin seeds rolled to the ground, where they were swallowed by a wisp of black mist that peeked out from under the tablecloth. 5 cards appeared in front of Tian Tian. Tian Tian glanced around, observing the expressions of everyone present. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, then abandoned her thought and, with trembling hands, drew a card slightly to the right of center. After the draw, the horizontal pupil shape on the card gradually disappeared, revealing a slightly tilted hourglass. The hourglass had a wooden frame and light blue glass, filled with deep red sand, a striking color combination. The light blue and deep red overlapped, creating a purplish-blue hue that slightly disoriented the wearer. The blue-toned red was still red, but the deep red leaned towards purple, giving the impression of corrupted blood. Hourglass *1. Hourglass. Time is important to everyone, time is life. So let's play a game of time. Death is fair to everyone, but time is not. Time is a thief, it steals everything from you, forcing you to compromise until you have nothing left. Pan's tone was extremely excited. The 5-person group exchanged glances, all knowing something was wrong. Pan's excitement meant it was a huge trap. Song Tianju felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, followed by white light, and found herself in a pure white room. In the 4 corners of the room stood the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. It was the same situation again, just like the first time they entered the death game. If last time Zhao Yubai and Xie Qishan were wary of their surroundings, this time it was a deep-seated grudge. Zhao Yubai plopped down on the floor, hugging his knees, and sighed deeply, saying, "This card doesn't look good." Xie Qishan crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, also looking dejected. Tian Tian was still munching on pumpkin bread. The moment she entered the time game, she grabbed the unfinished bread. Tian Tian said earnestly, "Dad said that eating on time is essential for growing up." Lu Huaxiang, with a pipe long since devoid of tobacco, stared intently at Song Tianju with his dim, yellowish eyes. Song Tianju was cracking sunflower seeds. The dried pumpkin seeds, sprinkled with fine salt before being taken out of the pan, weren't as crisp and satisfying to crack as sunflower seeds, but they had their own unique flavor. She noticed Lu Huaxiang looking at her, his gaze somewhat resentful. Confused, she reached into her pocket, pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, and handed them to him. Lu Huaxiang said, "Sing that song again." Lu Huaxiang's sudden question startled Song Tianju. She tried hard to recall, but couldn't remember much, only managing to hum a few notes. Lu Huaxiang grasped her wrist, his eyes full of expectation. And then, there's nothing more. Song Tianju pulled out a lollipop, tore open the wrapper with his teeth, held up the bright green candy, and asked Lu Huaxiang, "Want some?" "I have diabetes," Xiao Xiao doesn't. Before she could finish, Song Tianju had already stuffed the green apple-flavored candy into her mouth. Lu Huaxiang, who had intended to play hard to get, turned green. Xiao Jiancheng, watching the live stream, was filled with helplessness. He was the Xiao Zhao Lu Huaxiang was referring to. She wasn't allowed to eat candy, because she needed to control her blood sugar. That Tianmu game didn't even have medical staff, and her godmother didn't bring insulin. What could she do now? Eat candy when she wanted to. Song Tianju tore open a lemon-flavored lollipop and stuffed it into Lu Huaxiang's mouth. Snipers shouldn't smoke. The cigarette butts flash at night, making it easy to get headshot. Lu Huaxiang chewed on her candy and sneered, "That's an old, clumsy method. Now we just use rocket launchers to clear the ground." TSK, why does this candy taste so bad? You know rocket launchers, right? They come in all shapes and sizes. Some are this thick, some are this thick, some are long, some are short. Lu Huaxiang gestured while complaining about the lemon candy, her expression a mix of a smile and a grimace. Now we even have satellite positioning, point and shoot. Before, we worried about distances of 10 kilometers or so. Now, 1,000 kilometers is just an appetizer. 3,000 kilometers is routine. And some kids are even doing drone airdrops. They're really something. No soldiers involved. It's like playing a game. Oh dear, my little grandson broke 3 drones in a year. He can't even read the contour lines on a map. He just keeps crashing into rocks. He doesn't even know how to predict the terrain. It infuriates me. What an idiot. Zhang Sanwen, in the meeting room, looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear the comments on the live stream. Zhang Yuyan poked his forehead with her pen. I'm talking to you, you idiot who can't read contour lines. Zhang Sanwen didn't want to say another word. He embarrassed himself in front of the entire nation. Now everyone knew he'd broken 3 drones in a year. Luckily, no one knew who he was, so no one could identify him. Zhang Sanwen was still clinging to hope, unaware that his identity was about to be exposed. Chapter 67. Faced with the Zhang siblings' interaction, Baozhu hugged his pitiful, weak self. As the future lucky one of District 49, Baozhu had already undergone a comprehensive evaluation. The 5-dimensional chart on the whiteboard not far away clearly displayed his results. Baozhu's combat strength was inferior to Zhang Sanwen's. Baozhu's intelligence was inferior to Zhang Yiyan's. Baozhu's logical reasoning was inferior to Xie Yulai's. Baozhu's stress resistance was inferior to Zhang Wenyue's. Bottom in combat strength, bottom in intelligence, bottom in logical reasoning, bottom in stress resistance, and a failing grade in politics. He hugged his pitiful, weak, and helpless self. Was Baozhu really just here to make up the numbers? Zhang Wenyue was slurping her milk tea, simultaneously launching a barrage of comments. Gong Chang, my milk is the best in the world. Zhang Sanwen was stunned by this scene in the live stream. In the live stream, Lu Huixiang definitively stated, when poor, use tactical flanking maneuvers, when rich, use overwhelming firepower. Things are different now. It's a completely different level. People change, and so do the ways of fighting. Song Tianju responded perfunctorily, yes, 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 right, okay. Song Tianju realized she shouldn't have brought up the topic of snipers. This topic was like a button, once pressed. Lu Huixiang became completely excited. This was probably an occupational hazard. Just then, a die the size of a head appeared out of thin air. The die had 14 sides, unlike those commonly found on the market. 12 numbered sides, from 1 to 12. 2 other sides were engraved with open eyes and closed eyes, respectively. Even God rolls dice. Welcome to the time game. Here, everything is nothingness, only time is real. Time game rules. Rule 1. Time is the stake, with a minimum unit of 1 year. In other words, your age is the stake, 1 year equals 1 point. Rule 2. Each person rolls 3 times, rotating among 5 players. There are 3 rounds in total. You cannot roll for someone else, and the predetermined order cannot be changed. Rule 3. After each person rolls 3 times, the results are added together. A positive or negative number can be chosen to increase or decrease time. A decision must be made within 3 minutes. After the first person makes a choice, the second person starts rolling, and so on. Rule 4. Negative ages are allowed in the game. If a negative age still exists at the end of the game, the player dies instantly. If a number clearly exceeds the lucky player's lifespan limit, the player will die of old age at the end of the game. Rule 5. The dice roll ranges from 0 to 12, with both sides ending in 0. Dice rolls cannot be transferred or waived. Rule 6. The sum of the 15 numbers chosen by the lucky player at the end will affect the lifespan of the entire area. This affects the collective increase/decrease in lifespan. Rule 7. Death game, cheating prohibited. Upon hearing the rule, the 5 people's expressions changed drastically. What appeared to be a simple numbers game of addition and subtraction actually harbored a deep malice. This was a life or death struggle, using human lives as the stakes. Lu Huixiang cursed, "Are you crazy? While we've been waiting, Pan has been coming up with this disgusting rule? Whether you live or die is your own business. Why this collective punishment? The Qing dynasty is long gone." Song Tianjiu kicked the 12-sided die, checking for any tricks. She distrusted Pan, always feeling it might cheat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tian counted the numbers, her face pale. Dad said children shouldn't gamble. And you absolutely mustn't gamble with others. Gambling with others is never a good thing. Xie Qishan didn't speak, staring at the dice, lost in thought. Zhao Yubai leaned closer, examining the dice closely. He said, similar things were unearthed from Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, called Shibuqiang. It also has 14 sides. Besides the 12 sides from 1 to 12, there are 2 other sides engraved with Jiao and Nanqi. This is a single character, I can't type it. One interpretation is that Jiao represents the Qian trigram, and Nanqi represents the Kuan trigram. The whole thing is a cosmological model containing both the pre-heaven and post-heaven Bagua. Could this thing be related to Shibuqiang? After saying this, Zhao Yubai awaited everyone's response. His response was met with 4 bewildered faces. Zhao Yubai asked expectantly, Grandma Lu, you know about the 8 trigrams, right? The pre-heaven 8 trigrams, the post-heaven 8 trigrams, the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes, Lianshan, and Guizong, right? Lu Huaixiang rolled her eyes dismissively. This Tianmu thing can't even make decent talismans in Duifu town. You think it can make you something powerful? To me, it's just an ordinary die. What heaven and earth, what Qinkuan, does it understand the great laws of heaven? Can it deduce the past and present for 8,000 years? Lu Huaixiang's attitude was contemptuous, completely disregarding Tianmu. From the moment I could draw talismans with a ballpoint pen and a notebook, and they worked, I knew this thing was a paper tiger, a piece of junk. Although Zhao Yubai had a wide range of interests, he hadn't truly delved into metaphysics. Seeing Lu Huaixiang speak with such vigor, he couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. He realized that he had let his thoughts wander again. This game of time isn't about broad time frames. It's purely a numbers game. Zhao Yubai composed himself and continued, from the rules, the game is simple. But the malice is also immense. I'm 24, Xie Qishan is 35, Granny Lu is 88, and Song Tianjiao, how old are you? Song Tianjiao, who was trying to pry open the closed eye of the dice, replied, theoretically 18. Theoretically? Zhao Yubai rubbed his face and sighed, currently, Granny Lu, and you have the most room for maneuver. Granny Lu's time can be reduced, even by 70 years, she is still 18. Your time can be increased, by 30 or 50 years, theoretically without affecting your survival. My health is poor, I'm probably about the same age as Brother Xie. Zhao Yubai didn't mention Tian Tian. Tian Tian was 9 years old, suffering from a serious illness. How long will Tian Tian truly live? Tian Tian is about to face a severe test. There's also the issue of adding positive and negative numbers, because there will be a district-wide collective punishment after it ends. Zhao Yubai realized this was a math problem. The moment the time game rules appeared, Yan Gui had already taken them to calculate, and tens of thousands of results had already appeared. Yu Shu, my head is spinning, it feels a bit complicated, but upon closer inspection, it's quite simple. If it doesn't involve life and death, it's a good little penalty drinking game. Sheng dizzy. Whether the final result is 1 or -1, it's a disaster. If it's a newborn, -1 means immediate death. If it's +1, some elderly people who could have lived another year died. 0 is the safest bet. But? Lu Ruin, but. After our massive relocation, theoretically, those 5 only need to protect themselves. Yu Fuchen, what we're saying is, what kind of threat is this district-wide collective punishment? It's useless to us now. I want to see the group portrait. It's a pity the lucky ones don't know. Damn it! We had a chance to connect. There's a traitor inside, you bastards. I heard several were executed. Wei Bei, the head of the Tianmu team in District 51, is writing and drawing on an A4 sheet of paper, trying to deduce the perfect solution. Meanwhile, dice are being rolled in the live stream. Chapter 68. In the first round, Lu Huaixiang rolled 0, 12, and 7, totaling 19. At 88 years old, Lu Huaixiang had no choice but to choose a negative number. Lu Huaixiang took a deep breath and said, I choose a negative number. The lucky Lu Huaixiang's age -19 is now 69. The wrinkles on Lu Huaixiang's face are visibly diminishing, and her eyes are becoming brighter. With a cracking sound from her bones, her height has also changed. Song Tianjiao leaned over, gestured with her hand, and said, You've grown 3 centimeters? Lu Huaixiang grasped her arm, her expression complex, remaining silent for a long time. The live stream was unusually silent. Everyone was seriously calculating probabilities, with no intention of building a buzz. Next was Zhao Yubai's turn. 842, totaling 14 points. Without hesitation, Zhao Yubai declared, positive numbers. We need to make the number infinitely close to 0. Zhao Yubai was unaware of the comments in the live stream, nor of Yan Gui's plans. He only knew that 0 would mean nothing would happen, which was the best outcome. Lucky Zhao Yubai's age plus 14, current age 39. Zhao Yubai's once upright figure had become hunched, his dark circles almost reaching his chin. He half-squatted, his hand on Tian's shoulder, seeing his own reflection in the little girl's clear, dark eyes. Looks like you're in good spirits. I never thought I'd live to 39. My ID card says 25, my lunar birthday is 24, calculated according to my ID card age. Looks like Pan doesn't celebrate the Spring Festival. This was almost a joke, but no one in or outside the live stream laughed. Everyone could see that Zhao Yubai wasn't in good shape. It didn't seem like she was on her deathbed, but rather like she was exhausted. Tian cupped Zhao Yubai's face in her hands and said earnestly, "Brother Xiaobai, Dad said death isn't scary. If I die, it'd be like coming home. If you die, it'd be like coming home too, to my house. Dad really enjoys playing with guests." Zhao Yubai, This sounded a bit off. What strange things had Tian's father taught her? Come to think of it, comforting a terminally ill child with such words was a form of humanitarian concern. Zhao Yubai didn't take Tian's words to heart. In his view, it was just a well-intentioned lie from an adult. Tian's first round of throwing results. 0, 2, 8, total 10 points. I choose -10. The doctor said my physical condition won't allow me to live to adulthood. Lucky Tian's age -10, current age -1. Tian's height and appearance remained unchanged, only her body became semi-transparent. Everyone in and outside the live stream felt a pang of sadness. Tian was currently the only one whose age was negative. Hopefully, she could roll the right numbers in the next 2 rounds. Xie Qingshan rolled 6, 9, and 2 in the first round, totaling 17. He said, Grandmalu -19, Zhao plus 14, Tian -10, totaling -15. My life expectancy is long, so I choose plus 17. My current number is 2. The current number represents the lowest cost, and Xie Qingshan's choice was decisive. Lucky Xie Qingshan's age plus 17, current age 52. Xie Qingshan's physique hasn't changed much, except his skin is slightly darker, but his muscular build remains. Zhao Yubai was utterly shocked. He looked like he couldn't go on living at 39. How could Xie Qingshan, at 52, maintain such a good condition? Dude, take me to the gym next time, I'm serious. Xie Qingshan remained silent, his meaning clear in his eyes. Next was Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu kicked the dice to the center of the room, gesturing for everyone to stand in a corner. Then he made a soccer shooting motion. The 14-sided die rolled wildly after landing, taking a full minute to stop. Tian immediately ran over to look. 1. Song Tianjiu immediately picked Tian up and kicked her a second time. Tian looked again. 2. The third kick. 3. The little girl was extremely excited. 1, 2, 3, 6 points in total. Song Tianjiu said, subtract 6. Tian immediately said, then our first round balance is reduced by 4 points, very close to 0. Lucky Song Tianjiu's age is reduced by 6, currently 12 years old. Song Tianjiu's body shows no change. Outside the live stream, a person in military uniform sits upright, holding a pencil, recording the points. If Song Tianjiu were here, she would recognize this as the person who interrogated her at the beginning. This person's name is Ningyu. 18 minus 6? This Pango actually believes Song Tianjiu is 18 this year? She just said it casually, wrote it down casually. I just casually entered it into the file. Pango actually believed it? Song Tianjiu is 18? I do a handstand while washing my hair. Ningyu has seen many young, energetic adults, and Song Tianjiu's steady, old dog-like gaze doesn't look like that of an 18-year-old at all. Ningyu is just going through the motions, registering it in the internal system, waiting for his superior to reject it. He even had a plan in mind for how he say he was too tired, stressed, and couldn't sleep well lately when being reprimanded, requesting 2 days off. He was practically a master planner. His calculations were practically falling apart. But then the heavenly eye appeared, and Ningyu's plan crumbled midway. Ningyu thought for a moment, then got up to find Ling Yuan. Major Ling, I discovered Pango is a complete idiot. He believes everything we write in the system. A total fool. Ling Yuan was speechless. He asked, did you skip the meeting yesterday to pee? Ningyu was shocked. Major Ling, how did you know? Did you plant a camera on me? You weren't even in the meeting, were you? I saw the meeting minutes. Yesterday's meeting said the migration plan was testing this possibility you mentioned. The heavenly eye can't be omnipotent. It must have its own data acquisition channels. Song Tianjiu was judged to be The fact that he's 18 years old also confirms the accuracy of our speculation. Zhao Yubai's age was also calculated according to the population system. It seems that Tianmu is incredibly stupid. Our success rate will be higher than expected. Ningyu was shocked. So we invested so much, the entire nation's resources, just to test a possible bug? Otherwise? Do you think it's like a child eating candy? If this one doesn't taste good, they have another chance? We might only have one chance. We must go all out. Ling Yun was in a bad mood. We could only figure out the enemy's tactics little by little like this. The time game continued. The first round's score decreased by 4. In the second round, Lu Huaixiang rolled 9-0-0. She wanted to choose +9, but Song Tianju stopped her. Song Tianju said, "It's not a big deal. You're old and frail, you just hold us back. Subtract 9. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaixiang was so angry that she chased Song Tianju all over the room with her pipe. You damn thing, don't move. Let me hit you. It's infuriating. How did I hold you back? Lucky Lu Huaixiang's age -9, current age 60. Lu Huaixiang's physical condition has improved significantly. Even her cursing is more energetic. Zhao Yubai rolled 5, 11, 4, totaling 20 points. He took a deep breath and said, I want to test how many years I can live. +20. Lucky Zhao Yubai's age +20, current age 59. Zhao Yubai's body immediately hunched over, age spots appeared on his face, his eyes were lifeless, and he couldn't focus. Fortunately, his body didn't become translucent. Outside the live stream, Zhang Miyan, holding a pen, said, Xiaobai is risking his life to make up for Grandma's points. Chapter 69. Zhang Miyan said, Zhao Yubai knows nothing. He doesn't know that the rule of collective punishment across the entire district might be meaningless. His choice is the most beneficial to the overall situation. Zhao Yubai chose to increase his points. His current score in the second round is 11, and his total is 7. This number is still manageable. If Zhao Yubai chose to decrease his points, the total would be -33, which is too far from 0. The risk is too high. It suits his personal situation, but not the collective one. Therefore, Zhao Yubai chose to increase his points. He's a crazy guy who loves playing with explosives, but he's very rational and has a spirit of sacrifice. Tian rolled 0, 6, 1 in the second round, totaling 7. The little girl looked down at her fingers and said directly -7. Lucky Tian's age decreased by 7, and her current age decreased by 8. It was too late for the others to stop her. Tian's figure became increasingly ethereal. Tian said, I went to the ICU when I was 6 and almost died. If I went back to being 6, I only die here. If both choices lead to death, I choose the more useful one. The live stream chat completely stopped. Everyone stared at Tian. Current accumulated points, 0. Tian, single-handedly, at the cost of reducing her age by 8, directly reduced her points to 0. Faced with this situation, no one had the leisure to discuss, only anger remained in their hearts. Anger towards Pan, anger towards the death game, anger towards the heavenly eye hanging overhead. At this moment, if possible, anyone would want to die with Pan. Xie Qishan threw 3-9. Before the third throw could confirm the outcome, Zhao Yubai immediately said, reduce it. It must be reduced. You're already 52, you can't gamble. The third one is 8. Total 20 points. Same as Zhao Yubai's total points in the second round. This is the highest score so far. You can't gamble anymore, Xie Qishan. You can't gamble anymore. You, who are good at building up strength, are like a landslide when you get sick, unlike me, a fragile character who gets sick all the time. Zhao Yubai anxiously advised. Xie Qishan looked at him strangely and said, -20? He wasn't stupid. At 72, his eyesight was failing. He couldn't even see the target clearly. It wasn't the final, critical round. There was no need to create trouble for himself. Why is this Zhao guy acting like a frightened bird? Lucky Xie Qishan's age -20, current age 32. Song Tianju kicked the dice 3 times in a row. Tian was already floating in midair, the little girl looking down and quickly said, 11, 5, 12 total. 28. This score caused everyone inside and outside the live stream to fall into deep thought. Currently, Song Tianju has accumulated a deduction of 20 points, bringing her total to 28 points. An increase of 8 points would be possible. A decrease of 48 points would be possible. Given Song Tianju's expected lifespan, increasing her points is undoubtedly the optimal solution. However, this number is enormous, startling everyone. Admittedly, The maximum points a player can accumulate in a single round is 0 to 36, but 28 is still quite alarming. Plus 28. Lucky Song Tianjiao's age is now 28, currently 40. Everyone stared at Song Tianjiao, who remained unchanged. Ling Yun, looking at the numbers recorded in his notebook, exclaimed, "What kind of creature is Song Tianjiao? Is she even human?" Ningyu replied, "At least when I registered her, I wrote that she was human." Ling Yun glanced at the record, utterly speechless. "Who taught you to write chordata, vertebrata, mammalia, homo in the remarks column when you registered?" Ningyu felt wronged. "I've been too tired lately and wanted some time off. Who would have thought this Tianmu game would cause such a mess?" Ningyu was also helpless. He just wanted a vacation. Why was it so difficult? Current time game data. Round 1. Remaining points -4. Round 2. Remaining points 12. Total points 8. Round 3. Lu Huaixiang rolled 0, 2, 11, totaling 13. She directly chose to subtract 13. Lucky Lu Huaixiang's age -13, current age 47. Lu Huaixiang's entire demeanor was different. Her previously dull eyes had cleared, now appearing as dark, completely opaque eyes, yet her silent gaze sent a chill down one's spine. For an athlete, 47 years old might mean the end of their career. But for a seasoned veteran, 47 is still the prime of life, reaping kills from 1,000 meters away. Of course, Grandma Lu still prefers overwhelming firepower. When you have money in your pocket and supplies in hand, who wouldn't want overwhelming firepower? Zhao Yubai's third round points were 2, 1, 2, totaling 5 points. Subtract 5. Given his current physical condition, he had no choice. He felt like he was about to kick the bucket. Lucky Zhao Yubai's age subtracted by 5, current age 54. Tian's third round points were 2, 4, 12, totaling 18 points. She was currently subtracting 8 points, so naturally she had to seize the opportunity. Plus 18. Lucky winner Tian's age is now 10, plus 18. This result brought a sigh of relief to everyone in and outside the live stream. Tian was originally 9 years old, but after 3 rounds, the final result is 10. For someone as terminally ill as her, this was the best possible outcome. A year older, Tian has grown slightly taller, but remains frail. It's a miracle she's alive. Next up is Xie Qishan, 10, 5, 8, totaling 23 points. This number is awkward. Currently, Xie Qishan is 32 years old. Adding 23 points would make him 55. Subtracting 23 points would make him 9. First round's remaining points decreased by 4. Second round's remaining points, 12. Third round's current remaining points, 1, total points, 9. Silence fell over everyone in and outside the live stream. This result made it hard not to suspect Pan of rigging the deal. In the meeting room, Zhang Nian said, choosing plus 23, the accumulated points are 31. Choosing minus 23, the accumulated points are reduced by 15. This situation is dangerous. If you want to maintain combat power, choosing plus 23 is definitely the right choice. Choosing minus 23 is more suitable. Zhang Wenwei cursed, cheating. Pan Go must have cheated. It looks like a conspiracy. This number doesn't look good at all. 55 years old and 9 years old, both have relatively weak combat power. Inside and outside the live broadcast room, everyone looked at Xie Qishan. Zhao Yubai said, "Brother, I know this choice is difficult. No matter what you choose, I will support you." Xie Qishan looked at her with disbelief and said, "What's so difficult about it? I can still do addition and subtraction within 100. It's just about trying to get the result close to 0. Compared to Zhao Yubai's multi-threaded thinking style, Xie Qishan was single-threaded, doing only one thing at a time, never looking back. Such people have one characteristic, exceptionally strong execution and intuition. For Xie Qishan, there was no question of the big picture. His life revolved around 3 points, point, and trigger. Eliminate all obstacles on the path to the result. The process didn't matter, only the result mattered. Subtract 23. Lucky Xie Qishan's age was reduced by 23, his current age was 9. Almost instantly, Xie Qishan's body began to contort, his muscles spasmed, and his bones cracked. Soon, he transformed into a tiny child, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and all his limbs intact. The green t-shirt he wore now reached his ankles, his pants were completely on the floor, and his prosthetic leg lay on the ground. Chapter 70. Xie Qishan's left foot was still inside his shoe. At this moment, one shoe could fit both of his feet. Xie Qishan swung his right leg, excitedly exclaiming, it feels fantastic. My right leg doesn't have phantom limb pain anymore. Phantom limb pain is common in amputated phantom limbs. When the body is missing, the brain's nerves perceive that part of the body is still existing, resulting in symptoms such as pain and itching. Some people experience relief a few months after amputation. Some people even suffer from phantom limb pain for life. It's a subjective feeling, and it's impossible to take medication for life. Unfortunately, Xie Qingshan's pain had never been effectively relieved since his amputation. He was a stubborn person, firmly believing that he had two legs. Now, Xie Qingshan had returned to, when he was 9 years old, a child, before he joined the army and went to the battlefield. Xie Qingshan never expected that this unpleasant time game would bring such an unexpected joy. Excellent! Xie Qingshan hugged his right knee, as if he had found a treasure. Lu Huaixiang's eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on the prosthetic leg lying on the ground. She disassembled and reassembled it in one smooth motion. Clinging to the sniper rifle, Lu Huaixiang refused to let go. Good stuff. I never seen anything like it. It's definitely a good thing. I saw it, it's mine. You're just a 9-year-old kid, the recoil could break your collarbone. Do you know how painful a broken collarbone is? At this moment, Lu Huaixiang was overwhelmingly superior in height, build, and age. Xie Qingshan was now a tiny little bean, half a head shorter than Tian, only reaching her ear. Zhao Yubai didn't hold back his sarcasm. Although boys develop later than their peers, brother, your height is too short. Tian, even when she's sick, is still half a head taller than you. Xie Qingshan sat on the ground, hugging his thigh, looking completely absorbed. Upon hearing this, he rushed over and headbutted Zhao Yubai. Ouch! Ouch! Zhao Yubai howled, clutching his thigh. Amidst the chaos, Song Tianjiu rolled the dice. 5. Total 15. In the live stream, 47-year-old Lu Huaixiang was captivated by the sniper rifle, clutching it with obvious affection, calling it her darling. 9-year-old Xie Qingshan hugged his healthy right leg, laughing through tears. 54-year-old Zhao Yubai hugged his thigh, howling in pain. 10-year-old Tian stared wide-eyed at the 5 on the dice, her eyes widening further. Wow, awesome! Song Tianjiu exclaimed, plus 15. Lucky Song Tianjia's age is plus 15, current age 55. Song Tianjia's figure remained unchanged. Neither 28 years nor 15 years left any trace of time on her. At this point, the first round's remaining points decreased by 4, the second round's remaining points by 12, and the third round's remaining points by 8, totaling 0 points. Those last 3 5s were truly a stroke of genius. Zhang Million stared at the dice rolls, her eyes gleaming with fervor. Good luck. Really good luck. It was truly an excellent cheat. Everyone with discerning eyes could see that this wasn't a matter of good or bad luck. But this result had to be due to good luck. What if you can't fool someone? Fate. This is fate. This is good fortune. Luck is also a kind of strength. The time game ended, total points 0. The collective punishment mechanism was not triggered. A emotionless, mechanical voice sounded. Time game data overview. Warning! Death game, cheating prohibited, Pan roared, but everyone just took it as impotent rage. The live stream instantly erupted. I swear I'm the last one. I was so nervous, I almost cried in the last round. 3 5s. It's a miracle for Yin Kingdom. Eggplant loves me once. To summarize, Grandma Lu is currently 47 years old, the perfect age for adventure. Eggplant loves me once. Xiaobai is 54 years old, looks like he's on his deathbed. Eggplant loves me once. Tian is 10 years old, at the age of early learning, young but intelligent. Eggplant loves me once. Rooster Brother is 9 years old, and you have to admit, he's fair-skinned. Rooster Brother has a good foundation. Does Rooster Brother have the potential to become a child? Eggplant loves me once. Song Tianjiu is 55 years old, looks unchanged. He really doesn't look old. Supposedly it's determined by genes. I'm so envious. My dear, shouldn't the ranking of the old, weak, sick, disabled, and crazy be adjusted? What pen name is worthy of my name? No way. Old means experienced and seasoned, weak means scholarly and frail, sick means envied by heaven, disabled means clinging to the past, and crazy means unrestrained and wild. We are in our prime, roaming the world, mending the heavens, descending mountains to slay Pan. The 4 heavenly kings are here. Sure enough, poets and lyricists will do anything for rhyme. Riding a rocket to fight monsters. May I ask, where did you buy the dictionaries you eat? Are they tasty? 51 squad current personnel status. 12 hours later, the new dungeon opens. This dungeon is for multiple teams, with a total of 255 lucky players. The death rate exceeds 50%, resulting in total annihilation. Death is returning to where you came from, forever falling into a dream. Pan left this message and immediately ended the live stream. It was clear it was angry. The audience, staring at the black screen, recalled Pan's words and realized this was aimed at Squad 51. Squad 51 could protect themselves, but that didn't mean they could stop others from dying. A survival rate of over 50% was practically impossible given the current global survival rate. On the Yin Kingdom side, the only teams they could truly win over were their own 12 teams. In the real world, Tianmu opened its eyes, its horizontal pupils darting about in their sockets. The lucky winners will be drawn in 6 hours. Welcome to the Tianmu game, this will be your second home. This voice echoed globally. Across the world, some were filled with dread, some wept bitterly, some brandished knives to vent their fear on the weaker, some huddled in corners praying to their gods, some knelt in supplication, and some clenched their fists in anticipation. The atmosphere was remarkably unified across the 12 districts of Yin Kingdom. In every city, people carried small stools to the streets, sat down, and cursed Tianmu overhead amidst the birdsong and fragrant flowers. Besides Area 51, 5 people from each of the other 11 areas were fully armed. At the secret base in Area 49, Baozhu swallowed hard, looking at the densely packed bullets in his bag. Because his overall assessment score was too low, he wasn't qualified to carry a gun. Despite carrying very little weight, he was assigned to carry a large amount of ammunition. Baozhu was almost in tears. Is this really necessary? Isn't this a bit too much? 100-pound bag, and I only weigh 170 pounds. Zhang Wenwei shook her head, not much. Even the weirdos are afraid of firearms. What if the other side is an entire army group? This stuff really isn't much. Zhang Sanwen brought over a 15-liter tactical vest and put it directly on Baozhu. It contains bombs, water purification tablets, and signal flares. Protecting it is your mission. Baozhu felt his status in the 5-man squad had changed. He had gone from a useless loser to a useless loser responsible for delivering supplies. Zhu, didn't you dream of a noble life? The organization has already made arrangements with a small country. If you manage to survive the Heavenly Eye game, we arrange a count's title for you, with a fiefdom and permanent land use rights. Baozhu's eyes immediately lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Leave it to me. Chapter 71. Brother, what else do you want me to bring? Bring it all on me. Baozhu, no longer looking lazy and tired, patted his chest and said, Don't let my appearance fool you. I can run marathons. I can finish a full marathon and a half marathon. I don't care about the ranking. I can finish. To escape debt collectors, I even swam across the Yellow River, even though it was the calmer lower reaches, that still took skill. My endurance is amazing. Zhang San, not expecting this guy to be so boastful, immediately said, All right. Hang this survival whistle around your neck. High decibel. Blow it softly. Blow it if anything happens. Brother will protect you. And this orange-red scarf, wear it, it be conspicuous. You be seen from afar, making it easier to spot a target. It be easy to find him if he deserts in the heat of battle. Zhang Sanwen smiled, looking harmless. His promises were far too sweet. He even produced a topographical map, and even told Baozhu to consider what type of castle to build in advance. The construction team is always ready, dedicated to serving you. Great. Brother, why didn't I meet you sooner? Baozhu was completely impressed by Zhang Sanwen's ability to paint a rosy picture. Brother one, I owe tens of millions in debt, and the organization has covered it all for me. That's a huge favor. I used to be a shill, eating dog food, a derogatory term for someone who spreads propaganda. It was my lack of awareness. Now I understand who my real backer is. I know, what I did was treason. I'd be executed 800 times over in wartime without a problem. Thank you, Brother one, for the opportunity. Thank you, Brother one, for sparing my life. I won't say anything more. From now on, I follow you. Xie Yulai walked by with a miniature wireless device, trying hard to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. This Baozhu, he's got a watermelon on his head, so easily fooled. Yesterday's meeting said that if Baozhu suddenly changes his mind, we can use coercive measures and give them 4 law enforcement powers. Zhang Sanwen said to hand them all over to him, no problem. Xie Yulai thought Zhang Sanwen was up to something, but after a few words, Baozhu was crying and calling him brother. TSK. Baozhu is a few years older than Xie Yulai, right? Xie Yulai thinks Baozhu isn't very bright. If it were him, with his experience, He definitely wouldn't be fooled. Xie Yulai carried the equipment to the conference room. Zhang Miyan was writing in her notebook. Hearing the sound, she looked up. Behind her thick glasses, her eyes were dull, and she looked listless. Xie Yulai, if this matter can be handled, I write you a letter of introduction to study in Xiong country. It's well known that Xiong country's light industry is underdeveloped, but its mathematics is truly outstanding. There are also top-notch mathematical talents on the Ganji side. Programming, in essence, cannot escape the realm of mathematics. Everything between 0 and 1 is mathematical thinking. Mathematics is the foundation of programming. The countries of Xiongguo and Ganji share a common characteristic. They have an exceptionally large number of computer geniuses. Xie Yulai's eyes lit up inch by inch, completely forgetting his wariness. Really? The organization will cover all your food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation, with an extra 50,000 yuan per month for living expenses. Also, there will be exchange opportunities in Ganges. My health is poor, so I'm destined not to go very far. Xie Yulai, in the future, you will be my successor, inheriting my entire legacy. Zhang Miyan, still a minor, said these words without any hesitation. Zhang Miyan was an orphan, adopted at birth, and from a young age, she displayed logical thinking abilities far exceeding those of her peers. When she was 3, climbing onto the desk to study math formulas, her older brother Zhang Sanwen was still secretly playing in the mud, and Zhang Wenwei was still crying and begging for fruit. Some people are born to shine. The family didn't put pressure on her, nor did they expect Zhang Miyan to achieve anything beyond human potential. The family standards for raising children were passed down through generations. For words, survive, raise well. Survive means providing a normal level of material comforts and sufficient nutrition. Raise well means that a sapling won't grow into a useful tree without pruning, and a naughty child will be disciplined. Besides that, as long as the general direction is correct and there are no fundamental problems, they are allowed to grow freely. Grow however they want. In Lu Huaixiang's words, the older generation risked their lives so that their children could be independent and stand tall. There were no rules in the family about kneeling and kowtowing during holidays, nor were there any rules about controlling children with external objects. Once they stand up, don't make them kneel down. Forget kneeling, not even bowing is allowed. No matter how much wind and rain there is outside, there's always a hot meal at home. A genius who grows freely is still a genius. When Zhang Miyan was little, she studied the I Ching and Luren divination with her grandmother. Before her grandmother could even distinguish between the pre-heaven and post-heaven Bagua, Zhang Miyan had already started writing divination programs. For Zhang Miyan, everything can be a number. Everything in the world has its own laws. If not, it's simply because they haven't been discovered yet. The so-called way of heaven is nothing more than the laws governing the operation of all things. Everything has a traceable path. Zhang Miyan's existence is something Xie Yulai can never hope to match. It can be said that Xie Yulai heard about Zhang Miyan's legend on online forums from the moment he started learning programming. Zhang Miyan was young, but she entered the industry and became famous early. The few lines of code pinned to the top of the forum drew admiration from countless newcomers. At this moment, Zhang Miyan's allure to Xie Yulai was no less than that of a writer encountering a Nobel laureate and Mao Dun Literature Prize winner. Who wouldn't be bewildered? Really? Can I do it? I'm not qualified. Xie Yulai doubted his abilities. He was completely unaware that Zhang Miyan was also making empty promises. When a promise can be fulfilled, the act of making it itself isn't repulsive. Xie Yulai had no reservations whatsoever. He wanted nothing more than to worship Zhang Miyan. Can I really do it? Zhang Miyan closed her notebook and said seriously, why not? Xie Yulai happily left. Zhang Wenwei went to 2 different places and eavesdropped on 2 conversations, marveling at what she heard. What's the difference between this and a honey trap? Zhang Miyan shrugged. A honey trap uses a beautiful woman as bait, drawing a picture of a cake only to eat the cake. You cast a divination? What was it? Zhang Wenwei chuckled. This year, this month, this day, this hour. Wind and fire family. Top 9, with sincerity and majesty, ultimately auspicious. Zhang Miyan said, Master Zhang, speak frankly. The head of the household must set an example, with honesty as the foundation. Truth without falsehood, following the natural order without deviation. Zhang Miyan added, also, take stock of the items, don't forget anything. Yin Kingdom values honesty most. If 10,000 people say they want to kill Pango, then they want to kill Pango, words become law. Don't say you weren't warned. Zhang Wenwei hummed a tune as she recounted the items. She stuffed the blood glucose meter and insulin cooler she had prepared for Lu Huixiang into her backpack. She put the tranquilizer she had prepared for Zhang Miaoyan into her bag. He put the special medicine prepared for Tian Tian into his bag. He also put various controlled but crucial medications into his bag. He went alone to the meeting, only to be utterly defeated by her humming. Nothing can bring peace and tranquility. The army ceases fighting, the horses gain weight. The killing intent dissipates, the battle clouds vanish. Men are strong, horses are sturdy, generals are old, and soldiers are proud. A total of 55 candidates from various districts were waiting. He packed up and headed to the battlefield. Chapter 72. 6 hours, both long and short. The nations of Blue Star spent their time in anxious waiting. Their citizens were excited, but no one knew who would be chosen. High-ranking officials in some countries were even more nervous. They weren't afraid of being chosen. After receiving news of their high-priced acquisition, they had already left their birthplaces. What worried them was whether Yin Country's risky move, orchestrated over many days, would succeed. What would Pan's attitude be towards Yin Country's actions? Would everything proceed according to Yin Country's plan? Would Yin Country have more influence on Blue Star afterward? Would the order of Blue Star be reshuffled? Would it negatively impact their interests? These questions filled their minds. They desperately wanted an answer. During these 6 hours, 55 people from 11 districts of Yin Country repeatedly checked and packaged the items, and held meetings to exchange ideas. Can you hear me? Cough cough. Zhao Jiancheng stood in the conference room. Even though it was an online meeting, he still looked around as usual. He adjusted his volume and began, I am Zhao Jiancheng, the adopted son of Lu Huixiang, the lucky winner of District 51, and the adopted father of the 3 candidates from District 49. My mother, Lu Huixiang, never married or had children. I, Zhao Jiancheng, have never married or had children. My mother dedicated her life to an unending cause. And I will follow in her footsteps. Throughout history, for politicians, remaining unmarried and childless has always been a risk. This risk lies in the fact that without family, marriage, and offspring, your political enemies will perceive you as reckless, unreliable, and immature. The public will also perceive you as unstable, thus harboring concerns about you personally. This is a fatal flaw. Politicians who choose not to marry or have children, who have no offspring or blood relatives, will never rise to high positions. This is a historical rule, an inevitability of the current environment. Politicians' husbands and wives will also be under scrutiny and compared. A politician without a family is like someone who has lost half an arm. Zhao Jiancheng's political career has reached its peak. There is no further advancement. I have no biological children, but in my eyes, you are all my children. My mother, my children, will once again face the enemy in the Tianmu game. You will, like the sages of the past, retrace your steps. Children, this time I will watch you go to war, and I will welcome you back. Zhao Jiancheng didn't specify how he would welcome the lucky ones back, but everyone present knew that this journey was fraught with peril. Pioneering through hardship to open up the mountains and forests. They are the first truly lucky ones from Yin Kingdom to go to war. Unless Tianmu disappears, there will be a second and a third batch. Zhao Jiancheng no longer needs to avoid the issue, because he will be among the second batch to go to war. Zhao Jiancheng composed himself and said, the next instance is a raid. With 255 lucky survivors, chaos is inevitable. According to Pan, if more than 50% die, the entire team is wiped out. Our goal is to keep the death toll below 127. We have already reached an agreement with the heads of state through diplomatic channels. All of humanity faces a common challenge. We hope you can set aside your preconceived notions. At least in the next Blue Star raid, the 255 lucky survivors will be comrades. If possible, please protect your teammates while ensuring your own safety. Everyone on Tianmu Live can see that your attitude is Yin Country's attitude, your words and actions are Yin Country's words and actions, and your concessions are Yin Country's concessions. Therefore, I hope you will be strong in both fists and morality. You are going to war for all of humanity. Do you understand? Yin Country, of course, will be magnanimous. I hope you can survive. All 60 lucky ones from Yin Country, not one less, will survive. Looking at the empty conference room, Zhao Jiancheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He didn't open his eyes, because he knew that opening them would bring tears. What father would be willing to send his child to the battlefield? Zhao Jiancheng's words left Bao Zhu scratching his head. After the meeting, he asked Xie Yulai, what did the commander mean? I feel like there's a hidden meaning in his words. Xie Yulai really felt that Bao Zhu's mind was a little off. The meaning was practically written all over his face. Magnanimous? Didn't he know what that meant? Yin country's magnanimity has been consistent since ancient times. Calm? Tolerant? Magnanimous? Rational? No. Netizens believe that Yinggua's magnanimity can be summed up in 4 words. Those who obey me prosper. Zhang Sanwen, with his arms around the 2 men's shoulders, smiled brightly. Little Zhao means we must grasp both hands firmly. Grasp reputation, grasp life. 1 fist against the enemy, 1 fist against those who disobey. In this world, there are always people who can't see the situation clearly. 50% is the line between life and death. Whoever fights amongst themselves is trying to cross that line. They are a traitor. Facing a traitor, you must have the means to deal with a traitor. Zhang Sanwen's overly bright smile made Xie Yulai's hair stand on end. Wait, did that leader say that? Was Zhang Sanwen's interpretation really correct? No, why did he call her Little Zhao? Was he out of his mind? Wait. Xie Yulai realized that the so-called 3 children from District 49 were Zhang Sanwen, Zhang Wenwei, and Zhang Miyan. Wait, couldn't 3 generations of your family share the same surname? This makes it hard for anyone to identify you. Given Lu Huaixiang's achievements and Zhao Jiangqing's position, the information available online had been carefully filtered. A lot of information was omitted. If Zhao Jiangqing hadn't said it, Xie Yulai wouldn't have known that Lu Huaixiang was Zhao Jiangqing's adopted mother. Xie Yulai suddenly asked, Brother Wen, how many people are in your family? 5. Why? So, you left your father to guard the house alone? My father is an excellent homemaker. Zhang Sanwen patted Xie Yulai's shoulder, his smile gradually fading. My dad's next one. He's good at cleaning up the battlefield. Xie Yulai watched the countdown clock, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. 9. The promised rally had ended, but after the meeting, there was no eagerness, no high morale. He felt a tightness in his chest, extremely uncomfortable. This can't be allowed. We can't just take advantage of them. District 49 isn't without others. 7. Baoju pulled into his backpack, fastened the straps, and covered the pocket of his tactical vest, which had already been sewn shut. 6. Xie Yulai held the heavy mini radio equipment. 5. The crowd, who had been cursing and chatting amidst the birdsong, fell silent, watching the slowly opening heavenly eye. 4. The Yin Kingdom candidates stood ready. 3. Zhang Wenwei pulled a dagger from her boot. 2. Zhang Miyan dug out some cinnabar ink and smeared it on Zhang Sanwen's forehead. 1. Welcome to the death game. Lucky winners have been selected. Pan's voice echoed across the blue star. Zhang Wenwei looked at the light screen that appeared before her, her tense lips curving into a wide smile. They arrived. The 5 people in the room exchanged glances, their eyes filled with ecstasy. They won. Yin Country's all-out gamble had paid off. Sector 49, 5 selected. Sector 40, 5 selected. Sector 45, 5 selected. Zhao Jiangqing sat in the conference room, listening to the reports, his posture gradually relaxing. A closer look revealed that his once white temples were now soaked with sweat. Meanwhile, the world listened to Yin Country's voice. Many people put down their work, held an emergency meeting, and devised plans for the next round. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in the death game. As Pan's voice faded, 55 lucky winners from Yin Country entered the death game. Song Tianju was gnawing on pickled chicken feet. Suddenly, many people appeared in front of her. She grinned. You're here? My dear comrades, have some chicken feet, all you can eat. Chapter 73. Song Tianjia's overly familiar attitude made the 55 newcomers somewhat uncomfortable. The dungeon opens in 6 hours. I ordered food for you. I didn't know your tastes, so I just followed Xiaobai's suggestion and ordered all 8 major cuisines. There's so much variety these days. Song Tianju said with a look of admiration. Eat and drink well. The lucky ones thought they knew Song Tianju well. They had reviewed every word and action of Song Tianju in the death game. But seeing Song Tianju treating them like family, they were still stunned. Was Song Tianju really this hospitable? The 33 superimposed corpses of the lucky ones had already been stuffed under the table by Song Tianju and his group, completely covered by the tablecloth. The newcomers were completely unaware that 33 people were lying on the ground beneath their feet. They awkwardly sat down and picked up their chopsticks. Zhang Wenwei began, but before she could finish, Song Tianju put his right index finger to his lips. Shh, kids, you eat your food, let us veterans show you our plan. Song Tianju clapped his hands, and the door marked with the number 51 opened, for people filing out. Lu Huaixiang walked in front, hands behind her back, strutting with an arrogant air. Tian Tian and Xie Qishan followed behind, carrying a large rolled-up sheet of paper. Zhao Yubai brought up the rear, his steps faltering. Seeing Lu Huaixiang, the three Zhang siblings immediately stood up. Lu Huaixiang gestured for them to sit down. Sit down, you eat your food, we talk. Tian Tian, Rooster, opened the tactical map. Xie Qishan, nicknamed Rooster, dared not speak out of anger. He and Tian Tian spread out the scroll and held it up high. Everyone saw that the map was densely covered with drawings and writing. Lu Huaixiang said, "Shall Bai go?" Zhao Yubai stepped forward and coughed lightly. Comrades, fellow soldiers, hello everyone. I am Zhao Yubai. Next, I will explain the currently known, bizarre ways to deal with the death game. I will broadly divide them into physical attacks and magical attacks. Please watch the demonstration. A giant frog burst out of room 51, its jaws wide open, glaring at the group. Just as Zhang Sanwen drew his gun and Zhang Wenwei charged forward, Lu Huaixiang jumped up, stuck a piece of white paper on the frog's forehead, and added her own sound effects. Behold my 9 heavens divine thunder. Crackling. The frog collapsed to the ground, its legs twitching, and cried out, "Ah, I'm dead." Croak. Zhao Yubai said at the opportune moment, "Comrades, as you can see, this is a magical attack, and its effect is remarkable. Of course, this is just a drill. No monsters have been harmed. I see you carry quite a few weapons and ammunition. Based on our 51st Squad's current experience, while weapons and ammunition are useful, their effectiveness is still somewhat lacking. They require a high degree of accuracy, making it easy for monsters to counterattack and kill you. Therefore, we come up with a solution, and that is inscription. Of course, not actual engraving, but drawing runes on the bullets. You could also call it enchantment." The newly arrived lucky ones fell silent. They arrived here with the resolve to die, only to be greeted by a feast and a bizarre performance. Her passionate emotions were abruptly interrupted, leaving only a long period of bewilderment. Who were they? Where were they? What were they doing? Was this still the renowned Squad 51, so famous on Earth? Zhang Wenwei covered her face with her hands. She had forgotten that her grandmother was a madwoman. Looking at Squad 51 again, each member was a unique and eccentric individual. Separately, they were each their own king. United, they were a source of bewilderment. Zhang Miaoyan said, "Grandma, you guys are really scary. Are you all crazy?" Lu Huaixiang, feeling a little embarrassed, waved her hand and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Your grandma is a normal person. Alright, eat your food. Given your kids' personalities, you probably didn't eat enough last time. Eat first, then eat again 4.5 hours later. The food here at Pango's place is alright. Before you eat, hand over all your weapons." Lu Huaixiang's eyes were only on the weapons. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at the piles of guns and ammunition. "Men! Keep up the good work." At Lu Huaixiang's command, Tian Tian and Xie Qishan tossed aside the large sheet of paper and began disassembling the bullet boxes. Zhao Yubai, his theoretical analysis completely rendered useless, could only clutch his paper, huddled in a corner, and sigh. Song Tianjiu walked over, patted Zhao Yubai on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "That's life. Many things you do are in vain. Want some chicken feet?" Zhao Yubai, filled with indignation, crunched the chicken bones loudly. Lu Huaixiang shouted, "When you, Miao Yin, bring me the cinnabar and yellow paper. And my little mouse hair brush." Zhang Wenyu and Zhang Miao Yin had indeed brought those things. Lu Huaixiang began drawing symbols on the bullets, a task that tested both skill and patience. Song Tianjiao, stop gnawing on those chicken feet. Let's test the effect. Lu Huaixiang tossed a submachine gun to Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu quickly wiped the grease off his hands on his hospital gown, caught the gun, weighed it in his hand, and smiled. Target, here. Under the bewildered gaze of the newcomer, a large pumpkin shrouded in black mist rolled out of room 51. With a bang, the pumpkin was pierced by a bullet, the bullet hole widening from small to large. The pumpkin didn't explode, proving the rate of fire was fast enough, but also proving the power wasn't great enough. The black mist around the pumpkin weakened the bullet's force. The 55 people's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this. They knew perfectly well the lethality of the weapons they brought. Judging from the result, the force acting on the pumpkin was reduced by at least 70%. Is this the strange difference? Song Tianjiao shouted, "One more target." She pulled a bullet with densely patterned markings from her pocket and reloaded it. At the same time, a large pumpkin rolled out, stopping halfway down. Wang Jiuzhou ran out and pushed the pumpkin into a suitable position. It was still a single shot. This time, The fragments splattered evenly across everyone's faces. A piece of pumpkin peel landed on Zhang Sanwen's head, spinning around before falling to the ground. The crowd, forgetting their food, crowded around to look at the pumpkin, marveling at its beauty. This effect is much better than before. Brilliant. Grandma, we want to learn too. The lucky ones had already started calling the Zhang siblings grandma. Zhao Jiancheng said he treated them like his own children, so wasn't Zhao Jiancheng's mother their wet nurse? Grandma, 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 I want to learn. Lu Huaixiang smiled kindly. Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, we draw inscriptions on the bullets together. I guarantee you learn. The 55 people quickly buried their heads in their food. All the anxiety before entering the death game dissipated at this moment. Being one of the lucky ones, it would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. From the moment they learned they were selected as candidates, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. At this moment, as they ate their food, watching Lu Huaixiang draw inscriptions while scolding the little red flower in the corner who had taken the wrong bullet, they felt exceptionally warm, and their anxious hearts calmed down. However, this scene was strange. Everyone treated going into the dungeon like going to war. They couldn't wait to use their enchanted weapons. Chapter 74. Bao Zhu, while munching on food and drink, asked Zhang San, Brother One, aren't we going to introduce ourselves? Don't we need to break the ice? Zhang San rolled his eyes. Shut up. Eat. Get back to work after you finish eating. Bao Zhu continued, Can I call your grandma grandma? My grandma passed away early. I never even met her. Call her whatever you want. Zhang San glanced at the lucky ones around him, seeing them all silently eating, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Too much tension isn't a good thing. Moderate tension can improve various bodily functions. Excessive tension will only break down psychological defenses, ultimately leading to tragedy. Few of these people had actually been on the battlefield. Yin country had been at peace for too long. Even those carefully selected had rarely actually been on the battlefield or faced death. Coming to this death game, it was impossible not to be afraid. Zhang San's legs were still trembling. Fear and excitement were evenly matched. Grandma, with her extensive experience, quickly put everyone at ease after her quick maneuver. Grandma is truly a genius. Lu Huaixiang tossed a cardboard box onto Zhang Sanwen's head. Zhang San. What are you standing there for? Have you eaten? Come and get to work. A total of 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 3 people per team. Each team has a task of drawing 500 rounds. The ammunition brought this time was tailored to the type of firearm, including 5.56 mm, 7.62 mm, and 9 mm caliber bullets, as well as some special types. Zhang Wenwei even brought a rocket launcher and 3 armor-piercing rounds. A total of 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Unfortunately, transportation was limited. Before they were transported, some were in fighter jets, some in fully loaded armored vehicles, and some were even holding onto the chains on the armory doors. Unfortunately, Pan was ungrateful and didn't bring those things in. Otherwise, let alone 10,000, 100,000, even tens of millions of rounds. Yan's saturation level military equipment is readily available. Even if it's not enough, once the production line is up, it's a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, Pan was ungrateful. Having the equipment, even just this much, was enough to make Lu Huaixiang arrogant. How many divisions does Pan have? Let's have a go. After eating, everyone buried themselves in drawing inscriptions, almost to the point of cross-eyedness. Self-introductions? Forget about it. They were already revolutionary friends, having fought side by side and drawn inscriptions together. Through labor, they had become familiar with each other. From now on, they would share a common grandmother. After drawing the ammunition and having their second meal, everyone carried their guns, ammunition pouches hanging from their bodies, full of anticipation. How many divisions does Pan have? Let's give them a piece of our minds. Finally, the time came. The lucky winners from Yin country, a full squad of 60 plus Wang Jiuzhou, strode confidently into the teleportation area. Meanwhile, the global live stream began. Billions of viewers on Earth eagerly awaited. The live stream showed the entrance to a scenic spot, seemingly unremarkable, much like many other tourist attractions. Ticket checkpoints, ticket booths, security guards wearing baseball caps, and metal barriers separating the entrance. This setup seems to be standard for most tourist attractions worldwide with high visitor traffic. Soon, the lucky winners appeared in the plaza. They appeared in groups of 5 or 10, huddling together, and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Sherry, Baichan. So exciting. It's finally started. I'm from Yin country. Critical hit kangaroo athlete. From the east, I'm from the village. Aurora C. Me, from Ice Island. Sweet porridge to do. First large-scale dungeon, will it be a complete mess? I'm really worried about these lucky ones. G. Lu, Ice Island. You also have lucky ones selected. As the line of lucky winners in the plaza grew larger, the live stream chat also grew increasingly busy. Inside and outside the live stream, everyone was searching for the lucky winners from Yin Country. 12 districts from Yin Country, 60 people. The largest team on the entire Blue Star. Everyone unconsciously wanted to find the Yin Country members. They wanted to see what kind of people these lucky winners from this mysterious Eastern country were. The Yin Country viewers held their hands, suppressing their urge to spoil the plot. Looking at the lucky winners in the live stream, each acting independently, sticking together for warmth, being wary of each other between teams, and even seemingly having conflicts within their own teams, the Yin Country viewers shook their heads repeatedly. It's time to show you what true cohesion is. The Yin Country viewers didn't know how the 55 lucky winners and Team 51 had gotten along over the past 6 hours. But they knew that the 12 districts of Yin shared a common goal and a common belief. After 195 people from 39 teams worldwide, excluding Yin, appeared on the live stream, the Yin team finally arrived. As the unprecedentedly large teleportation area's light faded, 60 heavily armed survivors, arranged in 5 rows and 12 columns, appeared before the international friends and the global audience. One short but remarkably sharp-looking man, carrying an exceptionally long sniper rifle, stood at the head of the group. The international viewers pulled out a specially purchased list of Yin's lucky survivors, and discovered that this man's name was Lu Huixiang. Lu Huixiang is a retired sniper from Yin Country, 88 years old this year. Having just completed the time game, his current age is 47, Lu Huixiang turned around and called out to those behind him, "Count off." The resounding count shocked the entire audience. Yin Country's luck is incredible. Did they draw an entire army? The 195 international guests were stunned, staring at the completely different group, seemingly from another dimension, questioning their own existence. 61 people from Yin Country should be present, 61 people present. Attention! At ease. Greetings to all citizens of Blue Star. Having just finished enchanting their bullets, the group was brimming with passion, their emotions at their peak. They immediately shouted, "The 12 regions of Yin Country greet Blue Star. Blue Star has us. We crushed Kinmu and capture Pan alive." The Yin Country audience's fingers hovered over their keyboards, unable to type a single word. Watching familiar faces show off was truly embarrassing for them. The entire Yin Kingdom audience remained remarkably silent. They had expected a team to emerge, but they hadn't anticipated such a familiar group. For every Yin Kingdom member who had undergone compulsory education, the indelible memory was military training. At this moment, the surfing-loving Yin Kingdom audience was utterly speechless. Zhao Jiancheng watched the live stream, momentarily speechless. The dozen or so people around him were also completely silent. Finally, someone spoke up. "This is a display of morale, albeit a bit exaggerated. But it also proves that our team is very united. Although the formation isn't perfectly aligned, look at their spirit, look at their determination, they are the hope of Yin Kingdom. No wonder he's the political commissar." Zhao Jiancheng mentally gave the speaker a thumbs up. He can praise anything. You really can't be a political commissar without some skill. The Yin Kingdom audience felt a little embarrassed, but also secretly pleased. The audience from other countries, however, were completely awestruck. Chapter 75. 0 yuan purchase every day. Why do the lucky ones from Yin Country look different from our lucky ones? Our lucky ones also have guns. Camels don't like cactus. Has the mysterious Eastern Queen finally lifted her veil, taken off her silk gloves, and is she about to show us her power? Allah above, may the Eastern Queen lead us to victory. Cheer for Big Brother. Is Dongda no longer pretending? Is Dongda finally showing its hand? Is Dongda finally going to make its move? Loyal follower of Guan Yu, if a deity is destined to descend, why must it be from Greek mythology? Why can't it be from Eastern mythology? I desperately hope for the merciful Haotian to descend, and I desperately hope for the dignified Guan Yu to descend. The Strategic Deception Bureau is deceiving me again. On this day, Yin Country finally tore off her disguise and revealed her true self to us. The Yin Country audience was stunned. Are there really people in this world who can praise others even more than they are? They had their keyboards ready to criticize at any moment, but instead, the whole world showered them with praise. Did they open it wrong? No, at least say something insulting so we can retaliate. The Yin Kingdom viewers were grinning from ear to ear. Hee hee, Never seen anything like it, huh? An armed force from a death game. Hee, mine. Just as the world's attention turned to Yin Kingdom, countless gazes of awe, fear, admiration, submission, wariness, and hatred converged on the lucky Yin Kingdom players. A voice resounded throughout the square, transmitted to every corner of the world via the live stream. Welcome to Laughing Amusement Park. This is a group instance, accommodating 255 lucky players. A survival rate of 50% or higher is required. Below 50% results in total death. Warning: controlled items are prohibited in Laughing Amusement Park. Please use amusement park coins to purchase storage lockers to store your items. The 61 members of the Yin Kingdom were utterly bewildered. They had worked tirelessly for 6 hours, all to pull off a spectacular display, only to find out the rules forbade guns? In an instant, the 61 members scattered, their national songs rising and falling like birdsong. Lu Huixiang, hands on her hips, head tilted back, cursed, "Cowardly idiots. Sore losers." Song Tianjiao squatted on the ground, pretending not to exist, and twisted her pistol into a collar, placing it around her neck. After a moment's thought, she pulled out a red ribbon tied with frogs and pumpkins, attaching it to the collar. Life was meaningless. She might as well cosplay as Neza. A small red flower peeked out from her hair. Bao Zhu stood not far away, watching this scene in shock, swallowing hard. Bao Zhu tore open his extra sturdy tactical vest, pulled out a string of small grenades, and rushed towards Song Tianjiu. Can this be handled? Brother Wen said it's highly concentrated bombs, specially made, blessed, and from all religions. The grenades were only 3 centimeters in diameter, painted green, and when pulled out in a string, they looked like grapes injected with growth hormones. Song Tianjiao examined them closely, and discovered that beneath the thin layer of green paint was a layer of cinnabar, and beneath the cinnabar were various engraved patterns. Zhang Wenwei leaned closer, poking the frog's cheeks as she rattled off a list. This is a spell from the Taoist Ancestral Temple, this is from Maoshan, this was given by monks, this was from shamans, this is... A string of over 100 grenades, beneath the thin layer of green paint, were hand-engraved spells from various religions. Not knowing which ones are useful, and which aren't, we just took them all. Bullet engraving is difficult, but we can still make something out of grenades. Your toad is quite amusing. Croak. 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 Bullets require consideration of trajectory, stability, and firing success rate. A barrel explosion is no fun. Hand grenades don't require much consideration. As long as they don't explode before the pin is pulled, you can just toss them around. Not that technically demanding. Song Tianjiu swallowed hard, picked up the bunch of grapes. A hand grenade, and started squeezing it. Soon, the grenade transformed into the shape of real grapes, still the same size, but looking different. Zhang Wenwei clicked her tongue in amazement. Zhang Miuyan leaned closer, picked up a grape, and examined it closely. It really did change the material. Can it turn back? Song Tianjiu nodded. Yes. I'm meticulous in my work. Lucky winners, please line up in an orderly fashion to enter the amusement park. The following are the rules. The Joyful Amusement Park is a place that spreads love and happiness. Welcome to join the happy family. Please play in the amusement park for 3 days. If you die in the amusement park, you will remain there forever. The rules of the Joyful Amusement Park are as follows. Rule 1. Please keep smiling in the amusement park. If you can't smile, at least don't cry. Rule 2. All purchases in the amusement park require park coins. Each person starts with 3 park coins. Rule 3. Park coins are transferable. Happily kill your teammates to receive 5 park coins. Rule 4. Please keep yourself well hydrated and full. Rule 5. The clown does not have red balloons in the park. If you see the clown with a red balloon, please pretend you didn't see it. Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Paradise, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and the Tree of Wisdom. There is no Misty Forest in the park. If you accidentally enter the Misty Forest, please leave immediately. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by all the requirements of the amusement facilities. Park security will remove disruptive visitors. Thank you for reading. We wish you a complete nightmare at Laughter Amusement Park. After learning the rules, many people turn their attention to the weak. According to the game rules, park coins are very important. Each person starts with 3 park coins. Killing a teammate rewards 5 park coins, plus the teammate's original 3. That means killing one person yields 8 park coins. Rule 4. Please keep yourself well hydrated and full. From this rule, it can be seen that to survive for 3 days in Laughter Amusement Park, a stable supply of food and water is necessary. So, will this be a bloody killing game? The international server is buzzing with discussion. The Yin Kingdom viewers remain silent. The international viewers assume the Yin Kingdom disdains communication, but in reality, the Yin Kingdom viewers have started another broadcast, and in the broadcast room, they are frantically talking on the microphone. Sweet porridge to do. I'm so suffocating. I don't even dare to speak on the international server. Wow, so that's what they think of us? The Eastern Queen has lifted her veil. Are they talking about us? Sherry, Baichan. It seems the camel side has always thought this way. From Rome to Qin, in their culture, we always been the distant, mysterious, and treasure-filled Eastern overlords. Sima, you whole family, I'm embarrassed. I specially changed my keyboard just to make it easier to criticize, but now I'm too embarrassed to. Ji Lu. The shift in public opinion is too fast, it's likely a conspiracy. This is trying to make us arrogant. The Yin Kingdom audience habitually deviates from the topic. In their view, the game rules aren't a problem at all. All 7 rules combined aren't as noteworthy as the 50% survival threshold. The Yin Kingdom audience has confidence in the lucky ones from Yin Kingdom. They firmly believe that this group of lucky ones will absolutely not kill each other. These 60 people, plus Wang Jiuzhao, are a unified whole. Rule 4. Please stay well hydrated and feel full. Is this really a problem? Chapter 76. Rule 4. Keep yourself well hydrated and full. This rule immediately dispelled any wishful thinking. Although few people notice this, humans are actually very resilient to hunger. 3 days is not a problem as long as there is a small amount of water intake. In extreme cases, without water or food, humans can survive for 4 to 7 days. Of course, this extreme situation does not consider the consequences. At present, it's a choice between starving for 3 days and death. Most people, regardless of their initial choice, will ultimately choose to starve for 3 days. Survival is the most primal instinct of all living things. Rule 4 directly adds qualifiers to hunger and thirst. Well hydrated, full. This made many viewers on Earth think of a possibility. The first reaction of viewers in Yin country was the few brief mentions in historical records. A great famine occurred, and people ate each other. Overseas viewers immediately thought of Hannibal and cannibals. They were thinking of a common problem: cannibalism. Overseas viewers were already on edge, anticipating a morally reprehensible and dehumanizing spectacle. They began cursing Pan and condemning the game. Fear took root in everyone's heart. In the live stream room set up in Yin country, the atmosphere was strangely tense. Yuan Yiqing, Pan, you're too young, you can't handle this. Maybe you should just get out. Fusheng, I see that green belt over there, it's quite nice, it's pitiful to look at. 8 imperial envoys. As everyone knows, humans are omnivores. Looking at the map shown in the rules, it covers at least several hundred acres. It's normal for some wild vegetables to grow there, right? Ai Wait, look at Tian and Wang Jiuzhao. The Yin Kingdom viewers spotted Tian and Wang Jiuzhao in the live stream. They were squatting on the ground, eating pumpkin bread, one large and one small, carrying 2 camouflage backpacks. When a lucky Yin Kingdom participant looked over, Tian immediately pulled out a pumpkin bread from her backpack. Want some? The lucky Yin Kingdom participant turned to the person next to them and said, Giggle, this isn't right. This isn't what I saw. What I saw wasn't pumpkin bread, only death. The person called Giggle kicked the other person in the butt. How many times have I told you? Don't call me Giggle. Don't call me Giggle. Don't I have a name? Please call me Jie Fengming. Zhao, can you please empty the water from your head, take your brain out, and wring it out properly? Tian and Wang Jiuzhao exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. How could anyone be called Giggle? Is that even a proper name? Zhao Yuan took some pumpkin bread and squatted down with 2 other people, eating it. Seeing this, the Yin Kingdom audience realized how incredibly young Pan was. They had pumpkin bread. After finishing the pumpkin bread, there was still pumpkin left. Don't underestimate the power of Nandatu. Signalize. Based on my understanding of Teacher Pumpkinhead, there's plenty of pumpkin bread. Li Yongyan, pumpkins are a treasure trove, providing carbohydrates, protein, dietary fiber, vitamins, and water. Invincible greenweed, old Pan, if you can't handle this, you should step down. I have an idea. Randomly select 6,000 people to play at the amusement park for free. The one with the most points wins a box of eggs. ABA. A pumpkin cooking competition is being held in 51 regions worldwide. The winning region will receive a pumpkin medal and 100 tons of pumpkins. AIUNZAIGNZ. Upstairs, I'm following your event. It sounds interesting. 8 Imperial Envoys. Wait a minute, that was Zhao. Do you remember Qin Qishir Zhao? He hasn't appeared in a long time. Could he be Zhao? Yuan Yiqing. His Majesty has been gone for a long time with the Momo army and the Xinjiang army. Your Majesty, I miss you. Wait, the netizens who were watching the drama with me have entered the death game? That's practically my network in the death game. Li Yongnian. I beg your Majesty to unify the charging ports. I beg your Majesty to lead the army to conquer the Pan. Fusheng, your Majesty, I believe you. With your personal command, we can rest assured. Go Qin Shi Huang. The Yin Kingdom audience's reaction was as usual. Some went off topic, others made jokes. The Yin Kingdom's think tank, which had already undergone a major reshuffle, watched the audience's interaction with mixed feelings. According to current statistics, Pan doesn't derive much fear from Yin Kingdom. Next, we need to discuss how to bring Yin Kingdom thinking to the rest of the world. For Yin Kingdom, gods have never been objects of inexplicable worship. Yin Kingdom doesn't support idol gods, much less evil gods. Pan, this thing that spreads fear, is something to be trampled underfoot in Yin Kingdom folklore. Useless trash that only causes trouble and doesn't do any work will be executed. After discussion, the Yin Kingdom's think tank unanimously approved a proposal to establish a secret organization called the Yin Kingdom Public Opinion Risk Control Bureau, or Huoluan Bureau for short. The Huoluan Bureau urgently and secretly recruited members, aiming to spread Yin Kingdom's unique ideology to the world. Useless gods are worse than dogs, useless pans are dogs. Humans are born noble, though all things may not belong to us, all things will ultimately be used by us. Many viewers in Yin Kingdom receive secret invitations, and the live stream chat in Yin Kingdom's separate room immediately halved in number. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, the lucky winners were queuing to buy and have their tickets checked, following the security guard's instructions. The queue was long, filled with various tourists, including tour groups wearing different colored vests and hats. The 200-plus lucky winners were extremely inconspicuous among the crowd of tourists. Beside Xiao Yubai was a notice board. After reading its contents, his eyes widened. Free admission for those under 1.2 meters, half price for those over 1.2 meters, and under 1.4 meters. Xiao Yubai turned to Xie Qishan at the back of the line and burst out laughing. Brother, it seems you don't need a ticket. Xie Qishan, currently 9 years old, but much shorter than his peers, didn't want to speak. He really wasn't 1.2 meters tall, just over 1.1 meters. In a sense, this was a good thing. But Xie Qishan felt uneasy. Xiao Yubai continued reading the notice board. Lu Huixiang cursed loudly. 1 amusement park coin per locker. What kind of profiteer is this? 3 amusement park coins per person, 2 for the ticket, 1 for the locker. This time, they're going to use up all the amusement park coins? Who would believe this isn't a deliberate trap set by the rules? Of the 61 people from Yin country, Wang Jiuzhao, as the substitute victim, wasn't among the lucky ones and didn't have any amusement park coins. But according to the Happy Amusement Park's pricing standards, Wang Jiuzhao needed to pay for the ticket. Xie Qishan is under 1.2 meters tall, so he gets in free. He saves 2 amusement park coins. Tian is under 1.4 meters tall, so she gets a half-price ticket. She saves 1 amusement park coin. The amusement park coins saved by the 2 of them can be used by Wang Jiuzhao. Actually, there's also free admission for those 70 years and older, but Lu Huixiang is currently 47 years old and doesn't qualify for free admission. Chapter 77. The lockers strictly adhere to a one-person one-locker policy. No matter how much stuff an individual has, it can all be stored in one locker. The 61 people from Yin Kingdom are all heavily armed, and their controlled items are prohibited from entering the amusement park. Therefore, everyone needs a locker. The crowd queued to buy tickets, and then queued to open lockers. After all that, they were broke. The 61 people waited in line for the amusement park, each with a pumpkin bread in hand, munching and sighing. Xie Yulai looked dejected. My hands were shaking from drawing the talismans, and they won't let me bring them. The others also looked crestfallen. They came expecting to go to war, but they started at an amusement park. And they can't even bring their equipment. Sigh. Lin Manji, belonging to the 45th District team, and in the same team as Xie Fengming, Zhao Yuran, Qin Yinxiu, and Luo Yanqing, suddenly said, Hey, this pumpkin bread is really delicious. How many do we have? His words attracted everyone's attention. Lin Manji scratched his head, puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Zhang Samwen gestured. Shoo! The amusement park notice says no outside food or drink is allowed. Eat it while you can. They won't let you bring it in later. Lin Manji didn't believe it. He threw his bag on the ground to wait in line and ran to check the notice board. Sure enough, at the very bottom, he found a line of tiny print, about the size of an ant. Please do not bring food or water into the amusement park. This was a rule of the amusement park, not written into the game rules. Rule 7. Please strictly abide by all the requirements of the rides. Park security will take away disruptive visitors. It is known that the notice board at the entrance prohibits bringing food and water. It is also known that the park entrance is not the same as the rides. Therefore, bringing food and water into the amusement park does not violate the park's rules. Lin Manji's eyes darted around as he ran back to the group, opened his backpack, and began stuffing compressed biscuits and chocolate into his pockets. He lowered his voice, saying, "A proper amusement park checks bags, not pockets. Stuff it in your pockets. Stuff everything you eat and drink in your pockets." The lucky newcomers from Yin Country didn't carry much food. Besides the usual compressed biscuits and chocolate, each had a multifunctional marching water bottle. Wang Jiuzhao and Tian opened their backpacks, which were full of pumpkin bread. The lucky Yin Country members stuffed bread into their pockets, stopping what they were eating to grab another, one in each hand. The water bottles, filled with water, were put into their hoods with the help of their teammates. The pumpkin bread was large, but their pockets were spacious enough to hold it all. The lucky Yin Country members' clothing was uniform, combining windproof and warm features with outdoor off-road capabilities. The clothes had many pockets, large capacity, and the backpacks had external hanging systems. 5 people per group, 5 bags and 5 sets of clothes combined, enough to even assemble an inflatable boat for crossing water and a windproof tent. Each group brought an extra set of spare clothes, which were now worn by Team 51. No one asked the pointless question of where the bread came from. Anyone who had watched Team 51's live stream knew that Team 51 was full of hidden talents, with several oddballs among them. Quickly, say thank you, Teacher Nandatu. The little red flower on Song Tianjia's head swayed left and right, looking arrogant. Under the red silk disguised as a scarf, 2 frogs and a pumpkin were croaking. Song Tianjia pulled a bunch of grapes from his pocket and distributed one to each person. Xie Yulai, unaware of the reason, immediately tried to stuff the grapes into his mouth. These grapes are huge. Where did they come from? They look delicious. Baozhu exclaimed smugly, "Try them, and you die. These are real treasures. If you tear off the stem or bite into one, it explode. Impressive, right?" Baozhu chuckled as he stuffed the grapes into his pocket. The others, seeing the grapes, the size of a baby's fist and a vibrant green, swallowed hard, abandoning their urge to eat them. There was no question about it. They carefully stuffed the grapes into their pockets and zipped them up. The ticket gate line moved slowly, stretching for dozens of meters across 5 gates. Besides the lucky ones, there were other tourists, creating a noisy atmosphere. The lucky ones from other sections didn't choose to queue at the gate where the Yin Country's line was. The appearance of the Yin Country's lucky ones intimidated them. They dared not approach and exchange words. When they saw the Yin Country's lucky ones stuffing bread into their pockets, they quickly stuffed food into their pockets as well. Everyone on Earth knew that before the Death Game's lucky draw, one should prepare supplies in case of trouble. Anderson, a member of Squad 21, silently calculated the total number of Paradise coins held by all the lucky winners. There were 255 lucky winners in total, with a total of 765 Paradise coins. Amusement park tickets cost 2 Paradise coins per person, and lockers cost 1 Paradise coin per person. Anderson knew that in Yin Country, because everyone needed lockers, the Paradise coins were already used up. Controlled items included firearms, ammunition, knives, crowbars, baseball bats, etc. Almost everyone selected to enter the death game immediately searched for weapons. Therefore, most people needed lockers. According to Anderson's observation, only 5 lucky individuals hadn't purchased lockers. He gripped his knife, weaving through the long queue, quickly spotting his target and thrusting the knife into their lower back. "Dear friend, would you choose to lose a Paradise coin or your life?" Yin Guo was stunned by this scene. Invincible Greenweed. Is this guy really that bold? ABABA? Is he doing something indecent in front of the entire planet? Isn't he afraid of retaliation against his family? Signalize. I seen his eyes. He won't survive 3 episodes. See me your entire family. Good heavens, really good heavens. Haven't seen anyone so audacious in a long time. Usually, people like this won't last long. Soon, Anderson obtained 5 Paradise coins, adding to his remaining 1, for a total of 6. Anderson thought, 6 paradise coins should be enough for 3 peaceful days at the joyful amusement park. Song Tianjiao squatted on the ground, cracking sunflower seeds, stuffing the shells into the side pocket of Wang Jiuzhou's backpack. She moved forward with the security line, hopping sideways like a frog. Wang Jiuzhou hopped in the same way, except he was eating pumpkin bread. Many people in Yin were attracted by their strange behavior and squatted down as well. Zhang San asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something? Is there a problem?" Song Tianjiao, still holding sunflower seeds, pointed in a direction with her middle finger and said, "Over there, the one with the red hair and those khaki pants. He's already stolen 5 paradise coins." Everyone was shocked. Zhang San decisively said, "Go in and kill him. This guy is scum." Lu Huaixiang tapped Zhang San on the head with her pipe. "I call you Zhang San. Do you really think you're some kind of outlaw? The whole world is watching. You can't act without a legitimate reason. Your grandma is truly my grandma." Everyone gave Lu Huaixiang a thumbs up. Lu Huaixiang nudged Bao Zhu with his pipe and said, "You're the one. You look like a traitor. Once we're inside, let's figure out how to get some paradise coins, so we can set a trap for that bastard." This started causing trouble right from the beginning. He's clearly not going to stay put. Now he dares to rob 5 people. Later he dared to kill 5. If he dares to kill 5, he dared to kill 50. We only have a little over 200 people, and he's ruined so many of them. Over 50% are dead. We're all finished. This escalating rhetoric completely fooled the international audience. Freedom every day. This lady is absolutely right. Chapter 78. Freedom, happiness, ugly, soft. You're absolutely right. That person is a cancer. If it were me, I would definitely choose to eliminate that red-haired demon directly. I love mashed potatoes. Yin country is too lenient. Why can't they represent Blue Star and eliminate that cancer? Did you buy for 0 yuan today? Yes. Yin country is still too lenient. I support eliminating that person. He robbed 5 lucky people. My God, he almost took 5 lives. Strategic Deception Bureau, Sea and Land Branch. That person disrupted the balance among the lucky people. He will be the fuse for all problems. I love stargazing pie. You're right. You're right. I support you. I love fried fish. You are truly a group of insightful people. It's an honor to interact with you. The Huoluan Bureau has taken action. Newly recruited members have already infiltrated the international live stream and started working. Yin country viewers could immediately tell how many of their own people had infiltrated the international live stream, but the international friends were completely unaware. International viewers, unaccustomed to the deluge of public opinion, were completely oblivious to the problem. The viewers in the separate live stream room in Yin country were practically bursting with laughter. Yimu of Tongqing, Grandma Lei Ting's subtle, incremental approach was absolutely brilliant. It's Momo, not Momo. This is exactly the same sentence my mom uses to scold me. If you don't go to class today, you miss some knowledge points. If you miss some knowledge points, your exam results will be bad. You'll be placed in a lower-ranked class. If you hang out with lower-ranked students, you won't get into a 211 or 985 university. If you don't get into a 211 or 985 university, you encounter a lousy company for your internship. If you're a slave, your life will be bleak. I just missed a class because of a cold. Besides, who isn't a beast of burden? Moon barks. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Rabbit C. Lu. I can't laugh. It feels like they're acting against me. Who isn't a beast of burden? When you feel very tired, it doesn't necessarily mean you're climbing uphill. Someone might be riding on your shoulders. Love of Jieshang. We're just netizens. Why are you attacking me like this? Ah, look. It's our turn for security. The viewers from Yin country, who had strayed from the topic, hadn't forgotten the live stream. They were constantly monitoring the live stream. When they saw Zhang Sanwen walk towards the ticket gate first, everyone held their breath. Zhang Sanwen had 2 pumpkin breads in his pants pocket and grape bombs in his shirt pocket. These were things that Happy Amusement Park didn't allow. After the ticket check, Zhang Sanwen went through security. The machine didn't detect any metal objects, and just as Zhang Sanwen continued to walk forward, a security guard stopped him. Wait, what's that in your pants? Everyone was startled by this question. Was Zhang Sanwen about to die before even starting his mission? Zhang Sanwen reached into his pocket and pulled out something. Unfolding it under the guard's watchful gaze, it was a compression garment. The guard frowned and reached for Zhang Sanwen's pocket. Zhang Sanwen immediately roared, "What are you doing? Who gave you the right to touch me?" The guard's voice was extremely stern, Bringing food into the amusement park is not allowed. Which eye of yours saw food? Where's your manager? Call your manager over. I want to ask, isn't touching visitors without permission part of the park's rules? Zhang Sanwen's voice was loud and imposing, instantly stunning the security guards. The guards, noticing a lower-level park manager had taken notice, immediately made way, saying, "Security check passed, please proceed." Zhang Sanwen, hands in his pockets, strolled forward leisurely. The live-stream viewers breathed a sigh of relief. Yuking scared me to death. Zhang Sanwen truly lives up to his name, that imposing presence. He's inherited the true essence of Thunder Grandma. Yokai Hinkari. Generally, amusement parks don't allow visitors to bring their own food to boost sales. With such strict regulations, it seems the prices at Happy Amusement Park are quite high. Strawberry-flavored matcha roll. Look, the lucky winners in other lines have followed suit and passed through. It seems these security guards are just paper tigers. The ticket gate where the lucky winner from Yanguo was located, along with the other 4 ticket gates, all passed through security smoothly. When it was Song Tianjiao's turn, the supervisor, patrolling by, saw the flower on Song Tianjiao's head, and his pupils dilated in shock. The supervisor pointed at Song Tianjiao's head, hesitatingly saying, "This tour is to you." Li Xiao. "Oh no, Feng Dahua's been discovered." Push and uninstall again. Dahua, is this considered fair evasion? Yi Xinchen. Out-of-park coins. Do I need to buy a ticket? Eat 3 bowls at a time. Nervous, so nervous. Song Tianjia rubbed her ears, muttered something, took the little red flower from her hair, and presented it to the supervisor. "A hair clip, do you want it?" "It's yours." In Song Tianjia's palm lay a small red flower hair clip, with a delicate flower stem, a tiny flower, and a small black base. It looked like a normal decoration, no different from a small green sprout hair clip. The supervisor, however, took a step back, her face showing a hint of fear, and said in a trembling voice, "Welcome, please come in, have a good time. This is a sausage voucher, a free gift." The junior manager, dressed in a suit and tie, his forehead covered in cold sweat, handed over a slip of paper with both hands. The slip read, "Sausage voucher. Redeem this voucher for 1 sausage." Song Tianjiu shook his head. "There are so many of us, 1 sausage isn't enough to share. It's not about having too little, it's about not sharing it evenly. It's too much of a shame to eat it all by myself, so I take it. The ones behind, go. I see the drop tower, I want to ride it." Hearing this, Wang Jiuzhao immediately went through security. The supervisor jumped again, carefully observing Song Tianjia's expression, and quickly pulled out a stack of sausage vouchers. He didn't even count the vouchers, stuffing them all into Song Tianjia's hand, and then immediately ran off. He was so fast, you think he was on roller skates. Song Tianjia looked down at the sausage vouchers, a whole stack, probably 100 thick. She took a few steps to the side and began handing out vouchers to her teammates. 1 for each person, line up to get them, 1 for everyone. Pumpkin bread is delicious, but you can't eat it every day. Having a grilled sausage is always good. Everyone stepped forward to collect theirs. Wait a minute, this isn't right. I didn't see any of these, yet there are free grilled sausages? Zhao Yuan muttered, taking the sausage coupon from Song Tianjiao. Upon hearing his words, Song Tianjiao immediately snatched the coupon back. "All right, you're out of sausages now. You saw the right thing." Zhao Yuan's eyes widened, and he fell silent. Before entering the dungeon, Song Tianjiu had glanced at the list while the others were enchanting their bullets. She remembered this Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was someone who seemed to possess supernatural abilities. He was the one who kept claiming to be Qin Shi Huang in the livestream. Momo, Crazy, Qin 7th generation Zhao, Zhao, 8th generation Qin. These were all aliases created by Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan's ability was to see the past, future, and present simultaneously. The world he perceived was at least 4-dimensional. Normal people see a 3-dimensional world, including length, width, and height, but Zhao Yuan could see an additional dimension. Time. According to Zhao Yuan, he saw everyone as if they were insects, and the length of an insect was the length of its life. Chapter 79. Zhao Yuan's body was trapped in the present, but his soul could see the past and the future. For him, the cause, process, and result of many things existed simultaneously. The birth, growth, and death of life occurred at the same time in his eyes. The rooting, sprouting, flowering, and bearing fruit of a seed was a matter of a single instant in his eyes. The human brain struggles to adapt to this ability, thus Zhao Yuan developed multiple personalities. Or rather, he firmly believed that certain historical figures were him. Song Tianjiu realized that his comment, What you saw was correct, had directly shut down Zhao Yuren's brain. Situations were constantly changing, and therefore the world in Zhao Yuren's eyes was also constantly changing. This made him appear both sensitive and dull. Once things developed beyond his comprehension, he would stop thinking, like an electronic device freezing. Song Tianju felt some sympathy for Zhao Yuren. A life without suspense is quite boring. She patted Zhao Yuren on the shoulder, comforting him. All right, don't think about those things, eat and drink well. But do you see bullets as just a line? You're perfect for fighting, able to quickly predict someone's next move. You're practically a born fighting genius. And you can simulate life. Every action you take can instantly produce the result. You're practically a human simulator. Zhao Yuren, Song Tianju shoved the sausage coupon back into the completely brain-dead Zhao Yuren's hand, and continued handing them out to the others. While all 61 people from Yin country had passed through security, the lucky ones from other areas had also passed through security, and were sizing up the Yin country lucky ones. Seeing that each of the lucky winners from Yin country had a sausage coupon, the others were envious. Everyone knew the importance of food at the Laughter amusement park. Anderson took off his shoes, and pulled out a small knife hidden under the insole. He set his sights on the remaining stack of sausage coupons in Song Tianju's hand. Sausage coupons? Good stuff. With these, I won't have to worry about food. Snatching them one by one was too tiring, and many of the lucky winners from Yin country looked like they could fight. Anderson knew Song Tianjiao. She was a mad woman. Anderson had watched all the highlight reels of the 5 lucky winners from Yin country's Area 51. He firmly believed that Song Tianju wasn't the strongest one. Her fighting ability wasn't particularly high. Song Tianju was just good at being friendly, and could fight the weirdos. If he took care of Song Tianjiao, he could get 5 park coins and a stack of sausage coupons. Anderson couldn't help but smile. He was confident that after killing Song Tianjiao, he could escape unscathed. Just hide, survive for 3 days, and I can leave this hellhole. Anderson was brimming with confidence. Just then, a cry came from not far away. The crier was a thin man, one of the 5 whose paradise coins had been stolen by Anderson. He finally broke down in tears. The lucky winners from Yin noticed this, and all rushed towards the crying lucky winner. Bao Zhu, the slowest to move, lagged behind, looking up to the sky and exclaiming, "My ancestors! What are you crying for? Are you out of your mind? The rules aren't a joke." Among them, a half-covered adult male lucky winner from Yin was closest to the crying lucky winner, and was the first to reach him. Before Qi Ningxiu, the lucky winner from District 45 of Yin Kingdom, could speak, the supervisor who had given Song Tianjiao the sausage voucher appeared out of thin air, swiftly snapping the lucky winner's neck and tossing him to the ground. Qi Ningxiu stared blankly at the head rolling at his feet, then slowly turned to look at the supervisor. The supervisor smiled broadly, making a smirking gesture with his index fingers near his cheek, excitedly saying, "Please keep smiling in the amusement park. If you can't smile, at least don't cry." Rule 1. The crying lucky winner became the first person to trigger the rule after entering the Laughter amusement park. Blood gushed from the crying lucky winner's chest, spraying 3 meters high like a fountain. Almost all the sprayed blood landed on Qi Ningxiu. The hot blood hitting his head made Qi Ningxiu's pupils suddenly contract. The death of a fellow human had never been so close. Qi Ningxiu, the lucky one from District 45, stood out from tens of thousands of applications to become a candidate because of his strength and willpower. He clenched his fists, anger pounding in his chest. Moments later, his teammates arrived. Seeing Qi Ningxiu about to fight, Xie Fengming immediately reached out to try and pull him away. Although there was no rule against harming NPCs, caution was still necessary upon entering the amusement park. A few drops of blood were on Anderson. He shook his head in disgust and scolded, "Useless." Anderson considered himself a strong-willed person. He would never do something so pathetic. It was just a small thing, yet he broke down and cried. What a waste. Everything happened quickly. The others were still on their way. Anderson, realizing Song Tianjiao's path was leading in his direction, immediately grinned arrogantly and raised his dagger, aiming it at his chosen prey. "Lamb from Yin country, put your..." "Ah!" Before Anderson could finish, Song Tianjiao leaped forward, using his dagger-wielding hand as leverage, and plunged into the pool of blood. Her landing wasn't easy, and her newly donned brown tactical boots were stained crimson by a second splatter of blood. Song Tianjiao turned back, disdainfully saying, "Couldn't you have a better footing?" She could have landed gracefully, but her landing point wasn't stable enough. The foreman, facing the diverse expressions of the crowd, smiled and slowly retreated, his figure growing increasingly distant and ethereal until he vanished completely. Song Tianji picked up the head from the ground, trying to put it back. The headless torso lay on the ground, only blood flowing endlessly, staining a large area of the surrounding ground red. The entrance to the scenic area is marked by the Tree of Wisdom, with bas-reliefs of tree roots on the ground. Blood flows along these reliefs towards the Tree of Wisdom. The tree roots on the ground seem to be alive, absorbing the blood. Song Tianju crouches on the ground, still cradling the head whose expression remains one of weeping. It is a man with blonde hair and azure eyes. Judging by the aging process of Westerners, this weeping lucky one appears to have just come of age. In an instant, the world trembles. 255-1. This is the first death in the amusement park instance, and the first time many lucky ones have faced death directly. This near-horrific manner of death has left an indelible shadow on the hearts of many lucky ones. Qin Yinxu remained standing, refusing to budge an inch no matter how Xie Fengming and Lin Manji tried to pull him. The upper half of the young man's face, exposed to the air, is completely covered in blood, making his gaze appear even more ferocious. Anderson glanced around at the diverse expressions on the faces of the crowd, his smile growing increasingly arrogant. Just trash. Anderson completely forgot that his earlier attempt to attack Song Tianjiu had already exposed him. Even if he hadn't succeeded, he should have left immediately. The next second, Zhang Wenwei kicked him to the ground. Chapter 80. The death of the first crying lucky winner dealt a heavy blow to the hearts of the 250 lucky winners, who had newly joined the death game worldwide. The almost absurd rules of the game had truly become a death knell. Someone forced a grim smile, afraid to cry out loud. At this moment, all the lucky winners from Yin country had gathered around. Even Bao Zhu, the slowest among them, squeezed into the crowd, standing at a distance, tiptoeing to observe. The blood flowing towards the Tree of Wisdom increased, and within moments, the lucky winner, whose neck was still bleeding, had turned deathly pale. Bao Zhu dared not look at the severed wound, dared not look at the blood on the ground. He stared at the crying lucky winner's clothes, silently swallowing, forcing a smile. Rule 1, it's terrifying. Suddenly, Bao Zhu noticed something moving under the crying lucky winner's clothes. He covered his mouth and took a step back, stepping on Anderson's injured arm, who was still lying on the ground. Bao Zhu shouted, "Something! Under the clothes! Something!" Anderson stared intently at the foot that was stepping on him, his face extremely pale. Boundless rage almost consumed Anderson. His eyes grew increasingly red, his emotions becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Anderson wanted to kill, and stubbornly believed that Song Tianjiu was the perfect target. Anger had clouded Anderson's judgment. A fragrance that invigorated him hung in the air. Everyone was drawn in by Bao Zhu's startled breath, and then saw something wriggling beneath the clothes of the weeping lucky man. Upon closer inspection, one could see fluffy, root-like substances enveloping the corpse. The weeping lucky man's skin grew increasingly deathly pale. Zhang De, a former frontline medic in the Yin army, stepped forward and pulled gloves from his pocket, putting them on. Zhang De lifted the clothes of the weeping survivor, and was horrified to see roots, as thick as fingers, embedded in the flesh. The writhing of the abdominal cavity was even visible to the naked eye. Zhang De's gloved fingers pressed gently against the corpse's abdomen, his face growing increasingly grim. He turned to Lu Huixiang, who was standing on tiptoe peering in, and said, "The abdominal cavity is empty. It's filled with these roots." Before anyone could be puzzled, how could the abdominal cavity of someone who had been alive just a short while ago be empty? Then everyone heard a series of cracking sounds, followed by the corpse's chest collapsing. Plants make sounds as they absorb water and grow. In the quiet of the afternoon, completely setting aside one's chaotic thoughts, careful observation and listening will reveal how plants climb, unfurl, and absorb water. Plants also move, but animals rarely observe them closely. A root, about the thickness of a finger, pierced through the abdomen of the weeping lucky one, its color a mixture of white and red. The translucent white was because the newly grown root hadn't yet fully developed. The red was the color of flesh and blood. The lucky ones held their breath, watching the body, near or far, gradually becoming an empty shell. Their confusion had vanished, their gazes, uncontrollably drawn, followed the flow of blood. Their eyes fell upon a gigantic, leafy tree, its leaves moving without wind, heart-shaped, appearing from afar only as a green tinged with red, exuding an eerie quality. That was the Tree of Wisdom. The Tree of Wisdom was part of the Laughter amusement park area, and a landmark. Someone remarked, "There wasn't red before. This tree wasn't red before." Fear fermented among the crowd. Until the body of the weeping lucky one completely transformed into a thin layer of human skin, wrapped up by the fully revealed roots, like a haphazardly rolled up map, kneaded and shaped, clothes and all, into a ball and pulled into the ground. A root as thick as a wrist emerged from the ground, attempting to snatch the head held by Song Tianjiu. Before it could truly get close, it was entangled by a slender red vine. The white root, as if electrocuted, rapidly retracted and burrowed into the ground. The small red flower on Song Tianjiu's head was also taken underground. Then, countless tiny red roots, like a spider's web, wrapped around Song Tianjiu's blood-stained shoes and hands, sucking up the blood before quickly departing, taking the weeping lucky one's head with them. A portion of the joyful red roots rushed towards Qin Yinshu, covered in blood. The fine, dense red roots completely enveloped the tense man, then swiftly departed. Everything happened quickly, the bloodstains and the corpse vanished in an instant. If it weren't for the lingering smell of blood in the air and the holes in the ground, one would doubt whether it had actually happened. A chilling silence fell. Everyone stared at Song Tianjiu and Qin Yinshu, a palpable sense of unease rising within the crowd. Song Tianjiu forced a smile, touched her head where the little red flower was gone, and was about to say something to ease the tension when someone suddenly rushed up from behind her. "Kill you, and you get 5 paradise coins. You get lots of sausage coupons." Anderson's eyes were bloodshot, gripping a small knife, his expression crazed, completely devoid of basic reason. Anderson didn't even notice the stares of the Lucky Yin Kingdom members around him, as if he were already dead. Not far away, the tree of wisdom trembled, its leaves stained crimson with blood, and a strange, sweet fragrance filled everyone's nostrils. Song Tianjiu smelled that scent, and her emotions were amplified. Uncharacteristically, she turned sideways and reached for the dagger, almost touching it, her fingers tracing Anderson's arm down to his elbow joint, twisting it backward. Her other hand pressed against Anderson's shoulder, and almost simultaneously, she twisted it backward. Anderson still held the dagger, but his arm was bent at an angle no normal person could achieve. The next instant, Song Tianjiu gripped his wrist and, using the dagger in his hand, slit his throat. No blood gushed out. The instant the blood vessels in his throat were severed, countless red roots surged into the vessels. Anderson made an unreadable sound from his throat, his eyes filled with terror. At this moment, fear and regret were too late. Song Tianjiu released his grip, and Anderson fell to the ground, enveloped by ever-growing red roots, forming a deep red sphere. The sphere shrank smaller and smaller. His yellowish-brown pants and white shirt were expelled, the roots burrowing back into the ground, as if nothing had happened. The arena fell silent. All the lucky winners except for the one from Yin country looked at Song Tianjiu with awe and fear. The international audience outside the arena, however, gasped in amazement. Many of the lucky winners inside the arena were unaware of what Anderson had done, but the viewers in the live broadcast were fully aware of Anderson's heinous acts. The Strategic Deception Bureau is deceiving me again. Such fast movements, is this Yin country kung fu? My pen pal from Yin country told me that not everyone in Yin country knows kung fu. I have reason to suspect he's lying to me. A loyal follower of Lord Guan, according to our laws here, I declare this Yin country girl innocent. She stopped an atrocity. Chapter 81. Kangaroo Athlete's Critical Hit. I didn't even see what happened. My God, it was faster than my grandfather killing a chicken. My grandfather killed a chicken, and it was still alive 3 days later. Did you buy for free today? Thanks to the Yin Kingdom girl for giving Anderson a quick death, although I think he should have been hanged. Cheer for Big Brother. The distant east, my second home. Camels don't like cactus. The strong Anderson, in front of her, is like a clumsy and useless elephant. The Hualuanju member looked at the keyboard in front of him, and suddenly felt completely useless. This feeling of having great scholars debating with me after going global is both strange and exhilarating. Congratulations to lucky Song Tianjiu for achieving the first kill and receiving 5 paradise coins. The deceased lucky Anderson dropped 6 paradise coins, for a total of 11. Current dungeon lucky players 253/255, survival rate 99.2%. The notification sound echoed in the amusement park. 11 paradise coins appeared in Song Tianjiu's hand, one side depicting a smiling clown, the other a crying clown. The coins felt heavy in her hand, with a cold, metallic touch. Song Tianjiu glanced at the wary lucky ones watching her, then strode towards the remaining 4 who had been robbed by Anderson. She handed them the paradise coins one by one, returning them to their rightful owners. The 4 lucky ones, holding the coins, nearly cried, but forcibly held back, covering their mouths and looking at Song Tianjiu with complex expressions. Clearly, they didn't understand why Song Tianjiu was doing this. He who kills will be killed. The rules of Yin Kingdom. This sentence was crudely translated by Tianmu Live as, "I will kill those who killed me, that's my rule." The lucky ones visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Song Tianjiao thought she was a genius. She could even comfort people like this. She held up a stack of sausage coupons and said, "The Yin Kingdom team is temporarily recruiting. The first 20 to sign up will receive a sausage coupon. First come, first served." Upon hearing this, the 4 lucky ones whose paradise coins she had returned immediately raised their hands. "My name is Guer, and I'd like to join your team." The person speaking trembled, struggling to hold back tears. This was a blonde girl, from the same country as the crying lucky ones. They had similar hair and eye colors. Guer's smile was forced, her eyes still tinged with fear. More people raised their hands, far exceeding the 20 Song Tianjiao had mentioned. Those who had initially hesitated, seeing so many hands raised, slowly raised their arms as well. Everyone knew this was about choosing sides. It was about stating their position. At this moment, these lucky ones who had raised their hands weren't sure if they would become cannon fodder, but it couldn't be worse than this, could it? Tian, come and count the number of people. Wang Jiuzhou is handing out sausage coupons. Song Tianjiao called out from behind, and Tian and Wang Jiuzhou immediately ran out. Tian looked up at the foreigners with their arms raised, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She seemed completely unfazed by the loss of 2 lives, displaying a lively and cheerful demeanor. Wang Jiuzhou, with a lollipop in his mouth, given by someone, counted the sausage coupons one by one. Wang Jiuzhou exchanged a few words with Tian and said, 39 sausage coupons. 45 people raised their hands. Upon hearing this, the lucky ones with raised arms began to observe the others around them. Some lowered their arms, while others kept them raised. Several lucky individuals, who had been observing, quickly counted the number of participants and slowly raised their arms. Over in Yin country, a group of people were gathered together, and Lu Huixiang was collecting sausage coupons. Lu Huixiang, clutching a stack of sausage coupons as if they were a wad of small bills, strode over and handed one to Wang Jiuzhou. "Here are 58. Wang Jiuzhou took it, putting his own sausage coupon in, and Tian also handed over one. The atmosphere had reached this point, and Song Tianjiao pouted. She could only pull a crumpled sausage coupon from her pocket and hand it over. The supervisor had given them a stack of sausage coupons, a total of 100. At this moment, Wang Jiuzhou held out 100 coupons. 100. Wang Jiuzhou held up the sausage coupons in his hand, and instantly more lucky individuals raised their hands. At this moment, apart from Song Tianjiao, no one else had any paradise coins. The sausage coupons were like a lifeline. Chinese audiences were used to this tactic, while international audiences were somewhat bewildered. Aurora C. They didn't even exchange words, they just pulled out their sausage vouchers. "I can dance the hula, if it were me I wouldn't." Food is very important in this amusement park. And they were out of park coins. You could say they risked hunger and death to pull out their sausage vouchers. An Indian, how did they manage such unity and sacrifice? Is there reason to suspect that China brainwashed them? 2 Indians. Yes, I think so too. I love that. See, hello, friend from the West Coast, perhaps you heard of communism. The Chinese media, after observing the public opinion, realized there was absolutely no need to intervene. At this rate, the team will disband. No, they have to do something. Potato mash I love. When faced with something like the descent of the heavenly eye, of course we must unite. Stargazing party. Let's put aside the past for now, and figure out how to take down Pan. We have a common enemy now. Strategic Deception Bureau, Sea and Land Branch. Pan is nothing to be afraid of. My grandma appeared to me in a dream, saying Pan is just a fragile piece of paper. Fried fish I love. Yes, 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 my great-grandfather also appeared to me in a dream. Hualuen Bureau in progress. The Chinese audience laughed, joining the wave of public opinion, trying to brainwash their international friends. Pan? What's so scary about that thing? Even in Greek mythology, it wouldn't rank highly. Better to believe I am God's son than afraid of it. Look up Hong Xiuquan. Pope's certification. The scriptures you have now were all revised by Hong Xiuquan. So, are you convinced or not? What religion, what faith, what original sin, everything must be used for my benefit. Otherwise, why would I exist in this world? Why would I be born into this world? Wherever the Yin Kingdom viewers go, the discussion inevitably goes off topic. Yin Kingdom viewers, under the guise of unknown IPs, begin their charge. It's a complete reversal of fortune. The gloom of the 2 lucky winners' consecutive deaths in the Tianmu live stream is slowly dissipating, and international viewers are beginning to doubt whether Pan is really that terrifying. Seriously, Pan doesn't even rank in Greek mythology. A mere Pan has scared them? 2 rounds of lucky winners. Combined, only 505 people were selected. This number is negligible compared to the total population of Earth. What are they afraid of? Everyone is asking themselves this question. What am I afraid of? What truly terrifies them is the unknown, the camaraderie of witnessing the deaths of their own kind, and rules that are drastically different from their understanding. Everyone knows that being hit by a car is likely to result in death. When faced with someone who has died in a car accident, people feel fear and regret, but not anything strange. But if someone tells you that crying can lead to death, and that someone has already died in front of you, you will feel terrified. The disruption of this sense of order is the source of all unease. Chapter 82. The Yen Kingdom audience was frantically indoctrinating their international friends with their ideology. Grilled squid. Pan has several divisions. We should hate it like we hate invaders. Super random characters. Pan has broken the rules of this world. We should find a way to teach it a lesson. We are human beings. We cannot fear a beast. The Book of Immortality. Humanity all over the world should unite. We are one side. As the most intelligent beings, we have a responsibility to protect this world. Use every means to eliminate Pan. Love of the tragedy. This is the devil disguised as a god. Face it head on and defeat it. The Strategic Deception Bureau is deceiving me again. Why are you so confident? The Yen Kingdom audience didn't know what they were confident about, but they were confident nonetheless. Even if they couldn't see the possibility of eliminating Pan now, they firmly believed that one day they could. They had won many times, resisted many times, and looking back, they had never lost. Confidence is more important than anything else. From the dawn of creation to the present day, tens of thousands of years of legends and myths, millennia of imperial changes, and countless wars have ravaged the land. Of all the ancient civilizations on Earth, only the Yen Kingdom still stands. This heritage is unique to Earth. The Yen Kingdom's audience sometimes doesn't even understand where their confidence comes from, yet they are confident nonetheless. A mere lowly god impersonating a Greek god, an evil god who lives on fear, dares to act so arrogantly? A complete waste. The Yen Kingdom's native mythology system ranges from the Jade Emperor to the Kitchen God and the Earth God. Even the Dragon King who controls the clouds and rain, and the household spirits guarding each home. They all have to do their jobs. In years of severe drought, the Dragon King temple is to be demolished. When disaster strikes a household, everyone from the Heavenly King to the Kitchen God will be blamed and resented. The Yen Kingdom doesn't believe in original sin. The people of Yen revere heaven, earth, their ancestors, and the deities of their mythological system. Their reverence isn't for atonement. It's pragmatic. Heaven is wrong, earth is wrong, ancestors are wrong, gods are wrong. It's never our fault. Ancestors, I offered you so much. What's the point of not protecting me? The Yen Kingdom doesn't have fear of the gods. Incense and altars can be used to worship gods. But if these gods are truly high in the clouds, doing nothing. Sorry, come down. If the Yen Kingdom has any faith, it's that it doesn't support idol gods. If there truly are gods in this world, then the Yen Kingdom's gods must have the heaviest performance targets. International audiences were bewildered by the pronouncements of Chinese netizens, seemingly from unknown IP addresses, who claimed they were willing to work even if it meant sacrificing their own dignity. They were beginning to question the true nature of things. Religious views were being reshaped. Even more absurdly, Chinese netizens were self-consistent. While other religions have inconsistencies, the pronouncements of Chinese netizens were remarkably self-consistent. Since heaven gave me life, I am noble. Otherwise, why do I exist? The lucky winners worldwide are currently divided into 2 camps. The Chinese camp and the non-Chinese camp. The Chinese camp consists of 60 lucky winners from China, 1 substitute victim, and 100 lucky winners recruited with sausage vouchers. Ignoring others, if the entire Chinese camp survives, the survival rate will exceed 50%, allowing them to successfully complete the Laughter Amusement Park. Those lucky winners, who didn't join the Chinese camp, looked at the 160-person team as if they were looking at an indescribable monster. Can they really guarantee food and water supplies and prevent internal strife? This question echoed in the minds of many lucky members outside the Yen Kingdom camp. Based on the current situation, the advantage is ours. Lu Huixian was pleased. She pulled out her walkie-talkie and said with a smile, "Giggle, your squad and Squad 40, take the new friends to exchange for sausages. The rest of you go check out the Playful Paradise, and keep in touch. Regular Channel 1, Emergency Channel 2, stay connected." As the most senior and experienced member of the team, Lu Huixiang was undoubtedly the commander-in-chief of the Yin Kingdom team. Jia Fengming no longer wanted to explain that her name wasn't Giggle anymore. She glared at Zhao Yiren and Lin Manji. These two big mouths. She finally got a new environment and escaped the name Giggle. And these two let it slip. Zhao Yiren and Lin Manji looked down at their feet, completely avoiding Jia Fengming's gaze. Giggle, what a catchy name, easy to pronounce, simple to remember. Each squad in Yin has 2 walkie-talkies, each tuned to a different frequency. Theoretically, the 5-person squads don't split up. On Earth, the walkie-talkies have an effective range of 15 kilometers. With a small relay station, the range would be wider. In this instance world, it's unknown whether their effectiveness will be reduced. The group agreed to report their location every 500 meters on Channel 2. Xie Yulai, acting as the relay station, is primarily responsible for tracking the positions of each squad and handling emergencies. Xie Yulai's backpack is specially designed, worn in front, and opens to reveal various devices and screens. At this moment, the screen displays 24 densely packed dots. These are all walkie-talkies from Yin. 12 green dots represent Channel 1, for everyday communication. You can chat and communicate at any time. 12 orange dots represent Channel 2, for emergency communication. Do not use this channel except in emergencies. The backpack is heavy, the lower half is a charging compartment. To complement this charging compartment, in addition to a hand-cranked discharge generator, District 45 even has a specially assigned person capable of abnormal discharge. Since discovering her supernatural ability as a child, Luo Yanqing has been cooperating with the Research Institute. After Yin Country began its migration plan, the authorities directly included Luo Yanqing in the pre-selection list. It must be said that District 45 is full of talent. Zhao Yubai noticed the silence among the crowd and stepped forward to analyze. Theoretically speaking, Mischievous Paradise should be the easiest. Judging from the name, it's suitable for younger children. The Yin Country audience nearly burst into laughter. 360 degrees creative world. Xiaobai, stop analyzing. Haven't you noticed you're panting even when you walk? You're getting on in years, save your breath. SJNH. Xiao Bai's physical condition is so bad, even Tian can't keep up. I'm really afraid he won't catch his breath. Tan Shui, Bai, stop talking really. I seen the list of lucky winners, everyone's silent because they know what's going on. Mu Hua, Bai, stop now, this batch is full of big shots. Zhao Yubai was oblivious to the audience's comments. He looked down at Tian and asked, have you ever been to an amusement park? Tian looked at him blankly, took out the special medicine brought by Team 49, and stuffed it directly into her mouth. Brother Xiaobai. Uncle Xiaobai, Dad said that when people get old, their minds don't work as well, and it's true. I never been to an amusement park. As far as I can remember, my activities have always been around the hospital area. Zhao Yubai clutched his chest. He suddenly felt a pang of conscience. Soon, the group arrived at the playful amusement park. The rides here included a carousel, a sky train, a water fortress defense game, and an airplane battle game. Admission to the amusement park rides is free, but there are height restrictions. There's already a long queue for the carousel. Xie Qingshan looked at the height requirement for the sky train, remained silent, but judging from his expression, he was internally cursing. Chapter 83. The group chose the carousel, the safest ride, and went to queue first. Carousel, maximum capacity of 108 passengers per ride. Those under 1 meter tall are not permitted to ride. Those with high blood pressure, heart disease, or motion sickness are not advised to ride. Completing one carousel ride earns 1 park coin. Each person can earn a maximum of 3 park coins per day at this facility. Watching the children laughing on the carousel, and the slowly rotating horse, the group felt good for the time being. Song Tianju was the first to rush into the queue. She stood on the bottom railing, hanging from it, watching the laughing tourists. It was visibly slow, the speed of a normal amusement park ride. At this speed, an adult could even stand and walk while the carousel was running. Song Tianju was somewhat pleased. This park coin is quite easy to earn. Croak! 2 frogs jumped down, hopping over the railing and leaping directly onto the rotating platform. Croak! Croak! The pitiful croaking of frogs echoed incessantly, causing a commotion among the tourists in line as they searched for the source of the strange noises. Mommy, it's a frog! Nonsense! How could there be frogs here? The staff patrolled the area, but found no unusual creatures, and returned to their original spot. Finally, the carousel finished its run, and 2 frogs tumbled and scrambled down, rolling to Song Tianjia's feet. You? The lucky guy from Yin looked curiously at the two vomiting frogs, then at the carousel, his eyes now filled with awe. The walkie-talkie crackled, and Xia Fengming's voice came through. 1 grilled sausage per park coin, 1 bottle of mineral water per park coin. The grilled sausages weren't very filling, so we shared the bread with them before they could barely eat their fill. Currently, it seems each person needs at least 1 grilled sausage and 1 pumpkin bread to feel full. Squid skewers are 2 amusement park coins each. Rigiamo, Chinese hamburger, are 3 amusement park coins each. Tornado potatoes are 2 amusement park coins each. Jia Fengming briefly reported the prices. Everyone's heart sank. They had guessed prices at the amusement park would be high, but they hadn't expected them to be this high. 1 ride on the carousel only costs 1 amusement park coin. A maximum of 3 coins per day. It seems they have no choice but to ride the carousel. And 3 times, Jia Fengming continued. Staying overnight costs 5 amusement park coins per person. The staff said that if you don't stay overnight, you'd be eaten by the misty forest. Rule 6. The park is divided into 5 areas: Mischievous Paradise, Dragon Valley, Ocean World, Grassland Tribe, and the Tree of Wisdom. There is no misty forest in the park. If you accidentally enter the misty forest, please leave as soon as possible. According to the rules, there must be a misty forest, otherwise the rules wouldn't emphasize it repeatedly. Moreover, the misty forest is likely some kind of opportunity. What kind of eat did the staff mean? Ribbit, Big Flower can eat too. Ribbit. Big Flower said there's a forest below Ribbit. The frog stopped vomiting, and immediately a mini pumpkin person jumped off Song Tianjia's shoulder. The pumpkin person, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a bucket and a mop, quickly cleaning up the filth on the ground, wiping the mouths of the 2 frogs clean, and even taking out a bottle of air freshener and spraying it around. The lucky ones knew this was a strange creature Song Tianjiu had brought from Xianlu Middle School, but they hadn't expected it to be so considerate and proactive. Jun Qin Ning, another day of wanting Pumpkinhead Teacher. I am Chuha. Pumpkinhead Teacher is an absolute must-have for home and travel. He's capable and gluttonous. LRNIL. Upstairs, I think you're saying something weird. Iyaluaji Chiochi. The misty forest sounds ominous. According to the staff, if you don't stay overnight, you enter the misty forest. In 3 days at the amusement park, you need to stay at least 2 nights, which means 10 amusement park coins. That's a bit of a trap. Danling. Song Tianjiu has 11 amusement park coins. After returning 4, he has 7 left. Besides that, everyone else has at most 1 amusement park coin. Now, the only option is to participate in as many rides as possible to earn amusement park coins. Just as the Yin Kingdom audience was enthusiastically discussing and analyzing, a voice rang out throughout the amusement park. Congratulations to Lucky Abraham for killing Lucky Dyson, and as earning a reward of 10 amusement park coins. The deceased lucky player, as dropped 1 paradise coin, totaling 11. Currently, the number of lucky players in the instance is 251/255, with a survival rate of 98.43%. Clearly, someone has already started a killing spree. Song Tianjiu felt the smell was familiar, but couldn't immediately recall where he had smelled it before. Just then, another round of the carousel stopped. Visitors, please proceed forward, watch your step. 10 lucky players from Yin Country, including Song Tianjia's team of 51, boarded the new round of the carousel game. Song Tianjiu chose a carriage, with Tian Tian and Xie Qingshan sitting on either side of him. The carriage behind them carried Lu Huixiang, Wang Jiuzhao, and Zhao Yubai. Soon, music started playing, and the carousel began to run. Song Tianjiu felt everything rushing by, the sounds of horses neighing filling his ears. The carriage lurched violently, even starting to turn sharply. Tian Tian and Xie Qingshan nearly got thrown off. Song Tianjiu reached out, one hand on each side of the carriage window, the other on the door frame, leaning back to barely steady himself. Tian Tian and Xie Qingshan grabbed the carriage window with one hand and clung to Song Tianjiu's arm with the other, also managing to stay upright. Song Tianjiu realized the simulated carriage had become a real one. Through the window, he could see horses galloping around. Ordinary tourists sat on the horses, laughing and playing freely. The lucky ones clung to the horses' necks, barely avoiding being thrown off, looking extremely disheveled. The duration of a single song seemed exceptionally long. Song Tianjiu suspected that this carousel was targeting the lucky ones. The music stopped, and the moment the game ended, the lucky ones practically tumbled and scrambled off. Passing the entrance, their companions asked how it went. All 10 of them gave a thumbs up in unison. Song Tianjiu managed to squeeze out 4 words, Very good, great. Afraid of saying more, she just spat them out. Garbage game, preferential treatment. 10 people rushed out of the carousel area and vomited profusely by the flower bed. Before they finished, dozens more came out, lined up, and vomited like crazy. This one amusement park coin was truly hard-earned. Pumpkinhead stood guard to the side, rag in hand, ready at any moment. When CF Foaming and his group arrived, the lucky ones from Yen Country were sitting in chairs, lost in thought. They held their hard-earned 3-game coins in their hands, somewhat dazed. Their heads were buzzing, their brains felt like they were being shaken. You already got the game coins? What equipment? Is it dangerous? CF Foaming counted the heads and immediately became eager to try. After checking, there were no casualties. Zhang San, his eyes glazed over, showed the amusement park coins in his hand and pointed to the carousel, saying, "Where did you get these?" Then, all 110 people excitedly ran towards the carousel. Chapter 84. 15 minutes later, over 100 people were huddled by the flower bed, creating a striking scene. You? Floating fan. I shouldn't have laughed, but it was really funny. Is the carousel really that scary? Socrates. I have a question. If I throw up, will I be hungry? I can't just eat it all back up. Lazy sheep whimpers. Upstairs, please. Please. Please stop. Please stop. Mooli. The carousel is so cruel. Eating it is pointless. Song Tianju slumped in his chair, rubbing his stomach, and sighed deeply. I'm a little hungry. This is truly a losing proposition. One ride on the carousel earns 1 amusement park coin. Riding it 3 times a day earns 3 amusement park coins. The result is that the food in the stomach is vomited up, and then hunger strikes, requiring reading. This is a completely unprofitable proposition. 3 amusement park coins aren't enough, at least 4 are needed, plus a bottle of water, as vomiting will dehydrate the body. In other words, vomiting once requires 5 amusement park coins to recoup the loss. Unless one can get used to the carousel's speed and stop vomiting, the carousel is a losing proposition. Over 100 people, some sitting, some lying down, mechanically stuffed pumpkin bread into their mouths, their eyes devoid of light. Although everyone received 3 amusement park coins, it was a real loss. Song Tianjiao, swaying his dizzy head, stood up and pointed to the nearby water ride, saying, I go check that out. Water Fortress Defense. 5 players per session. Those under 1.4 meters tall are not permitted entry. Minors must be accompanied by a guardian. Successfully completing 1 Water Fortress Defense earns the team 6 amusement park coins. Each person can earn a maximum of 5 amusement park coins per day at this facility. Song Tianju read the requirements and immediately ran back. The others listened to the notice board, expressionless, munching on their pumpkin bread, their eyes still devoid of light. Zhao Yubai continued to try to analyze calmly. It's a trap. 5 people sharing 6 amusement park coins will easily lead to conflict. The death game is in groups of 5. This facility is entirely designed for groups. Participating 5 times yields 30 amusement park coins, with each person getting a maximum of 5, a direct cap. Participating 4 times yields 24 amusement park coins, with 4 people getting 5 and 1 person getting 4. It's not about scarcity, but about inequality. Would 4 people waste time participating in an extra game for another person? This is a simple math problem. It's also a test of human nature. So far, the lucky ones have all realized that the underlying logic of the laughter amusement park is a race against time. The lucky ones use time. Exchanging energy for amusement park coins, one must endure numerous temptations and tests of humanity. Every facility has its traps. The carousel, with its excessive speed and jolting, makes people vomit. What will happen in the Water Fortress defense battle? Most people are still exhausted from vomiting, barely managing to eat pumpkin bread to keep themselves from starving. Lucky Guy Archimia died of starvation. Current instance, Lucky Guy 250/255, survival rate 98%. Pen's voice, like a death knell, told, another vibrant life vanished. Song Tianju said, I'm going to participate in the Water Fortress, who's with me? We need 5 people per group. Zhao Yubai tried to get up, but couldn't manage it several times. Nandata handed him a glass of pumpkin juice, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and with remarkable foresight, pulled out a blood pressure monitor to take Zhao Yubai's blood pressure. Zhang Wenwei thought the blood pressure monitor looked familiar. She opened her bag, and sure enough, it was gone. When did this pumpkin-headed guy take the blood pressure monitor? She hadn't even noticed. Systolic 80, diastolic 47, heart rate 111. Blood pressure is low, heart rate is high, please rest. Nandata pulled out a small notebook and recorded Zhao Yubai's physical data. Then he gave the checkup record to the next lucky person. The lucky people let Nandata handle them, their eyes filled with confusion. Is this pumpkin guy a logistics staff member? He seemed so considerate. Where did the pumpkin juice come from? Can we have a cup? Lu Huaixiang stood up and said, I go. At the same time, the three Zhang siblings stood up. The equipment requirements didn't say that people from different groups couldn't mix, so it was allowed. With a height requirement of 1.4 meters, Tian and Xie Qingshan naturally couldn't participate in this project. The 5 people successfully entered the water fortress defense area. There was no queue, and the area in front of the entrance was deserted. The 5 people started the game immediately. The game was simple. Use water cannons to shoot at rubber ducks floating in the water, and if all the ducks sank within the time limit, you get amusement park coins. It wasn't difficult, at least not to onlookers. Song Tianjiao, caught up in the game, was completely numb. Quack quack quack. A flock of ducks. No, not ducks, a flock of geese was attacking them. Song Tianjiao was standing on a lotus leaf, surrounded by 3 geese. He had to fight back while maintaining his balance, and his bottom was accidentally grabbed by one of them. Song Tianjiao shouted, I want to eat stewed goose in an iron pot. Lu Huaixiang, standing on a lotus leaf nearby, was also trying to maintain her balance, one hand on each goose's neck. The old woman gritted her teeth and said, Eat. Lu Huaixiang tried to break the geese's necks, but found they were inflatable and impossible to twist. Immediately, she gritted her teeth and said to Zhang Wenwei, Fire at me. According to the game's rules, you needed to use water guns to attack the geese and sink them all to pass the level. These geese were truly determined to bite. Song Tianjiao held a water gun, trying her best to attack the goose biting her rear. She wanted to bite the goose, but every bite tasted like plastic. The geese were like Schrodinger's cat. When attacking, they were authentic geese, but when attacked, they were like rubber ducks. Zhang Wenwei was attacking the goose in Lu Huaixiang's hand, while simultaneously defending against geese lunging at her, all while maintaining her balance. Zhang Miyan and Zhang Sanwen were in a similar state of disarray. The 5 of them were in a complete mess. Finally, as the water rippled, the lotus leaves beneath their feet tilted, and they all fell into the water, where they were attacked by dozens of geese. 10 minutes later, the 5 men emerged, clutching their backsides and limping. Wang Jiuzhao greeted them, asking with concern, How are you? Song Tianjiao pulled out 6 freshly minted amusement park coins, showing off their spoils. Bao Zhu, seeing the 5 men limping with their backsides twitching, was baffled. What's wrong with you? Zhang San asked, waving his hands repeatedly. What are you asking? What's there to ask? Can't you just get moving? Hurry up. This game is pretty good. There was no danger to their lives, and they wouldn't vomit, just sore backsides. Those wicked geese, they just bite people's backsides. The 5 men shouted in unison, united in their hatred. Let's eat stewed goose. Seeing that the 5 men weren't about to vomit, and seemed quite energetic, the others immediately got up to participate in the Water Fortress Defense game. The Water Fortress Defense game could accommodate a maximum of 6 groups, that is, 30 people. 10 minutes later, the 30 people emerged, clutching their backsides, showing off their newly acquired amusement park coins. The others immediately swarmed around them. How was it? Was it difficult? Not difficult. Really not difficult. The 30 people exclaimed in unison, It's very simple. Go on. Go on. Chapter 85. The rain they've been soaked in must be soaked in by others. When there's no immediate danger to their lives, their teammates are the greatest danger. Having been carried off by geese, they feel invincible. Nothing can defeat them. Tian and Xie Qingshan, being too short, didn't participate in the Water Fortress defense. With their height, besides the carousel, they could only participate in the airplane battle and the sky train. Airplane battle, maximum 14 passengers per ride. Those under 1.05 meters tall are not allowed to ride. Not recommended for those with high blood pressure, heart disease, or motion sickness. Completing one airplane battle and successfully completing the challenge earns 1 park coin per person. Each person can earn a maximum of 3 park coins per day at this facility. Sky train, maximum 24 passengers per ride. Those under 1.1 meters tall are not allowed to ride. Not recommended for those with high blood pressure, heart disease, motion sickness, or acrophobia. Completing one sky train ride earns 1 park coin per person. Each person can earn a maximum of 3 park coins per day at this facility. Of the 4 attractions in the Playful Paradise, only the Water Fortress Defense is unique, requiring a team of 5, and limiting each player to a maximum of 5 paradise coins per day. The other 3 attractions allow a maximum of 3 paradise coins per player per day. The airplane battle, at first glance, looks like a spinning game, but it's actually a shooting game. Song Tianjiu and Tian Tian finally got their turn, sat down, and the game began. Airplane battle is a 2-person team, one controlling the direction, and the other controlling the shooting. Song Tianjiao and Tian Tian were one team, while Wang Jiuzhe and Xie Qishan were the other. Looking at the deep blue background and the roaring fighter jets, Song Tianjiao's DNA stirred. The game began. Tian Tian was flustered, while Song Tianjiu used both hands and feet, doing the work of 2 people. Tian Tian sat to the side, the seals clapping. Sister Tianjiu is amazing. Song Tianjiu raised her chin, a smug look on her face. I'm a genius. The overseas audience applauded Song Tianjia's overt confidence. I can dance the hula. Song is a genius. She's so amazing. Freedom every day. My grandfather was a veteran, and he told me he couldn't do it. The Yin Kingdom audience was speechless. Don't even mention your grandfather being a veteran. Even if your grandfather were an astronaut, he still couldn't do it. This game is completely 2-player, who in their right mind would use both hands and feet to control it. The Yin Kingdom audience covered their faces with their hands, completely speechless. They felt as if they had returned to the very beginning of the death game. Song Tianjiu squatted in the center of the room, holding a stainless steel basin containing a large pork knuckle, chin raised, and introduced herself. I think I'm a genius. Having witnessed Song Tianjiu's many outrageous antics, the Yin Kingdom audience only had one thought in their minds. She might really be a genius. On Wang Jiuzhe and Xie Qingshan's side, Wang Jiuzhe was responsible for the direction and angle, while Xie Qingshan was responsible for shooting. Their teamwork was precise down to the degree of the firing angle. Aside from the initial adjustments to their coordination, they didn't make a single mistake. Camel doesn't like cactus. Geniuses. They're all geniuses. Yin Kingdom's lucky ones. So many geniuses. Being praised like this, the Yin Kingdom audience felt embarrassed to discuss the lucky ones outside of their own camp in public. They couldn't afford to hurt the harmony. The group queued 3 times, successfully participating in 3 airplane battles, each receiving 3 paradise coins. The sky train was an overhead track shaped like a hot air balloon. After takeoff, the entire Laughter amusement park could be seen. Each hot air balloon could carry 8 passengers. The lucky ones from the Yin Kingdom camp excitedly boarded, but as the balloon gradually ascended, their faces grew paler. Finally, the temperature dropped, the air thinned, and Laughter amusement park became just a tiny dot, surrounded by black mist. Song Tianjiu took out an oxygen mask from his backpack and put it on. Each of the lucky Yin Kingdom members had one. It came with their backpacks. It was stored in a special compartment. Song Tianjiu gave the middle finger to the dark horizon. Earning even 1 amusement park coin was incredibly difficult. In the same hot air balloon basket as Song Tianjiu was a blonde girl, one of the lucky ones robbed by Anderson earlier, named Guer. Guer's face was deathly pale, and she looked like she was about to cry. Seeing this, Song Tianjiu quickly covered her face with the oxygen mask. Are you afraid of heights? Guer shook her head vigorously, her eyes still wet. Song Tianjiu was genuinely afraid she would burst into tears on the spot. She was already traumatized by all the blonde, blue-eyed lucky ones, always feeling like they might burst into tears at any moment. Just then, a hot air balloon nearby let out a gasp. Song Tianjiu rushed to the edge of the basket and saw a lucky person plummeting rapidly. At that height, it was almost certain death. Song Tianjiu also felt the urge to jump, as if a voice below was calling to her. So, she braced herself with both hands and jumped. Tianjiu? Wang Jiuzhe rushed over to grab Song Tianjiu, but only managed to touch the hem of her clothes. Song Tianjiu head first, hurtling towards the ground at incredible speed. The red ribbon around her neck swayed in the air, like a ribbon on a kite, unfurling in the gale. The Yin Kingdom audience jumped to their feet, staring in disbelief at the scene. Is Amma withdrawn today? Does Song Tianjiu have a fear of heights? Did she jump because she couldn't bear it? Mu Shuwei, the little madwoman is gone just like that? No. Everyone, look! A green flower slowly unfolded in midair. Finally, everyone realized it wasn't a flower, but a green parachute painted with a frog's head. The parachute wobbled precariously, looking like it couldn't bear the weight. The frog's head had 2 large eyes pointing skyward, and it grinned with a gaping maw. Global audience, Although they shouldn't be laughing at this time, why did they find it a little funny? Why was the parachute shaped like this? The audience kept switching perspectives, finally seeing what was below the parachute. Song Tianju was scrambling to hold a pale-faced Lucky Girl, two frogs gripping her hair, struggling to keep from flying off. A pumpkin-headed figure was attached to the nylon strap of a backpack, its mouth wide open, biting Lucky Girl's hair. Ribbit! I can't hold on anymore, Ribbit! Ribbit! The wind is so strong, Ribbit! Lucky Girl was on the verge of tears. She had no idea how she had fallen. Now, seeing the ground getting closer and closer, she screamed. Song Tianjia's head throbbed. Lucky Girl was making a fuss, and so were Sun Daqiang and Wang Darren. Only the pumpkin-head teacher was reliable. Song Tianjia yelled, "Shut up! Don't cry! Don't wail! Or I let go!" Lucky Girl hiccuped in fright. Lucky Girl's face was deathly pale, but thankfully, she showed no signs of crying. Song Tianjia breathed a sigh of relief. She fumbled in her pocket, and pulled out a brown sugar plum-flavored lollipop. Without even unwrapping it, she shoved it into Lucky's mouth. Lucky stopped crying, but was stunned. The parachute lurched downwards, becoming increasingly turbulent due to the updrafts. Fortunately, the parachute was of good quality. Even with the weight of 2 people, it didn't give up. Song Tianju struggled to control the parachute, trying to avoid falling into the black fog. The frog-head-shaped parachute spun above the Happy Amusement Park, descending in a spiral, attempting to find a suitable landing spot. Finally, the parachute wobbled and landed on the Tree of Wisdom. Song Tianju saw the green and red leaves and cursed under her breath. Damn it! Chapter 86. Under the force of gravity, Song Tianjiao and the Lucky One landed on the treetop and continued their descent, eventually becoming stuck in a branch in the middle of the Tree of Wisdom. Song Tianju had one leg on one branch and the other on another intertwined branch, his whole body twisted into the shape of a candy cane. Damn it, so damn bad. How did I end up here? Song Tianju cursed, the leaves of the Tree of Wisdom swaying silently. A patch of red and green, exuding an eerie atmosphere. As the leaves of the Tree of Wisdom swayed, Song Tianjiao smelled its scent again. Sweet and sticky, like some kind of oversprayed milky perfume. Achoo! Song Tianjiu sneezed, pulled the candy cane from the Lucky One's mouth, who was covered in bruises from being hit by branches, tore open the wrapper, and then stuffed it back in. You can't cry after you eaten the candy. Lucky Girl, biting into the candy, clung to Song Tianjiao, trembling all over, her voice muffled. I don't know why I jumped. I didn't mean to. Song Tianjiao knew why Lucky Girl had jumped. She herself had been manipulated. Choosing to jump was simply going with the flow. Song Tianjiao muttered, "This game's physics engine isn't very good. It looked like we were in the stratosphere, but the fall was so fast, and the parachute wasn't even damaged. Theoretically, it should have burned out." Lucky Girl didn't hear Song Tianjiao's mutterings clearly, trembling. "I know I shouldn't cry, but I'm scared. I'm really scared." Song Tianjiao nodded. "Oh." Lucky Girl pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. "Aren't you going to comfort me?" Song Tianjiao comforted her. "Go ahead and cry. If you cry, you die, and tree roots will drag you down. That way, you never be afraid again, once and for all." Lucky Girl dared not cry. She stared at Song Tianjiao in shock, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a word. "It seems my comforting words are as effective as ever." Song Tianjiao was somewhat smug, convinced she was a genius at comforting people. The comments section had differing opinions. Song is really talented. Lucky guy can't cry anymore. I love stargazing pie. This doesn't really count as comforting. It's more like a threat. Kangaroo athletes attack. I was scared to death. I thought I was going to fall to my death. This parachute is amazing. I want one. Where can I order it? AAA Small Commodities Wholesale. Song Tianjia's frog parachute, plus a plush pumpkin keychain. 3-hour express delivery. International logistics. Only supports Yen Gua RMB settlement. Camel doesn't like cactus. I want one. Loyal follower of Guan Yu. I want one. Small Commodities Wholesale has already started taking orders, integrating resources, producing samples at lightning speed, sewing machines are smoking. In the live stream, Song Tianjiao laboriously removed her backpack and stuffed the parachute, torn by a tree branch, into it. She looked helplessly at Lucky Guy, who wouldn't let go of her. "Aren't you going down? This tree will eat people." The leaves swayed, as if acknowledging Song Tianjiao's words. Lucky Girl dared not look at the leaves, gazing instead at the distant plaza. Suddenly, her pupils dilated, and she screamed, letting go of her grip. Immediately, she lost her footing and plummeted, hanging precariously from a tree branch. This scene left Song Tianjiao scratching her head in disbelief. Song Tianjiao jumped down from the tree, lollipop dangling from her lips, glanced at the mass of flesh being devoured by roots in the plaza, looked up at Lucky Girl swaying on the branch, and sighed deeply. "Don't move. Let me see how to get you down." The lucky guy's position was tricky, more than 4 meters above the ground. Logically, he could jump down on his own, at worst breaking his leg, but this lucky guy was really unlucky. The straps of his overalls were caught on tree branches, leaving him helplessly flailing his limbs. The tree branch where the lucky guy was located was surrounded by dense branches, as if designed to trap him. It was also difficult for rescuers to get close. He couldn't quickly rescue him on his own. Song Tianjiu pulled a dagger from his pocket, compared the angle, and found that the tree branches were blocking the way, preventing him from throwing it like a dart to cut the straps. If he couldn't get rid of the straps, he could at least get rid of the branches. Song Tianjiu scratched the tree trunk, and the dagger chipped. She silently put the dagger back in her pocket, complaining that red-haired thing is really bad quality. Song Tianjiu was very dissatisfied with the quality of Anderson's belongings. Looking at the lucky one, hanging in midair, struggling in vain, a thought of quick victory arose in her mind, and she decisively pulled out the great bomb. The leaves of the tree of wisdom were still swaying, the alluring tree completely unaware of the impending danger. A rich fragrance wafted around the tree, stirring and amplifying the deepest desires in everyone's heart. What was Song Tianjiu's desire? Her desire was a swift victory. Just as Song Tianjiu chose the detonation point, Lu Huaixian arrived in a flurry with her men. Under Lu Huaixian's wide-eyed, piercing gaze, Song Tianjiu silently put the great bomb back in her pocket, pretending nothing had happened. "This tree is strange. As soon as I got close, I wanted to kill that, what the hell? I couldn't even hold back anymore, I was almost unable to think straight. This isn't right." Lu Huaixian keenly sensed the problem. As a veteran, she deeply understood the importance of maintaining composure on the battlefield. "Get that person down, let's go leave this area. It's almost lunchtime, let's go back and eat." Her words temporarily calmed the restless group. Eating was the priority. Eating was the most important thing. Lu Huaixian organized a human ladder to rescue the lucky person. After counting the number of people, Lu Huaixian's expression was grim. There were 24 lucky people on the sky train, all from the Yan Kingdom's camp. Including Song Tianjiu, 5 people jumped off. Only Song Tianjiu and the lucky person she rescued survived the normal landing. The other 3, one fell into the Tree of Wisdom Plaza and was turned into mincemeat and swallowed by the tree roots. One fell into the black mist and disappeared without a trace. Disappearance basically means death. Lu Huaixian's expression was serious. "We can't go on the sky train anymore. Let's leave this area now." The Tree of Wisdom seemed suspicious. Lu Huaixian looked at it with apprehension. The group returned to Playful Paradise, resting in the open space around the carousel and bandaging the wounded. Everyone was still shaken. The sky train, seemingly an ordinary high-altitude attraction, harbored hidden dangers. Of the 160 lucky survivors in the Yan Kingdom faction, 3 had perished, leaving only 157. Just then, the long-awaited announcement finally arrived. Currently, the number of lucky survivors in the instance is 221/255, survival rate 86.67%. In a short time, other factions had also suffered heavy losses. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Mischievous Paradise has 4 attractions, minus the high-risk sky train. Each person can earn a maximum of 3 Paradise coins per day on the carousel, 5 on the Water Fortress defense, and 3 on the airplane battle. That means if they stay in Mischievous Paradise, each person can earn a maximum of 11 Paradise coins per day. Nighttime lodging costs 5 Paradise coins, and food and water also require Paradise coins. Under normal circumstances, 11 Paradise coins are insufficient. They have no choice but to explore other areas. Chapter 87. The lucky ones from Yan Kingdom discussed, while munching on pumpkin bread and drinking pumpkin juice. Those lucky ones who joined the Yan Kingdom camp blankly accepted the pumpkin bread and pumpkin juice handed to them by Nandatu, their expressions vacant. Where did this food come from? The Yan Kingdom audience was used to the lucky ones eating pumpkin bread and didn't notice anything amiss. ZZ Moo, the amusement park is too ruthless, clearly a capitalist act, everything is tightly controlled. To survive, you can only explore. I suspect that the amusement park coins earned after a busy day are just enough to survive. Not a single coin left. Participating in the game even carries the risk of death. What kind of capitalist behavior is this? Qin Yu Qin Xia. I watched the death scenes in other areas, it's very difficult. But now we can only explore other areas, otherwise there won't be enough food. Staying up at night is also a huge expense. The risk is high, there will definitely be casualties. Reaching the 50% survival rate line is quite difficult. AI Huanxiang, 11. Amusement park coins a day is definitely not enough. Prices at Happy Amusement Park are outrageous. Tickets cost 2 park coins, drinking water costs 1 park coin, and even a sausage costs 1 park coin. That's insane! Is Pan a math major? User 22778338. Only a few hours into the park, 34 people have already died, including 3 from the Yin Kingdom faction and 31 from the Non-Yin Kingdom faction. Currently, the survival rate for the Non-Yin Kingdom faction is approximately 67.37%, while the survival rate for the Yin Kingdom faction is 98.125%. Xi Jinghan. So, if the Yin Kingdom can survive, they can win? The Yin Kingdom faction has enough members. If they can survive, they can maintain the average. Mu Jiaxi. We've seen the situation in other areas. The Laughter Amusement Park is a double torture, both psychologically and physically. Xiaoqing 1213. Pan's rules this time are completely designed to wipe out the lucky winners. When can we become the rule makers? We're too passive. While the Yin Kingdom viewers were diligently analyzing, a different comment suddenly appeared. Jiangson, wait. Haven't we finished the pumpkin bread yet? How come there are so many pumpkin breads? Before, each of the Yin Kingdom's lucky winners had 2 pumpkin breads. Weren't they given 1 to each of the lucky winners who came to seek refuge? How come everyone still has a bread? How did they manage to give everyone a cup of pumpkin juice? Why did Nandata pull out a stove? What is he doing? Frying pumpkin pancakes? The Yin Kingdom viewers' eyes were all on Nandatu. Nandatu was standing in front of the stove, diligently frying pumpkin pancakes. The pumpkin pancakes were the size of normal mooncakes, golden in color, and only half the thickness of ordinary mooncakes. One side was sprinkled with black sesame seeds as decoration. The frying pan sizzled with oil, giving the pale yellow pumpkin pancakes a golden brown coating. The pumpkin pancakes puffed up slightly from the heat, looking soft and fluffy, and tasting delicious. Nandata's hands were busy at the same time, quickly producing a batch of pumpkin pancakes. Mommy! I want pumpkin pancakes! A tourist child stood in front of Nandatu, refusing to leave. His mother came over, observed carefully, and found the preparation environment quite clean. Several baskets of pumpkins were piled up next to the stall, made fresh and sold on the spot, not frozen. Looking at Nandata's pumpkin head, the child's mother concluded that it was an NPC in the park and immediately nodded, saying, "Eat, have 2. Thank you, Mom." Startled by the sudden customer, Nandata dropped his shovel. Song Tianjiao immediately rushed over, beaming, "Dear visitor, pumpkin cakes are 3 paradise coins for 1. So cheap?" The mother, already holding 2 paradise coins, immediately added 1 more. "I want 9. Buy 9, get 1 free. Here's an extra pumpkin cake for you." Song Tianjiao quickly bagged them, successfully earning 3 paradise coins. The global live stream audience fell silent. So this is how it works? What are they analyzing all this for? Just then, a manager in a suit and tie hurried over. Judging by his name tag, he was a supervisor. The manager's eyes were fierce as he pointed at Song Tianjiao, who held 3 paradise coins, and said, "Visitors aren't allowed to set up stalls here. Who gave you permission to operate here?" Song Tianjiao immediately distanced himself from Nandatu and said seriously, "I'm a customer. I want to buy pumpkin cakes." The manager frowned, looking at the pumpkin head. Nandata put down his shovel, tilted his head, stared at the suited manager, and silently removed his pumpkin head. He cradled his head, grinning, and spoke in a human voice, "I'm not a tourist." The manager froze, staring at Nandata for a while, then frowned and said, "Who's your boss? Stalls aren't allowed here. You have to go to the designated food and beverage area." Nandata truthfully replied, "My boss is at the Tree of Wisdom. Should I have her come over?" Nandata thought carefully. Feng Dahua was under the Tree of Wisdom. It would take her some time to get there. Besides, Feng Dahua didn't like being disturbed while she was eating. So Nandata said very seriously, "I need to wait a bit. My supervisor is very busy, and she has a bad temper." Upon hearing this, the supervisor immediately took a step back, distancing himself from Nandatu, even his gaze becoming clearer. "I didn't expect the Tree of Wisdom area to have catering staff. I didn't receive any notification. The specialist must have forgotten to inform me. Don't bother looking for your supervisor. You can't set up a stall here. Go to the catering area over there. Seat Z138 is empty." After saying this, the supervisor ran off as if fleeing, as if some great terror was chasing him. Nandata put his head back on his neck, glanced at the pumpkin pancakes in the frying pan, and sighed, I talked for too long and didn't control the heat properly. It's too hot. Nandata finished frying the pumpkin pancakes, and said to Song Tianjiu rather apologetically, Honey, these pumpkin pancakes aren't done well, I'm afraid they can't be sold. Song Tianjiu nodded, We eat them ourselves. As she spoke, Wang Jiuzhao came over, picked up a pumpkin pancake, and started eating. Sizzle, so hot, so delicious, so hot, but it's really so delicious. Hearing Wang Jiuzhao's praise, Nandata grinned widely, his smile radiant. A child's praise is a mother's glory. A male mother is still a mother. The lucky ones from the Yin Kingdom camp, watching the two interact so strangely, felt they were missing something. Sima, your whole family, how did they manage such smooth and tacit communication? If heaven hadn't given me little Zhuge, I feel like there's a barrier between us. Nandatu, feeling embarrassed, rubbed his hands together, and said to the lucky ones, Could you help me move things? There are too many pumpkins, and all these things, I can't move them all at once. My child is still a child. Children should grow up happily, not do this kind of physical labor. Nandata looked at Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou with a kind smile. All the lucky ones stood up and began moving things from Nandata's stall. While moving things, everyone noticed an advertising board inside the stall, which read, Stinky Tofu, 1 amusement park coin. The shovel was engraved with the words, Teppanyaki shovel. The large basket Nandata used to hold the pumpkins also had words on it. For use at the Evil Dragon restaurant. Even the cart had a metal tag that read, Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, card. Ah. When exactly did Nandata find all this stuff? They hadn't noticed it all. Nandata made a slight move, shocking the entire Blue Star. Chapter 88. How exactly did Nandatu and his group cobble together all that stuff? It seems like he didn't have the time to do it. The entire Blue Star audience had this question in their minds. A flood of comments poured into the international live stream. Pharaoh's cat, we've been overlooking one question. How did Song bring Pumpkinhead and the others into the Laughter Amusement Park? 13, but not a disciple. Perhaps we should go back even further. That red-eyed girl, Wang, she was Song's chosen substitute victim. As far as I know, Wang was brought out from the first game instance in Yin Kingdom. Wang is the bride. They call it the terror of Yin Kingdom, but none of that matters. What I want to ask is, how was Wang brought out by Song? What methods did he use? Future. Now there's only one lucky person with a substitute victim. That's Song. She was chosen by heaven. She has 2 lives. She's different. Love, peace, love, freedom. I bought the walkthrough video of Team 51 from the first instance in Yin Kingdom, and the card game video. I'm very interested in the 3 strings of numbers Song mentioned. As far as I know, those aren't Yin Kingdom citizen identification codes. Unfortunately, 2 of them are probably no longer alive. I wonder, who did Song contact? Was it an agency in Yin Kingdom specifically tasked with dealing with death games? Are the numbers Song mentioned their code names? If so, I want to know more about them. They may have done many things unknown to others. The length of a white KTON is 394 years. Everyone knows the lucky ones are randomly selected. They are all unfortunate. Yin Kingdom's first batch of 51 squads was different. Just like Yin Kingdom's second batch of lucky ones, they were carefully selected. Had Yin Kingdom been prepared for the death game all along? Until the end of the world. From the very beginning, Yin Kingdom referred to the death game as the Heavenly Eye game, and even the team specifically tasked with dealing with it was called the Heavenly Eye team. Is this Yin Kingdom's consistent naming convention? Or did Yin Kingdom know something in advance? Their response was too swift. A divine voice. I want to know Song's identity. In Yin Kingdom's publicly released information, there is no mention of Song or Xie. Currently, the publicly available information on Team 51 only includes Lu Huixiang, Tian, and Zhao Yubai. Are Song and Xie special? Faced with a long passage of text from the international audience, the Yin Kingdom audience remained silent. They also wanted to know the answers to these questions. They had never asked these questions before, but that didn't mean they weren't curious. Team 51 is riddled with suspicious points. It's truly hard to believe it was a randomly assembled team. At the very beginning of the death game, there were numerous questions about the elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and mentally unstable, some from outside and some from within. Amidst the slander and clamor, the truth remained buried. Now, through self-purification, those sharp voices have vanished, as if they had never existed. The questions in the hearts of the Yin Kingdom audience were more numerous than those raised by the international audience. Being among them, they naturally understood the extraordinary nature of Squad 51. This was clearly a meticulously selected team. In the Tianmu Group's command office, a large number of documents were piled on the desk, but the person who should have been handling these matters was not there. At dusk, Zhao Jiancheng stood on the rooftop in the setting sun, talking to someone standing in the shadows. Above them, besides the sun and moon shining brightly, the Tianmu constellation hung overhead. Zhao Jiancheng's voice was urgent. The internet is in an uproar. Tianmu Live has no firewall. Everyone on the entire planet is watching us. The world's eyes are focused here. The world is watching us. The world demands an answer. The person standing in the shadows had a cigarette in their hand that flickered with a faint red light. From Zhao Jiancheng's angle, he couldn't see the other person's expression, only a vague outline. The world is watching us, just as Tianmu is watching the world. Those questions are ones we cannot answer now. Zhao Yuan has seen many endings. This time, we are facing a completely new one. Song Tianji is the only variable this time. She is someone Zhao Yuan has never known in his future memories. She is different. A person emerged, a cigarette dangling from their lips. This person was unremarkable in appearance, unremarkable, and dressed plainly. A card holder hung around his neck, inside which was a carelessly torn piece of white paper. The edges of the paper were extremely uneven. It was even curled when it was stuffed in. On a piece of white paper, written in extremely messy black pen, 1 millimeter in diameter, were 2 characters, Zhao Hui. Behind these 2 characters was a small piece of paper, clearly cut from somewhere else. On the small piece of paper were 2 adjacent, lying circles. The number 8 was a vertical infinity symbol. The infinity symbol was a horizontal 8. In the future that Zhao Yuan saw, we did everything we could, even cooperating with non-humans. As I foresaw, the result was not good. Zhao Hui opened his arms, smiling at the setting sun, and said in a spirited tone, "This time we will set sail again and welcome a new world." After saying this, Zhao Hui turned to Zhao Jiancheng, grinning, a look that was both crying and laughing. "You never understand how much effort I put in to get back here." Zhao Jiancheng's head spun. He understood every single word Zhao Hui spoke, yet the words sounded so strange when put together. Zhao Jiancheng took a deep breath and waved his hand, saying, "How did he get in? Take him back and continue treatment." Immediately, 2 people in white coats rushed over and restrained Zhao Hui, one on each side. "You don't understand. You never understand. I'm not crazy. I, Zhao Hui, saw the whole ending. I will come back. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, I will come back. The universe is infinite, with billions of living beings. Every insect flapping its wings causes a subtly different process." Zhao Hui, pinned to the ground, still stared intently at Zhao Jiancheng. It was an extremely calm gaze, so calm that Zhao Jiancheng felt he himself was the one who had gone mad. "Zhao Jiancheng, you don't believe me. Your eyes tell me you don't believe me. You even pity me. You think I'm crazy? Wrong, I just woken up." The sun had set in the real world, leaving only the bright moon vying for brilliance with Tianmu. The city was shrouded in a cold light. "Zhao Jiancheng, you know she's different." "What's Song Tianjiao?" "She's Song Qiao. She's different. She's the one who was missing and yet added." Zhao Hui stared intently at Zhao Jiancheng. The future Zhao Yuan saw didn't include her. The past Zhao Yuan saw included her. The 2 doctors in white coats exchanged a glance, the sedatives in their hands hesitant to be injected into Zhao Hui. They looked at Zhao Jiancheng, awaiting instructions. Zhao Jiancheng looked at Zhao Hui, his hands trembling slightly at his sides. He struggled to control his emotions, and said in a deep voice, "Let him go." Zhao Hui appeared the day before Tianmu descended. That day, Zhao Hui somehow bypassed all obstacles and broke into Zhao Jiancheng's office, where he was taken away for investigation. Zhao Hui also appeared out of nowhere under the surveillance cameras. Chapter 89. Matter doesn't appear out of thin air, nor does it disappear. Matter only appears in other forms in other places. Looking back, Zhao Hui and Song Tianju appeared in different cities at the same time. They both carried similar mysteries, but the difference was that Zhao Hui never shied away from his past. Zhao Hui didn't lie, Zhao Hui was sincere. Everything Zhao Hui said was the truth. And the truth is often cruel. This time is different, do you understand? Zhao Hui's gaze was fervent as he stared at Zhao Jiancheng. This time is different. Song Tianju is a person without a future or a present, she only has the past. Before she existed, Ling Yun was chosen. Her position was Ling Yun. Song Tianju has arrived, and everything in the death game has changed. Everything Zhao Yuan saw about the future is changing rapidly, changing every second. Song Tianju comes from the past, She doesn't belong to the future. She doesn't belong to the present. Don't you understand? She's not within the rules of the death game. She has her own rules. Zhao Hui's words threw Zhao Jiancheng into a state of utter confusion. His long tenure in a high position allowed him to quickly gather his scattered thoughts and grasp the essentials. Song Tianjiao had no future. Did that mean she would die? Or, Song Tianjiao had no future on Blue Star. Would she never return? Zhao Jiancheng's hand, hanging at his side, clenched slightly. He asked Zhao Hui, if it were you, how would you respond to this world? Zhao Hui rose from the ground, his expression unusually calm. Zhao Hui said, this is all part of a plan. From beginning to end, you, we, everyone, resisted to the very end. A flash of inspiration struck Zhao Jiancheng. He asked Zhao Hui, did we ever surrender? Zhao Hui nodded, and then shook his head. I tried, but it didn't work. Zhao Jiancheng understood. The you, I, he, we, they, and everyone that Zhao Hui used were extremely precise. The use of pronouns was clearly categorized in Zhao Hui's speech. The I that Zhao Hui used? It could only be Zhao Hui himself. Zhao Hui had surrendered. But surrender was useless. At 8 p.m. Beijing time, the Tianmu Group released its first official message to Blue Star. Tianmu Group, this is part of the plan, humanity will resist to the end. This one sentence answered everything, yet seemed to say nothing at all. This sentence caused a huge uproar and many speculations. Zhao Jiancheng understood what this sentence meant. Zhao Hui had experienced too many endings. Zhao Hui had witnessed too many acts of resistance to the end. Resistance meant sacrifice. In the Tianmu conference room, Zhao Hui raised his arm and shouted, Pan will eventually perish. Our enemy is not a small fry like Pan. Our enemy is far more powerful than Pan. Silence filled the room. Zhao Hui suddenly rushed out of the conference room, then pushed a supermarket shopping cart piled high with notebooks back, shouting, this is all your past efforts. The group gathered and discovered that the notebooks were filled with writing. The handwriting was messy yet orderly. Just as they were flipping through the contents, Zhao Hui suddenly pulled out a red button. At this moment, the past and the future will all vanish. We have a new beginning. The guards immediately rushed forward and pinned Zhao Hui to the ground. The red button fell to the floor, and under everyone's wary gazes, a red-eyed rabbit sprang out from its center. A long spring propelled the rabbit, making it bounce and sway in the air. Zhao Hui exclaimed excitedly, this is the surprise. Learn from history, understand rise and fall. Learn from the future, I know when you will die. Like a true madman, Zhao Hui broke free from the guard's restraint, jumped onto the conference table, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his fingers tracing the varied expressions on their faces. You are dead. You are dead too. You are all dead. In this world, the fairest thing is time. The most unfair thing is also time. Zhao Hui hugged himself, as if embracing the entire universe. In an extremely gentle tone, he continued, to embrace time is to embrace death. I will embrace death forever. Silence filled the room. The attendees shared the same confusion. Had Zhao Hui gone mad? The Tianmu conference room in Yin Kingdom was in complete chaos, while the lucky winners in the live stream were busy yet organized. Moving over 100 people to one stall was a piece of cake. Soon, Nan Dada's pumpkin stall opened for business at table Z138. 2 frogs perched on either side of the stall, acting as speakers. Pumpkin pancakes, pumpkin pancakes. Ribbit. 3 for 1 paradise coin, ribbit. The pumpkin pancakes, with their low price, quickly became a rising star in the food area, attracting many tourists. Nan Dada himself was too busy, so Lu Huaixiang directly arranged for the lucky winners to help cut the pumpkins and knead the dough. After whispering amongst themselves in a corner for a while, Lu Huaixiang and Song Tianjiu walked to the center of the crowd and announced something. Working at the pumpkin stall earns 1 paradise coin per hour. Food and drinks included. The lucky foreigners, who had joined the Yin Kingdom's camp, widened their eyes, almost unable to believe their ears. 1 paradise coin per hour, food and drinks included. This meant they only needed to provide 5 paradise coins for their nightly lodging to survive. Work 5 hours a day at the pumpkin stall, and effortlessly pass through the joyful amusement park. At this moment, the lucky foreigners, who had joined the Yin Kingdom's camp, showed genuine smiles for the first time. The lucky ones got busy. No one saw how Nan Dada obtained the flour juicer, cooking oil, and various tools. On the roots of the ground relief, tiny red roots slowly moved. Occasionally, a red root would climb onto Nan Dada's body, follow its slender arm, steal a piece of pumpkin cake, and eat it. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in the death game. Hearing this familiar warning, the Yin Kingdom viewers went wild with laughter. Idol wholesaler Master Xing. What kind of deadly trick is this? Xiao, who doesn't like carrots. I knew something was off, now it's finally right. Little Cola, who loves pizza. Finally serious. Here it comes, the all-around Nandata teacher in his stall. Fried rice, lover 922. The price of pumpkin pancakes is 3 for 1 paradise coin. 10 for 3 paradise coins. Dead end. Based on the current situation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the 50% survival threshold should be secured. The international live stream viewers were anxious, wishing they could rush into the death game and shout in their country's lucky winner's ear, join the Yin Kingdom camp. Food and drink included. All you can eat. Everything seemed so calm and natural. A sweet fragrance floated in the air, mixed with the aroma of pumpkin, making it difficult to detect. Team medic Zhang De, carrying his medical kit, observed the excited participants, finally settling his gaze on Song Tianju. Song Tianju had abrasions, injuries sustained when landing on the Tree of Wisdom, which had already been bandaged. At this moment, however, the wounds were faintly bleeding. Zhang De stepped forward and said sternly, "You need a medical examination." Chapter 90. Song Tianju was squatting on the ground, a pencil in her hand, doodling on a crumpled piece of paper. Hearing this, she looked up at Zhang De. Meeting his gaze, Zhang De suddenly felt like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Song Tianju's face was expressionless. Her gaze was like that of some large carnivorous animal, utterly indifferent. Zhang De had already obtained Song Tianju's information, and knew that she had an organic brain problem. During their brief contact, Zhang De hadn't noticed anything particularly unusual about Song Tianju's behavior. Until now. Zhang De was instinctively afraid of Song Tianju at this moment. He struggled to find his voice, and forced a smile. "Your wound is bleeding. It might be a problem with the blood clotting." With his bandaging skills, and the medication he used, Zhang De was confident that such a small abrasion shouldn't bleed anymore. Song Tianju stood up, pencil still in her mouth, and jumped onto the flower bed, reaching out to Zhang De. Standing on high ground, Song Tianju's gaze held emotion. Wang Jiuzhou approached, holding 2 sausages, and shoved one into Song Tianju's hand. So Song Tianju tucked a pencil behind her ear, held the sausage, and looked at Zhang De with an innocent expression. "Zhang De, even if you look at me like that, you can't eat this when you're getting your blood pressure and blood sugar checked." Song Tianju grabbed a passing lucky person, and shoved the sausage into their hand. "Hua hua, here you go. It won't taste good cold." This lucky person was named Ishan Guliner, from District 48. Ishan had a high nose and deep-set eyes. People who met her for the first time often mistook her for a foreigner. After all, she had a very Caucasian appearance. Ishan, holding a grilled sausage, looked at Song Tianju with surprise. She had never interacted with Song Tianju alone before, yet he acted unusually familiar with her. Song Tianju said abruptly, "We win?" Ishan took this as a consolation, and since she had nothing else to do, she simply sat down and ate the sausage with Wang Jiuzhou. Song Tianju also sat down, the 3 of them sitting side by side. 2 ate the sausage, while Song Tianju assisted the team doctor with his physical examination. After finishing his sausage, Wang Jiuzhou took 2 cartons of milk from his pocket and handed one to Ishan. Ishan accepted it, flattered. The amusement park didn't sell milk, Wang Jiuzhou had brought it in. Wang Jiuzhou had also brought in a large bag of sunflower seeds. Zhang De, smelling the aroma of grilled sausages in the air, felt a surge of desire. He decided to buy one later. High blood pressure 90, low blood pressure 60. Very standard, right on track. Body temperature 36.3, normal. Heart rate 180, abnormal. Zhang De looked at Song Tianju's hair, soaked with sweat, and asked, "Your heart is beating so fast. What are you so excited about?" Song Tianju bit her pencil, remaining silent. Just then, a scream came from afar. "Don't kill me! Why are you killing me? I have no more park coins, none. I have nothing." A lucky person covered in blood rushed into the food court, rampaging through the crowd, startling many tourists, who gasped in shock. Behind this lucky person, a person followed with a smile. This person held a very long knife, probably used by a food court staff member to cut watermelons. Blood flowed down the watermelon knife. It was the blood of countless people. The lucky one rushed to the grilled squid stall, grabbed the food service worker preparing the squid, and pleaded, "Save me, save me." When the lucky one from Yin saw this, he immediately rushed over. However, the crowd of tourists restricted his movement. Hello, according to Rule 3, the amusement park allows killing teammates. Would you like some grilled squid? 2 park coins per serving. The life of one lucky one was worth 2 skewers of grilled squid and a sausage. Soon, a knife was raised high, and the pleading lucky one's head fell. The head landed squarely on the grill, immediately sizzling and releasing the smell of burning protein. The splattered blood stained the squid red, and the scorching hot plate quickly heated the blood to boiling point. The bubbling blood emitted a rusty smell. The eerie grilled squid wiped the blood from its face, and revealed a bright smile. Hello, visitor, would you like some grilled squid? 2 paradise coins a skewer. Rule 3. Paradise coins are transferable. Happily kill your teammate, reward 5 paradise coins. Congratulations to Lucky Abraham for killing Lucky Hippo. Receive 5 paradise coins. Current number of lucky players, 201/255. Survival rate, 78.8%. As of now, including those who triggered the rules and died unexpectedly, 54 lucky players have died. The day isn't over yet. At this rate of death, it's impossible to pass smoothly. Abraham, holding a watermelon knife, stands in the crowd, his smile exceptionally bright. Don't struggle, you're going to die sooner or later anyway. Why run? Dying is ugly, not elegant at all. After saying this, Abraham looked at the lucky ones from Yen Kingdom who were surrounding him and excitedly said, Are you here to kill me? Kill me, and you get 100 paradise coins. Abraham, his hand stained with blood, pulled out a handful of paradise coins and generously said, 5 paradise coins per person, their value is so low. But my value increases with each person I kill. Since we're all going to die anyway, why not make it more valuable? Do you want to kill me now or later? Lu Huixiang smacked Abraham on the head with a stick, angrily saying, 100? You killed 20 lucky ones? Abraham clutched his head and said, No, only 18. Some of them got paradise coins. But those boring amusement rides, how can they compare to the fun of killing? Abraham was extremely excited, so Lu Huixiang smacked him again. Geyer, a lucky one who had joined the Yen Kingdom's camp, rushed over. Seeing Abraham covered in blood, her already pale face turned even paler. Geyer forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, grabbed Song Tianjiao's arm, and pleaded in a trembling voice, Please, kill him. Kill him now. He kill everyone. My brother, Abraham, is a serial killer. A delicious aroma wafted over. Geyer was clearly overcome with emotion, her words laced with anger, but thankfully she didn't cry. Song Tianjiu pulled a small knife from his pocket, compared it to the watermelon knife in Abraham's hand, and decisively put the knife away. Instead, he picked up a pair of scissors used for cutting squid from the grilled squid stall. Could you let go first? Song Tianjiu looked at Guyer's hands gripping his arm, and said with difficulty, It's difficult for me to do this. The viewers in the live stream felt both tense and frightened at this scene. Abraham. This name had already appeared several times in the broadcasts, but Pan hadn't announced it after each lucky victim's death. As a result, before most viewers even noticed, the death toll had already soared to 54. Abraham himself said he had killed 18 people. Such behavior, under the laws of all regions of Earth, carries only the penalty of death or life imprisonment. Aurora C. We hope the Yen Kingdom faction will intervene and execute Abraham.